Chapter 1. Memory Collector. In the dense tropical rainforest of Sumatra, thick layers of fallen leaves accumulated over millions of years covered the ground, and the smell of decay filled the air. Occasionally, sharp animal cries startled flocks of birds into a panic. This was a remote and untouched primeval forest where wild beasts roamed for many years. Accompanied by the dull sound of logging, a muscular man wielding a machete emerged from the woods. He looked up at the sunlight barely visible through the trees. The humidity of the forest had already made him miserable, and he had to be wary of the poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts that could appear at any moment. Everything was for that considerable income. He was willing to risk his life for it. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and checked the data on his positioning device. He was about a kilometer away from his designated area. He muttered softly to himself. This task was worth a lot, and he knew many people were secretly watching. If someone else got there first, all his efforts would be in vain. After struggling through the jungle for over an hour, he suddenly came to a clearing. A vast body of water appeared before him, the emerald surface dotted with dead wood and fallen leaves, looking as smooth as a mirror. Only the occasional ripples indicated that there were creatures beneath the water. The man's target was a highly dangerous animal hidden underwater. The saltwater crocodile, the largest and most ferocious crocodile in the world, had a strong territorial instinct, especially during the breeding season. Any person or animal entering its territory would face its fiercest attack. The man moved cautiously along the shore, frequently scanning his surroundings. It was eerily quiet. Not a single bird could be seen, perhaps scared away by the ferocity of the saltwater crocodile. Only some unknown insects chirped softly. Suddenly, he stepped on a broken piece of wood, causing his entire body to sway slightly. The sound was particularly clear, and he couldn't help but tense up, gripping his machete tightly again, slowly moving his feet without daring to relax. At this moment, he both wanted to see the fiercest saltwater crocodile and hoped to avoid it. As long as he could spot the crocodile and engage in a struggle, he would receive a hefty reward. But if he made a mistake, he could very well be eaten by it. This was a transaction between life and money. After some consideration, the man chose what seemed to be a safe spot and took out a phone from his backpack that had completely lost signal. However, this did not affect him opening an app on it. As the logo of the memory exchange appeared on the screen, the man began to record his information. I am the collector of reward memory information EU 9015, currently located in the primeval jungle of Sumatra, conducting memory storage of barehanded capture of saltwater crocodiles. After a series of red starred indicators appeared on the phone screen, it went black. The man had been trained and knew that from the moment the screen went black, everything he saw, heard, and felt from then on would be the content of his memory transaction. He put away the phone, gripped his machete tightly, and slowly approached the water's edge, then took out a small bottle filled with red liquid from his backpack. This was the chicken blood he had prepared in advance. The blood immediately spread across the water's surface, but after a long while, there was no response. The man looked around in confusion. According to the high-priced information he had purchased, there should definitely be saltwater crocodiles here. Why was there no movement? Had someone else gotten there first and killed the crocodile? Just as the man was puzzled, a shallow ripple slowly emerged from the side of the water bay, revealing an object that looked like a half-submerged piece of dead wood, slowly approaching him. Suddenly, the man jumped up, swinging his machete at the dead wood. At the same time, the dead wood burst out of the water, revealing its true, fearsome face. Its sharp fangs glinted under the sunlight, looking particularly prominent in the man's eyes. With a clang, the man's machete was deflected back, numbing his arm. The crocodile's scales were so hard that it left him momentarily stunned. In that moment of distraction, the crocodile's wild instincts kicked in, and it lunged onto the shore, exposing its massive jaw, sharp teeth aimed directly at the man. The man hurriedly backed away. The dead wood on the shore was in disarray, and he tripped over a piece of it, falling to the ground. Looking back, the giant crocodile, over 4 meters long, had already pounced onto the shore, charging towards him. He hastily grabbed a piece of dead wood from the ground and threw it, but it was instantly torn to shreds by the giant crocodile. As the giant crocodile closed in, baring its sharp teeth to bite at the man's legs, he quickly pulled his legs back, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the crocodile advanced again, directly in front of him, a massive claw coming at him. The man immediately rolled under a large tree's exposed roots, gritting his teeth in resignation as he grabbed a shotgun strapped to his back and aimed it at the crocodile's gaping maw, pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, a large hole appeared in the crocodile's head, and its body slumped into the water. Just as the man caught his breath, the surface of the water suddenly churned, and several even larger saltwater crocodiles emerged, dragging the dead giant crocodile into the depths and tearing into it fiercely. The once emerald water quickly turned blood red. The man couldn't help but retreat a few steps and then took out his phone, clicking on the previous app again. Memory storage complete. After saying this, he let out a long sigh of relief. This time, since he hadn't followed the rules to kill the giant saltwater crocodile with cold weapons, the price would definitely take a hit. Fortunately, dangerous memory themes were generally expensive. He hoped he could get through this ordeal. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, the man hurriedly retraced his steps. Although the reward memory had no expiration date, there were plenty of people willing to take risks. Only after completing the memory transfer and receiving payment could he consider the transaction finished. Most importantly, the jungle was not just home to the top-level predator like the saltwater crocodile. Even a random snake could turn all his dreams into bubbles. A week later, the man hurriedly arrived at the memory exchange. Only after providing the reward memory code and his information and confirming everything was correct would he be guided by a specialist into the exchange's dedicated transfer room for memory transfer to secure the funds for his future life. Indeed, it was currently the most popular project in the world. Memory transfer. Chapter 2. The Exchange. More than a decade ago, a groundbreaking discovery that overshadowed the Nobel Prize in physics, chemistry, and biology shocked the world. An unknown biologist from Huagua announced the secret of memory transfer. Through a series of electromagnetic and quantum mechanics constructs, human memories could be fully or partially transferred and stored in another brain. This discovery nearly overturned human understanding, sparking a huge debate on ethics and biology in society. However, shrewd businessmen sensed the enormous economic value hidden within, leading to the emergence of the memory exchange. When memory trading first began, it was only used in certain specialized industries. For instance, individuals skilled in rational analysis often lacked the time to gather extensive information, while those with exceptional memory skills utilized their abilities to absorb vast amounts of information and transfer it into the brains of others for rapid analysis. IT sounds similar to how a computer processes and stores data, but the most precious resource being used here is the human brain. Memory transfer is still a novelty for society, but the immense economic benefits have led to rapid expansion of this technology. Initially, some wealthy individuals suffering from serious illnesses who had various regrets turned to memory substitutes. Reflecting on their entire lives, they may have spent it all on making money, missing out on many beautiful experiences. Now, due to their physical conditions, they cannot personally travel to these places, leading to the creation of memory substitutes. These memory substitutes might visit the ends of the earth, such as Cape of Good Hope to witness turbulent waves, or ascend Mount Everest to marvel at the grandeur of the world's highest peak, or dive into the Great Barrier Reef to admire the beautiful underwater world. Numerous spectacular sights, including the Great Wall, the pyramids, Machu Picchu, the Arctic tundra, and the East African savanna, are places these memory substitutes visit, bringing back memories to the trading center, which are then transferred into the minds of those wealthy individuals. This allows them to experience these beauties as if they were there in person and continuously reminisce, just like they did in their youth. As time passed, the content of memory transfers evolved from tedious text and images to scenic appreciation and freedom of movement. With the increasing intensity of demands from the wealthy, the content began to include many thrilling projects, such as cliff skiing, skydiving, and even battling wild beasts. These projects not only brought substantial profits to the trading center, but also provided considerable income for the memory substitutes. Many people, driven by the potential earnings, risked their safety to engage in these highly adventurous activities. The wealthy could enjoy unprecedented thrills without lifting a finger, truly experiencing the sensation as if they were doing it themselves, without worrying about any physical harm. The variety of projects at the trading center continued to expand, and the requests for different types of memories became increasingly strange and diverse. One morning, Zhou Yuhui entered a seemingly simple building, with only the golden letters memory trading center on the facade shining in the sunlight, exuding an unusual aura. Inside the bustling lobby of the trading center, many people anxiously awaited, gazing at the massive display screen on the wall. Experienced veterans sat in the lounge chairs with their eyes half closed, rhythmically tapping their fingers as they calculated the timing for memory reward information to be released. Out on the other side of the lobby, a row of low counters had a few people standing around, some in suits and others in ragged clothes, and even some being carried in on stretchers. Looking weak and frail, "Sir, are you here to trade memory information?" The receptionist girl behind the counter was very enthusiastic, and her smile caused even the roughest men to lower their voices involuntarily. "Yes, I'm here to trade memory. Here is my information code." The burly man handed over a note, freshly printed and costing him a full $10. After scanning the note, the receptionist girl quickly displayed the information on the screen in front of her. After verifying his identity through fingerprint and facial scans, she continued, "Hello, sir, if you agree to provide your memory to the trading center and authorize the transfer of that memory to others, please sign here." The burly man quickly glanced at the terms on the screen, which were mostly standard formalities he had read countless times while preparing to monetize his memory. He signed his name without hesitation. "Thank you for your cooperation. A designated person will accompany you shortly for the memory transfer. Please rest here, and thank you again for supporting the Memory Trading Center." Upon hearing that the man's memory transfer was confirmed, several memory collectors around cast envious glances. Not long after the receptionist's words, two men in black suits emerged from the elevator and approached the burly man. "Are you the collector of reward memory information, EU 9015? Bring your identification and consent form, and follow us." The burly man followed the two men in suits to the nearby elevator. The blue lines on the ground indicated that they were now in the internal area of the Memory Trading Center, where no one was allowed to enter without permission. Otherwise, they risked losing their qualification to enter the center or even being arrested for attempted intrusion into a private area. Not to mention the two guards with riot guns at the elevator entrance. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the burly man entered, and once the doors closed, he felt the elevator rapidly descend, indicating that the real parts of the trading center were underground. I could see the moment the burly man entered the elevator. Zhou Yuhui, separated from the trading hall by only a bulletproof glass wall, completed his identity verification. As a young person who had just graduated, being able to work as a technical supervisor at the Memory Trading Center with an enviable high salary was a dream come true for many. Not just anyone could have such a qualification after all. There are very few people in the world like Zhou Yuhui, who possesses an IQ of 160. Moreover, another main reason he could work here was that the biologist who discovered the intricacies of memory transfer was once his mentor. Unfortunately, shortly after the establishment of the Memory Trading Center, the mentor lost his life due to an unexpected accident. As a result, the Nobel Foundation even issued a statement to break with tradition and award this great honor to him. Zhou Yuhui served as the technical supervisor, and a primary reason for this position was that he could continue researching the impact of memory transfer on human physiology and psychology, which was also a project funded by the Trading Center. Supervisor Zhou. As Zhou Yuhui stepped through the door leading to the underground laboratory, the receptionist at the front desk smiled at him. Zhou Yuhui had a good impression of her, a science and engineering type. He was not adept at social interactions, and apart from a few colleagues, he had only conversed with this receptionist named Yin Xiaodong. Zhou Yuhui smiled and greeted her before quickly stepping into the elevator. His identity was already confirmed through facial recognition, and after his fingerprint was scanned, the elevator slowly started, taking him down to the Memory Transfer Center. 100 meters underground. Chapter 3. Memory Transfer. The Memory Trading Center is built on top of an abandoned salt mine. On the surface, it appears to be only a dozen stories high, housing ordinary office spaces and VIP lounges. The actual memory transfer facilities are located underground primarily because the process of memory transfer is extremely delicate and requires a highly stable magnetic field, free from any accidental electromagnetic interference. Placing the equipment underground helps solve many unnecessary problems. Most importantly, wealthy individuals need to protect their safety. The underground workshops of the trading center are built to be extraordinarily sturdy no matter what happens above ground. This place remains stable. Compared to those touted as doomsday bunkers, this facility is vastly superior. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Zhou Yuhui stepped into the work area of the Memory Transfer Center. After undergoing various tedious checks and identifications at different levels, he finally entered the area designated for memory transfer work, which is the most critical part of the entire trading center. The corridor in the workspace was very quiet, with only the faint sound of wind from the concealed ventilation ducts. A few colleagues had already started the machines in the workspace, beginning the preparation work before the memory transfer. Although Zhou Yuhui's mentor discovered the secrets of memory transfer, it took a full 10 years from theoretical discovery to the actual production of memory transfer devices. These devices incorporated some of the most advanced technologies in the world. Looking around, the value of these devices could not be matched even by piles of gold. An unassuming stainless steel barrel contained precious ultra-pure water. The entire memory transfer center's workspace was completely enclosed in a massive Faraday cage, with the surrounding walls made of electromagnetic adhesive materials. Once the equipment was activated, not only would all signals be isolated, but any chaotic electromagnetic signals generated would be absorbed, ensuring the electromagnetic safety of the entire studio. Manager Zhou, here is today's memory transfer list and content. The detailed plan is on your desk. Before Zhou Yuhui even reached his office, his colleague Fang Yuan handed him a thick set of documents. Zhou Yuhui nodded. He was very satisfied with this beautiful colleague, as she had no issues with either her work or technical skills, but he had heard she was also a master of jiu-jitsu. But he had never seen her in action and didn't wish to chat about such gossip. Occasionally, he would overhear other colleagues joking about it, and Fang Yuan had not denied it, indicating it was not just a rumor. Zhou Yuhui's job sounded very simple, but it was quite complex and required double caution, as the brain is the most intricate organ in humans. Any problems could lead to severe consequences. For the exchange, memory collectors were not a concern, it was just a matter of compensation. However, the recipients were often wealthy individuals, and any issues could be significant. Fortunately, the complex and cumbersome equipment at the Memory Transfer Center fully protected the entire transfer process, and over the years, the technology had become increasingly sophisticated. The main difficulty in memory transfer lies in extracting the required memories, which requires skilled hypnotists to locate the existence of these memories based on the marks left by memory collectors on the app. They then extract the memories through brain waves, and finally, using visual and auditory stimuli combined with brain waves, transfer the memories into another person's brain. Of course, this is just ordinary memory transfer. The highest level of memory transfer directly utilizes brain waves, allowing for seamless acceptance of memories that feel just like one's own experiences. This is also the moment that the wealthy enjoy the most. Zhou Yuhui was responsible for this high-level memory transfer, which was the most important embodiment of his mentor's discovery of this mystery. Zhou Yuhui quickly skimmed through the documents in his hand. Today, there were 6 high-level transfers, all of considerable value, with one reaching the 10 million level and the others worth millions. He sighed. Immediately, completing this level of memory storage would likely cost lives in the process. Although he had seen too many such incidents, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy upon encountering it again. Notify everyone for a meeting. Zhou Yuhui waved the documents at his colleagues in the workspace. There weren't many staff members at the exchange's memory transfer center. There were only about 30 in total, responsible for all the equipment maintenance, with fewer than 10 actually conducting the memory transfer work. There are 6 high-level transfers today. I won't go into detail about the process. Among today's recipients is a 79-year-old client, so medical personnel should pay attention to any physiological changes. Measures can be taken if necessary to reduce the brain stimulation to the heart. After outlining the precautions, Zhou Yuhui carefully reviewed the memory transfer contents. The first was high-altitude wingsuit flying, which was one of the wealthiest clients' favorite memory projects. However, unlike regular wingsuit flying, this prized flight needed to be conducted in various environments, soaring through roaring waterfalls, skimming over dense jungles, and speeding through narrow valleys. Whatever was most thrilling. For those wealthy individuals, it provided an extraordinary sense of excitement and endless aftertaste, while for the memory collectors, it might just be the cost of life. The first to enter the workspace was the memory collector. The person selling the memories. A staff member pushed a wheelchair inside, and Zhou Yuhui glanced at the person. Although he already knew it was a girl, he was surprised to see such a small and slender girl who looked barely of age. Visible scars on her exposed arms and cheeks indicated that these were clearly not the results of ordinary activities. The girl had already been hypnotized in the preparation room and was now in the memory search phase, ready to find the memories for transfer. Attention, all departments, prepare to search for transaction memory information. Zhou Yuhui said in a calm tone. He had seen this kind of thing every day and was accustomed to it. The girl was immediately pushed in front of the brainwave extraction device and fitted with a helmet covered in various sensors. The display screen next to her flashed various numbers and codes. When a series of special numbers appeared, it activated the press-stirred password. All right, the memory information has been found. Please bring the client. Zhou Yuhui was pleased that it took less than 10 minutes to find the memory information, indicating that this girl was not new to the exchange and was quite experienced. After completing the memory storage, she did not receive much other information and went straight to the transaction, which Zhou Yuhui preferred as it minimized their workload. Zhou Yuhui had no way of inquiring about the client's identity, but when the client was brought in, he couldn't help but chuckle. There was no need to ask. This person was a darling of the news media, a rising star in the entertainment industry. If she didn't appear in the public eye for a few days, people would worry about her well-being, and various gossip stories would flood the news. However, he was also curious about how such a quiet rising star enjoyed such thrilling activities. Perhaps it was to compensate for her own shortcomings. Chapter 4: High-Risk Behavior. This was a one-time memory transfer, without utilizing the exchange's massive storage, and the entire process was quite simple. After a dozen minutes, the memory transfer was completed, and a multi-million-dollar deal was smoothly finalized. The exchange's regulations state that both parties cannot have any contact. Colleagues supervised the entire memory process without any violations, and after completion, the memory recorder was immediately taken away from the studio and awakened in the recovery room. All her memories related to the transaction were completely erased. She now felt as if she had never undertaken that task. Here is your settlement slip. Someone immediately presented a document stating that the payment owed to her had been credited to the designated account. Please check it later. The girl glanced at the slip in her hand. Just as Zhou Yuhui had thought, this was not her first time as a memory recorder. The numbers on the slip satisfied her. Although the exchange's fees were high, this was still the fastest way for her to earn such a considerable income. Soon the girl, carrying her simple backpack, was sent to the ground. Instead of leaving directly, she stood in the hall, carefully examining every memory content available for bounty to see if there was anything suitable for her. After a while, she shook her head in discouragement. The demands were numerous. Either the prices were too low, or the requirements were too high, making it not worth the risk. With that time, she might as well memorize a few books to sell, which posed the least danger. But unfortunately, the income was only a few dollars, not enough to buy a bowl of noodles. Compared to high-altitude wingsuit flying, the second high-level memory transfer project seemed somewhat special. It was also a mountain project, but the difficulty exceeded imagination. It required the memory recorder to perform rapid skiing on a snow-capped mountain at an altitude of 6,000 meters, needing to leap over cliffs with a vertical height exceeding 200 meters. This was not something an ordinary skiing enthusiast could handle. Even extreme sports enthusiasts would need precise calculations to face such challenges. Zhou Yuhui checked this $2 million memory bounty project and found that hundreds of people had accepted it, indicating that at least 100 individuals had embarked on this almost irreversible journey. It's all the power of money. Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but exclaim. What are you sighing about, supervisor? Fan Yuan approached Zhou Yuhui with a smile and asked. Nothing. Zhou Yuhui sighed, flipping through the materials in his hand, preparing for the next transfer plan. This might be a bit of a problem. What problem? Zhou Yuhui asked curiously. Given the number of memory transfers the exchange handled daily, issues were rare. Fan Yuan whispered. The memory recorder is currently in a coma. However, the footage from the camera he carried shows that he completed the entire memory process. It was his partner who brought him here. In a coma? Zhou Yuhui frowned slightly, but was not overly surprised. Since he joined the exchange, he had seen too many such situations. Not to mention being in a coma, there were cases of severe injuries and crushed bodies. As long as the other party could ensure that the brain's memory area was undamaged, he could extract the memories, though the consequences would be a bit more serious. However, in such cases, leaving behind a considerable income was probably their greatest hope. I understand. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the recorder's physical condition, Another adventure on the brink of death. By the way, supervisor, here's the statement signed by the recorder, allowing us to use any means necessary as long as we can extract the memory. Fang Yuan handed over a letter of authorization. This could also be considered a last will. But I wonder who this money is intended for. Parents, children, or his partner? Zhou Yuhui looked at the illegible signature on the authorization letter, wondering if the person thought about such an end when he wrote his name, or if he already knew what was coming, but just couldn't resist the temptation of money. For the comatose recorder, the exchange had a complete procedure to avoid harming the person's cognitive abilities as much as possible. However, in unavoidable circumstances, whether or not they could save a life would depend on fate. Fortunately, comatose individuals usually had relatively short memory contents, making it easier to find. As long as there were fixed images from the exchange, the corresponding brainwave codes could be quickly located. When the memory recorder was pushed into the workspace, Zhou Yuhui took a look at him and was momentarily stunned. He recognized this person. He seemed to be a famous skier who had suffered an accident during training, unable to continue competing, and was embroiled in legal battles with his former employer due to heavy debts. It had made the news back then, but there hadn't been any updates for a long time. He never expected he would become a memory recorder. The memory recorder is currently in a coma. Everyone needs to be careful to prevent memory loss or damage. Zhou Yuhui reminded his colleagues. The search for memories began. Since they couldn't use hypnosis to quickly find the key memory points, they could only continuously stimulate the person's brain with electromagnetic waves, making the brain waves active. They then identified elements that matched the memory content for extraction. Once confirmed as memory content, they would notify the recipient to prepare. Since unexpected situations could occur at any moment with the recorder, to protect the client's safety, the exchange generally stored such memories in its vast storage system. After a thorough examination, the memories would be embedded into the recipient's memory. After a while, the supercomputer finally found a memory recording that met the standards from the complex brainwaves. A scene of climbing on a mountain glacier was gradually revealed, accompanied by deep breaths. The recorder was already standing at the mountain's peak. According to the altimeter, they were over 6,000 meters high, surrounded by razor-sharp glacier crevices with jagged edges. Only a small space on the ridge allowed the recorder to display their superior skiing skills. The recorder was fortunate. There was no wind around, and the snow-capped mountains looked exceptionally magnificent under the blue sky, filling one with a sense of grandeur. The recorder then leaped down, racing along the narrow, steep ridge, with passionate music ringing in their ears and the mountain rocks and glaciers flashing by. Even watching the footage stirred adrenaline. At the front of the ridge was a cliff hundreds of meters high, which was the most difficult part of the entire memory recording. Many people had been deterred by this highly dangerous maneuver. It was undoubtedly flirting with death. The recorder, relying on their speed, instantly soared into the air, performing acrobatic flips. The scene switched rapidly between blue skies, white snow, and lush green forests. With a heavy landing sound, the recorder successfully landed on a narrow ridge less than 10 meters wide, continuing to ski at high speed along the ridge. Such a technique required not only courage but also excellent aerial coordination and control abilities. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the memory requirements at hand. As long as the recorder crashed into the forest a few hundred meters away, the task would be considered successfully completed. Clearly, the recorder had completed the task. However, unexpected incidents often occurred when least expected. Just as the recorder was about to complete the memory recording, a dead tree suddenly fell in the forest. The recorder had no time to dodge and crashed directly into it, abruptly halting the memory. Supervisor, can this be considered the completion of the memory process? Fang Yuan asked beside him. Zhou Yuhui nodded slightly yes. After lossless processing, notify the guest that they can proceed with the memory transfer. Chapter 5: The Strange Homeless Man. Although the workload for that day only included 6 high-level transfer projects, by the time all the projects were completed, it was already time for Zhou Yuhui to get off work. The complexity of the memory transfer program is indeed significant, and various demands have been raised by the recipients, who are treated as VIPs at the exchange. As long as it does not affect the memory transfer process and the payment is made, their requests are generally accommodated, which is a hallmark of high-quality service. Zhou Yuhui stretched lazily as he exited the exchange, the trading hall nearby still bustling with crowds, with the occasional excited shout indicating the emergence of a highly rewarded memory information. Besides those in the trading hall, many others were checking information through the exchange, with most in the hall being brokers who collaborated with memory collectors to gain some benefits. Some high-level collectors or brokers even had their own private workspaces in the exchange, giving them the right to prioritize tasks as users, although the conditions for accepting and completing tasks remained unchanged. Walking home, Zhou Yuhui noticed advertisements for the memory exchange flashing on the street billboards, extolling the benefits of memory transfer. The memory transfer project has begun to expand toward the common people, especially for simple transfer content that can even be mass-produced. For just a tenth or even 100th of the price, one could enjoy a lifestyle akin to that of the wealthy, travel to famous attractions, and savor lavish meals. This was a dream come true for countless ordinary people. There were even voices advocating for the abolition of schools, suggesting collective memory transfers for students, enabling them to accumulate decades of knowledge in a short time, thus significantly alleviating academic burdens and improving social work efficiency. As far as Zhou Yuhui knew, this initiative was undergoing intensive research, though there were many opposing voices, which were suppressed under the exchange's immense promotional power, hardly making any significant waves. Zhou Yuhui's residence was not far from the exchange. It was a high-end apartment built specifically for technical personnel like him, in the precious real estate of Longbin City. It was considered a generous provision. He disliked using transportation and usually walked home, allowing him to observe the social conditions of the world around him, which was helpful for his research topics. As he strolled casually, he turned a corner and vaguely sensed something watching him. He glanced back at the empty street, but saw nothing, yet the feeling persisted. So, he carefully observed his surroundings and soon spotted, between two nearby buildings, a filthy garbage disposal area where a shabby, unkempt man was leaning against a cardboard box, staring at him with wide eyes and mumbling something incomprehensible. Zhou Yuhui strained to listen but couldn't make out the words. This was evidently a homeless man, and such individuals have been appearing more frequently in the city. Zhou Yuhui checked his pockets. Since the rise of electronic currency, few people carried cash, leaving him with only a small box of loose change to regretfully glance at the homeless man. As Zhou Yuhui turned to leave, he suddenly noticed something unusual that made him stop in his tracks. On the cardboard box behind the homeless man, there was a series of program codes written, appearing unusually clear under the dim light. Just one glance caused Zhou Yuhui's expression to change dramatically. This was not an ordinary code. It was the core operational code of the exchange's supercomputer during the memory transfer process. This was undoubtedly one of the most confidential parts of memory transfer, something countless tech giants coveted, and its value could not be measured in money. Yet, such a top-secret item was boldly written on a box in a garbage disposal area. It's important to understand that there are probably no more than 10 people in the world who know these codes. Zhou Yuhui immediately realized something was off and quickly rushed towards the homeless man. Whether it was Zhou Yuhui's sudden movement that frightened the man or for another reason. Upon seeing Zhou Yuhui running towards him, the homeless man quickly vanished into the dimly lit buildings, shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Zhou Yuhui looked at the disappearing figure with confusion and then down at the cardboard box in front of him. It was a very ordinary box, likely discarded by an employee from a nearby company after receiving a delivery. The tracking number on it was still faintly visible. To Zhou Yuhui's astonishment, the string of codes was written in pencil, spanning 12 lines. Although a bit crooked, the writing was very clear. Zhou Yuhui carefully examined it again and confirmed that it was indeed memory transfer code, with no doubt about it. Curiously, the pencil used to write the code was still stuck in the box. It was absolutely abnormal for a homeless man to possess such highly confidential content. Zhou Yuhui took out his phone and quickly snapped some pictures of the code in pencil, then found a plastic bag to put the box and pencil inside. He needed to figure out how such an incident occurred. This serious leak of confidential information posed a significant crisis for the exchange. Just as he was about to call the president of the exchange to inform him of this strange situation, He hesitated when the homeless man's final words sent chills down his spine. Don't kill me. A person who knew the core memory transfer code said this. Had something happened to him in the past? Zhou Yuhui stood there frozen, feeling as though he was approaching something extremely dangerous, a feeling eerily similar to when he encountered those perilous memories, perhaps even more vivid. After standing still for a moment, Zhou Yuhui cautiously checked in the direction the homeless man had disappeared into. It was pitch dark inside, the path convoluted and littered with garbage. Not even a police dog would likely be able to find anything in there. Returning to the spot where the homeless man had been, Zhou Yuhui meticulously examined the surroundings. Besides that suspicious box, there was nothing noteworthy. However, he noticed that this homeless man had no bedding, which was the biggest difference from other homeless individuals. Perhaps his bedding was still inside there. Zhou Yuhui furrowed his brow as he glanced at the dark, chaotic garbage dump. Holding the plastic bag containing the box, Zhou Yuhui's mind raced, with several choices swirling in his head. Ultimately, which one was the right one? In the end, he decided to take the box back with him. Keeping control in his hands was the most appropriate course of action. Chapter 6. The Dead Man After Returning Home. Zhou Yuhui first cautiously checked the situation inside, finding no abnormalities before making a phone call. Hello, is this Yuan Jia? This is Zhou Yuhui. I need your help with something. It's urgent. Yuan Jia was a police officer and one of Zhou Yuhui's few friends. Upon receiving Zhou Yuhui's call, he hurriedly made his way to Zhou Yuhui's home. What's the rush? Yuan Jia asked, entering the door and noticing nothing unusual, puzzled. Can you extract information from this? Zhou Yuhui placed a box in front of Yuan Jia. Yuan Jia examined it, glancing at the codes written on it. Though he couldn't understand them, he sensed there might be something significant within. What information do you need? The information left by the person who wrote this code, like fingerprints or something. Fingerprints are doable, but it might be a bit difficult. If we follow the normal procedures, it shouldn't be a problem. Yuan Jia understood that Zhou Yuhui had called him for a special reason and didn't want to make this matter public. Zhou Yuhui naturally understood Yuan Jia's meaning and whispered to him. The code on this cardboard is related to some programs of the memory exchange. I suspect someone is stealing the exchange's top secret information. So serious? Yuan Jia, upon hearing it was related to the memory exchange, realized this was not something a small police officer like him could meddle in. At least the director would need to step in, and there would definitely be a supervisory team involved. The power of the exchange was simply too great, and it was said to have connections with many big figures, reaching all the way to the heavens. Yes, but I don't want to alert the snake by beating the grass. This kind of thing cannot be made public. Zhou Yuhui did not mention the words the homeless man had said. Was this something the exchange asked you to do, or did you do it on your own? Yuan Jia asked. On my own. This kind of code can only be accessed by the Memory Transfer Center. If anything goes wrong, I'll be the first to suffer. Yuan Jia nodded. All right, I'll think of a way. Soon. Yuan Jia returned to the car with a large pile of equipment and began searching every corner of the cardboard until midnight before finishing everything. Exhausted, Yuan Jia lay back on the sofa, sipping the nutritional drink Zhou Yuhui handed him. It'll probably take about 3 days to get results. I'll let you know then, but don't be too optimistic. The cardboard is very clean, and there aren't too many valuable clues to be found. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Zhou Yuhui urged Yuan Jia. Yuan Jia chuckled a few times, showing an indifferent expression. We've been friends for so many years. You still don't trust me with this? Zhou Yuhui understood Yuan Jia's temperament, but felt that this matter was too big, prompting him to remind him once more. The next day, Zhou Yuhui placed the cardboard in the safe and carefully locked it up, confirming that there were no issues before heading to work at the memory exchange. As he passed through the alley, it was still piled high with garbage, but the spot where the homeless man used to stay was now occupied by several stray dogs. When they saw Zhou Yuhui standing there looking at them, they barked fiercely, as if feeling threatened, showing their sharp teeth and spitting saliva in the air. Zhou Yuhui quickly left. Another tense workday began. Looking at the full memory transfer plans in his hands, Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but sigh. Let us get to work. As usual, he set various transfer conditions according to the different memory transfer plans and watched as the wealthy clients left satisfied. For some reason, Zhou Yuhui suddenly felt a sense of worry, wondering if it was related to the code written on the cardboard. 3 days later, just after finishing his work, Zhou Yuhui returned to his office and saw that Yuan Jie had left a video message for him, stating that he had completed the task. The fingerprints on the pencil and cardboard had confirmed the target, but the results were very strange, and he would come to his house in the evening to explain in detail. The weight of worry in Zhou Yuhui's heart grew heavier. Yuan Jie's statement surely meant he had found something crucial, deepening Zhou Yuhui's doubts. Who exactly was that homeless man that led Yuan Jie to such a conclusion? After finishing work, Zhou Yuhui hurriedly left the exchange without even greeting anyone, rushing home. Along the way, he felt as if countless eyes were watching him, as if he had become the target of everyone. As soon as he exited the elevator, Zhou Yuhui saw Yuan Jie squatting at his front door smoking, with a small pile of cigarette butts on the ground in front of him. Fortunately, the corridor windows were open. Otherwise, he might have thought there was a fire. Zhou Yuhui, you're finally back. Yuan Jie glanced around, finding no one else in the hallway besides them. Yuan Jie's demeanor made Zhou Yuhui even more anxious. He didn't seem like a police officer at all. Even if he was a forensic officer, he was still a police officer. Besides, the horrifying crime scenes he had seen were probably more terrifying than most people's movie plots. Let's go inside. Zhou Yuhui opened the apartment door. As a top talent skilled in various high technologies, Yuan Gaoi preferred using mechanical locks for safety. Once inside, Yuan Jie quickly checked the room, moving even more cautiously than Zhou Yuhui did when he returned home at night. What on earth happened? Zhou Yuhui quickly asked. After confirming that there was no problem in Zhou Yuhui's home, Yuan Jie casually turned off the power, plunging the room into darkness, making Zhou Yuhui even more nervous. What exactly happened? Zhou Yuhui asked again, his fear evident in the light of his phone. Yuan Jie waved his hand and remained silent, taking out a device that looked like a lipstick from his pocket and placing it on the coffee table. A mist immediately spread around the table, forming a dome-like fog cover. Zhou Yuhui knew this fog cover could isolate external light and electronic detection, creating a private space for business activities. Both sound and image would be completely obscured. This technology was previously used for escorting important criminals to hide their true situation, and some famous film stars liked to use it as well. It was much more elegant than masks and hats. Of course, Yuan Jie's version was a police product with even more powerful functions, capable of blocking external investigations on criminal suspects, especially guarding against paparazzi photographing important suspects. Look at this. Yuan Jie took out several printed documents from his briefcase. Zhou Yuhui took them and was stunned. The first page of the document had a photo on it, and the subject of the photo was the homeless man he had seen that night. However, in this photo, the homeless man was dressed neatly and looked scholarly, though his face had not changed much. What stunned Zhou Yuhui was the description of the photo, which clearly stated, deceased. The date displayed was last year. He had seen a person who had died the previous year. Chapter 7. Why did he die? How is this possible? Zhou Yuhui stared at Yuan Jie in shock, putting aside whether Yuan Jie might be mistaken. Just this photo was enough to confirm that Yuan Jie had found the right person, as he had never mentioned the situation of the homeless man to Yuan Jie. However, he had clearly seen that person run away quickly. How could he possibly be dead? This is the information I found from the internal system. All the fingerprints and items match. This person is named Lin Xiao, a professor at the University of Science and Technology and an expert in programming. He once served as a technical consultant for the memory exchange, but what exactly he was involved in is classified, and we cannot know. However, the data shows that Lin Xiao died in a car accident last year. Seeing Zhou Yuhui's puzzled expression, Yuan Jie continued, I was just as surprised as you. So I looked up the information about Lin Xiao's death and found there was no autopsy report. It only stated that he died in a car accident. Are you saying that the person who died in the car accident may not be Lin Xiao? Zhou Yuhui suddenly thought of this question. Yuan Jie slightly nodded. There's that possibility, but we need to find the real Lin Xiao to confirm. However, Zhou Yuhui felt his head spinning after hearing those two words. Yuan Ye. If there is something to say, just say it. You're making me jumpy, just based on the information you've given me. It's not enough for the police to file a case. Plus, you said that thing is the exchange's core secret. If the police want to investigate, it will inevitably alert the exchange. Not to mention whether it will affect you. I suspect the exchange itself doesn't want this matter exposed. I understand. Zhou Yuhui only considered his own situation. Yuan Jia, being an observer, immediately pointed out that if this matter were exposed, it would also pose a significant crisis for the exchange. After all, the leakage of core code was extremely dangerous. If you want to clarify this matter, the exchange definitely needs to step in. However, Lin Xiao said that night not to kill him, which adds a different layer of complexity. And it seems Lin Xiao is not quite normal. Should you inform the exchange about this? Yuan Jia asked. Not for now. If the code was written by Lin Xiao, then there is no possibility of the exchange's secrets being leaked. I'm currently worried about Lin Xiao's safety. This is also unavoidable. Moreover, I must tell you that it seems someone has deliberately hidden Lin Xiao's file. If I hadn't coincidentally been involved in a major case and had some permissions, I wouldn't have been able to find this information. It seems Lin Xiao has a deep background as well. However, the current strength of the memory exchange is quite robust. Using various relationships to protect someone's identity must be an easy task. After Yuan Jia left, Zhou Yuhui fell into deep thought. He had heard of Lin Xiao before. He is an expert in programming, and he is actually a technical consultant for the memory exchange, which he truly didn't know. It's normal for the exchange to hide such news. After all, as a core secret of memory transfer, this confidentiality agreement is necessary. What he is thinking now is the meaning behind Lin Xiao's words at that time. According to Yuan Jia, Lin Xiao died in a car accident. If the person who died was not Lin Xiao, then this Lin Xiao has clearly suffered a significant blow and someone's trying to kill him. This corresponds perfectly to what he said at that time. But who exactly wants to kill him? Could it be the exchange? To prevent Lin Xiao from leaking the core code? That seems unlikely. Otherwise, once exposed, the exchange would collapse instantly. No one would cooperate with such a deranged organization. Could it be some other malicious organization? Memory transfer has now become a technology that countries are paying attention to. Although it is still in its early stages, it has already shown tremendous economic and social value, so it's normal for someone to covet it. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Yuhui couldn't come up with a clear answer, so he decided to stop thinking about it. After all, it doesn't involve the loss of core secrets. As for Lin Xiao's situation, in Yuan Jia's words, he is legally dead. Only by truly finding him can everything be clarified, and these matters are beyond Zhou Yuhui's ability to handle. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui habitually reached for his phone, only to find it missing. Where's my phone? Zhou Yuhui recalled that he hadn't taken his phone since he returned. Following this memory, he deduced that his phone should be in the office. He probably placed it on the desk when he was anxious to meet Yuan Jia and forgot about it. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the time. It was just after 9 in the evening, not too late. He immediately decided to go to the office to get his phone and also look for Lin Xiao's whereabouts. Although there was no issue of losing confidential information, he was still curious as to why Lin Xiao said someone wanted to kill him. Zhou Yuhui opened the cabinet and took out a can of pepper spray. He had heard that it was effective against stray dogs. After thinking for a moment, he also grabbed a powerful flashlight. Although the security in Longbin City at night is generally good, the dark and complex environment of the garbage disposal area still worried him a bit. Zhou Yuhui exited the apartment. The hallway was still empty. This is a high-end apartment of the exchange. Not just anyone can move in. There are only 2 people on his floor. The neighbor is the HR manager of the exchange, but the two have not had much interaction due to their work schedules. As for the other floors, most people also seem to have no habit of visiting each other. It appears that everyone enjoys keeping to themselves at home. This is also good, saving Zhou Yuhui, who suffered from social anxiety, a lot of trouble. Passing through the spacious ground floor lobby, the guard at the door greeted him warmly. Supervisor Zhou, going out? Yes. Zhou Yuhui smiled and nodded at him. I left my phone at the exchange. Get back early. I heard it might rain today. The guard kindly handed him an umbrella. Zhou Yuhui looked up at the starless sky, smiled, and took the umbrella. The apartment guard is probably the person Zhou Yuhui knows best outside of his few friends and colleagues at the exchange. After passing through a dimly lit garden path, the street leading to the exchange was brightly lit and bustling with traffic, especially in the exchange's parking lot. Cars come and go almost every day, whether it's late at night or during the day. After all, memory recorders need to arrive at the exchange promptly to complete their registration, which is the key to receiving their rewards. Many small vendors have also seized the opportunity with the bustling exchange, running up to sell various products. As long as these activities do not disrupt the normal operations of the exchange, the guards generally do not intervene. Zhou Yuhui often buys snacks from these vendors and has become familiar with many of them. They admire this young man who can freely enter and exit the memory exchange, as everyone knows that those who can enter here are top talents. Chapter 8. Equipment malfunction. Zhou Yuhui re-entered the exchange. The lobby on one side was still crowded, and he occasionally saw people joyfully entering the trading counter. Although memory transactions cannot be conducted at any time, completing the confirmation ahead of time allows them to maximize their rewards, which are earned with their lives, so they cannot afford to lose out due to time issues. The front desk had already changed to a night shift staff member, but it looked more like a robot. The exchange rarely has customers at night and does not need to handle complex events, so robots are more suited for night shifts. Sure enough, when Zhou Yuhui arrived at the front desk, the robot immediately turned around and confirmed his identity. Access granted. After a prompt sound, the elevator door slowly opened. This seemingly strange change is controlled by the exchange's cloud computing center. Whether it is various biometric systems or countless document transfer confirmations, the supercomputer system of the exchange handles the vast majority of the workload. Of course, the memory transfer center where Zhou Yuhui works is controlled by a separate system, also to guard against potential unexpected situations. This system is even restricted to a local network. Generally, there are no customers during the night shift. For the exchange, customers, the so-called gods, must adhere to this arrangement unless there are significant emergencies. After all, memory transfer is a meticulous task, even with extensive equipment support. It still requires careful operation by staff, and the system sometimes needs maintenance. Zhou Yuhui arrived at his office area, and the corridor was eerily quiet with hardly any sounds. Not even the air conditioning fan above making much noise. His phone was indeed lying on the desk. Zhou Yuhui picked it up and checked. There was only one call, which was from Yuan Jia, likely during his commute home. He browsed through his other social media apps, but found no important messages. Zhou Yuhui put his phone in his pocket and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed one of the computers in front of him flashing red lights a few times. This computer is used to monitor the data transfer situation in the memory transfer center and is generally kept on. Zhou Yuhui felt something was off, so he opened the computer and found nothing unusual. Just then, he suddenly saw one of the data points flicker. Has someone activated the memory transfer device? Zhou Yuhui immediately opened the work log. There were no memory transfer plans tonight, nor any maintenance plans. How could there be any data? He sensed something was off, as the recent data changes indicated that someone was operating the memory transfer system. This was not a good sign. Zhou Yuhui turned and left the office, quickly walking towards the memory transfer center, his urgent footsteps echoing in the corridor, just a short distance from his office. He heard footsteps approaching and looked up to see several large men in internal security uniforms. The exchange's security system is divided into two parts. One part consists of external guards responsible for maintaining order and ensuring the safety of exchange employees, and the guards in the apartment building belong to this category. The burly men he saw were internal security, specifically tasked with protecting key departments. They were all strong men, reportedly retired from the military, each capable in their own right. Seeing these men, Zhou Yuhui immediately frowned. The confidentiality level of his office area, while not as high as that of the memory transfer center, still wasn't accessible to just anyone, even internal security. Zhou Yuhui stopped and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Director Zhou, we've just received an emergency order stating that there is abnormal vibration in the underground center, and we need to check it out." Although Zhou Yuhui did not know these men, they immediately recognized his identity. The exchange has a rule that aside from staff members, no one is allowed to enter the center. You are internal security, so you should know this rule. Have your supervisor come with the duty president's order. Zhou Yuhui spoke without reservation. The internal security personnel exchanged glances. Zhou Yuhui was the technical supervisor of the memory transfer center, and while he did not have the authority to command them, If they entered without his permission and something went wrong, they could not bear the blame alone. Director Zhou, you are right. We only came down due to the emergency situation. Please forgive us. We will ask our supervisor. The leading security guard quickly replied with a smile. Internal security does have significant power and can detain anyone if necessary. But they're still just security personnel and must be cautious in front of a supervisor like Zhou Yuhui, especially since he could report directly to the president of the exchange. After consulting with their supervisor, the leading security guard returned to Zhou Yuhui. Director Zhou, we apologize. Our supervisor said that since this is an order from the exchange, we will not go in, but we need you to take a look. If there are no issues, we will report back. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the internal security personnel and nodded. All right, you can go back for now. If there are any anomalies in the center, I will report to the president's office. The internal security personnel quickly left along the emergency passage, visibly relieved. Zhou Yuhui watched them depart and immediately turned ahead towards the memory transfer center. When he opened the door to the memory transfer center, the lights instantly turned on, and everything seemed unchanged, with all equipment intact. Remembering the data changes, Zhou Yuhui quickly approached the control host and performed a self-check on the center's equipment, finding no issues. It seemed that the high-sensitivity alarm was triggered by incidental geological movements, which had happened before. Minor geological tremors would not affect the center's equipment, but could leave warning signals on monitoring devices. Just as Zhou Yuhui was about to shut down the system, he suddenly noticed that the host displayed that the memory transfer system had been activated just a few minutes ago. This was impossible. All systems were supposed to stop functioning before the end of the workday, as per the strict procedures of the memory transfer center. The activation of the memory transfer system meant that someone had indeed turned on the equipment not long ago, sending a chill down Zhou Yuhui's spine. Chapter 9. The system has been activated. Zhou Yuhui immediately began searching for the activation time of the system, but found no records. They had clearly been deleted intentionally. Deleting information from the system exceeded Zhou Yuhui's imagination. Although the memory transfer center system was not as vast as the exchange's supercomputer system, it had higher security. For such a system to have its records deleted was simply impossible. However, as the most critical system of the memory exchange, although the records have been deleted by special means, the fact that the system had been activated could not be changed. Realizing this, Zhou Yuhui quickly went to the back of the transfer controller and felt a slight warmth. This was a trace left by the system's activation. Zhou Yuhui glanced around. Clearly, someone had activated the system before he entered. The data changes he saw in his office were not incidental, but rather left behind when someone deleted the data. He was well aware of the precision involved in memory transfer. A careless mistake could cause irreparable damage to the transmitter. Among the many people in the exchange, only the dozen or so individuals in the transfer center were qualified to work inside. Now, the system had been activated by someone, and he, as the technical supervisor, was completely unaware. This was a very serious issue. The memory transfer center had no signals, so Zhou Yuhui hurried out, followed the procedures to shut down the entire system, and then rushed back to his office to call the president's office of the memory exchange. Hello, this is Zhou Yuhui from the memory transfer center. I just discovered that the system of the memory transfer center seems to have been activated manually, and the specific purpose is unclear. Moreover, all traces left by this activation have been destroyed. All right, Director Zhou, the president's office has received your feedback, and we will immediately begin an investigation. Thank you for your report. The staff at the president's office were very polite. Zhou Yuhui then wrote a detailed work report and sent it to the president's office email before tidying up and preparing to leave the office for home. As he stepped out of the office door, he felt that this matter was very strange and could not help but glance a few more times at the passage leading to the memory transfer center. Even though the passage was bright as day, to him, it seemed like a black hole hiding countless unknown secrets. Originally, everything seemed normal, but sensitive Zhou Yuhui immediately connected this incident with Lin Zhao's movements. If there was a connection between the two, then this matter was far from simple. I hope it's just my conjecture. Zhou Yuhui sighed and turned towards the ground elevator. He was unaware that a pair of eyes were closely monitoring him on the surveillance screen as he entered the elevator. Should we eliminate him? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. Not yet. Zhou Yuhui is a rare technical talent and also a prized disciple of Old Dong. Having someone like him in the exchange saves us a lot of trouble. The speaker was someone completely sunk into a boss's chair. Is he more valuable than Lin Xiao? As soon as this question was asked, it drew sharp, hawk-like gazes that seemed ready to pierce through his heart. Everyone fell silent, and the room instantly fell into silence. Only the sound of nervous breathing could be heard. After a long while, be more careful in the future, and never let anyone see any flaws. Let us go. Yes. President. Everyone quickly left the room, as if relieved to escape, fearing that staying any longer would plunge them into a dark abyss. Zhou Yuhui returned to the ground, and the front desk robot still mechanically preached to him. Thank you for your contribution to the memory exchange. Zhou Yuhui walked out of the exchange, his mind filled with thoughts. The sky was already drizzling with rain like floating fluff. He opened his umbrella and slowly walked back along his usual route. When he reached the place where he had previously discovered Lin Xiao, he was surprised to see that the mountain of garbage had been cleared away. If it weren't for some stains still remaining on the ground, he wouldn't have been able to compare this empty garbage processing area with its previous appearance at all. A few workers were busy cleaning up the last bits of garbage, and a garbage truck was parked inside, seemingly planning to clean the place inside and out. Zhou Yuhui stopped in his tracks. Still working this late? Hearing Zhou Yuhui speak, a few cleaners immediately smiled and said, yeah. The higher-ups gave orders saying that there will be inspections in the next few days, requiring all the garbage to be cleaned up. You guys have worked hard. Zhou Yuhui glanced inside, and the truck's lights illuminated the complex space within. Those broken wooden furniture and various rusty iron frames had been smashed and were ready to be taken away. Yeah, I just saw several stray dogs earlier, almost got bitten. The cleaners expressed their helplessness, but they had to earn their hard-earned money. Zhou Yuhui chuckled and said, don't mention stray dogs. Just a few days ago, I saw someone living inside. It nearly scared me. Really? We didn't see that, but there were a few tattered bedding sets inside, all chewed up by rats. Zhou Yuhui chatted with the cleaners for a bit longer and concluded that Lin Xiao should no longer be inside, which disappointed him. He had originally hoped to find Lin Xiao and learn something about him, but now it seemed that there were no clues left. Thinking of clues, he began to ponder the activation of the Memory Transfer Center and wondered what measures the exchange would take to respond. I should head back first, Zhou Yuhui thought. Not only did he have no clues now, but he also had many more questions, and for the time being, he could only let the exchange handle the matter. Just as he was thinking this, a person suddenly walked towards him and bumped into him, knocking him to the ground, causing his umbrella to fly out of his hand. Zhou Yuhui quickly got up, raised his umbrella, and shouted at the other person, how do you walk? Huh? The other person seemed to awaken from a dream and looked at Zhou Yuhui, their eyes filled with confusion and appearing very disoriented. Zhou Yuhui took one look and knew this was a typical case of memory transfer aftereffects. Many people, after undergoing memory transfer, lose part of their memories for a short time, making them appear as if they have blackout moments for being drunk. It seemed that the time span of the memory transfer was longer, and this person's situation was more severe. For such aftereffects, the exchange generally recommends resting in bed for a while or watching a lot of films and shows to fill in their memories. Once the missing memory blanks merge with earlier memories, they generally return to normal. This person was wandering alone late at night, which could easily lead to trouble, especially on a rainy day without an umbrella, clearly having snuck out. Hey, what's your name? I'll notify your family or friends to come pick you up. Zhou Yuhui stepped forward to help the person up. Me? The person mumbled, but Zhou Yuhui didn't hear clearly. Just as he wanted to ask again, the person suddenly stood up, chuckled a few times, then quickly ran off, disappearing into the misty rainy night at a speed that Zhou Yuhui could not hope to match. Chapter 10. Covert surveillance with the Memory Transfer Center having issues and encountering such a strange person on his way back. Zhou Yuhui returned to his apartment with a wry smile. Following the method Yuan Jie had given him, he carefully checked his room and found nothing unusual, which relieved him somewhat. He glanced at his wet clothes, now covered in mud, and had to settle for putting on a random set of pajamas, planning to hand over the dirty clothes to the downstairs steward at work tomorrow. Zhou Yuhui lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After a while, he got up and opened his computer to start writing his thesis, a topic he had drafted long ago titled The Social Effects of Memory Transfer. However, he had barely written 100 words when his thoughts were interrupted repeatedly, his mind filled with images of the homeless Lin Xiao, that drunken-looking guy, and the memory collector who was already in a vegetative state. These were all social effects brought about by memory transfer technology, and he needed to consider what impact these effects had on the development of society as a whole. At that moment, his phone displayed an urgent email waiting for reception. Zhou Yuhui opened it and was stunned. This email was a notification from the president's office of the memory exchange. This was not surprising, as the president's office often issued notifications at night. He wondered if this was done to minimize losses as much as possible, or if these people were just a bunch of night owls. However, the content of this notification was somewhat strange and even pointedly directed. Strictly prohibit anyone from entering the operation room of the memory transfer center during non-working hours. Violators will face severe penalties. Not to mention Zhou Yuhui, whose IQ exceeded 160. Even an ordinary person could see that this order was clearly aimed at the staff of the memory transfer center, specifically Zhou Yuhui himself. Recently, he was probably the only one who had entered the operation room during non-working hours. Clearly, his report had had an effect, but he hadn't expected that the target of this effect would be himself. Zhou Yuhui looked at this notification and felt it was necessary to find out exactly what had happened at the memory transfer center. He realized that something unspeakable must have occurred there tonight. Perhaps it was related to the exchange. Zhou Yuhui recalled those internal security guards who had appeared in the working area of the memory transfer center. It was extremely abnormal for them to be there. Could it be that they were deliberately trying to delay him, allowing the personnel in the workspace to evacuate? That was not an impossible scenario. Zhou Yuhui thought of another matter regarding memory transfer technology. Although this technology had matured through development due to patent restrictions, only the exchange possessed it, and many people coveted it. There were rumors that the exchange was under pressure to disclose this technology, but that would undoubtedly cut off the exchange's financial lifeline, and they surely had other ways to respond. But what exactly was happening that the exchange had to deliberately hide this from him, the technical supervisor? He had to find a way to clarify all this. So Zhou Yuhui immediately called Yuan Jia. The thing he wanted could only be obtained by this guy. What is going on in the middle of the night? From his voice, it seemed Yuan Jia hadn't gone to sleep either. Is it convenient to talk? I need you to find something, Zhou Yuhui asked. Not bad, go ahead. Yuan Jia seemed to be drinking something, not sure if it was alcohol or water. A holographic covert camera, the kind that can evade electromagnetic and metal detection, Zhou Yuhui stated. Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, it needs to be customized, and it's not cheap. What do you need it for? In your words, don't worry about that. I need it, and price is not a concern. I can afford it. As the technical supervisor of the memory transfer center, his salary was beyond what many could imagine. All right, when do you need it? Yuan Jia asked. The sooner, the better. Zhou Yuhui wanted to clarify the situation as quickly as possible. All right, 3 days later at the underpass near the exchange, I'll inform you of the price later. It's best to use chain currency, which can't be tracked. The next day, Zhou Yuhui went to work at the exchange as usual, secretly observing his subordinates. It seemed that none of them were behaving unusually, and all transfer operations were proceeding in an orderly manner. Everyone was cooperating smoothly, completing 10 high-difficulty memory transfer tasks in just one day. Zhou Yuhui, who had been studying memory transfer content, unusually delegated this task to others, while he developed a keen interest in the operation of the equipment. From time to time, he checked the operation of various devices and even discussed improvement plans with some maintenance personnel. For a highly intelligent technical expert, optimizing these devices was a piece of cake. A few simple suggestions could make the equipment run more smoothly and safely. At first, everyone felt a bit strange, but after several days of this routine, his colleagues became accustomed to it, thinking it was a new aspect of Zhou Yuhui's work. After all, as the technical supervisor, he managed all the equipment in his work area, so there was nothing unusual about it. 3 days later, Zhou Yuhui received the custom camera and successfully passed the security check at the exchange. He continued to study the usage of various devices in the work area, frequently scanning the dynamics of the memory transfer center staff, who were all busy with their tasks, hardly paying attention to his actions. Zhou Yuhui leisurely made his way to a location where he could oversee the entire work area, where several electromagnetic devices were used to control the magnetic field changes of the entire memory transfer center. He had already chosen this spot and was about to prepare to install the camera when he heard a staff member shout, "Supervisor Zhou, there seems to be a problem here." Zhou Yuhui hurried over and, upon closer inspection, found that the memory recorder had encountered an error. This situation had occurred before. It was mainly due to some deviations during the recorder's task execution, resulting in content that included some indescribable scenarios. Such content was deemed as erroneous memory, and transferring it required the client's consent, as memory transfer was akin to a personal experience. Activate the supercomputing system to restore part of the content. Zhou Yuhui picked up a fiber optic phone, contacted the VIP customer service department, and received a blue signal indicating that some content would be uploaded shortly, asking the client whether they agreed to accept it. If they did not agree, the transfer plan would be temporarily postponed, waiting for the next recorder to complete their task. After handling this urgent matter, Zhou Yuhui returned to the equipment and silently completed the camera installation, making it appear as if it were part of the device. The memory transfer work was temporarily halted, and everyone had a rare moment of relaxation, engaging in quiet conversations. Zhou Yuhui seemed oblivious to this, sitting with his eyes closed in a chair, waiting for a reply from the customer service department. According to regulations, if there was no reply within half an hour, they would terminate this memory transfer work and proceed with the next target's transfer. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui was filled with thoughts about what kind of gains this camera could bring him. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Yuhui suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the phone again, and quickly received a reply from the VIP that they were unwilling to accept it. Memory transfer halted. Send the recorder back. This recording is declared a failure, Zhou Yuhui stated expressionlessly. Although he knew this conclusion meant that all the hard work of the memory recorder had gone to waste, and that non-compliant recordings would lower his credibility, it didn't mean he would be unable to provide memories in the future. However, the price would be significantly discounted, which would be a major blow for a memory recorder. Chapter 11. Memory predators. Zhou Yuhui found it somewhat strange that there were actually 3 failed recordings during the day's memory transfer work. Although this had happened before, it was rare, and it left Zhou Yuhui with an ominous feeling. Regardless, failed recordings could not be altered, and Zhou Yuhui had to follow the procedure to negate these 3 failed recordings. Even though one of the recorders was already injured, this fact could not be changed, and he could imagine the disappointment on their face when they woke up. The VIP's refusal also indicated that there was no room for negotiation. Of course, if their memories had sufficient value or were appealing enough, they could sell them to the exchange, but the price would not be as high as a bounty, which was the ultimate fate of almost all failed records. Some VIPs, after realizing the intricacies, would go to great lengths to veto the transfer and then repurchase such low-priced memories from the exchange. This was also a form of business operation, but such practices were often looked down upon by many customers who considered themselves aristocrats, and the exchange did not strongly support this approach. After finishing the day's work, Zhou Yuhui hurried home after being a mere spectator of the vibrant memories. During the memory transfer process, the entire work area was in a shielding state, and due to strong magnetic interference, apart from fiber optic information, no electromagnetic or optoelectronic signals could be transmitted outside. Even though the camera he installed had strong penetration capabilities, it was insufficient to overcome the powerful shielding of the memory transfer center. When he customized it, Zhou Yuhui requested that it send shooting signals when the shielding capability weakened. After work, the entire memory transfer center work area immediately entered a monitoring state, and various signals returned to normal. However, due to being hundreds of meters deep underground, wireless signals were also difficult to reach the surface. Zhou Yuhui had anticipated this. He installed a mini repeater in his office, allowing signals to be transmitted directly through the elevator shaft without going through the exchange's forwarding system. Yet for several consecutive days, Zhou Yuhui received no signals, which puzzled him greatly. Was the signal blocked, or was there another problem? Just as Zhou Yuhui was about to ask Yuan Jia if there was a problem with the camera, the display terminal set up at home finally received some signals. After some analysis, a familiar scene quickly appeared before him. The scene was from a memory transfer center's work area, which was unmistakable. Zhou Yuhui had worked there for several years and could not be mistaken. However, what left him dumbfounded was that in the work area, there appeared a group of people dressed in white coveralls, which clearly were not the uniforms of the memory transfer center. These individuals even had their heads covered, making it seem as though the entire work area had suffered a viral contamination, appearing bizarre to the outside. However, their actions were even stranger. Each person's hands were behind their backs, entering in a slow and orderly manner. At this point, Zhou Yuhui noticed a clue. This group of people had restraint straps tied around their wrists, and beside them stood a group of burly men in black clothing wearing masks, each holding an electric baton. The looks in their eyes seemed to regard the white-clad individuals as prisoners. After being escorted into the work area, the white-clad individuals were taken one by one to the memory transfer equipment, clearly without undergoing strict checks, and were directly pressed onto the equipment and injected with tranquilizers. This series of operations left Zhou Yuhui watching from the monitor, gaping what was going on. As the machine was activated, the entire memory transfer center immediately initiated electromagnetic shielding. Even such high-performance cameras could not withstand the strong magnetic interference, and the data was instantly erased and destroyed, leaving only dazzling beams of colorful light. A result of the electromagnetic chaos, Zhou Yuhui was momentarily stunned. These people had directly activated the memory transfer function. If operated incorrectly, the transmitter on the device could instantly turn into a blank fool. Moreover, Zhou Yuhui noticed that within the entire work area, there was only the memory transmitter and no receiver for the memory transfer, which meant that the memories of these people in white had not been transferred out, but stored instead. Could it be that these people were? Zhou Yuhui suddenly recalled a long-standing legend that circulated within the exchange. This matter had been subtly passed around ever since the discovery of memory transfer technology. It was said that outside the exchange, there was a group of memory raiders who searched for suitable targets to forcibly seize their memories. However, he had never seen them and could not figure out what these people did with the stolen memories. Nevertheless, in the years at the exchange, he had never truly encountered these elusive figures, but seeing the black-clad individuals before him instantly reminded him of those terrifying legends. He, as an expert in memory transfer, naturally knew all too well what the consequences would be if someone had their memories taken. Zhou Yuhui looked at the dazzling halo produced by the strong magnetic interference before him, feeling a chill run down his back. He vaguely sensed that he was touching upon a dark world at a certain position and was unsure whether to continue tracking it. After a long time, the chaotic halo before him suddenly vanished, and the scene in the memory transfer center returned to normal. Those in white who had been brought in all lined up again, while a masked man on one side constantly scanned these individuals, urging them to leave. Zhou Yuhui noticed that these people in white had evidently all undergone memory transfer, as they exhibited significant symptoms of memory transfer side effects. They walked unsteadily, moved slowly, and most importantly, their gazes were very scattered, as if they were lost souls. Zhou Yuhui immediately thought of the person he encountered that rainy night. The other party had the same demeanor, although his actions had returned to normal. Could that guy from that night also be someone whose memories were transferred, just like these people in white? A huge doubt rippled in Zhou Yuhui's mind. The fact that an unknown person had activated the memory transfer center of the exchange was a significant event, especially since it involved so many people who might trigger memory transfer side effects. This was definitely abnormal. Remembering the notice just issued by the president of the exchange, he initially thought it was aimed at him, but now it seemed otherwise. Perhaps this notice was specifically designed to facilitate memory transfer for these masked individuals, who likely had intricate ties to the exchange. Otherwise, ordinary people would not use the complex equipment of the memory transfer center. Zhou Yuhui stared blankly at those in white being escorted away, feeling the need to clarify all of this. With that thought, Zhou Yuhui immediately rushed out of the apartment and headed straight for the exchange. Chapter 12. The whereabouts of the white-clad individuals. Zhou Yuhui speculated that these individuals whose memories had been transferred would not be hidden within the exchange. No one would be foolish enough to leave such an obvious problem in their hands. Regardless of their value, they had to be moved out in the shortest time possible, and the underground garage would be the best hiding place. The exchange had recently issued regulations prohibiting entry into the work area at night without permission, and Zhou Yuhui naturally did not want to cause trouble. He quickly made his way through the exchange's parking lot, heading directly for the underground garage. The memory exchange was established above a salt mine in the suburbs to accommodate those precise memory transfer devices, so the underground garage was quite large, mostly utilizing the original mine tunnels. Due to the complex layout of the underground garage, many felt it was less convenient than the outdoor parking lot. Over time, besides the internal personnel of the exchange, few people parked their vehicles there. Although Zhou Yuhui did not have a vehicle and was not very familiar with the layout of the underground garage, he stood in front of the fire safety layout map for a few seconds, and his mind immediately constructed a three-dimensional figure of the entire underground garage, then began searching for the whereabouts of the white-clad individuals who had their memories robbed. Based on their footsteps and actions, they would definitely need a convenient and unknown route. The entire memory exchange was not that large. Aside from necessary facilities, most areas were enclosed to reduce the risk of accidentally entering the mine. Soon, a freight elevator appeared in Zhou Yuhui's line of sight. This elevator was specifically used to transport backup supplies for the memory transfer center and was usually not in use. Although the elevator led to the memory transfer center, it was not in the core area and received little attention. The key was that its exit was located around the third underground floor. If those in white were loaded into a vehicle at such a deep position, surely no one would notice. Zhou Yuhui cleverly avoided one camera after another overhead, not wanting to stir up any trouble. It was best to avoid detection in such matters. When he hurried to the underground third-floor parking lot, he saw that the freight elevator had begun to slowly open in the corner. A few masked black-clad individuals stood nearby, but these people wore bulletproof vests over their black uniforms, and it seemed they were carrying tubular weapons. A shotgun? Zhou Yuhui's pupils instantly contracted. Who were these people to have such control weapons? Did they have some background? He saw these black-clad individuals vigilantly scanning their surroundings, clearly not daring to be careless. Zhou Yuhui carefully hid behind a pillar in the corner, holding his breath and observing the situation in the garage. Not far in front of the black-clad individuals, a bus was parked, its windows covered by curtains, preventing any view of the interior. There was also no one in the driver's seat, indicating it was likely unmanned. In front of the bus was a large off-road vehicle marked with special escort and armed transport signs, with another one vaguely visible behind it, indicating that these black-clad individuals were indeed well-equipped. With a crisp ding, the freight elevator doors slowly opened. The first to emerge were 3 or 4 masked black-clad individuals, followed by a line of stumbling individuals in white, being escorted out of the freight elevator and then pushed onto the bus one by one. Zhou Yuhui finally believed that what his camera had captured was real. Someone within the exchange was colluding with these masked black-clad individuals to carry out memory transfer, or rather, memory plunder on these white-clad individuals. Once everyone had exited, the freight elevator immediately closed, followed by a sealed iron door blocking the entrance, making it seem like an important area where outsiders were not allowed. After noting the bus's license plate number and main features, Zhou Yuhui turned and ran towards the ground. On the roadside near the exchange, Zhou Yuhui saw the bus slowly driving out of the underground garage, heading toward the city center. This puzzled Zhou Yuhui. How could they take so many individuals with severe memory transfer side effects into the city? Wasn't that asking for trouble? Despite his confusion, Zhou Yuhui decided to follow and see what was going on. He immediately called for an unmanned cruising taxi, starting to trail the bus from 200 meters behind, blending into the city traffic. Soon, the car had entered the bustling city center, and something unexpected happened to Zhou Yuhui. The bus would stop at intervals, and a person would get off each time. This person was not dressed in white or black clothing, but in very ordinary attire, indistinguishable from an average person, even carrying a backpack, looking just like a tourist. However, despite the change in their clothing, their walking posture clearly indicated to Zhou Yuhui that they were the white-clad individuals who had undergone memory transfer. It was just that the black-clad individuals responsible for watching over them were not following at that moment. After getting off the bus, these white-clad individuals seemed a bit disoriented. Yet they mechanically walked forward and quickly blended into the bustling crowd of the city, disappearing from sight. Watching these people quickly leave his field of vision, Zhou Yuhui fell into confusion. Is this the purpose of the memory predators? What do they want with these people's memories? The escort vehicles seemed to have noticed the taxi that had been following them. After a few accelerations, they quickly shook off Zhou Yuhui's pursuit. By the time he wanted to look for the white-clad individuals who had undergone memory transfer, they had also vanished without a trace. Worried about being discovered, Zhou Yuhui switched taxis several times before nervously returning to the apartment at the exchange. He immediately called Yuan Jie, but received Yuan Jie's voicemail, stating that he was attending an important training and would not be back for a short time. Important matters could be left as messages. Zhou Yuhui naturally did not dare to divulge such important news and could only tell Yuan Jie to call him when he had time, as he had something to discuss. After hanging up, the figures of those white-clad individuals who had undergone memory transfer kept flashing in Zhou Yuhui's mind. Although he did not know their purpose for stealing memories, he could not tolerate the fact that they were using the memory transfer center's equipment for such things. In his mind, memory transfer was a great discovery created for the benefit of society, and it should never be used as a vehicle for crime. But he was just an ordinary researcher, a technical supervisor at the exchange. Although he was not completely defenseless, looking at the size of those masked black-clad individuals made it clear that even together he and another person could not match one of them. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the camera he had installed. Such a secretive matter was clearly not meant for others to know, but if his camera were discovered, it would be a serious issue. Chapter 13. The camera disappeared. He had been worried all night and had not slept at all. Early in the morning, he had to drink a large cup of strong coffee to perk himself up before heading to work at the exchange. As soon as he walked through the exchange's main entrance, the front desk robot had been replaced by a real person, Yin Xiaodong. This lovely girl smiled sweetly at Zhou Yuhui. Good morning, Supervisor Zhou. You look a bit tired, but do take care of your health. Thank you. Zhou Yuhui nodded at her and quickly stepped into the elevator. The memory transfer center, located deep underground, was empty. It seemed that the other colleagues had not yet arrived for work. Zhou Yuhui, as usual, began to patrol the work area, carefully checking the main equipment of the center, and surprisingly found no abnormalities. Even the systems on off times were consistent with when they had closed yesterday. If he hadn't witnessed that scene yesterday, Zhou Yuhui would certainly not have believed that the system had been activated during the night. It seemed that there might be backdoors or vulnerabilities within the system. Zhou Yuhui thought to himself, but given that the system had been reviewed by many top programming experts, if there were indeed backdoors or vulnerabilities, they must be extremely well hidden. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the deceased Lin Xiao. Wasn't he an expert in programming? Perhaps Lin Xiao had a significant connection to this matter. He recalled Lin Xiao's words and wondered if he had truly been silenced. This was a serious crime, but unfortunately, he had no evidence. Zhou Yuhui's heart raced. He was nearing a terrifying incident. He could find no progress regarding the system issues. Although he was a technical expert, he had little say in programming matters. Not to mention that the exchange's system had undergone multiple layers of verification and would not be so easily discovered by him. Zhou Yuhui continued to patrol the work area, hoping to find other effective clues. At this time, colleagues began to arrive one after another, and the work area became busy as everyone prepared for the new day's memory transfer tasks. From his colleagues' preparations, it seemed they had not noticed any abnormalities, as if nothing had happened the night before. Just then, Fang Yuan hurried over with a cart full of documents and greeted Zhou Yuhui. Supervisor, there are quite a few projects today. Take a look. Zhou Yuhui had already seen the work project for the day. There were a total of 13 high-level transfer projects, of which 2 were classified as high-risk, meaning the recipients or recorders had significant defects that could endanger the transfer's effectiveness. I see. Let's proceed according to the rules. If we can't complete it, it's not our fault. Zhou Yuhui did not say much. As he spoke, he approached the camera he had installed, and just one glance sent a chill down his spine. The cleverly concealed camera he had installed in the corner was actually missing, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. The camera had vanished into thin air. Zhou Yuhui didn't know what to do. He understood the consequences if this device were discovered. He felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him on a scorching summer day, his entire body falling into an abyss. Cold sweat instantly soaking his work clothes. Fan Yuan seemed not to notice Zhou Yuhui's change. She continued to bring over some documents from his sign. Supervisor, these are the preparations before the transfer. Please sign. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui had no mood for such matters. He glanced around cautiously, seemingly afraid someone was watching him. I have a small matter to attend to in the office. You all prepare first, and I'll be back. After saying this, Zhou Yuhui hurriedly ran toward his office like a rabbit chased by a dog. He checked to see if anyone was around and quickly went to the bathroom, where he found the transmitter he had hidden in the ceiling. Upon seeing the transmitter, he felt a mix of emotions. The transmitter had not been taken, which meant that the person who took the camera had not discovered the transmission device, and he was temporarily safe. However, the signal on the transmitter had already been cleared, indicating that the camera was no longer within the transmission range or was being blocked by something. Whatever the situation, it meant that the camera had been discovered, which was a very serious matter. Although the camera had left no trace of him, that did not mean the person who discovered the camera could not figure out the problem. With anxiety, Zhou Yuhui began the day's memory transfer work. Knowing that his negligence could lead to unnecessary mistakes, he decided to delegate the main tasks to his subordinates. Such occurrences had happened before, and everyone considered it an opportunity for Zhou Yuhui to enhance their working abilities. Zhou Yuhui sat in a chair in the work area, his mind drifting far away, from the disappearance of the camera to the appearance of the masked black-clad individuals at night, and those white-clad individuals who had undergone memory transfer, along with the unknown fate of Lin Xiao. All these fragmented events seemed to be interconnected. However, he was somewhat confused about what hidden secrets lay behind all this. The day's work ended amidst Zhou Yuhui's unease, and there was no thunderous situation as he had imagined. It was as if this incident had never happened at all. Just like the memory erasure incident involving those people in white last night, as if a black hole had swallowed everything, leaving no trace whatsoever. As usual, after work, Zhou Yuhui prepared to leave the exchange and return to his apartment, but he appeared somewhat distracted. Fan Yuan glanced at him several times and jokingly asked if he had overdone it with his nighttime activities. After coming out of the elevator, Zhou Yuhui was deep in thought about the cameras. Just as he reached the front desk, he heard a voice calling out to him. Zhou Yuhui was startled, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. When he turned around, he saw it was Yin Xiaotong, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Supervisor Zhou, are you free tomorrow? Yin Xiaotong said shyly. My friend gave me 2 tickets to a play, but she has something else to do. I was wondering if you would like to go with me. Is that convenient for you? Being invited by a beautiful woman is something many people dream of. Several colleagues passing by couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, all eager to see how Zhou Yuhui, a young talent who usually stayed home, would respond. Zhou Yuhui was momentarily taken aback, quickly pondering whether there was any issue with Yin Xiaotong's invitation. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement, both to show respect for Yin Xiaotong and to try to relax his mind, as the events of the past few days had left him feeling suffocated. On his way back to the apartment, Zhou Yuhui noticed a screen by the roadside broadcasting local news. Initially indifferent, he was suddenly taken aback when he heard the content being aired, prompting him to stop and watch. Chapter 14. Under surveillance recently. Several incoherent individuals have been found in the city, unable to provide their identities or addresses. After thorough examinations at the hospital, no abnormal conditions were detected. Authorities believe these individuals may have undergone memory transfer. Medical experts pointed out that memory transfer can indeed cause abnormal behavior for a short time. However, when reporters contacted the publicity department of the memory exchange, they were informed that these individuals had not engaged in any memory trading recently, and they would cooperate with relevant departments for further investigation. Zhou Yuhui looked at the screen, showing those with abnormal behavior, although their faces were not discernible. Their height and physique clearly indicated that they were the individuals in white who had been forcibly subjected to memory transfer by masked men that night. There was no record of the memory transfer operation that night, so how could anyone know about it? Even if the original files of the exchange were investigated, there would be no evidence of these individuals engaging in memory trading. Zhou Yuhui felt confused once again. If the exchange was secretly conducting illegal memory trading, they could do so discreetly. Why release these individuals? Moreover, judging by their appearances, they clearly suffered severe memory loss symptoms. If this matter were reported, it would severely damage the reputation of memory transfer. This was akin to digging their own grave. How could the exchange possibly do such a thing? All of this mixed together, and even Zhou Yuhui, with an IQ of 160, found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the secrets hidden within. What he did not realize was that while he was watching the news, just under 200 meters away, a van parked by the roadside had several men in black staring at a monitor, with Zhou Yuhui's every move under their surveillance. Even his facial expressions were constantly being analyzed by the system to capture the trajectory of his psychological changes. Boss, he's on his way back to the apartment and saw the report about the memory loss group. What is his reaction? A hoarse voice asked from the other end of the phone. Data analysis suggests he should be very confused, said the man in black as he glanced at the data in front of him. Got it. Continue monitoring. We mustn't let him find out. Zhou Yuhui returned to the apartment building with a puzzled expression. The guard in the lobby had changed, replaced by a burly, imposing figure who exuded a strong sense of deterrence. With such a person serving as a guard, the residents of the apartment should feel very secure. Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but glance at him a few more times before stepping into the lobby, his eyes filled with confusion, as he felt a hint of familiarity with this guard, almost as if he were one of the masked men from that night. However, the masked men wore masks and black clothing, making it impossible to discern their features. Many people had similar physiques, and Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly, thinking that he was being overly paranoid. Supervisor Zhou, here are a few magazines for you. The guard hurriedly brought over several beautifully packaged paper magazines from the table. In this highly developed information technology society, the number of printed magazines had drastically decreased, and those who subscribed to them did so out of nostalgia. Even though their value was considerable, what they cherished was the sentiment. Thank you. Zhou Yuhui took the magazines and walked toward the elevator. At that moment, the cover of one magazine caught his attention. The person on it was his mentor, the inventor of memory transfer technology. Years had passed, and although memory transfer technology had begun to thrive, the commemoration or introduction of his mentor had decreased significantly, likely due to the numerous criticisms against this technology in society, especially after the establishment of the memory exchange, which had led to a plethora of problems and varying opinions about the pioneer of memory transfer technology. Zhou Yuhui was immediately captivated by the content of the magazine, completely unaware that the nearby camera had already locked onto him. In the parking lot outside the apartment, another van was parked, with images of Zhou Yuhui's movements displayed on the screen in front of it. Several screens beside it were rapidly analyzing his facial expressions. The man in black in front of the screen held a magazine identical to the one Zhou Yuhui was reading, conducting various data analyses on the content as the camera zoomed in. Clearly, the men in black wanted to understand the implications of all Zhou Yuhui's actions. This way, they could instantly analyze what he was about to do with any movement he made, which was a method of comprehensive surveillance. To their astonishment, Zhou Yuhui merely glanced through the magazine's content, naturally closed it, and displayed no expression, appearing as if he knew someone was watching him and was putting on an act to conceal it. The men in black exchanged glances, and one of them quietly asked, "Captain, do you think we've been discovered?" "Possible. This guy has an exceptionally high IQ and isn't good at socializing. Such a person possesses outstanding analytical and observational skills, which is why the higher-ups didn't allow us to install surveillance in his apartment." The captain, sitting in the corner, sighed. "Keep observing. I don't believe he won't slip up somewhere." The elevator doors opened, and Zhou Yuhui stepped out quickly, still glancing around before taking out his keys to open the apartment door. This guy is really cautious, using such an old mechanical lock. The monitoring black-clad man sighed. They had previously checked Zhou Yuhui's door lock, which was a very rare mechanical lock. Even skilled locksmiths would find it quite troublesome to open without causing damage. After closing the door, Zhou Yuhui placed a magazine on the table and casually opened a message box. Aside from a few advertisement messages, there was nothing of value. Yuan Jia still hadn't given him any news. Zhou Yuhui turned on the television. For him, TV programs were purely for leisure or a way to block out other external information, allowing his brain to take a temporary break from troubling thoughts. He lay on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling with various recent events replaying in his mind, from Lin Xiao facing death, to the activation of the Memory Transfer Center-S equipment, to those white-clad individuals being forcibly transferred to their memories by masked figures in black, and the mysterious disappearance of the cameras. Everything seemed to foreshadow an impending danger. Chapter 15. Things are complicated. Zhou Yuhui pondered for a moment, wondering if he could first test the waters to see whether this whole matter had any connection to the exchange, or if the exchange had already set its sights on him. If there was a problem, he could quickly take remedial measures, either fleeing or hiding like Lin Xiao, which would be much better than being in such confusion. I'll take a day off and try. Zhou Yuhui quickly thought of an idea. He still had a year of vacation left, which could serve as a valid reason. Although he was just an ordinary technical supervisor, his position was very important, and anything would fall directly under the jurisdiction of the president's office, including leave requests. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the time. It was already after work hours. But that didn't stop him from calling the president's office. It was obvious from the voice that the other party was a robot, and the speech had been carefully selected. Zhou Yuhui immediately said, "Hello, this is Zhou Yuhui from the Memory Transfer Center. Recently, I've been feeling a bit fatigued and would like to take my annual leave." The leave request has already been sent to the email. Just after he hung up the phone, he received a voice reply. He was taken aback. Could the president still be at the exchange? Upon opening the message, he found it was actually from Yuan Jia. "Zhou Yuhui, this is Yuan Jia. I am currently engaged in close learning outside and cannot return for a while. If you have urgent matters, please find my colleagues." Zhou Yuhui shook his head helplessly. No wonder this guy hadn't replied for so long. He knew the special nature of Yuan Jia's work, and saying he was in close learning likely meant he was involved in some major case, matters that were inconvenient to disclose. Standing on the balcony, Zhou Yuhui gazed at the distant, shimmering metropolis, pondering how many people were working tirelessly behind this prosperity to achieve a better life, and how many unknown secrets were unfolding in the darkness. He sighed and turned back to the magazine on the table, feeling proud to have such a mentor and happy to be engaged in this work. Yet, it seemed everything was a bit different from his initial expectations. Was the discovery made by his mentor a source of wealth or misfortune for people? He wasn't sure whether this was a social issue or a philosophical one. After all, since the establishment of the memory exchange, the wealth of the rich had returned to the hands of the poor, somewhat reducing the wealth gap and providing more people with a new path to prosperity. However, this path to wealth came at a high cost and even posed significant dangers. Zhou Yuhui was consumed by this question, which suddenly sparked some inspiration in him, prompting him to start writing his paper on the social issues arising from memory transfer. Just as he opened his computer and prepared to work, something strange happened. Irregular lines suddenly appeared on his computer screen, followed by a string of letters and numbers resembling code, which quickly vanished, and the computer soon resumed normal operation as if nothing had happened. This change certainly did not escape Zhou Yuhui's notice. He hurriedly grabbed a password book from the nearby bookshelf. Even though this password was created by him, he could not remember the secrets contained within those numbers. He then began to carefully search for the letters and numbers he had just memorized, and soon these codes formed a line of text. There weren't many words, but when connected, they hinted at a significant issue. "Warning, you are being monitored." Zhou Yuhui was taken aback, his mind racing with countless thoughts. He quickly calmed himself down and did not rush to shut down the computer. Instead, he acted as if nothing had happened, opening a blank document and writing down a few lines, then started searching for some literature on the subject, appearing very busy. As the technical supervisor of the memory exchange, Zhou Yuhui's name was well known among many, and his computer had often been attacked. In his words, his computer was like a bar on the street. Almost anyone could wander in. Therefore, Zhou Yuhui's computer system had undergone special treatment. In addition to the internal protection programs of the exchange, he had collaborated with Yuan Jie to write a defense program that would issue warnings when unknown information intruded. This was something only he and Yuan Jie knew. This warning was merely passive, embedded within the computer system. Even if someone rummaged through the entire system, they probably wouldn't be able to discern the true meaning of the warning. The fact that the exchange's protection program had not been activated indicated two things. Either the intruder was too powerful and evaded the protection program, or the protection program had allowed them in. This was not a good sign. After searching for a while, Zhou Yuhui pretended to write a few more lines, then saved the document and shut down the computer. Everything seemed so mundane, as if a researcher was studying a new topic. After finishing all this, Zhou Yuhui set his computer down and wandered around the room, following Yuan Jie's advice to search the apartment, but he found nothing. However, he did find a fob-blocking device that Yuan Jie had left at his place during his last visit. This Yuan Jie was so careless. Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly. At that moment, his mailbox chimed again, indicating a new notification. This time, it was a reply from the president's office, which did not approve his vacation request, but allowed him to take one day off tomorrow, stating that he could start his annual leave after the recent high-level transfer project was completed. Such replies were common. No one knew when these high-level projects would come to an end. Originally, this reply posed no issue, yet Zhou Yuhui felt there was something slightly off. However, he couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay. He just had a vague sense of a conspiracy, coupled with the fact that his computer had been hacked. It all seemed to suggest that things wouldn't be so simple. The only thing that made Zhou Yuhui feel fortunate or reassured was that neither the mysterious force nor the exchange had taken any action against him. And as long as he remained cautious, he wouldn't be caught off guard by others. Now with a day off, he could relax and even accept an invitation to enjoy a play with the front desk girl, which was also a nice way to unwind. Having a day off helped ease Zhou Yuhui's tense mood. After concluding that there was no problem with his apartment, he surprisingly drifted off to sleep quickly amidst his tension. In the dream, he seemed to enter a dark world filled with terrifying animals and bloody scenes, as if something was chasing him, causing him to run uncontrollably. When he woke up from the dream and looked up at the round moon hanging in the night sky, emitting a faint halo like a jade plate, a bird flew by, adding to the atmosphere. Chapter 16. The girl's invitation. Zhou Yuhui got out of bed and stood by the window, gazing outside. From his apartment, he could see the distant memory trading exchange building, its golden sign shining brightly in the night. The parking lot outside the building still had several cars coming and going, and a few late-night vendors were still trying to attract customers. Watching these vibrant scenes of life made Zhou Yuhui feel that this was what life should be. His daily work felt robotic. Although the salary from the exchange was high, he did not feel much joy. Am I depressed? Zhou Yuhui was startled by his own judgment. Then self-deprecatingly thought, I'm still very fascinated by this world. How could that be? He flipped through a magazine nearby and saw a photo of his mentor again. It seemed that besides working at the exchange, he needed to delve deeper into the collector community to gain greater rewards. Zhou Yuhui made a decision in just a few minutes, but he thought leaving the exchange wouldn't be easy. He held high-level secrets about the memory transfer technology from the exchange, and even if he wanted to leave, he would need to stay in a regular position for at least 3 to 5 years. It seemed he would have to negotiate with the exchange after work to get himself more vacation time. As he thought of this, Zhou Yuhui suddenly had a special feeling. Am I dreaming? Or am I awake? As a top psychology student, Zhou Yuhui possessed the ability to control dreams that ordinary people couldn't reach. But this time he felt a bit lost, unsure if he had truly been dreaming. Of course, he had a better way to verify. He lay back down on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep again. When the sunlight poured through the window, warming Zhou Yuhui's bed, he slowly woke up. It seemed he had forgotten everything from last night. He glanced at the sunlight outside, and then at the lush green forest in the distance. A comfortable day off began. Zhou Yuhui first tidied up his room slightly. After all, the apartment wasn't too dirty, and the robotic vacuum could handle many tasks for him. Then he looked at his wardrobe, preparing to choose an outfit suitable for watching a play. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Zhou Yuhui glanced at it. It was a local number, but he didn't recognize it. Curious, he answered, "Hello, who is this? Is this Supervisor Zhou? I'm Yan Xiaotong. Why didn't you come to work today? Is something wrong?" The receptionist's tone revealed her concern. Zhou Yuhui had never received such a nervous greeting from a girl. He was momentarily at a loss and quickly replied, "Sorry, I'm on vacation today." "Vacation?" Yin Xiaotong said, somewhat disappointed. "What about tonight's play?" Zhou Yuhui immediately guessed that Yin Xiaotong might be worried about him not attending that night. So he quickly said, "No problem for tonight. I'll pick you up when you finish work." "Great. Supervisor Zhou, I'll wait for you at the exchange." Yin Xiaotong sounded quite happy. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuhui stood there smiling for a while, then ordered breakfast from the apartment's dining area. Just as he sat down, he heard a news update that struck him as strange. Today, the Memory Trading Exchange, in conjunction with the city government, released an announcement. Due to the recent emergence of some incoherent citizens posing a significant threat to social stability, and after various negotiations by the city government, with strong support from the Memory Trading Exchange, a special task force will be established to utilize the exchange's powerful technological resources to assist these citizens in regaining their senses. This initiative has garnered great appreciation from various sectors for the Memory Trading Exchange's willingness to take on social responsibility, and it is hoped that other social enterprises will follow suit to provide more convenience for the public. Zhou Yuhui was momentarily stunned. The Memory Trading Exchange was actually going to help those whose memories had been forcibly transferred to regain their senses. What was their real motive? Why would they go through so much trouble for such an ungrateful task? A series of doubts lingered in Zhou Yuhui's mind. Masked figures had transferred the memories of the white-clad individuals, and now the Memory Trading Exchange claimed it could assist in treatment, while it could attract considerable attention and praise. The risks involved were much greater. A savvy trading entity would never engage in such a thankless endeavor. This matter was likely not as simple as it appeared. As an expert in memory transfer, Zhou Yuhui had significant authority on memory loss issues, although the cameras had not captured the actions of those masked figures. The electromagnetic defense system had already been activated, indicating the onset of the memory transfer process. Moreover, the white-clad individuals had begun the transfer work without any checks, which could cause severe damage to the brain and even lead to irreversible consequences. His mentor had discovered the intricacies of memory transfer, yet had not fully mastered brain research. A small mishap could damage other parts of the brain. This was why a large number of precision instruments were needed when establishing the Memory Trading Exchange. The human brain is the most intricate organ, and once damaged, the chances of recovery are minimal unless the original memory content is available to fill in the missing parts, thereby allowing for complete restoration. Thus, the promises made by the Memory Trading Exchange were theoretically achievable. However, the question returned to the original point. Why would the Memory Trading Exchange go to such lengths to create this situation? If they sought fame, the risks were too great. After all, if things went wrong, they could end up losing more than they gained. It would be better to donate more funds towards welfare initiatives to attract public attention. This matter was definitely not that simple. Zhou Yuhui was baffled, but there was still one thing he wanted to know. Where had the camera he set up gone? The transmitter was still in his hand, and there was no signal from the camera. The only people who could have taken the camera from the Memory Transfer Center were his colleagues, which he could easily verify by asking Yin Xiaodong. She kept records of everyone who entered the work area of the Memory Transfer Center, and the entry and exit system would also have logs. Even those he had seen in the underground parking garage that night, no matter how stealthy they were, would have left traces at the exit. The other possibility was more dangerous. The masked figures had discovered the existence of the camera. Fortunately, although Zhou Yuhui had never done such things before, Yuan Jie was experienced. That camera not only had strong anti-interference capabilities, but also deleted the footage immediately after transmitting the signal, leaving no clues for the other party. Even if the masked figures found the camera, they would not know what had been recorded. Zhou Yuhui decided to ask Yin Xiaotong, who had arrived at the exchange earlier than him the previous morning when he went to watch the play, as he had arrived at the exchange quite early and had hardly seen any colleagues. Chapter 17. Stepping out for fresh air at that moment. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the monitor by the door. It was a staff member from the apartment's dining area delivering breakfast. He cautiously confirmed the other person's identity. "Supervisor Zhou, your breakfast has arrived," the waiter said with a smile. He immediately opened the door, took a glance at the other person, and felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. Despite his exceptional memory, he couldn't quite recall. "Have I seen you somewhere?" Zhou Yuhui decided to probe. "You might have seen me in the restaurant," the waiter replied with a smile, seemingly airtight in his alibi. However, Zhou Yuhui had already deduced from this person's answer that he was definitely not a restaurant staff member because he had never eaten at the apartment's restaurant. Breakfast was usually from the snack bar in the parking lot or takeout, and lunch and dinner were at the exchange's restaurant. The key point was that the employees and executives of the exchange residing in this apartment only had room numbers for ordering food, without any other information. This person immediately called out his identity. He was not the lobby guard, so how could he know so much about him? Zhou Yuhui said nothing, just smiled and nodded. "Maybe." Then he took the breakfast into his room. The surveillance footage showed the waiter leaving normally in the elevator, with no other unusual behavior. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the breakfast, which seemed very normal. Could it be that I have a paranoid delusion, thinking that everyone has harmful intentions towards me? Regardless, this waiter was still somewhat suspicious. Zhou Yuhui gave a wry smile, lost his appetite for the breakfast in front of him, and casually tossed it into the trash bin. Sitting there in a daze for a while, Zhou Yuhui decided to go out for a walk, conveniently observing social dynamics, which could also add material to his thesis. More importantly, he wanted to see if he might encounter those people in white from that night and study up close whether their memories had really been erased. As for being monitored, he could only be cautious and see how it went. Zhou Yuhui set his emergency number to the alarm phone, so that in case of an incident, he would still have a chance to be saved. After leaving the apartment building, he noticed the guard at the entrance was focused on writing something. Zhou Yuhui greeted him, but to his surprise, the guard didn't respond. A far cry from the previous ones. Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly and stepped out of the apartment. The garbage disposal area along the road to the exchange had been cleaned up, looking spotless, with added greenery and several solar lights on the walls illuminating the situation inside. Originally a place for piled-up clutter, several large trash bins were neatly arranged, looking very clean and vastly different from its former state. A person resembling a homeless man was rummaging through the trash bins. Upon hearing footsteps, he glanced at Zhou Yuhui standing at the door of the disposal area, muttered a few curses, and hurriedly left, probably mistaking the well-dressed Zhou Yuhui for a sanitation inspector. Zhou Yuhui watched the figure of the homeless man leave. Thinking of Lin Xiao, whose fate was uncertain, he knew that after all this turmoil, there would certainly be no trace of Lin Xiao left inside. After leaving the garbage disposal area, Zhou Yuhui continued to stroll along the road, soon reaching the vicinity of the exchange's parking lot. A small market had formed here, with many people hoping to make some money from those wealthy memory collectors or gain some experience in memory collection. "Hey, brother, want some secrets?" Zhou Yuhui had barely walked a few steps when a sneaky-looking guy approached him, lowering his voice. "Secrets? What secrets?" Zhou Yuhui asked curiously. "Of course, the secrets to getting rich quickly." Seeing Zhou Yuhui was interested, the man immediately opened his coat, revealing a neatly arranged collection of photos in the inner lining, showcasing people of all ages and professions. "What is this?" Zhou Yuhui was even more puzzled. "What kind of secret is this?" "These are the people who got rich using my secrets, see? I'm honest." Zhou Yuhui gave a wry smile. "Am I that foolish?" However, he soon became intrigued by this person. Just a glance at the photos made him recognize that all these people were memory collectors, and it was clear what the so-called secret to wealth was. "Tell me more. What secrets do you have?" Zhou Yuhui smiled while standing by the roadside. The man, seeing Zhou Yuhui's interest, leaned in closer. "You see the memory exchange over there?" Zhou Yuhui nodded slightly. "I know. What's up?" "I have an inside track at the memory exchange and can get high-priced memory reward projects in advance. At least those over 100,000. As long as you can get the memory, we split it 80-20. How about that?" So he is a middleman. Zhou Yuhui had seen too many of these guys, exploiting information asymmetry to earn commissions from memory collectors. Some uninformed individuals were genuinely willing to cooperate with them, believing they really had insider connections at the exchange. Zhou Yuhui secretly laughed, sizing up the man, then asked, "How long have you been in this line of work?" The man was taken aback for a moment before replying. "A long time, why? Don't you believe in my abilities?" "That's not it. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you can give me satisfactory answers." Zhou Yuhui took out his phone, which displayed a 5-digit amount. "This is yours." "Oh, I didn't realize you were the big spender." The man's expression changed instantly, and he smiled broadly at Zhou Yuhui. "Have you seen this person around here?" Zhou Yuhui took out a photo of Lin Xiao. The middleman scrutinized the photo for a moment, then shook his head. "Never seen him. Is this guy a memory collector? If you don't know, then there's no need to ask." Zhou Yuhui sighed and casually transferred 1,000 yuan to him, making the middleman grin from ear to ear. Zhou Yuhui then asked, "Have you seen those confused individuals recently?" Upon hearing Zhou Yuhui inquire about the whereabouts of those people in white, the middleman hesitated, glanced at Zhou Yuhui's phone, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and then whispered, "I saw one of those kinds of people in that alley over there this morning. I thought about how the news has been saying to report such helpless individuals, but before I could pull out my phone, several vans arrived, and a few guys in white coats jumped out and forcibly took that person into the van." "Did you see clearly who they were?" Zhou Yuhui hurriedly asked. The middleman shook his head. "Even if I saw, I wouldn't know. The vehicles had no markings. But I accidentally overheard one of them say they were taking that guy to the experimental base." "Experimental base? Are you sure you heard that right?" Zhou Yuhui quickly asked. "Yes, it's the experimental base." The middleman nodded, confirming he hadn't misheard. "So you just watched someone get taken away and didn't report it?" Zhou Yuhui asked suspiciously. The dealer chuckled a few times. "And I have some small matters of my own. How dare I provoke the police?" Zhou Yuhui immediately saw in the other person's eyes that he was not telling the truth. His psychological display was too obvious. "Did they give you hush money?" Zhou Yuhui also chuckled a few times and then asked. The dealer was taken aback and, in shock, couldn't help but nod. Since they had given him hush money, Zhou Yuhui no longer inquired further. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't get anything out of it. However, one thing could be confirmed. Someone was handling this matter, which made it quite clear who these people were, as the memory exchange had just announced it would assist the government in helping them. But what about that experimental base? Zhou Yuhui looked up at the nearby building of the memory exchange. It was obviously not here. He knew the situation of the building well, and the experimental base was likely somewhere outside. After chatting with the dealer for a bit, Zhou Yuhui continued to wander aimlessly in the city. The number of those disoriented people in white clothes reported in the news was quite a lot, yet he had strolled for half a day without spotting a single one. It seemed the exchange was acting very quickly. While Zhou Yuhui was wandering around the city, he did not notice that a van was leisurely following him about 100 meters behind, recording everything he said in detail. After walking for a while, Zhou Yuhui felt a bit tired and sat down on a bench at the street corner, watching the bustling crowd before him. For someone like him, who prioritized academics all day long, this felt quite different. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, the trees behind him rustled, and a few birds flitted through the woods, chirping freely. The city's greenery was well done. Various birds flocked in, and he even saw a few wild rabbits darting across the lawn. Zhou Yuhui looked at the birds in the bushes, a faint smile appearing on his face. This kind of comfort could not be felt hundreds of meters underground. Even the very ordinary blue sky and white clouds were so refreshing. As the birds flew away joyfully, Zhou Yuhui's gaze followed them into the distance. Just then, he suddenly saw a figure appear in the crowd, not far away. The person smiled at Zhou Yuhui, and that smile was so strange that Zhou Yuhui's eyes froze there. The person who smiled was Lin Xiao, who had disappeared and fled that night. Zhou Yuhui was stunned for a moment. He carefully looked at the person, and it was indeed Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao was no longer wearing those tattered clothes of a homeless person. He had changed into sportswear, wore a hat, and carried a backpack, looking just like any other tourist. Lin Xiao clearly saw Zhou Yuhui, or rather, he was waiting for Zhou Yuhui to notice him. Zhou Yuhui immediately stood up and slowly walked towards Lin Xiao, wanted to figure out what was going on. But he was also afraid that his actions might scare Lin Xiao away again. Lin Xiao stood there watching him, But as Zhou Yuhui took a few steps closer, he suddenly saw Lin Xiao wave at him and then quickly disappeared into the surrounding crowd, even taking off his clothes and quickly changing to a different color, moving swiftly like a spy in a movie. Zhou Yuhui stared in shock at Lin Xiao's actions and then realized something. He turned around and saw a van parked not far away. It seemed there had been such a vehicle since he left his apartment. Recalling the warning he received on his computer, he immediately realized that this vehicle definitely had a bad background. Zhou Yuhui's footsteps did not stop. He did not continue to chase Lin Xiao, but instead entered a nearby flower shop. Looking at the array of fresh flowers inside the shop, Zhou Yuhui carefully selected a bouquet and then leisurely walked out, as if he hadn't noticed anything, heading towards the van. The black-clad individuals in the van watched Zhou Yuhui pass by without making a sound, fearing that they would alert this clever guy. Zhou Yuhui walked straight past the van, holding the flowers as he headed towards the memory exchange. Everything seemed so natural, as if he was just there to buy flowers. On the surface, Zhou Yuhui showed no signs of change, but inside, he was experiencing a storm of emotions. It was already certain that Lin Xiao was not dead, and he was not a homeless person. Judging by today's outfit, the homeless appearance was merely a disguise. The most critical point was that Lin Xiao seemed to have signs of contacting him, which indicated that the incident in the trash processing room that night was entirely planned by Lin Xiao. But why did he not explain this to Zhou Yuhui at that time, and instead run away? Zhou Yuhui's clever mind couldn't guess Lin Xiao's plan. But one thing was certain. This was more dangerous than seeing Lin Xiao himself, as he was now being monitored. Zhou Yuhui knew his social connections were extremely simple. Apart from a few friends, he hardly knew many people, and naturally, he would have too many external relations. Therefore, the biggest suspect monitoring him must be the exchange. As the technical supervisor of the memory exchange, if he had any issues caught by the exchange, they would definitely not be so polite as to just monitor him. They would have sent someone to talk to him long ago. He was still unclear about what content had raised the exchange's suspicions about him. Besides him and Yuan Jia, no one else knew about Lin Xiao. The only possible slip could be the missing camera, but the camera left no traces, not even fingerprints. And the exchange could use such a thing to punish him. Perhaps this was just an investigative act by the exchange. Zhou Yuhui decided that all his future actions would have to be cautious and careful, leaving no clues for the exchange. Chapter 19. The origin of the receptionist girl with a feeling of unease. Zhou Yuhui arrived at the exchange. The hall was still bustling with people. Zhou Yuhui went straight to the front desk, where Yin Xiaodong was busy attending to clients. When she saw Zhou Yuhui coming in with flowers, she was first taken aback, then quickly greeted him. "Director Zhou, what brings you here at this time?" Zhou Yuhui smiled at the several receptionists at the front desk, and then quietly said to Yin Xiaotong, "Since I'm off today and have nothing to do, I came early to pick you up." "Wow, Xiaodong, how did you manage to snag such a thoughtful director, Zhou? You have to share your experience with us." The other receptionist joked with Yin Xiaotong upon hearing Zhou Yuhui's words. Everyone knew that Zhou Yuhui was a talented young supervisor at the exchange. Not only smart, but with an unlimited future. Having such a boyfriend was something to boast about anywhere. Yin Xiaodong helplessly replied, "What are you all talking about? I just invited Director Zhou to watch a play. It's not what you think." Naturally, her colleagues didn't believe her, and Zhou Yuhui felt it wasn't his place to speak. After the girls finished their teasing, Zhou Yuhui asked for leave from the front desk supervisor and Yin Xiaodong, which was a courtesy he had to extend. Yin Xiaodong had originally planned to wait until the end of her shift, but with Zhou Yuhui's courtesy, she could leave early without any issue. The two walked out of the exchange together, and a roar caught Zhou Yuhui's attention. He turned to see a memory collector who had been deemed to have failed their memory collection, crying out in frustration as the reward he thought was in hand flew away. Several fully armed security guards immediately stepped forward to control him and took him to a room outside to calm down. "I heard that 3 people have already died in his memory this time, one of whom was his brother, and with that, everything turned into bubbles." Yin Xiaotong sighed beside him. Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly. He had seen too many people like that over the years. "By the way, let me ask you something. Did anyone arrive at the memory transfer center earlier than me before I went to work yesterday morning? Zhou Yuhui immediately recalled the camera issue. Yesterday morning? Yin Xiaotong thought for a moment and said, "No, you were the first. Everyone else arrived at the exchange after you." "What's up?" "It's nothing, I was just asking." Since it wasn't one of his colleagues who took the camera, it must have been those masked men in black, or internal security. However, internal security must have a supervisor's password to enter the work area, which would definitely leave traces in the access control system, but everything had been erased. Whether it's the black-clad men or internal security, recent surveillance has already indicated that the exchange has begun to suspect something. If that's the case, it seems the surveillance is not aimed at him personally, but rather an internal investigation of all personnel in the memory transfer center. Zhou Yuhui made up his mind. Anyway, there were no clues left in the camera. As long as he didn't admit it, the exchange would not be able to find the real target. To find the person who placed the camera, they could only start from the source of the camera, which was even more impossible. In the case of the camera used for blockchain transactions, no one knew who the real buyer was. With his mood slightly stabilized, Zhou Yuhui walked with Yin Xiaotong to the parking lot. The play was held at the Longbin Grand Theater, not too far from the exchange. Zhou Yuhui originally planned to call an autonomous taxi, but Yin Xiaotong suggested that walking there would be nice. "That's fine too." Zhou Yuhui accompanied Yin Xiaotong as they strolled along the sidewalk, surrounded by various flowers, with a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of blossoms, creating a somewhat sweet atmosphere. Although Yin Xiaotong had been at the exchange for a while, Zhou Yuhui didn't know much about her. However, anyone who could enter the exchange was outstanding in various fields. Even the front desk required a high level of education and proficiency in at least 2 foreign languages. Sure enough, when Yin Xiaotong mentioned that she was fluent in 3 languages and had a master's degree in psychology, Zhou Yuhui was not surprised at all. Of course, Yin Xiaotong's education level was still somewhat distant compared to his, as anyone working in the Memory Transfer Center had to have a doctoral degree or experience as a senior engineer. Zhou Yuhui was also curious, given Yin Xiaotong's abilities. She could reach a middle management level in any large company. Why would she choose to work at the Memory Exchange? Aside from a generous salary, there didn't seem to be much else to aspire to, since this was a job where one could see the end at a glance. Yin Xiaotong didn't hide her laid-back lifestyle, saying that the salary at the exchange was high, and having a stable and lucrative job was already pretty good for her. Why work so hard? This idea surprised Zhou Yuhui, but he also understood that many people were like Yin Xiaotong, just wanting a stable life. Indeed, the memory exchange could be considered one of the trendiest monopoly industries currently, making a lot of money and attracting countless men and women seeking high salaries. Yin Xiaotong must have gone through many challenges to secure this front desk position. The two walked leisurely like a couple in love and soon saw the theater's iconic large shell shape. The evening sun cast rays of light on the roof, creating a spectacular halo, praised as the new scenery of Longbin. Zhou Yuhui checked the time. There was still some time before the show started. He pointed to a CAF next to the theater and asked, "It's still early. Shall we go sit there? We can grab a bite." Yin Xiaotong smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuhui felt a sudden joy in his heart. It seemed a seed of love had begun to sprout within him. The issues that had troubled him these days had now made way for this wonderful world for two. Entering the CAF, the two found a window seat. Yin Xiaotong said to Zhou Yuhui, "I'm going to the restroom." Zhou Yuhui nodded and watched Yin Xiaotong leave his sight, then sat quietly waiting, casually observing outside through the large glass window, checking if there were any vans that seemed to be for surveillance. However, he didn't notice anything unusual. After Yin Xiaotong entered the restroom, she quickly checked the situation inside. There were no people at the moment. She promptly hung a cleaning in progress sign on the door and took out an invisible earpiece from her bag. "I have arrived at the CAF. Please advise if I should execute the first plan." If Zhou Yuhui were nearby, he would definitely be shocked by Yin Xiaotong's words. Chapter 20. The Departure of an Undercover Agent. Yin Xiaotong quietly waited for instructions through the earpiece. After a while, a man's voice came through. "The headquarters has received the signal. You can execute the first set of precautions. Immediately extract Zhou Yuhui's information regarding the Memory Transfer Center." Understood. However, Zhou Yuhui is very alert. He asked me about anyone arriving at the memory transfer center earlier than him yesterday morning. Is there something unusual? It's still unclear, but the memory exchange has already begun receiving patients. Immediately investigate the connection of this matter with the memory transfer center. Okay, I will clarify this as soon as possible. But you better notify the field personnel not to follow so closely. I've noticed you several times. Even if Zhou Yuhui isn't an expert in reconnaissance, he will discover it over time. What? We only have support within the Grand Theater. There are no personnel arranged elsewhere. The other party was clearly surprised. Are you sure someone is following? Upon hearing the reply from the earpiece, Yin Xiaodong instantly felt something was wrong. After leaving the memory exchange, she had noticed that a vehicle had been following her and Zhou Yuhui. Even now, the car was parked not far from the CAF, only a few hundred meters away. At that distance, one could clearly hear conversations inside the CAF using just a laser scan, without needing a listening device. Headquarters, I feel I have been exposed. Should I evacuate? Yin Xiaodong immediately reported the following vehicle. Don't panic. I will send reinforcements right away. You must stay calm. Do not reveal your identity unless absolutely necessary. The man knew that it was not easy for Yin Xiaodong to infiltrate the memory exchange, and once exposed, everything would be in vain. Yin Xiaodong glanced at her bag. Aside from a can of pepper spray, she had no weapons. If that vehicle was indeed there to follow her, the consequences could be severe. I should have requested a firearm. Yin Xiaodong regretted not heeding her superior's advice, thinking that as just a front desk worker, she would not face much danger. Stay composed. Reinforcements will arrive within 5 minutes. The man reassured Yin Xiaodong. Okay, I understand. Yin Xiaodong steadied her chaotic emotions. She stood behind a pillar, observing the situation in the CAF. Zhou Yuhui was still sitting there, waiting idly, his eyes constantly scanning outside as if searching for something. Could Zhou Yuhui be sent by the exchange? Yin Xiaodong suddenly realized this critical issue, but she had suggested coming to the theater to watch the play herself. How could Zhou Yuhui have foreseen it? Yin Xiaodong relaxed her mind slightly. Just then, a voice whispered in Yin Xiaodong's ear, "Evacuate immediately. That vehicle has a high-frequency monitoring system. What about Zhou Yuhui? Should I make an effort to see if I can extract more information?" Yin Xiaodong thought that Zhou Yuhui might be fine and wanted to salvage the situation. No, Zhou Yuhui is very likely a trap. You should evacuate immediately. Safety comes first. Giving up the target is the hardest decision for an undercover agent to make. Once it reaches this point, it is obvious that they are in a very dangerous position. Yin Xiaodong glanced at Zhou Yuhui, who seemed somewhat distracted, and quickly left through the back door of the CAF. A van immediately stopped there, taking Yin Xiaodong and disappearing rapidly down the road. Zhou Yuhui was still completely oblivious, leisurely waiting in the CAF. However, after finishing his cup of coffee, he noticed that Yin Xiaodong still hadn't returned. After waiting for a while, he became a little anxious. Hasn't she been gone too long for a trip to the restroom? He immediately got up and headed straight for the restroom, only to find a cleaning sign at the door. After waiting a bit longer with no sign of Yin Xiaodong, he hurriedly approached a CAF staff member. "Hello. My friend just went to the restroom and hasn't come back yet. Could you please check?" Zhou Yuhui pointed at the restroom door. The staff member, hearing this, felt puzzled about when the cleaning sign had been put up and quickly went to check. To her surprise, she came out shortly and shook her head, saying to Zhou Yuhui, "There's no one in the restroom." "What? No one?" Zhou Yuhui's face instantly changed. "Yes, sir, there's no one in there." The staff member replied seriously. Zhou Yuhui was puzzled. Where could Yin Xiaodong have gone? Suddenly, he thought of the van that had followed him before. Could they have taken Yin Xiaodong? Zhou Yuhui took out his phone and dialed Yin Xiaodong's number. Fortunately, the call connected, which relieved him a bit. After about 10 seconds, the call was answered, and Yin Xiaodong's voice came through. "Manager Zhou, I'm sorry, I just received a call from the hospital. My aunt fell down the stairs, and I'm on my way to the hospital. I'm really sorry for not letting you know." Hearing Yin Xiaodong's voice, Zhou Yuhui felt relieved and quickly asked, "Is it serious? Do you need me to do anything?" "It shouldn't be too serious. I'll just check it out. If I need your help, I'll call you." "I'm really sorry I can't accompany you to the play," Yin Xiaodong said somewhat regretfully. "It's fine. The hospital matters are more important." We can watch the play anytime. Which hospital are you going to? I can come and see if I can help. No need. Let me see the situation when I get there. Thank you, Manager Zhou. After saying that, Yin Xiaodong hung up. After putting down the phone, Zhou Yuhui thought about it and felt something was off. Yin Xiaodong's departure was too suspicious. Even if it was an emergency, there should have been time for a quick word, right? He immediately stood up and quickly left the CF, scanning the surroundings by the roadside, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything unusual. Since Yin Xiaodong had left for something, he didn't need to go to the Grand Theater anymore. He might as well go back. Zhou Yuhui immediately hailed a taxi. To the exchange apartment. He said softly after getting in. You work for the memory exchange? The taxi driver asked in surprise. I haven't picked up someone from the exchange in a long time. I usually just take people to sell memories. Zhou Yuhui smiled slightly. I work at the memory exchange, just a small employee. That is quite impressive. I've heard your salaries are quite high. The taxi driver said with a hint of gossip. It's okay. A bit higher than usual industries, but the demands are also high. Zhou Yuhui replied casually. The driver grinned and said, of course, what you learn is what you earn. The memory exchange is a place many dream of. My kid keeps saying he wants to go to the memory exchange. I really don't know what these kids are thinking. Selling memories? Do you think selling memories is harmful to kids? Zhou Yuhui hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a moment, he said, it's best not to let kids sell memories. Learning knowledge is the best way out. That way, they can control their own destiny instead of letting fate control them. You speak very well. I shall let my kid hear this. This is what a truly knowledgeable person would say. Those people in advertisements are just talking nonsense. Hearing the driver's remarks, Zhou Yuhui didn't know what else to say. Chapter 21. Searching for clues in the archives. The driver, seeing Zhou Yuhui didn't respond to his comment, probably felt he had said something wrong and quickly added, I was just speaking casually. Don't take it to heart. Recently, the memory exchange has been helping those who are mentally confused. I wholeheartedly support that. Those mentally confused people can be really annoying. They might pop up from anywhere. I've encountered several of them lately and almost bumped into one. Upon hearing about those mentally confused individuals in white, Zhou Yuhui suddenly had an idea. These taxi drivers roam the city and have seen countless people. Perhaps they could help him find Lin Xiao. Sir, have you seen this person? Zhou Yuhui immediately took out a photo of Lin Xiao. This person looks quite spirited. I haven't seen him. The driver shook his head. What does he do? He is a friend of mine. He has been missing for a while, and I haven't found him. Zhou Yuhui said half-truthfully. The driver immediately showed an understanding expression. Is he the guy who owes you money? Sort of. If you see him on the road, you can give me a call. I promise there will be a reward. Zhou Yuhui quickly promised, then added, but don't let this matter get out. No problem. If I see him, I'll definitely call you. At this moment, the taxi passed by the memory exchange building. Zhou Yuhui casually glanced at the building and suddenly remembered something. The informant had mentioned that those individuals in white were sent to the experimental base. Perhaps he could find some clues from the internal system of the exchange. Driver, just take me to the exchange. Zhou Yuhui decided to check the exchange. The taxi soon stopped outside the exchange. The moment Zhou Yuhui got out of the car, he noticed another van parked not far away by the roadside, but it seemed to be a different one. Zhou Yuhui didn't want these matters to interfere with his thoughts. Even if these vehicles were there to monitor him, so what? They had no evidence. And all of this was merely his speculation. These vans could very well be there to transport goods. There are just too many of such vans in the city. As Zhou Yuhui stepped into the exchange, the front desk staff, colleagues of Yin Xiaodong, looked a bit surprised. Manager Zhou, why are you back? I have an urgent matter to attend to. When Yin Xiaodong returns, please have her get back to me. Zhou Yuhui said as he hurried toward the office of the Underground Memory Transfer Center. As Zhou Yuhui stepped into the elevator, a group of girls began to discuss among themselves, wondering what had happened. The work area of the Memory Transfer Center had warning lights flashing, indicating that memory transfer work was in progress. Besides the center staff, no one else was allowed to enter. Zhou Yuhui walked down the corridor into the office area. Before he even entered the office, he saw Fang Yuan pushing a cart full of various documents coming out of the archive. Supervisor, aren't you supposed to be resting today? Why are you back? Fang Yuan said, her big eyes turning. Are you here to pick up the beautiful yin after work to see the play? You know about that? Zhou Yuhui smiled and replied. Yin Xiaodong just had something to attend to, and I happened to come back to find some materials. How's the situation today? It's okay, nothing major. Just some ordinary high-level transfers, not too difficult. Fang Yuan was talking while pushing a small cart in front of her, saying, "See, this is the main event. It is said that 2 rewards worth tens of millions have already been completed and are currently under review. They are expected to be transferred in a day or 2. Oh dear, this is going to keep us busy. I don't know when we'll be done." Zhou Yuhui casually replied, "Yeah, then I'll get busy." Fang Yuan quickly left, pushing the small cart. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the thick documents on the cart. Although everything is now in electronic file systems, such paper documents are still indispensable. After all, these documents cannot be maliciously deleted or taken away out of thin air. They are the most appropriate way to preserve important information. Why didn't I think of this? Zhou Yuhui immediately thought of the archive in the exchange, which might have information about the experimental base. The archive is located underground, and as long as confidential materials are stored in this primitive way, there's no need to worry about network information being stolen, because almost no one can find information about these documents unless those people, like him, go down hundreds of meters underground to rummage through piles of paper. However, he decided to check the internal system first. He had previously visited the archive of the memory exchange, where various documents were piled up like mountains. The older the documents, the harder they were to find. Some precious materials were even stored in a temperature-controlled nitrogen environment, while most unimportant documents were stacked layer by layer in boxes, requiring substantial effort to search through. Zhou Yuhui returned to his office and opened the internal system of the exchange. As the technical director of the Memory Transfer Center, his position was very important, but his permissions in the internal system were limited. He could only check his department's information, and many documents were inaccessible without higher permissions, even requiring approval from the president's office to view. Fortunately, he also had another identity, the project leader of the Memory Transfer Social Impact Survey supported by the exchange, which was also one of his research topics. This project had temporary permissions, allowing him to access information from other departments of the exchange. However, Zhou Yuhui did not find much in the internal system and accidentally triggered a warning, nearly scaring him to death. Fortunately, this warning was merely a reminder, which slightly calmed his racing heart. After looking for a while, Zhou Yuhui felt that finding information about the experimental base through the network system was practically impossible and decided to go to the archive to check the situation. Zhou Yuhui immediately left his office and headed straight for the archive. The archive was initially established for convenience, located in a mine not far from the Memory Transfer Center. Apart from necessary fire and water prevention arrangements, there was nothing particularly required. Accurately speaking, it could be considered part of the same system or a branch of the Memory Transfer Center. When Zhou Yuhui arrived at the archive, he noticed the mechanical clock on the wall. It was almost time to get off work. "Director Zhou, is there any document you need to check?" A staff member at the archive hurriedly greeted him upon seeing Zhou Yuhui. "Yes, I need to check some documents. Sorry for delaying your off time." "No problem." The staff member followed the process, verified Zhou Yuhui's information, then allowed him to enter the archive to find what he needed. As long as he registered on his way out, Zhou Yuhui immediately began searching. According to the exchange's regulations, daily system documents needed to be organized and sent to the archive for storage, so the situation of the experimental base should be reflected in one of those items. However, the unclear startup documents from the Memory Transfer Center had been deleted, so there definitely wouldn't be any documents generated, which meant no significant progress could be made from that aspect. There was only one way left, to check the expenditure reports of the Memory Exchange. Chapter 22. Dark Web System. The expenditure reports were not particularly sensitive and could be considered public information, so there was not much confidentiality. Zhou Yuhui quickly found the most recent expenditure report and discovered an unusual expense that looked like an investment, large enough to support an experimental base. But the location was not in Longbin City, and the specific site was unclear. It seems this experimental base does exist. "Director Zhou, we're about to get off work. Did you find the documents you needed?" The staff member at the archive immediately asked. Zhou Yuhui quickly scanned the documents in front of him, casually took a few, and pretended to be embarrassed as he came out. "You have too many complicated documents here. I can hardly find anything. It seems I need to report to higher-ups to provide you with some advanced equipment." "That would be great. We've been worrying all day with so many documents. Even just transporting them is a huge effort. If it's not too much to ask, having a few guard with a good build would help too." Zhou Yuhui piled the documents he took on the table, saying, "I'll take these back and have a look." "No problem." The staff member glanced at the documents, scanned the numbers on the labels, and then got a bag for Zhou Yuhui to take them back. The exchange had just issued a new regulation that after work, all personnel must leave the work area. Zhou Yuhui took the bag of documents and directly took the elevator out. As he was leaving, he specifically looked at the memory transfer center, where even the shielding doors were closed. These guys were really diligent about getting off work. "Director Zhou, heading back to the apartment? Need a ride?" As soon as Zhou Yuhui stepped out of the exchange door, he heard someone call from behind. It was a staff member from the archive, whom Zhou Yuhui was not very familiar with, just someone he greeted occasionally. "Haha, no need. Walking back is also nice." Zhou Yuhui smiled and replied, "It's fine. I'm going the same way anyway, just passing by your apartment." Since the person was so enthusiastic, Zhou Yuhui naturally wouldn't decline and nodded to get in the car. The vehicle was clearly a newly purchased electric SUV. Zhou Yuhui had seen advertisements for it before, claiming it had excellent performance and a high level of autonomous driving. "Nice car," Zhou Yuhui immediately praised. "It's okay. My income can only afford this." "Director Zhou, you're so young and accomplished. Why don't you buy a car? With autonomous driving now, it's not much effort. I like to walk and stroll. Besides, the apartment is not far from the exchange. Walking is also good." "That is true. If I hadn't bought a house in the city, I wouldn't buy this thing either. Parking spots cost almost half the price of a house." The colleague slightly shook his head. "In the city, land is really precious. By the way, what documents were you looking for today? Why did you wait until close to quitting time to go?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to find some materials on social issues after memory transfer." What could you find in the archive?" "I know a place that has such materials." Zhou Yuhui immediately became interested. "Where is it? Is it far?" "It's online. Wait, I'll write an address for you. It's not easy to find this place, but there is some good information." Zhou Yuhui frowned as he took the series of addresses the other party wrote down. This was not a real address, but an onion routing code, indicating that this address belonged to dark web content. It seemed that this person, who dealt with documents all day, was not an ordinary individual. Zhou Yuhui returned to his apartment with the onion routing code. He hesitated for a moment. Entering the dark web was not easy, and getting out was even harder. After thinking it over, he decided to set the code aside and study the few documents he had brought back. After carefully observing for a while, Zhou Yuhui discovered that the Memory Trading Institute had incurred a large amount of unexplained expenses in the past 2 years, with the project content being an experimental base. However, based on the materials purchased, it seemed to have little connection with the memory transfer project and was more related to biological research. But that was all right after all. His mentor was a biologist, and the memory transfer project was indeed intricately linked to biological genetics. It seemed that the Institute was genuinely conducting biomedical research, which might be a great opportunity for those white-coated individuals suffering from severe memory transfer sequelae. This made it appear that the Institute's series of actions had justifiable reasons. The black-coated individuals were responsible for transferring the memories of the white-coated individuals, causing chaos in society, and ultimately, the Institute stepped in to borrow them for experiments, which could earn public and societal praise. It seemed there wasn't much problem with this, but did the Institute really create so many patients with memory sequelae specifically for research? That was a bit hard to accept. After all, once these people recovered, it could expose the Institute's actions, which was a great risk. Zhou Yuhui sighed, realizing that in order to obtain the latest research results, these guys disregarded morality and law. But what about Lin Xiao? Zhou Yuhui thought of Lin Xiao again. That guy must know something. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui remembered the dark web, and perhaps he could find Lin Xiao's whereabouts there. Zhou Yuhui immediately opened his computer and entered a string of codes. The moment the code was completed, the computer screen in front of him went black. If it weren't for the power indicator showing it was still operational, he would have thought the computer had stopped working. After waiting for a full minute, a scene resembling a cabin in the woods appeared on the screen. As the view gradually advanced, the cabin door opened, revealing various items inside. Looking just like a computer game, Zhou Yuhui knew this was a special obfuscation code. Every item in the cabin represented a piece of dark web information, and only those who truly understood would know which network to enter. If one went wrong, their computer would instantly become a bot in the network, at the mercy of others. Although Zhou Yuhui had never entered the dark web before, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. He recalled the string of codes and quickly found the password. He gently opened the bookshelf and selected a few books. Once these books were neatly placed on the table, the computer screen changed again, and the bookshelf slowly turned, revealing a large door behind it. Chapter 23. Memory Shop. As the bookshelf door opened, a dark corridor was visible, leading to a square-like area where many shops were neatly arranged, each with corresponding descriptions in front of them. Zhou Yuhui's gaze began to search as he moved the mouse. Just as that guy had said, there was indeed a variety of information here, from detailed reports on shoddy projects to videos of corrupt officials accepting bribes, or the private life files of minor celebrities. Everything one could imagine was available. Of course, the hottest topic was the money game, where many people were placing bets, and the amounts on the screen kept climbing, allowing for a high-level memory transfer in no time. After searching for a while, Zhou Yuhui only found information on memory recorders, all of which were failed memory recordings, and the horrific scenes were vividly presented before his eyes, looking unbearable. Even Zhou Yuhui, who had seen too many adventurous memories, had to quickly look away. However, such videos seemed to be more popular, and many were sold in no time. Additionally, there were various transactions of prohibited items. According to the shop owner, there was nothing he couldn't get, whether dead or alive, toxic or dangerous. All were fair game. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui suddenly discovered a shop dedicated to trading memories. Wasn't there a memory trading institute? What memory needed to be traded here? Could it be the legendary memory raiders? Thinking of this, Zhou Yuhui instantly became energized. He had unexpectedly found what he had been searching for after all this time. When Zhou Yuhui arrived in front of the shop, however, he found that no products were displayed, and no one responded inside, making it look like a zombie shop. Zhou Yuhui was puzzled. Did he perhaps go to the wrong place? Since no one was attending to him, Zhou Yuhui exited the shop and continued to wander around this dark web hub to see if there were other places that met his requirements. However, after searching around, he was amazed by the things inside, but found no more shops related to memory. At most, there were some illegal paid videos, which held little value for him. Zhou Yuhui felt somewhat disappointed. After all that effort, he thought he would find a gold mine, but all he had dug up was a pile of mud, with nothing he wanted. Just as he was about to close the computer and leave the dark web, he inexplicably decided to check the memory shop once more. When he arrived there, he found that the shop was already closed. Closed? This was interesting. Although Zhou Yuhui wasn't an expert in programming, he had a specialist on hand. Yuan Jia had previously given him a small piece of code specifically for tracking addresses. No matter how far you ran or how many bot computers you passed through, you could always find a true hiding place. Closing the door wasn't a problem. He could just knock again. Zhou Yuhui left a message for the shop again and then activated the tracking program, quietly waiting for the other party to bite the hook. Time passed slowly, and there was no movement in the shop. Zhou Yuhui began to doubt whether the shop was really closed. He looked up at the outside. It was already 10 o'clock at night, the time when night owls were most energetic. Could it be that this shop was in another time zone? This was often the case. The dark web connected the world, and people from all places could exist. As he saw that there was basically no movement, Zhou Yuhui couldn't hold out any longer and decided to go to sleep. He still had to go to work at the Trading Institute tomorrow. Although he might currently be monitored by the Institute, he had to continue doing his work until they stopped monitoring him. After all, he couldn't have a vendetta against money. Zhou Yuhui set up a warning device on his computer that would immediately sound an alarm as soon as the program activated. After finishing all this, he realized it was almost midnight. Zhou Yuhui lay in bed, reflecting on what had happened that day. If there was still no result, he would go directly to the Institute and confront them about the monitoring issue, seeing how they would handle it. At 3 in the morning, Zhou Yuhui was awakened by a series of alarm sounds. He looked up and saw that the tracking program had started running. The dark web shop had opened, but there were still no displays inside, as if someone was just idly opening a shop for fun. However, that was absolutely impossible, as each shop here couldn't just be casually opened. A certain amount of chain currency needed to be given to the creator of the dark web, which was not a small sum. No one has so many coins to play around with for no reason. This isn't about rewarding popular streamers or anything like that, where you can at least leave a name for the top donor. Here, it is like a deep black hole. Once you throw something in, it disappears without a trace, and you can't even hear a sound. Let's just wait and see the outcome. This tracking program is indeed remarkable. The moment the other party opened a shop, it began tracking their address. Of course, this method is not allowed on the dark web, and Zhou Yuhui's secret account was kicked out of the dark web system just a few seconds after entering. The code was immediately rendered useless, even if opened. It only displayed a desolate animation scene, endlessly wandering in the forest, unable to find the real entrance to the dark web again. For Zhou Yuhui, there was nothing to lament. His tracking program was working hard to reverse track countless addresses worldwide. So far, the other party had at least transferred through over 70 addresses, and it seemed like there was still no end in sight. You are quite hidden. Zhou Yuhui covered his head with a blanket. Time to sleep. He estimated that when he woke up, there would be results. There was a hint of a clue in the matter, and Zhou Yuhui felt great. He soon fell back into a deep sleep. When the sunlight shone on the bed again, Zhou Yuhui slightly opened his eyes and glanced back at the computer, which was still working hard. At this moment, only one clear address appeared on the computer screen. Zhou Yuhui took a look, thinking he was seeing things. After looking closely again, he realized it was his own computer address. How could this be? How could his computer have a shop on the dark web? This sudden change caused Zhou Yuhui's brain to crash instantly. This was simply impossible. Even if his computer was hijacked, the search program couldn't possibly find him here. At this moment, he suddenly realized a more serious problem. His computer was equipped by the memory exchange, which meant that his address was also assigned by the memory exchange. He recalled the warning message he had seen earlier. His computer was being monitored. This was clearly not just monitoring, but a hijacking. Someone had hijacked his computer and set up a shop on the dark web. This was definitely not a small matter. Chapter 24. Who is the shop owner? Zhou Yuhui sat on the bed, carefully considering why this was happening. He had two computers. One was a personal laptop, and the other was the high-performance computer assigned by the exchange, which was displaying the address. Usually, he needed to check various plans in the memory transfer program, and the graphics and program operation required a high configuration for his computer, almost equivalent to a small server. In terms of computing power, this computer's capabilities were almost negligible for maintaining the shop's needs, making it almost undetectable. However, this computer had the protection program from the memory exchange, so any common backdoor software would be discovered immediately. This was the key. The protection program had not raised any alarms. Instead, it was the program set by Yuanjie that had taken effect. Given the current situation, it seemed that this program might be problematic. When the exchange injected the protection program into the computer, Zhou Yuhui felt that there might be monitoring software. However, Yuanjie's program did not raise an alarm, so he did not pay much attention to it. Moreover, he had another computer for personal use, where he typically stored important items, while the exchange's computer was only used for work. Even if something was discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now the problem had become serious. The dark web memory shop was actually using his address, and it had gone through who knows how many hidden addresses worldwide before arriving here. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly closed the search program. Finding himself on the list was simply a huge joke. However, this also seemed to indicate that this shop had countless connections with the memory exchange. Zhou Yuhui shifted his gaze to his personal computer. There shouldn't be any problems here, right? He immediately disassembled his computer and began checking the components. The system program had already been cleared by him in Yuanjie, and no abnormalities were found. Only the various hardware systems had not been considered. He examined everything and found no anomalies. So he finally felt relieved and transferred his confidential papers to a USB drive before restarting the computer. This time, he planned to use his personal computer to access the dark web. Following the Onion network, he entered again. With his prior experience, he impersonated Yuan Jia to get in easily and quickly found the shop. Zhou Yuhui looked at the shop, which was still closed, and immediately powered on the work computer. Sure enough, the shop opened quickly, and it was still empty. This seemed to confirm his hypothesis. His work computer was indeed the mastermind behind this shop. Clearly, someone was setting him up in the dark. Zhou Yuhui quickly shut down the computer and sat there staring at it, as if a huge monster could burst out of it at any moment. Zhou Yuhui then thought of a question. The shop was real, that was for sure. But there were no products available. What was the point of all this effort? He had just carefully observed the shop and indeed found no product for sale. It was completely empty. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui suddenly thought of something he had overlooked for a long time. This dark web code was given to him by a colleague. Could it be that all of this was a trap? Zhou Yuhui felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. If someone found out that he had set up a memory trading shop on the dark web, his life would likely undergo a tremendous change. No one would believe him, even if the shop hadn't engaged in any form of transaction. Just then, the alarm clock rang, and Zhou Yuhui stared blankly at it for a while before snapping back to reality. It was almost time for work. He hurriedly tidied up and rushed to the exchange. If this matter wasn't orchestrated by the exchange, then perhaps bringing it up voluntarily wouldn't be a problem. However, given the many people in society suffering from memory transfer side effects, this would raise suspicions regardless. With heavy doubts and confusion, Zhou Yuhui hurried into the exchange. As he ran past the front desk, he didn't notice that Yin Xiaodong was also absent. He noticed this when he stepped into the elevator, feeling a bit puzzled. But all his thoughts were occupied by that dark web shop. A day's work on memory transfers was still busy, and the exchange had not inquired about anything. That day felt like an ordinary work day until noon, when they had just finished 4 high-level transfers, and everyone finally had a bit of free time to rest. Zhou Yuhui returned to his office, habitually glanced at the monitoring computer in front of him, and then began to think about how to explain this situation to the exchange. But how should he say it? Naturally, he couldn't say that he found the shop's address was his own computer using the tracking program. He could only pretend not to know and inform the exchange of the situation, thereby hiding his discovery. Even if the exchange found out the address in the future, they wouldn't take significant action since he was already a victim. Yes, that's what he would do. Zhou Yuhui quickly organized his thoughts in his mind, preparing to explain the situation to the president's office. Of course, before explaining the situation, he needed to leave some evidence. He opened the Onion router again, and this time there were no obstacles, allowing him to smoothly arrive in front of the shop. After leaving the evidence, just as Zhou Yuhui was about to leave, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Previously, he had only checked the shop's sales situation and hadn't carefully observed the entire shop's decoration style. When he arrived in front of the shop, he was shocked to find that there was another Onion router code printed on the shop's trading platform. Could this be the real shop? And what he saw before was just an illusion. Zhou Yuhui quickly noted down this code. At that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared outside his office, gently knocking a few times. Zhou Yuhui was startled by the knocks and turned to look at Fang Yuan, quickly closing the computer in front of him. Fang Yuan, is there something wrong? Zhou Yuhui asked calmly. Nothing much. How was your date with the beautiful Yin last night? Fang Yuan leaned against the office door and asked ambiguously. What date? There was no such thing, just ordinary friends going to see a play. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly explained. Okay, ordinary friends, what was the outcome? Fang Yuan asked with a smile. It seems her aunt had some trouble, so we didn't watch the play and went to deal with it. Zhou Yuhui said helplessly. Ah, is that so? I didn't know about that. Fang Yuan muttered to herself. What do you know? Zhou Yuhui didn't hear Fang Yuan clearly. Nothing. Fang Yuan laughed. By the way, what were you looking at just now, so nervous? Zhou Yuhui quickly laughed a few times. Nothing, just a shopping website. I was checking if there was anything suitable. Hee, I understand. Fang Yuan said with a knowing expression, making Zhou Yuhui feel a bit amused and helpless. Chapter 25. The True Dark Web Memory Shop after Fang Yuan left. Zhou Yuhui cautiously looked around. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, and no one noticed him. He immediately opened the Onion router that he had just discovered. Sure enough, this was a valid deep web address, and Zhou Yuhui felt a surge of joy. This was probably the real dark web shop. Just as Zhou Yuhui was preparing to continue tracking, a sharp alarm suddenly rang outside the door. He dashed out, and everyone began to leave their offices to see what was happening. The alarm came from a memory transfer center's work area. Zhou Yuhui quickly arrived at the work area and found that a staff member had accidentally activated the electromagnetic shielding system, causing a conflict with the monitoring system, which triggered the alarm. It turned out to be a false alarm. Such things happen frequently, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yuhui returned to his office, glanced at the running deep web address, and then looked at the crowd outside. He casually closed the address, thinking that with so many people around, it was better to wait until he got home to try again, since he had discovered this deep web address. He needed to postpone reporting the situation to the exchange and first see what was hidden beneath this deep web address. The afternoon work proceeded in full swing. Zhou Yuhui took the time to call Yin Xiaotong, but she didn't answer. He left a voice message, asking her to contact him when it was convenient, to see if there was anything he could help with. He was still quite concerned about the girl. Perhaps this was a sign of feelings before love. The day's work ended without any incidents. Zhou Yuhui didn't bother to greet his colleagues and quickly left the exchange, heading straight for his apartment. Seeing Zhou Yuhui's actions, his colleagues speculated whether he was dating someone, given how eager he was to leave after work. On the way home, Zhou Yuhui didn't stay idle. He walked briskly, his mind pondering the recent unusual occurrences, from someone secretly activating the memory transfer system to the white-clad individuals, then Lin Zhao's appearance, and finally last night's dark web. He increasingly felt he was slowly approaching an unknown place. Thinking of this made Zhou Yuhui shiver slightly, so he heightened his vigilance on the way home, constantly observing his surroundings. The suspicious delivery vans he had seen earlier were nowhere to be found, which slightly eased his tense nerves. He reassured himself that those suspicions were probably just his imagination. There couldn't be that many conspiracies in the world. Home was as normal as ever. Even the silk thread wrapped around the door when he left was undamaged. This was a trick he learned from movies, and he wasn't sure if it would work. Without bothering to eat, Zhou Yuhui sat down in front of his computer and opened the new deep web address under the Onion network. This time, he didn't exert much effort and quickly enter a massive shop filled with countless projects. This was the real memory dark web system, displaying a variety of demands. Although it couldn't compare to the memory rewards of the memory exchange, the prices were equally competitive. A memory lasting only 5 minutes could reach as much as 500,000, which was close to high-level memory transfer projects. After opening the memory requirements, Zhou Yuhui was shocked to find that it clearly stated that the memory collector needed to cut off a specific person's arm. Zhou Yuhui was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of memory demand was this? This was essentially a malicious injury bounty. He hurriedly opened other high-value memory requests, and the variety of memory requirements left him speechless. Almost all the memories were illegal, and the invasion of privacy was just the most basic trivial matter. There were not only requests for murder and violence, but also other disgusting, perverse memories, an array of bizarre and strange demands. In addition to various peculiar memory requests, Zhou Yuhui also discovered bounties for specific targets, meaning one could find individuals that met the criteria and deliver them to a designated location for a substantial reward. In short, this was kidnapping. This was what they called memory predators. Zhou Yuhui browsed through the continuously appearing requests, which included business tycoons, movie stars, and even political figures. The bold demands left him astonished. These clearly priced memory requests evidently disregarded law and ethics. Here, only the scent of money mattered. Money could buy any memory content or the memory person itself that fulfilled your desires. This was a world mixed with countless dark demands. Zhou Yuhui stood there, staring at this massive shop. The existence of this shop surely had its demands, but how were transactions conducted? It is important to know that memory transfer is not as simple as just saying a few words. Even the memory exchange requires a large amount of precision equipment to assist. With so many memory transfer tasks, it was clear that a venue was needed for them to be carried out. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui saw a project with a price that wasn't too high, but had a considerable demand. He knew immediately who the implementer of this project was with just a glance. The requirements for memory were not too high, but the requirements for the target person were quite strict, including height, weight, and physical agility. Zhou Yuhui immediately thought of those white-clad individuals. This project was prepared for those memory predators. Therefore, it was already evident where the memory transfer work of the shop was conducted, at the memory exchange. Only there could memory transfer work be conducted with the utmost precision. During the day, they carried out normal memory transfers, while at night, it became a dark web den. Zhou Yuhui understood that his previous judgment was not wrong. The memory trading platform was indeed involved, although he didn't know how long they had been doing this. The establishment of such a large dark web shop indicated that there were definitely significant crimes behind it. Zhou Yuhui stared blankly at the shop. The memory transfer income of the exchange was already considerable every year, and they still had to engage in such business secretly. Had human greed reached an outrageous level? This toxin that eroded the memory transfer industry had to be completely eradicated. Zhou Yuhui began to collect various evidence in the shop. He needed to submit it to the police. This was no longer just a matter between him and the exchange, but a question of social stability. Just as Zhou Yuhui was busy taking screenshots and saving information, an urgent demand message suddenly popped up on his screen, becoming a priority item. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he saw that the target was in Longbin City, he became curious. This was also a small hint from the dark web. As long as the potential target was nearby, information would be sent to all users browsing the shop, which could correspondingly increase some people's motivation to participate. Was it another operation by the memory predators? This was a perfect opportunity to thoroughly understand their entire dark web workflow. Zhou Yuhui curiously opened the order. Chapter 26, A Bounty on Myself. When the order opened, it stated, Target, Zhou Yuhui, residing in room 1502 of the Memory Trading Exchange apartment in Longbin City. Single. 178 centimeters tall, 65 kilograms, exercises regularly, no combat ability, weak resistance. Requirements: brain survival rate good, others not limited. There was also a photo of Zhou Yuhui and a map of his address, and even a three-dimensional layout of the apartment building where he lived was prepared. Anyone who took the order could easily find him. Zhou Yuhui's face turned pale instantly. This was his bounty information. He felt his hands and feet go cold, and his mind went blank, not knowing what to do. His first reaction was, who was playing a joke on me? But that was absolutely impossible. This was the dark web, and no one would know he was browsing shop. Then something even more shocking happened. Just a few minutes after the bounty information was sent out, Zhou Yuhui was even more at a loss when he saw that someone had taken the order, and the number of people accepting the order rapidly climbed. Clearly, in the eyes of the memory predators, this was definitely an easy target. Zhou Yuhui looked at the changing numbers, feeling like he was being targeted by a pack of hungry wolves from all directions. Am I really that popular? Zhou Yuhui let out a bitter laugh. If it wasn't a joke, this indicated that he was likely facing great danger. Moreover, this information was very likely sent out by the exchange. If that was the case, he had already lost the strongest external support. Just as he thought of this, everything in front of him suddenly went dark, and the lights in the entire room went out instantly. Only the glow from his laptop screen faintly illuminated the surroundings. Zhou Yuhui turned to look outside the apartment building. The streetlights were still flickering with a faint yellow light. He hurried to the window. Only his room had lost power, and the other residents in the apartment were completely unaffected, unaware of what was happening. Could it be that a scene from a movie had actually occurred? Zhou Yuhui immediately thought of the scenario in movies where the target's power was cut off. Zhou Yuhui quickly took out his phone, but after a glance, he immediately sobered up. The mobile signal was completely gone. This absolutely impossible situation, once it occurred, indicated a certain possibility. The communication signals here had been completely suppressed, which clearly wasn't something an ordinary person could accomplish. Zhou Yuhui felt a bit panicked. Whether this was real or not, he couldn't just sit and wait at home. Using the faint light from the screen, he stumbled around until he found a powerful flashlight, then packed his laptop into his backpack, carefully approached the door, and listened intently. There seemed to be no movement outside. He gently opened the door, and the corridor was eerily quiet. The lights had gone out, and the cameras on the ceiling were no longer functioning, with only the emergency lights flickering dimly. The surveillance system is also down? Zhou Yuhui immediately realized that this was probably intentional. The elevator in the corridor hadn't stopped. He glanced at it, knowing it was definitely the most dangerous place. He turned around and went straight into the stairwell. As soon as he entered, he saw through the corridor window that several cars were speeding towards the apartment building, and a few guys in black clothes jumped out of the vehicles, pointing at the apartment building and saying something. Looks like they're serious. These people looked just like the hulking figures he had seen in the underground parking lot of the exchange. If he encountered them, he would definitely have no power to fight back. At that moment, the elevator began to move, and the number displayed meant that someone was quickly coming up from the ground floor. Zhou Yuhui glanced around and quickly ducked into the nearby stairwell. He was just about to head downstairs when he realized that there were definitely people in the lobby below. Remembering the security guard who had changed shifts in recent days, he suspected that this guy was not a good person. It was probably him who had tampered with the power supply. Since the lobby was no longer safe, he had to think of a way to get out of the building. Zhou Yuhui immediately spotted the emergency rescue rope fixed to the wall. His mind raced for a moment, then he ran up the stairs. The entire building had 24 floors, and he was currently on the 15th floor. Even if these people discovered he wasn't home, it would take them some time to search through the stairs. Zhou Yuhui quickly ran up to the 21st floor. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell, indicating that someone was coming up from the ground floor. These people were familiar with the layout, blocking both the elevator and the stairs. He burst out of the stairwell and saw that the elevator had stopped on the 15th floor. The target was already clear. He had been targeted by the memory predators. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly opened the window and clumsily strapped the rescue rope around himself. He had studied this kind of thing when he moved into the apartment, but he had never thought he would use it one day, let alone in such a situation. At that moment, the footsteps in the stairwell grew louder. Zhou Yuhui quickly opened the window and carefully began to slide down. As Zhou Yuhui passed the 15th floor, he saw 4 or 5 big men breaking open his door and searching inside recklessly. The scene looked like something out of a movie, but they didn't notice the figure that flashed past the corridor window. With the rapid movement of the rope, Zhou Yuhui finally reached the ground. He was on the lawn outside the apartment building, a place that usually went unnoticed except by landscaping workers. Beyond the lawn were several large bushes, obscuring the view of the road ahead. Zhou Yuhui cautiously hid behind the bushes and observed the apartment lobby for a while. The lobby guard was still standing there, but now he held a shotgun, exactly like the one he had seen in the underground parking lot of the exchange. He couldn't tell if it was real or a replica. Outside the apartment building, several cars were parked haphazardly, and he didn't see any drivers. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zhou Yuhui quickly dashed out of the bushes. Just as he was about to escape along the stone path below the apartment building, the guard in the lobby suddenly shouted loudly. Zhou Yuhui couldn't hear what the other party was saying at all, and he didn't have time to ponder the guy's words. He immediately dashed out. Fortunately, he had been walking to and from work for the past 2 years, so his physical strength was still quite good. He ran out several hundred meters as if he had wings. Suddenly, he spotted a metal cabinet in the green belt beside him, and he dashed over in a single leap. Chapter 27. Nowhere to escape. This was the distribution cabinet of several nearby apartment buildings. Zhou Yuhui kicked open the cabinet door. This thing was designed to prevent honest people, not the dishonest ones. He had pointed out a few times before that the doors and locks on it were not sturdy, but no one paid much attention, as who would be idle enough to tamper with high-voltage electricity. Once the cabinet door was open, Zhou Yuhui didn't hesitate and immediately pulled down the main switch for the entire community. Instantly, the nearby apartment buildings were plunged into darkness, with only the faint green glow of emergency lights left. The sudden darkness caused the guards who had chased after him to lose their target and slow down. Fearing an ambush, Zhou Yuhui chuckled bitterly. Fortunately, these guys were lazy. If his previous suggestions had been adopted, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape now. At this time, he could see the commotion inside the apartment building clearly. Several figures were running down from the 15th floor, and some clever ones had spotted the emergency ropes and were sliding down quickly, just like him. Zhou Yuhui didn't have time to observe too much. These guys were all here to catch him. He quickly disappeared into the lush greenery surrounding the apartment building, temporarily evading his pursuers. Zhou Yuhui hid in the green belt by the roadside, contemplating his next move. There were hardly any cars on the road, and the sign of the exchange in the distance still emitted an enticing glow with a bustling scene. Although he had been in Longbin City for quite some time, he didn't have the habit of wandering around. His activities were mostly limited to the exchange and the apartment, and the only people he knew aside from colleagues were a few simple friends. Yuan Jie had gone out to study and couldn't help him now. His colleagues might also be under surveillance. Suddenly, he thought of Yin Xiaotong. Zhou Yuhui quickly took out his phone. Fortunately, he was no longer in the dead zone, and the phone's signal had returned. He immediately dialed Yin Xiaotong's number. This time the call went through, and her voice on the other end sounded so wonderful to Zhou Yuhui. "Manager Zhou, it's so late. What's the matter?" Yin Xiaotong seemed to have just woken up. Zhou Yuhui thought for a moment, and didn't he explain his current situation? He just quietly asked, "Miss Yin, how is your aunt's condition? I noticed you haven't replied to my messages, and I'm a bit worried." This reason was fairly sufficient. Yin Xiaotong immediately laughed. "Thank you for your concern. Manager Zhou, it's nothing serious. The doctor prescribed some medicine, and after some dressing, she just needs to rest." "Oh, then I can rest assured. Do you think I should go see her?" Zhou Yuhui asked. "That is not necessary. You're usually so busy, and besides, it's not a big deal." Yin Xiaotong declined. "Miss Yin, could you do me a favor?" Zhou Yuhui looked around. The pursuers hadn't arrived yet. Yin Xiaotong paused for a moment, and then said, "What is it?" "The exchange apartment suddenly lost power. I need to finish a paper. Do you think I could borrow a place to stay at yours?" "The exchange is not allowing entry at night." Yin Xiaotong hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone, and finally said, "All right, I'll give you the address. But my place is quite remote. It's in the old district of Longbin. It's best to take a taxi with a driver. Otherwise, you might get lost." "That is fine, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuhui looked back at the nearby apartment, where the power system had clearly been restored. They would probably take some time to find him through the surveillance. He had to seize the opportunity to leave quickly. Zhou Yuhui jogged along the road for a while and suddenly thought of something. He quickly hid in the grass by the roadside, opened the laptop he always carried with him, and needed to transfer all the funds from his bank account before taking action at the exchange. Once he left the exchange, he didn't know what he would face. When he opened the laptop, he was shocked to find that his bank account had been cleared. It was undoubtedly done by the exchange. His fingerprint, facial, and iris features were all stored in the exchange's database, and his computer might have been implanted with monitoring software. He had no privacy left. Zhou Yuhui immediately cleared the laptop, destroying all the data inside. His phone probably wasn't safe either. Looking at his phone helplessly, he cleared all the contents, then crushed and broke it on the ground before throwing it into the river by the roadside. The only safe place left was his own brain. However, that safe place would probably be useless if he entered the memory transfer center of the exchange. He decided to leave here first. Just as Zhou Yuhui stood up, he heard a strange sound and listened carefully, suddenly stunned. It was barking. At this time of night, there definitely wouldn't be anyone out walking dogs. Listening to the whimpering sound, could it be that they had brought tracking dogs? While he was thinking, he looked up and saw several flashing flashlight beams in the distance. The barking sound was coming from there. Zhou Yuhui quickly sprinted along the road. If he could get a little further, he would reach the main road, where he could easily flag down a car to escape these guys. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from the air. Without looking up, Zhou Yuhui knew what it was. He smiled bitterly and had to quicken his pace. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't match the speed of four-legged animals or something flying in the sky. A large reconnaissance drone flew quickly along the road, followed closely by several vehicles. The masked men inside were on high alert, all their capturing tools ready. As soon as the tracking dog or drone found Zhou Yuhui's location, they would complete the capture mission in the shortest time possible. One of the black-clad men was even holding a high-precision, small-caliber sporting rifle. The bounty only required him to be alive. It didn't specify if he could be injured. As long as Zhou Yuhui was within range, he would definitely not escape this shot. After running several hundred meters, Zhou Yuhui reached the road leading to the main urban area of Longbin. Although it was already late at night, many cars were still visible on the road. Just then, Zhou Yuhui heard the sound of the drone getting closer. finally hovering directly above him, constantly locking onto his position, while the noise from the tracking dogs grew louder. The black-clad men had confirmed that the infrared target transmitted by the drone was indeed Zhou Yuhui. Several vehicles immediately began to accelerate, rushing along the road. The blinding high beams illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. Even standing in the green belt by the roadside, Zhou Yuhui's figure was instantly exposed. Watching the rapidly approaching vehicles and tracking dogs, he didn't know what to do. Countless tragic endings flashed through Zhou Yuhui's mind. Each one was extremely grim. He didn't have the courage to face all this with death, because death wouldn't solve any problems. Run as far as he could. In the old district, perhaps there was still a safe haven where he could hide. Chapter 28. Someone to help Zhou Yuhui ran like mad, with the sound of the wind whistling in his ears. He could even feel as if he was about to fly. However, no matter how fast he ran on his feet, he could not escape the drone overhead or the barking tracking dog behind him. After running over 100 meters, Zhou Yuhui was finally blocked by 2 cars. Behind him, a tracking dog with exposed fangs was glaring at him, constantly trying to break free from the rope held by a burly man in black, seemingly ready to pounce on him at any moment. The blinding headlights made it difficult for Zhou Yuhui to open his eyes, and he looked helplessly at the expressionless men in black in front of him. A few people got out of the car, and one of them, holding a tablet, took several photos of Zhou Yuhui, seemingly confirming his identity. Soon, the others nodded at each other with satisfied smiles. 2 burly men immediately stepped forward, one wielding a baton that appeared to be buzzing with electricity, while the other held a restraining strap, clearly a reinforced version. Once it was on, it would be impossible to break free by sheer strength. Zhou Yuhui took a few steps back, but behind him was the cold car body, leaving him nowhere to retreat. "What do you want?" The words came out of Zhou Yuhui's mouth, and he found them somewhat ridiculous. Sure enough, the men in black burst into laughter, and their laughter was not just directed at Zhou Yuhui's words, but more likely at his substantial worth. The 2 men in black approached Zhou Yuhui lightly, thinking that this money was too easy to get. Just as the 2 were about to bind Zhou Yuhui, a motorcycle suddenly sped down the road from a distance, the loud roar even drowning out the voices of the men in black. A few of them frowned as they watched the approaching motorcycle, one even raising a shotgun to show his strength. The motorcycle zipped past the group, and the burly men breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it wasn't someone coming to steal their business. Just as they thought this, the motorcycle suddenly tossed out several silver canisters. Before the men in black could react, the canisters immediately sprayed countless irritating smoke, quickly engulfing the area around the road. "Get in the car." A voice reached Zhou Yuhui's ears, and he was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Hearing the shout from the motorcycle's rider, he didn't have time to think and kicked at a nearby man in black. The man, taken by surprise, immediately curled up in the smoke. Zhou Yuhui took 2 steps and lunged out of the smoke, and a motorcycle helmet was thrown at him, clearly prepared in advance. "Hold on tight." Just as Zhou Yuhui got on the motorcycle, his body stumbled, and he hurriedly grabbed onto the bike. The motorcycle's tires screeched against the ground, producing sparks. And by the time the men in black stumbled out of the smoke, they only saw the tail light of the motorcycle flash past. Chase. 2 unaffected cars immediately started up, closely following the motorcycle, while the drone locked onto the motorcycle and began its rapid pursuit. A few motorcycles also sped in from the direction of the trading apartment, quickly following the drone's lead. Zhou Yuhui shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" The motorcycle rider did not respond, and with a sudden stumble, he made Zhou Yuhui hold on tight. Zhou Yuhui, frightened, quickly gripped the motorcycle, not daring to say anything more. The pursuing cars soon caught up, and the buzzing of the drone could still be heard. If they didn't shake off the drone's pursuit, no matter how fast they ran, it would be useless. Zhou Yuhui patted the rider's shoulder again, and the rider seemed a bit annoyed as he turned to glare at him. Zhou Yuhui quickly pointed at the bag on the motorcycle's back, and the rider nodded slightly and shouted, "Unzip the bag." "The bag?" Zhou Yuhui glanced back and saw a canvas bag on the motorcycle's rear rack, looking quite heavy, with its opening tied with a rope. Zhou Yuhui immediately tugged at the rope, opened the bag, and it fell to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Under the yellow streetlight, he could see that the bag was filled with sharp, triangular spikes, instantly covering half the road. The cars hot on their heels naturally did not expect such things on the road, and by the time they realized it was too late, the vehicles drove right over them. Accompanied by the sound of tires bursting, the driver panicked and slammed on the brakes, causing the entire car to spin on the road. The following car, unable to dodge in time, crashed directly into the car in front, and the two vehicles immediately collided in a heap, flames erupting. The few motorcycles behind merely glanced at the scene, not even slowing down, and zoomed past to continue chasing Zhou Yuhui. At that moment, the motorcycle Zhou Yuhui was on suddenly stopped, and the rider turned off the engine. Just as Zhou Yuhui was puzzled, he saw the rider pull out a round object, and when he pressed the button in the center, countless sparks erupted from the surrounding streetlights, which then went out. The drone hovering above lost power and fell straight down. The motorcycles that had caught up immediately stalled and began to slide on the road. The rider sneered, turned the motorcycle back on, and sped off with Zhou Yuhui toward the suburbs again. When the reinforcements for the men in black arrived, they found that Zhou Yuhui had already vanished, leaving them astonished that the deal they had was lost just like that. Who was the person that took Zhou Yuhui? Zhou Yuhui was also filled with confusion, unsure of who had rescued him from those memory marauders, but judging by his response tactics, it was clear he had been well prepared. After leaving Longbin City, the motorcycle wove through the suburban woods for a while before finally arriving at a dilapidated old factory. Under the headlights, it was clear that the area was overgrown with weeds, and the walls were covered with various vines. The sound of the motorcycle startled a few rabbits in the grass and a flock of birds that flew up. The rider skillfully navigated through the factory filled with rubble and concrete, and seeing the dark environment, Zhou Yuhui began to feel uneasy. There's nothing to be afraid of. The rider seemed to read Zhou Yuhui's thoughts and spoke lightly as he walked ahead. Who are you? Why did you save me? Zhou Yuhui hurriedly asked. Follow me, and you'll know soon. The rider said no more, only shining a flashlight on the path ahead as he walked briskly. Zhou Yuhui cautiously looked around, secretly speculating, hoping he wasn't jumping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. Chapter 29. It turns out to be Lin Xiao. After walking for about 10 minutes in the factory area, the two arrived at an inconspicuous concrete building. From the large chimney standing outside, it could be guessed that this was likely the original boiler room of the factory, and judging by the level of equipment deterioration, it had been abandoned for decades. The rider slowly pulled open a small iron door inside the boiler room, as if entering the boiler itself. Isn't it too dangerous in there? Zhou Yuhui looked at the massive boiler and suddenly felt claustrophobic. Not going in is the real danger. The rider directly squeezed inside without saying anything more. Zhou Yuhui looked back at the dim factory area and the rustling sounds coming from around, thinking that having a layer of steel protection was pretty good, so he hurriedly followed him in. With a dull sound of the door closing, the boiler was pitch black, with only a beam of light from the flashlight illuminating the boiler wall, clearly revealing countless traces of water stains left behind. Below the boiler, there was a valve, and when opened, it revealed a downward vertical passage. The two entered the passage one after the other. After the valve was closed, the driver turned on the lights in the passageway. The space inside was not very large, but it could accommodate around 10 people. At the end of the passage, there were a dozen various monitors displaying different scenes, and Zhou Yuhui glanced over to find that they showed the entire factory area. It seemed that this abandoned factory had been equipped with various cameras. On the walls of the passage were various newspaper clippings, all related to memory transfer. Who exactly is this guy? Zhou Yuhui was just about to ask his savior when he saw the man had already taken off his helmet, standing there with a smile, chuckling at Zhou Yuhui. When Zhou Yuhui saw the man's face, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, Lin Xiao, how could it be you? How could it not be me? Lin Xiao placed his helmet aside and reached over to hang Zhou Yuhui's helmet as well. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui noticed that both helmets were also in a state of disrepair, but fortunately, the shells were intact. They must have been picked up from some trash bin. Looking around at the surroundings, most of the items were repurposed waste. Did you pick all these up from the scrap heap? Zhou Yuhui asked knowingly. Lin Xiao chuckled. That's right. This way there won't be any traces left. But how did you know I was being hunted? Zhou Yuhui asked, puzzled. Because of this. Lin Xiao turned a monitor towards Zhou Yuhui. It displayed the address of the dark web memory shop, with a bounty for Zhou Yuhui still flashing, urging people to take risks for the high reward. How did you know this address? Zhou Yuhui questioned. Because I set up this shop. Lin Xiao found a place to sit down and continued. In fact, I was responsible for building the entire network system of the memory trading house. This shop was one of my tasks, so they wanted to kill me to silence me. So that's how it is. But why didn't you report it to the police? Report it? Do you have evidence? Lin Xiao scoffed. The trading house operates very cautiously, leaving no traces. And now the trading house is wealthy and powerful with various connections. You only discovered a little bit of their information and ended up with a bounty on your head, didn't you? Zhou Yuhui didn't say anything further. He was just a bit curious why Lin Xiao was willing to reveal his identity to him. When you were in the waste treatment room, did you deliberately let me know your identity? Zhou Yuhui asked. Lin Xiao nodded. That's right. I've been hiding for these years and my body is feeling worse. I fear I cannot fight against the memory trading house, so I need a helper. And that is you. Me? Zhou Yuhui asked in confusion. Why? Because your research direction makes me feel you wouldn't be willing to collude with the memory trading house. Lin Xiao took a camera-like device from a nearby box and handed it to Zhou Yuhui. You should take a look at this. Zhou Yuhui was about to open it when Lin Xiao reminded him. This is a one-time use device. It will automatically destroy itself after you finish watching. Zhou Yuhui knew that such devices existed. They were used by spies to transmit information, and once activated, they would be completely destroyed within a specified time. He wondered where Lin Xiao had gotten it. The information inside was not much, just a short segment of blurry footage, but it was enough to see the general situation. After Zhou Yuhui finished watching, he looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Where was this filmed? Lin Xiao, who had long anticipated Zhou Yuhui's reaction, shook his head slightly. I don't know. I stumbled upon this back then and recorded some footage, but who knew this action would trigger the trading house's alarm system? Soon after, I was arranged to have an accidental car accident. Who was the person in that accident? A friend of mine. He happened to come to see me that day and wore my clothes. Who would have known he became my substitute? Lin Xiao sighed and said, The trading house has hidden too many things. I hope you can figure everything out. Me? Zhou Yuhui looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion. What exactly is going on? Lin Xiao picked up a bottle from a nearby table filled with pills, swallowed one, and downed half a glass of water to wash it down. I initially joined the memory trading house just to realize humanity's great dream. Who would have known that after your mentor passed away, his successor began secretly researching these things? As you just saw, these things are anti-human. If they succeed, I can't even imagine what society will become. Zhou Yuhui nodded. He knew this matter was indeed shocking. However, without evidence, it was clear that two people alone could not complete this daunting task. But relying on just the two of us is somewhat weak. Without evidence, no one can touch the memory trading house. That's obvious. No, not us, but you. Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Yuhui and said this. What about you? Zhou Yuhui immediately asked, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Lin Xiao unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a scar over his heart, likely from surgery. Inside is an artificial heart, installed by the trading house as the price for my full assistance in building their system. When I discovered the things you saw, I intended to expose them. Who would have thought this artificial heart was a surveillance system? I exhausted all my efforts to completely disable the surveillance. But the artificial heart was also damaged. You mean, my heart can't last much longer. Lin Zhao's expression didn't seem very sorrowful, which surprised Zhou Yuhui. After all, when facing death, most people would feel despair, especially someone like Lin Xiao, who had been hunted for years. Chapter 30. The huge conspiracy. The shelter was silent. After a long while, Zhou Yuhui said slowly, I'm also being targeted by the trading house now, and I've been put on this. Lin Xiao glanced at the bounty on the dark web and just sneered, you don't need to worry too much about this. The entire dark web system was designed by me. Back then, I set up a backdoor for my own reasons, which is still in the trading house's supercomputer. A backdoor? Are you saying you have a way to control the entire dark web system? Zhou Yuhui was overjoyed. Yes, this backdoor has the highest authority, but it can only be operated on this supercomputer because it has the most powerful functionality. Lin Xiao said helplessly. The memory trading house has two supercomputer systems. One is in the working area of the memory transfer center, which is clearly not a place Zhou Yuhui can enter. And the other is in the main control center of the trading house, a place Zhou Yuhui has never been to. The backdoor system Lin Xiao set up is within the computer of the main control center. However, this has turned into a vicious cycle. To eliminate the bounty on himself and completely eradicate these disgusting memory transfer plans, he can only use this backdoor, but the backdoor is located within the memory trading house. As soon as he appears at the door of the trading house, he will immediately be captured by those memory plunderers. There is no way to accomplish this task. Zhou Yuhui, I have read all your articles. I believe you are a righteous young man who would not sell out humanity for personal gain and is willing to contribute all your strength to the cause of science. Right? Lin Zhao's righteous words stunned Zhou Yuhui for a moment, and he silently nodded. He is a technical director working for the memory exchange, which is true, but first and foremost, he is a researcher, a professional scholar in anthropology and biology. The actions of the memory exchange have seriously harmed the interests of human development. Lin Xiao, what do you want to say? Go ahead, it's just the two of us here. Zhou Yuhui has already guessed what Lin Xiao wants to tell him. Lin Xiao stared blankly at Zhou Yuhui for a long time, finally sighed, and ended up saying nothing. He glanced at the monitor across from him. After such a long time, the memory raiders hadn't come after them, so it seemed they had managed to shake them off. Lin Xiao stood up, walked in front of Zhou Yuhui, looked into his eyes, and said, "For the past few years, I have been looking for an opportunity to access the supercomputer of the exchange, but I have never been able to get in. I can't hold on much longer, and I didn't plan to see any results before I die. However, if we don't expose the conspiracy of the memory exchange, given time, the entire society might collapse, and thousands of years of civilization could be destroyed." Zhou Yuhui knew that Lin Xiao was not exaggerating. He had seen that footage. If it was indeed the work of the memory exchange, a major social crisis could really occur. Zhou Yuhui did not speak. He didn't know how to respond. He naturally wanted to expose the dirty deeds of the memory exchange, but he was also a wanted person, just like Lin Xiao, and he couldn't enter the memory exchange, let alone approach the supercomputer. "I know what you're worried about." Lin Xiao patted Zhou Yuhui's shoulder and said, "I know with your intelligence. You will definitely think of a way. You don't have to agree to me right now. You're tired, so take a break first, and we can talk after you rest." Zhou Yuhui glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already early morning, and the monitor showed a little bit of dawn. It had been another tense night, and he was indeed a bit tired. He didn't know how long it had been when Zhou Yuhui woke up suddenly from his dream. In his dream, he was caught by those memory raiders and tortured in various ways. Just when he was terrified, he suddenly woke up. He opened his blurry eyes and found himself still in the underground passage. Lin Xiao was lying in front of the monitor at the other end, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. The monitor still showed the abandoned factory, quiet as usual, with a few wild rabbits and pheasants running around, and some mice wandering about, giving it a bit of wild charm. Yesterday, still shaken, Zhou Yuhui hadn't had time to observe the situation in this shelter. It didn't seem to be built by Lin Xiao. The walls were thick concrete, and no matter how capable Lin Xiao was, he couldn't have completed such a large project alone, not to mention doing so without disturbing the surrounding area, which was almost in its original state. No need to look further. This is the boiler room sewer. I blocked both ends, and it became his hiding place. Lin Xiao seemed to have woken up long ago. He turned over and sat up. This place is underground, and with such heavy metal shielding, it can minimize the chances of being discovered. Plus, the ventilation here doesn't even allow mice to enter, so you can stay here safely. Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Zhou Yuhui quietly sat down. He looked at Lin Xiao, who lay back down, and the words he had said to him last night echoed in his ears. Return to the memory exchange and expose the huge conspiracy hidden within. Zhou Yuhui did not want to avoid this issue. As Lin Xiao said, he was indeed in a dilemma. Although he couldn't say he was powerless. Facing those burly men driven by the exchange, his skills would certainly be useless. However, The actions of the memory exchange were absolutely intolerable. Even he, who could be considered a core member of the exchange, will be hunted down if they found any hint of him, let alone other people. Especially the footage Lin Xiao showed him. If it was true, the actions of the memory exchange were lawless, even crossing ethical boundaries, let alone legal ones. Zhou Yuhui's biggest worry was that he was still being pursued by the memory raiders. As long as he appeared in public, he would quickly be discovered. Judging from the performance of those memory raiders last night, concepts like law and moral order did not exist in their eyes. All they saw was the shining bounty. The most critical issue was that all his accounts had been emptied, leaving him penniless. In such a situation, he couldn't even secure his own livelihood, let alone talk about exposing the conspiracy of the memory exchange. However, there seemed to be exceptions. Zhou Yuhui looked at Lin Xiao. This guy had also been pursued before. Yet he had lived well for so many years and even roamed freely outside, even finding potential helpers, which indicated that the memory raiders were not omnipotent. Chapter 31. Cutting off the source of trouble. Lin Xiao. I've made up my mind. I will help you accomplish this. Zhou Yuhui finally resolved himself. To his surprise, Lin Xiao shook his head slightly after hearing this. Wrong. It's not about helping me. It's about helping yourself, helping this society. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhou Yuhui seemed to have a deeper understanding of the significance of this matter. Indeed, it was for himself, for others, and especially for those who were unaware that a crisis was looming. If the memory exchange continued its reckless actions, what the future society would become was simply unimaginable. Zhou Yuhui said thoughtfully, "You're right. We must complete this, expose the actions of the memory exchange to the world, and make the entire world reconsider the risks and crises brought about by memory transfer." Lin Xiao smiled and patted Zhou Yuhui's shoulder, saying, "It seems my judgment is quite good. You are indeed the person I was looking for." Zhou Yuhui nodded solemnly, but just a few seconds later, his expression began to turn dejected. "You're right, and I'm right too. But to accomplish this, we must enter the exchange, and that's already impossible. I'm now a wanted person. As soon as I go out, I'll probably be caught before I even reach the exchange." Lin Xiao, however, showed no signs of anxiety. Instead, he looked at Zhou Yuhui with a confident expression, as if this were not a difficult problem at all. As long as Zhou Yuhui agreed to do this, everything else would fall into place. Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Yuhui and asked softly, "Your thinking is correct, but have you thought about how I escaped the pursuit? Feign death." Zhou Yuhui was taken aback and instantly thought of this question. But even if feigning death could escape the memory raiders, how could he enter the exchange? Lin Xiao certainly hadn't left a secret passage. Otherwise, he would have gone himself. Why would he need Zhou Yuhui? Sure enough, Lin Xiao chuckled. Feigning death can only be used once. If you do it, you'll definitely be exposed, and then you'll continue to be pursued. You need to come up with a foolproof plan that will make the exchange know you are still alive, but cannot act against you. How is that possible? Zhou Yuhui immediately shook his head vigorously, as if it were an impossible task. Who knew Lin Xiao would shake his head slightly and then point to his own head, saying, "Zhou Yuhui, the onlooker sees more than the player. Use your wise brain. Think carefully about how to make the other party wary of you. So even if they want to catch you, they cannot act, making the exchange wary." Zhou Yuhui looked at Lin Xiao and fell in a deep thought. Listening to this seemingly cryptic hint, Zhou Yuhui realized that Lin Xiao had already thought of a solution, but he couldn't say it because this solution was applied to himself. If he spoke it out, no matter how much he trusted Lin Xiao, he would still have a shred of doubt, and that doubt would ultimately lead to the failure of the entire plan. But what method did Lin Xiao come up with? After a long time, Zhou Yuhui suddenly realized that Lin Xiao was indeed extraordinary. As an expert in programming, his way of thinking exceeded that of most people. To solve a problem, one must strike at the root and fundamentally undermine the opponent's advantageous position to seize control, ensuring an invincible stance. Although this was a tough problem, upon careful consideration, it might not be as difficult as it seemed. Zhou Yuhui immediately began to calculate various methods in his mind and then deduce the potential consequences of these methods. Seeing Zhou Yuhui's focused actions, Lin Xiao revealed a faint smile. It seemed that after years of hard work, he had finally found a suitable candidate, and this time, there was hope to expose the conspiracy of the trading company. He didn't know how long it had been, but Zhou Yuhui finally emerged from his mental calculations, his stomach growling with hunger. At that moment, he smelled a fragrance and looked up to see Lin Xiao approaching with a bowl of instant noodles. This was all there was. Lin Xiao sat down beside him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Yuhui glanced at Lin Xiao, a small smile appearing on his lips. "Almost there, but I still need some external help. Can you share a bit with me?" Lin Xiao asked. Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly. "No, this plan cannot be shared with anyone, but I do need some assistance. Just tell me." Lin Xiao knew the power of the memory trading company. Even if he were captured by them, no secret could stop the memory transfer technology. "Can you help me get this thing?" Zhou Yuhui wrote a series of characters on the table with water. Lin Xiao looked at the writing and thought for a moment. "That's not easy, but I can find a way. But do you really want to do this?" "Yes, only in this way can we strike at the root." Lin Xiao nodded. "All right, I'll do my best to help you get it. After this is done, have you thought of a way to access the supercomputer system?" Zhou Yuhui said nothing, just finished the entire bowl of instant noodles in front of him. Lin Xiao shook his head at this sight. Zhou Yuhui truly understood the essence of keeping secrets, revealing nothing, which was good to avoid any mistakes that might alert the trading company. Lin Xiao went out to help Zhou Yuhui get what he needed while he stayed in the abandoned factory area, repeatedly checking for any loopholes in his plan. The stakes of this matter made him highly nervous. There could be no carelessness at all. This abandoned factory area was indeed a paradise away from the world in Longbin City. Except for the occasional curious young people visiting, almost no one came to disturb it, making it a great hiding place. However, such places were also the favorite hunting grounds of memory looters. In a society with such advanced technology, with just a little more time and effort, they could basically lock onto Lin Xiao's motorcycle, thus revealing Zhou Yuhui's whereabouts. This was also one of Lin Xiao's methods to evade pursuit, providing a little clue but cutting it off halfway, leading the pursuers to believe it was a dead end, while in fact it was the true path. Under heavy protection, Zhou Yuhui stayed in the abandoned factory area for several days. He also learned from Lin Xiao's computer about his disappearance, which roughly stated that the technical supervisor of the memory trading company was kidnapped by unidentified individuals while taking a walk at night. The memory trading company expressed regret over this and urged the police to solve the case, offering rewards for those who could provide clues. However, this news quickly got drowned in various sensational stories, and the memory trading company also released its latest research results, claiming to significantly reduce the cost of memory transfer and provide higher quality and more extensive memory transfer services. Chapter 32. Seeking external help, Zhou Yuhui's disappearance did not attract much attention. Apart from a few of his colleagues and the small vendors outside the trading company, no one else mentioned his existence. One day, half a month later, Fang Yuan finished a day's work and stretched lazily in the office. With Zhou Yuhui gone, the entire memory transfer center was leaderless. Although a temporary supervisor had been sent from above, no one was as friendly or cooperative as Zhou Yuhui, which posed some minor troubles. Fortunately, these troubles did not affect the memory transfer work. Fang Yuan tidied up her things and was preparing to leave the trading company for home. As she passed by the front desk, she was about to greet someone when she suddenly realized that Yin Xiaotong no longer worked there. It was quite strange. Yin Xiaotong had left during the days when Zhou Yuhui disappeared, which seemed very unusual to her. Although it was difficult to get a job at the trading company, the salary and benefits were top-notch in Longbin City. Unless there were special circumstances, no one would voluntarily resign like that. Could it be that the two of them eloped for love? Fang Yuan scratched her head in confusion. It wasn't impossible. However, Zhou Yuhui was giving up such a promising future. Even for love, one should at least inform the trading company. Leaving without a word was truly puzzling. Fang Yuan did not live in the trading company's apartment, as she did not have such good treatment. However, her generous salary allowed her to rent a satisfactory room in Longbin City, and even buying a property was within her means. Just as she was walking toward the parking lot, her phone suddenly rang. Fang Yuan glanced down to see an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, she answered the call, but there was no one on the other end. After a few seconds of silence, the call was disconnected. Fan Yuan shook her head helplessly, thinking it was probably a wrong number. Just as she approached her car, a strange ringtone sounded. She looked closely and found an old-fashioned mobile phone under a car wheel, which looked somewhat worn. Fan Yuan glanced around and saw no one. She had heard that some people used this method to attract attention to steal valuables from cars. However, her car was completely exposed. There was no way for anyone to hide, not even a fly. Fan Yuan reached down to pick up the still-ringing phone and stared at the familiar number in a daze. As it was the same number that had just called her phone, Fan Yuan immediately became alert and looked around again. The entire underground parking lot was empty, and there were no other cars or people nearby. She hurriedly got into the car and locked all the doors before answering the call. "Is this Fan Yuan? Someone asked me to tell you something." The voice on the other end clearly used a voice changer, making it impossible to tell whether it was male or female, young or old. "Don't give me that nonsense." Fan Yuan was usually not polite to such tricksters. The other party seemed taken aback for a moment, but then revealed something that made Fan Yuan take it seriously. "Zhou Yuhui asked me to tell you if you can come to the south gate of Longbean's Mountain Park at 6:30 tonight. There is an important item that needs to be handed over to you." "Zhou Yuhui? What happened to him?" A myriad of guesses flooded Fan Yuan's mind. Did Zhou Yuhui get kidnapped? Just as she finished asking, the other party immediately hung up the phone. Fan Yuan stared at the old phone for a while, deciding she would go check the situation. She immediately started the car and headed straight for Longbean's Mountain Park. Although this park is located in the outskirts of Longbean, the rapid urban expansion in recent years has transformed this originally small suburban park into a city green space in Longbean. In the evening, many people come here, especially various square dance teams that come and go in a steady stream, creating a rhythm of "you come on stage, I take my turn." By the time Fan Yuan arrived at Shanghai Park, the sky had already darkened and various dance teams had started to perform, with noisy sounds rising and falling. Just as Fan Yuan was watching this lively scene, feeling a bit at a loss, she seemed to be bumped into by someone. She immediately turned around but saw nothing. At that moment, her old-fashioned phone rang again, and Fan Yuan quickly answered it. The voice on the other end was Zhou Yuhui, and it was easy to recognize. "Fan Yuan, what's the situation at the exchange now?" Zhou Yuhui asked. Hearing this, Fan Yuan hurriedly inquired, "Director Zhou, where have you been? Why is there no news? Everyone is almost dying of anxiety. The TV says you are missing. What's going on?" "Fan Yuan, there are some things I can't say. Someone will contact you shortly and explain the situation. As for whether you want to help, I won't force you," Zhou Yuhui said before hanging up. Wasn't he supposed to hand over something important to her? Why did he say just a few words and then disconnect? Fan Yuan looked at her phone in confusion, unsure of what to do. A few minutes later, a tourist with a backpack appeared beside her and whispered, "Fan Yuan, Zhou Yuhui sent me to find you." Fan Yuan grabbed the person and angrily asked, "What have you done to Zhou Yuhui?" The person looked innocent and, seeing Fan Yuan's expression, quickly replied, "Sister, I'm just here to pass on a message. Someone paid me 200 to deliver it." 200? What is going on? Fan Yuan asked. The person glanced around and lowered their voice. "Did you report it to the police?" "No." Fan Yuan shook her head. "That's good. Zhou Yuhui asked me to give this to you." The tourist handed Fan Yuan a small recording pen, saying it was one-time use and would be useless once played. "Oh." He also said, "I'm just a tourist, so following me won't help." After saying this, the tourist left straight away and quickly boarded a nearby tour bus. Alongside a few people coming out of a restaurant, likely a tour group coming down for a meal. Fan Yuan weighed the recording pen in her hand and activated the playback function. The voice inside was Zhou Yuhui's, and he even mentioned Fan Yuan's computer password, which only Zhou Yuhui would know. Fan Yuan naturally believed it was Zhou Yuhui's voice, but she was worried about whether he had been taken hostage. However, after listening to what Zhou Yuhui left on the recording pen, she was left stunned. Chapter 33. The establishment of the memory trap. Lin Xiao returned to their hideout and played the recorded footage for Zhou Yuhui, showing Fan Yuan's every move. "Xiao Zhou, is this colleague of yours really reliable?" Lin Xiao seemed a bit worried. Zhou Yuhui sighed with a wry smile. "Whether she is reliable or not, we have no choice. In the entire memory transfer center, Only she and I have a bit of assurance. Others won't help at all. At least she was my assistant before. So there's some connection. Fine, if she can't do it, then I'll have to step in. Lin Xiao shook his head. You? Zhou Yuhui sighed. Even though you designed the entire security system for the memory exchange, you know there are almost no blind spots. Once you go in, you'll be completely discovered in a few minutes. Lin Xiao nodded helplessly. That's true. It was designed to prevent various crises, and after multiple encryptions, it formed the current security protocol. So, this is the only method. Machines are dead. Only people are the biggest loophole. Zhou Yuhui chuckled a few times. But once your plan is implemented, if Feng Yuan doesn't show up, everything will be completely lost, and you, this genius, will become like an idiot. I know the consequences. If it weren't for this, how could we turn a desperate situation into a chance for survival? Zhou Yuhui's smile remained bright. But both knew that behind that brightness lay great danger. You're entrusting everything to two women. I don't know if you have too much confidence in your charm, or if you're unaware of how treacherous people can be. Lin Xiao sighed, clearly worried about Zhou Yuhui's plan. Zhou Yuhui chuckled, using both reward and coercion, mixing temptation with emotions, as long as we target the right points. There are almost no fortresses we can't conquer. Although Zhou Yuhui seemed very confident, Lin Xiao still felt it was too risky. If anything goes wrong in between, you really will have no way to retreat. Lin Xiao regretted letting Zhou Yuhui get involved. This guy was not only fearless, but also reckless, coming in with a bold strategy that left one dumbfounded and gasping for breath. Ever since Zhou Yuhui shared his trap plan with him, even Lin Xiao, who had seen many conspiracies, couldn't help but be stunned. This guy was simply too crazy, using himself as an experiment or bait to set a huge memory trap for the memory exchange, completely eliminating the threat it posed to him. This method wasn't that he hadn't thought of it. It was simply that he hadn't thought of it in this way. They say that if you harm the enemy 1,000, you'll harm yourself 800. But in this case, he didn't know if he harmed the enemy. But he had already put himself in a desperate situation. This was not a way to turn death into life. It was simply throwing oneself into a trap. And one misstep could lead to complete ruin. While Zhou Yuhui and Lin Xiao were bickering in the underground hideout of the abandoned factory's boiler room, Feng Yuan sat in her rented room, lost in thought. Zhou Yuhui's recording was long. She listened for over 10 minutes before finishing it. Just as mentioned before, once the recording ended, the recording pen was completely destroyed. When she opened it, the chip was burned out, a method that not just anyone could create. Whether to help Zhou Yuhui left Feng Yuan in a dilemma. Although Zhou Yuhui had given her a substantial income, if discovered, she might have to bid farewell to her good job. However, the temptation of such a large sum of money was hard to resist, and her task was quite simple, even without leaving any traces. As Zhou Yuhui had previously guessed, after a fierce internal struggle, Feng Yuan ultimately decided to help Zhou Yuhui with this matter. Although there was a bit of risk, it was almost possible for her to retreat unscathed. After receiving Feng Yuan's promise, Lin Xiao still felt a bit uneasy. But given the situation, he had thought it through carefully. Aside from Zhou Yuhui's method being somewhat effective, other methods were unlikely to approach the supercomputer. Of course, this memory trap, which Zhou Yuhui named the Apocalypse Plan, required a series of modifications. Being proficient in the memory transfer process, Zhou Yuhui thought of almost every possible occurrence and needed to prepare for everything before the exchange discovered his true plan. Additionally, the items he ordered from Lin Xiao would also take some time, as they were crucial to the entire plan's execution, even more so than Feng Yuan's role in it. Zhou Yuhui also realized that Lin Xiao's condition was indeed not optimistic. Even entering the boiler room required extreme caution, and he had to carry medication with him to ensure safety. Otherwise, no one could guarantee whether he would be able to return here again. At such times, Lin Xiao would always retort, saying that his plan was more dangerous than his own health, and that one careless mistake could lead to an unknown outcome for anyone. Although this statement was a bit harsh, Zhou Yuhui knew that Lin Xiao was indirectly urging him to cancel the plan. While exposing the conspiracy of the memory trading house was extremely difficult, it was still much better than seeking death. However, Zhou Yuhui also knew that this risky plan was probably the closest action to victory. Lin Xiao handed a portion of the chain currency to Feng Yuan. Seeing the valuable chain currency, Feng Yuan was naturally overjoyed. Zhou Yuhui promised that there was another larger amount of chain currency, which would be enough for Feng Yuan to abandon her job and live a financially free retirement life in a beautiful place, as long as the mission was successfully completed. These items were left over from before, and for someone who was about to die, they held little value. If they could be used as funds, perhaps that would be their best fate. Lin Xiao seemed not to hesitate at all about these things. Zhou Yuhui stopped saying anything. Anyway, he was broke at the moment. He had been calculating various data during this time, which was related to whether he could regain himself in the future. If there was any deviation, as Lin Xiao said, everything might turn to dust. A few days later, the device customized by Lin Xiao arrived. Its exquisite design led everyone who saw it to underestimate the tremendous power it could generate. Zhou Yuhui asked Lin Xiao to find a suitable location for an experiment. He didn't dare to conduct such an experiment in their hiding place. If something went wrong, Lin Xiao would probably be heartbroken. After a series of experiments, Zhou Yuhui was quite satisfied with the effect of the device. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the plan to commence. Chapter 34. The capture delivered at 3 o'clock that afternoon. The memory trap set for the memory trading house officially began. At this moment, which Zhou Yuhui named the Morning Star, Lin Xiao set off first. He quickly disappeared into the abandoned factory on his motorcycle to prepare for the rescue plan, which was crucial for Zhou Yuhui's smooth entry into the plan. After waiting for more than half an hour after Lin Xiao left, Zhou Yuhui rode a bicycle that Lin Xiao had somehow acquired, leaving the refuge that had sheltered him for a long time, swaying unsteadily. He glanced back at the grass and trees in the abandoned factory area, the cheerful singing birds, and the elusive wild rabbits and mice. Once he implemented the apocalypse plan, everything here would be completely cut off from him, and he might never return again. The sunlight cast a long shadow on Zhou Yuhui's back, seemingly telling a tragic story. Not far from the trading house, there was a courtyard composed of several three-story buildings, with dozens of various vehicles neatly parked in the elevated area on the first floor. In a spacious room, dozens of muscular men in training uniforms were practicing various capture movements, while black uniforms were stacked on a rack in the corner. They were the memory predators that many people feared, but their apparent job was merely memory collectors, a disguise for their entries and exits from the memory trading house. In an inconspicuous room in the corner of the courtyard, various large screens hung on the walls, displaying a three-dimensional map of Longbin City, with flashing red dots indicating the personnel they had dispatched. Suddenly, with a clear alarm sound, one of the operators exclaimed excitedly, "Target of great value discovered." With this shout, a remote road appeared on the screen, where a figure in a white hoodie was seen riding a bicycle along the road, occasionally glancing around. The large screen quickly captured the target's facial features and began to match them against all eligible subjects in the resource database. Instantly, the person's identity was confirmed, revealing that this individual was Zhou Yuhui, who had escaped from their hands more than half a month ago. The people present were momentarily stunned before quickly realizing the situation. The operator grabbed the phone beside him and dialed the leader's number. "We found Zhou Yuhui, the guy who escaped from us." The leader, supervising the training of his subordinates in the training room, was instantly alarmed. He had initially thought capturing Zhou Yuhui would be a piece of cake. But who would have thought that after sending so many people, they ended up with nothing and even lost a drone, resulting in a severe scolding for himself. He never expected this guy would come out on his own, thinking that after all this time, nothing would happen, unaware that they had been keeping a close watch. "Emergency assembly. Capture Zhou Yuhui." The leader shouted immediately, and the memory predators quickly got dressed and prepared to leave. The leader rushed to the monitoring room, verified the information again, and confirmed that the person in the surveillance video was indeed Zhou Yuhui. "Order the team to set off immediately, and make sure not to alert him. Capture him and bring him back." After saying this, the leader returned to his office, opened his computer, entered a series of numbers, and activated the voice call system. "President, we have discovered Zhou Yuhui's whereabouts." The leader said, suppressing his excitement. On the other end of the line, a cough was heard, followed by a hoarse voice saying, "Then capture him. I want to find out what he knows." "Understood. I have already sent people." The leader hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Where should we send him after capturing him?" "Bring him to the trading house. I want to interrogate him personally to see what he knows." The president's voice seemed a bit angry. "Understood. Please wait for our good news." Don't mess this up again. If he escapes again, or if anything goes wrong, you know the consequences." The president's voice suddenly became sharp, seemingly piercing the leader's heart. The leader quickly stood up. Although the president couldn't see him, he still respectfully said, "Yes, President, this time we will definitely complete the task and will not disappoint you." "All right, as long as you complete the task this time, the reward you deserve will not be less." "Thank you, President," the leader quickly replied. The communication from the president abruptly ended. The leader paced in his office for a while, feeling it would be better for him to go personally. He quickly walked out of the office and gathered the remaining personnel. "You guys come with me. We must bring Zhou Yuhui back this time, or I won't be able to explain to the boss." The well-dressed, black-clad men hurriedly rushed downstairs to the vehicles. The main gate slowly opened, and 4 or 5 cars sped out, heading quickly towards the outskirts. After leaving the abandoned factory, Zhou Yuhui wandered around a few nearby road intersections for a while. He believed that the trading house had enough capability to receive these surveillance signals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to quickly recapture those white-clad individuals they had sent away. Less than an hour later, while Zhou Yuhui was eating meat skewers at a roadside stall, with a bottle of beer not even finished, several cars quickly approached from a distance. This time, the memory predators were much more clever. They adopted a dispersed encirclement tactic. 2 of the cars quickly drove past Zhou Yuhui, confirming his identity again, then parked about 100 meters away. 3 or 4 big men got out of the car. They weren't wearing the intimidating black uniforms, but were dressed in plain clothes. Zhou Yuhui initially didn't pay attention to them, but as they approached, he realized from their movements that they were together. "Boss, give me 50 skewers too," one of the big men shouted, looking just like an ordinary customer coming to eat. Just then, a van slowly pulled up to the roadside stall. Zhou Yuhui had already noticed the vehicle out of the corner of his eye, but pretended not to see it. As the van came closer to Zhou Yuhui, the big men suddenly stood up and lunged toward him, causing the stall owner to shout loudly. One of the big men yelled, "Police are handling a case." Upon hearing this, the stall owner immediately fell silent. Before Zhou Yuhui could react, a black bag was pulled over his head, and the big man grabbed his shoulders and shoved him directly into the van. The doors closed swiftly, and the vehicle sped away, while the other big men scattered like birds, quickly leaving in their own cars. The entire sequence of actions was smooth and efficient, clearly indicating that they had practiced many times. Chapter 35. Meeting the mastermind, Zhou Yuhui was startled and instinctively shouted, "What do you want to do?" However, he quickly realized that this reaction only served to highlight his fear. "Are you Zhou Yuhui?" one of the big men asked. Zhou Yuhui, with the bag over his head, nodded immediately. "That's right, we've been looking for you." The black-clad men exchanged glances, and it was clear that this bounty was now theirs. What surprised them was that Zhou Yuhui, apart from his initial panic, didn't he show any further signs of distress, remaining quiet and still. If it weren't for his occasional movements, they would have thought he had fainted from fright. The leader of the memory thieves was still on the road, and upon hearing from his subordinates that they had successfully captured Zhou Yuhui, he was astonished at how smoothly it had gone. Was there a mistake? When Zhou Yuhui was temporarily transported to a small building, various instruments had already been prepared. First, they took his fingerprints, then his iris scans. All biological features confirmed that this person was indeed Zhou Yuhui, whom they had been chasing unsuccessfully half a month ago and who had managed to escape. The leader was overjoyed. This guy was a treasure, and all their previous losses were about to be recovered. He hurried back to the office, taking 3 steps at a time, and contacted the president again. "We confirmed that we captured Zhou Yuhui." The leader's voice was filled with joy. "Great. Get him to the exchange immediately and follow the original route." The leader returned downstairs and surveyed his subordinates. "Get ready. We're heading to the exchange." All the black-clad men changed into matching uniforms, then rebound Zhou Yuhui and stuffed him into an armored truck, with 3 men sitting beside him, watching his every move, ready to snuff out any attempt he might make to escape. The vehicle started again, and as it rocked, Zhou Yuhui closed his eyes and listened to the sounds around him. Unfortunately, the armored truck safe was made of bulletproof steel, making it nearly impossible to hear anything from outside. Only the sound of a ventilation fan could be heard above him. At this moment, a faint voice echoed in Zhou Yuhui's ears. 1,000 meters to the exchange. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Yuhui's face. He finally knew where the memory thieves' base was located, surprisingly near the exchange. However, this wasn't too surprising, as it facilitated the exchange's operations. Accompanied by the voice from the positioning device in his ear, the armored truck quickly drove into the underground parking lot of the memory exchange. Zhou Yuhui felt a bit uneasy, but more than that, he felt joy at his plan progressing smoothly. He hadn't expected the memory thieves to take him directly to the memory exchange. At this point, there were already people waiting to receive him in the underground parking lot. If Zhou Yuhui's black hood had been removed at that moment, he would have recognized that these people were internal security guards of the memory exchange, or perhaps they were all in cahoots. Led by the internal security guards, the memory thieves took Zhou Yuhui into one of the elevators. Zhou Yuhui was now placed in a wheelchair, his entire body wrapped up like a zongzi, making him appear to be an injured memory collector from the outside. Zhou Yuhui's heart began to race. He knew he was getting closer to the start of his plan, and whether it would succeed depended on how interested the big shots at the exchange were in him. After several minutes, having switched through several elevators and corridors, they finally reached their destination. When the bindings on Zhou Yuhui were removed, he slightly opened his eyes to adjust to the glaring light around him. This was not an interrogation room or a dark little room, but a place filled with various precision instruments, where machines with blinking lights were everywhere, and dozens of screens of different sizes displayed fluctuating numbers and various trajectories. This was a place he was familiar with. He had been here countless times over the years. Even now, if he were to close his eyes, he could still find the correct exit. The Memory Transfer Center? Zhou Yuhui sneered. He had indeed returned here. He glanced at the lower left corner and saw something familiar. It seemed Fang Yuan was quite capable. He hadn't misjudged her after all. However, Zhou Yuhui also believed that without the chain currency provided by Lin Xiao, he probably wouldn't have achieved this effect so easily. Bound to a chair, Zhou Yuhui quietly scanned each person, seemingly trying to memorize their features, his wise eyes instilling a hint of fear in the memory thieves. Zhou Yuhui ignored these individuals, only slightly turning his head to see who the mastermind behind these memory thieves was, wondering if it was the president of the exchange that Lin Xiao had mentioned. Time passed slowly, and the memory transfer center was eerily quiet, with only the impatient shuffling of the memory thieves breaking the silence. Zhou Yuhui remained silent, muttering something under his breath. One of the memory thieves leaned in to listen closely and immediately heard a string of strange Sanskrit, resembling some kind of scripture. Although Zhou Yuhui couldn't see the other person's face, he could tell from their eyes that they were puzzled and astonished. Zhou Yuhui continued to smile while reciting the Sanskrit scriptures, which were not ordinary texts but a mixture of various scriptures, sounding particularly strange. As if there were some patterns within, yet it was impossible to grasp. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor, and Zhou Yuhui turned to look. He saw a wheelchair slowly entering the hall, flanked by 2 towering guards nearly 2 meters tall. In the wheelchair sat a septuagenarian, his entire body slumped back, obscured by a strange ghost mask that only revealed a pair of hawk-like eyes. Although it could be a disguise, Zhou Yuhui recognized at a glance that this person was one of the founders of the Memory Exchange, the current president of the exchange, and also Zhou Yuhui's direct superior. As for his name and background, not even he knew the details, and no one had ever seen his true face. Someone said he was injured in an accident, and his entire bodily functions were severely damaged, leaving him only able to move in a wheelchair. Others said this was just the president's theatrics. Zhou Yuhui didn't consider the president's physical condition at all. He looked at the 2 burly men in front of the president and recalled what Lin Xiao had once told him. though he found it hard to believe. Now it seemed that this matter was likely true. Because these two burly men looked identical, they could very well be cloned humans. Ever since the invention of cloning technology, almost no one dared to apply this technology to humans, as it posed a significant ethical challenge. However, for the president of the memory trading company, this didn't seem to be a hindrance at all. Moreover, these two men could also be twins. Zhou Yuhui shifted his gaze from the burly men to the president, and the two simply stared at each other. Chapter 36. A covert confrontation with the president. The entire hall of the memory transfer center was silent, with only the faint sounds of various machines creating a sense of irritation. It was unclear how long it had been, but accompanied by a light cough. The president finally spoke. Zhou Yuhui, tell me what you know. For the sake of your mentor, I might spare your life. What? Do you still want to kill me? Zhou Yuhui sneered. That might not be easy. Zhou Yuhui's demeanor stunned everyone present, including the president. Given the situation, to have such an attitude was unexpected. This guy seemed to be well prepared. Otherwise, how could he still be so arrogant at a time like this, directly challenging the president? The president was immediately puzzled. It seemed Zhou Yuhui must have received guidance from someone extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Who could that person be? He slightly raised his head to glance at the equipment on the dome, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Here, anyone was like a god, and everything would be clearly presented before him. Killing you is easy, but I don't want to kill you, the president said, staring at Zhou Yuhui. With your high IQ, that brain of yours still needs to contribute to my great dream. How could I bear to kill you? Zhou Yuhui naturally understood the president's threat. A brain with erased memories was like a blank supercomputer, and from now on, everything would need to obey his commands. This was the most terrifying aspect of memory transfer. In that case, go ahead. Zhou Yuhui looked at the president calmly, showing no signs of the hysteria one might expect, even appearing very composed, without a hint of hesitation. The president immediately grew suspicious of Zhou Yuhui's behavior. What did this guy intend to do? Faced with such a severe threat, he showed no fear or panic, as if he had known this would happen all along. This was inconsistent with the Zhou Yuhui he knew. The president turned to the leader of the memory raiders beside him. Where did you find him? Before the leader of the memory raiders could respond, Zhou Yuhui interjected. You don't need to ask him. Just ask me. What he knows might not be as much as I do. The president felt a bit disappointed at that moment. Zhou Yuhui's performance was truly surprising, not giving him any chance to strike or break through the psychological defenses. It seemed that Zhou Yuhui was leading him by the nose. Then I want to hold back. The president decided not to get entangled with this guy any longer. Zhou Yuhui's IQ was too high, and if this continued, he might really fall into the traps set by the other party. Seeing that the president was preparing to get serious, Zhou Yuhui actually showed excitement. Come on. As long as you activate the memory transfer system, my apocalypse plan will be realized. Don't forget my advice when the time comes. The apocalypse plan? The name evoked many thoughts in the president's mind. He stared into Zhou Yuhui's eyes for a long time, but found no signs of deceit. All signs indicated that this guy had come here intentionally. The president immediately whispered to the burly man beside him, "Call your brother." The burly man immediately whispered something into the communicator on his shoulder, while the leader of the memory raiders quietly asked the president, "President, what should we do now? Wait?" Although the president felt Zhou Yuhui was bluffing, precautions must still be taken. Soon, footsteps echoed in the corridor of the memory transfer center, and two identical burly men appeared behind the president, moving almost in unison. "President, please give your orders." The burly man said respectfully to the president. "Notify all guards to strengthen the defenses on all departments and spaces above and below the trading company. If any suspicious events occur, they can handle them without asking for permission. If anyone dares to harm the trading company, they may use kinetic weapons." "Understood, President." One of the burly men immediately turned and left. Judging by the insignia on his shoulder, he was likely the highest leader of the internal guards. The president's actions instantly revealed Zhou Yuhui's delight, though it was hard to tell whether it was mockery or joy that his plan was coming to fruition. "Prepare for memory transfer. I want to know all his thoughts." The president looked at Zhou Yuhui. No matter what his apocalypse plan was, this was his world, and nothing could escape the memory transfer of the supercomputer. Zhou Yuhui watched as the memory raiders began preparing for the memory transfer, their movements extremely skilled. Not much different from his own subordinates. This process had likely been practiced many times. Although he had learned from the cameras that these memory raiders were capable of conducting memory transfers, when he truly faced it all, he suddenly realized that the president seemed to care little about his life or death. Although he was the technical supervisor, what did that matter? Fortunately, he had already thrown out the first non-explosive landmine. When the memory trap began to manifest, they would realize the terrifying nature of this landmine, which was also the fundamental guarantee for maintaining his life. To be placed in a desperate situation and then be reborn was the most dangerous step in the entire plan. Zhou Yuhui stared intently at the president, trying to glean some information from him. Unfortunately, the president's face was obscured by a mask, and besides his pair of flickering eyes, nothing else could be discerned. "You're really not afraid?" The president was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Yuhui definitely understood the entire memory transfer procedure. Even if his brain had an extraordinary memory, facing the enormous capacity of the supercomputer, the system could easily transfer all his memories into the supercomputer. His more than 20 years of experience would turn to nothing. Even if his brain survived, it would only be a walking corpse, devoid of soul. Even so, he was not afraid. Did he really have a way to cope? The president immediately thought of the apocalypse plan that Zhou Yuhui mentioned. The apocalypse plan? Could it be that he could restore his memories? Even so, he shouldn't be so confident. After all, his life was currently in the president's hands. Memories could be transferred. But what about life? Perhaps he planned to use the secrets he knew as leverage. But why didn't he speak up? A series of doubts continuously appeared in the president's mind. What exactly was Zhou Yuhui trying to achieve? Zhou Yuhui had long learned from Lin Xiao about the president's personality and discovered that suspicion was his greatest flaw, and this apocalypse plan was tailor-made for him. Is there any situation outside? The president's tone revealed some unease. When he heard that everything in the trading company was normal, he felt slightly more at ease. But there was still greater confusion because Zhou Yuhui in front of him showed no signs at all. "Speed up. Get everything Zhou Yuhui knows out," the president said again. The memory raider next to him moved even faster and soon completed the preparations for the memory transfer. Unlike the normal high-end transfers at the memory transfer center, Zhou Yuhui was still conscious at this moment. He continued to smile at the president, his eyes so clear that no trace of distraction could be seen. This was the best time for a memory transfer. Chapter 37, Memory Fragmentation Program before long. A helmet filled with dozens of fiber optic cables was placed on Zhou Yuhui's head. As the power switch was activated, weak currents began to stimulate Zhou Yuhui's cerebral cortex. He knew this was the preparation for the memory transfer, and once the shielding system was activated, the real memory transfer work would begin. He still remained calm, observing his surroundings. This was not Zhou Yuhui's first memory transfer. He had often used this device while doing research with his mentor, but at that time, it was purely for research purposes, with no significant thoughts involved. Today was different. The president was definitely prepared to clear his mind and extract what he wanted from it. Zhou Yuhui looked at the president, still silent, and seeing the president's disappointed expression, he revealed a faint smile, seemingly mocking the president's incompetence. The president was enraged by Zhou Yuhui's smile. He immediately shouted sharply, "Start the memory transfer. I want to extract everything from my head." As a memory raider activated the shielding system of the memory transfer center, the entire center was immediately enveloped in a massive shield, and the three burly bodyguards tightly guarded the president, fearing even the slightest mistake. The president's eyes were fixed on Zhou Yuhui's reaction, but he noticed no changes, which intensified his unease. However, he knew it wouldn't be long before he would completely understand what Zhou Yuhui was thinking. With this thought, he slightly relaxed and quietly watched the equipment in front of him begin to operate at full capacity. The memory transfer system was ready to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Activate. Accompanied by the countdown from a memory raider, almost everyone focused their attention on the large screen in front of the president. It displayed various data from the memory transfer, including real-time analyzed text and image information. More data was stored in the supercomputer for more complex analysis. Given Zhou Yuhui's high intelligence, the analysis would take longer. President, please authorize the connection to the main control center's supercomputer, the memory raider said. Although the supercomputer at the memory transfer center could easily store all of Zhou Yuhui's memories, this was, after all, a memory transfer center at a trading institution. If the staff discovered any clues, it would lead to a wider information leak, which must not happen. The supercomputer at the main control center was under the president's control, so such vulnerabilities would not occur. The president immediately signaled the burly man beside him to push him to the supercomputer, where he entered his unique biometric password to connect the two supercomputers. At this moment, although Zhou Yuhui was not in a comatose state, he appeared to be drowsy, showing no further movement. At this point, a series of characters appeared on the large screen, followed by a massive influx of information. Seeing this overwhelming amount of information, the president's face revealed a satisfied smile. No matter how rampant and mocking Zhou Yuhui was, the final result was that his memory would be transferred out. Although it was a pity that a memoryless Zhou Yuhui would only serve as a high-intelligence calculation tool in the future, the secrets of the trading institution absolutely could not be leaked. Let's see what this guy knows. The president looked at a small portion of the parse content, mainly consisting of images and characters, and the apocalypse plan was among them. It seemed that Zhou Yuhui indeed had something related to the apocalypse plan. What kind of plan was this? The president stared at the large screen, trying to find a real target. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui, who was undergoing the memory transfer, suddenly let out a loud roar, startling everyone who was working nervously, and the president immediately turned to look at Zhou Yuhui. At this time, someone noticed a trace of blood on Zhou Yuhui's palm, and the president also noticed this situation. Although abnormalities in brain waves could occur during the memory transfer process, leading to minor cerebral hemorrhages or nasal bleeding from the hand seemed unprecedented. Go check the situation, the president immediately ordered, before the memory raider could arrive. The entire shielding system of the memory transfer center suddenly vibrated, and everyone looked around nervously, unsure of what had happened. At this moment, the president noticed a line of text appearing on the supercomputer's large screen. Memory fragmentation program starting. What? How could this thing appear here? The memory fragmentation program was one of the core secrets of the memory trading institution, discovered accidentally by Zhou Yuhui's mentor, and was one of the initial byproducts of memory transfer technology. At that time, to study memory transfer technology and prevent memory transfer side effects, the technique of memory fragmentation was adopted, which was the program that had just been activated. Once the memory transfer was completed, this part of the memory would be fragmented by the program and sent back to the original owner's brain. The fragmented memory would form a chaotic mass, making it impossible to recall that memory. However, this put considerable pressure on the outputter's brain and could easily damage other memories. With the emergence of methods to deal with memory transfer side effects, this technology was sealed. Of course, some had proposed to study this technology as a weapon, using the vast magnetic field generated by electromagnetic waves to disrupt the target's memory system, thus achieving a combat effect. However, Zhou Yuhui's mentor rejected this idea and permanently sealed the program. At this moment, the wound on Zhou Yuhui's palm came into view of the president. It was a super small force disruptor capable of damaging the surrounding electromagnetic shielding system. Clearly, Zhou Yuhui had used the surrounding electromagnetic shielding system as a weapon to activate the memory fragmentation system. The president immediately roared in anger, his sharp voice seeming to tear through the entire memory transfer center. The memory fragmentation program did not last long, only a few seconds, but it caused tremendous information chaos, filling the supercomputer's screen with indecipherable information. Then, the president thought of something even more important: shut down a connection between the supercomputers. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. The information that had been transferred to the main control center was immediately returned to the supercomputer and then fragmented and sent back to Zhou Yuhui's brain. What the president did not expect was that this program seemed to have been improved. Not only had it fragmented the memories that had been transferred, but it also performed reverse fragmentation, meaning Zhou Yuhui's memories had been completely shattered. President, his brain memory has been completely fragmented, and we cannot continue to interpret the information. The memory raider beside him said helplessly. The president looked at the screen filled with indecipherable information, and his anger surged instantly. No wonder this Zhou Yuhui made no attempt to stop him. It turned out everything was waiting for him here. As an expert in memory transfer, Zhou Yuhui shattered his own memory, rendering the supercomputer unable to analyze the information, and naturally, the entire memory transfer work could not be completed. What a brilliant idea! Using self-harm to stop his own actions. This could only be thought of by a madman. By the time he understood, he looked at Zhou Yuhui, whose two wise eyes had lost their former brilliance, constantly gazing at them with a curious look. The president couldn't help but curse. That mysterious apocalypse plan existed only in Zhou Yuhui's mind. With his memory shattered, this secret would disappear forever. And he also couldn't know how many secrets Zhou Yuhui had discovered about the exchange, or where these secrets were hidden. Secrets? The president looked at Zhou Yuhui again, wondering if this highly intelligent guy had just given up on himself, or if there was some hidden secret in this plan. Just as the president was puzzled, a faint explosion sound came from the memory transfer center, and a thick smoke suddenly surged out from a corner, triggering the alarm bells. Chapter 38. Preparing to escape the underground, the memory transfer center was built hundreds of meters underground in a salt mine, with extremely strict safety precautions, especially for fire and water warnings, which were particularly sensitive. Even the slightest change would trigger an alarm. The smoke rising from the corner immediately activated the fire alarm system. There's danger. Evacuate quickly. Before the president could react, the bodyguard beside him sprang into action the moment the smoke rose, initiating the evacuation mode. Since the memory transfer center contained various precision instruments, the fire extinguishing system was not ordinary water, but instead would close all passages within 30 seconds and suck out all the air inside. If trapped inside, it would be a dead end. The memory raiders naturally knew this, and upon hearing the fire alarm, they all fled the scene, quickly rushing towards the safe zone. At this moment, the evacuating president suddenly realized how the fire had come so suddenly. There couldn't be any tricks involved. He immediately instructed the person beside him, "Go get Zhou Yuhui." A bodyguard turned back into the memory transfer center. The smoke was still very thick, and although he could barely see people, everything remained a bit blurry. Zhou Yuhui's memories were completely shattered. His mind felt like it had been stirred with a stick, leaving him clueless and in chaos. The bodyguard reached Zhou Yuhui, grabbed his collar, and hoisted him onto his shoulder, quickly heading towards the exit. Just as he stepped out of the corridor of the memory transfer center, he felt something bump against his leg. Looking down before he could see what it was, his head started to spin, and his body collapsed instantly, dropping Zhou Yuhui to the ground as well. At this moment, accompanied by the alarm, the doors of the memory transfer center began to close one by one. With a rush of fan noise, all the air in the central hall was instantly sucked out, and both the flames and smoke disappeared without a trace. The president, just arriving at the elevator, glanced back at the working area of the memory transfer center, thinking to lock Zhou Yuhui up first and clear everything inside, leaving no traces. The leader of the memory raiders quickly nodded, but just as the elevator doors were about to close, a memory raider rushed up. "Not good. Zhou Yuhui is missing." Missing? How is that possible? How could a living person just vanish? Moreover, the working area of the memory transfer center is so small. How could a Zhou Yuhui with shattered memories escape? Hurry up and find him. The leader growled through clenched teeth. A dozen memory raiders immediately split up to search the corridors and various offices, but they couldn't find Zhou Yuhui's whereabouts. They did see the fallen bodyguard, and from the thin metal wires wrapped around his legs, they could tell he had been hit by high-voltage electricity. While these memory raiders searched everywhere for Zhou Yuhui, he was already lying in a small storage room, located in a corner of the office area, usually used to store some miscellaneous items, and was particularly inconspicuous among many rooms. Zhou Yuhui was still in a daze, curiously looking at a strange little device in front of him, which looked like a miniature trailer. A rope from the back of the device was tying his feet, pulling him into this place. Zhou Yuhui noticed a large danger symbol on the door in front of him, which looked frightening, so he obediently sat there, listening to the hurried footsteps outside. There wasn't much in the storage room, except for a pair of strange-looking glasses. Zhou Yuhui curiously put on the glasses and was instantly startled by the images displayed. They actually allowed him to see outside the door. He hurriedly took off the glasses, but after a while, finding it somewhat interesting, he put them back on, only to realize that no matter what he did, the outside scene seemed to remain largely unchanged. After a while, a voice sounded in his ear. "Zhou Yuhui, you must follow my instructions. Only then can you escape this dangerous place." Dangerous place? Zhou Yuhui looked around in confusion, not knowing what kind of dangerous place this was, but the hurried footsteps outside already made him feel something was off. "Do you hear me?" The voice rang out again, and Zhou Yuhui realized it was coming from the glasses. He carefully examined the glasses in his hand and quietly replied, "I heard. Good. Please stay where you are. Do not make any noise and wait for my next instruction." Zhou Yuhui held the glasses, cautiously approached the only large door in front of him, but he didn't dare to touch the door with his hands, instead straining to listen to the sounds outside. He didn't know how much time passed, 10 minutes or 20 minutes, but the noise outside gradually faded away. At this moment, the glasses spoke again. "Please carefully turn the doorknob." Zhou Yuhui seemed a bit confused, but the lenses of the glasses seemed to flash in animation, so he hurriedly put them on again and indeed saw a hand reaching for the door, then started to turn it. This was clearly teaching him how to do this. Zhou Yuhui followed the actions demonstrated on the glasses, awkwardly twisting the doorknob, then began to input the password on the lock. It took almost a minute, but finally, the door opened. Outside was the clean and bright memory transfer center. Everything caused by the smoke earlier was gone, leaving only empty corridors and various machines and equipment. The glasses displayed a series of footprints, and the voice continued, "Follow the footprints, do not deviate." Zhou Yuhui hurriedly walked slowly along the footprints in the corridor. On the surface, the memory transfer center wasn't very large, but the supporting equipment maintaining the entire center was quite vast, including various emergency power sources, backup ventilation oxygen systems, and various firefighting and supply systems, as well as additional shelters to quickly retreat to in case of an emergency. Everything was constructed to the specifications of a doomsday fortress. However, it wasn't doomsday yet, and the security of the entire memory transfer center had not reached such a high level. At least the internal security was relatively relaxed, as no one could enter the working area without the staff's password, and as for other areas, only a few direct elevators could access them. To the exchange, this place seemed like a deep underground prison. The only routes available were the original mine shafts, which had been strictly selected, while other areas were blocked by layers of rock and sensors. Anyone attempting to approach the memory transfer center through these routes would find nothing. Needless to say, the entire memory transfer center is like a multi-layered donut, with the central position ultimately surrounded by layers of auxiliary equipment. It is incredibly difficult to enter from the outside. Chapter 39. Guidance to Escape. Zhou Yuhui followed the guidance of the glasses, starting to search for a way out in the complex corridors of the memory transfer center. Along the way, he saw countless offices and various strange machines that felt somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen them. The scenes before him seemed like they had appeared somewhere before, but they vanished in an instant, leaving him utterly confused. Thus, he wandered in this peculiar place, needing to bend down and be cautious of certain things, all of which were advised by the voice from the glasses. Zhou Yuhui was very obedient, following the glasses' instructions and gradually walking into a pitch-black mine. Having already lost his memory, Zhou Yuhui was unaware that he had successfully emerged from the underground facilities of the memory trading house. This was the original salt mine, with narrow tunnels filled with various salt fragments and a faint salty taste lingering in the air. Zhou Yuhui had no idea how to navigate these spiderweb-like narrow tunnels, but someone did. Lin Xiao had the layout of the entire memory trading house. Although he couldn't enter, he had a degree of confidence in directing the memory-impaired Zhou Yuhui out from within the trading house. After wandering in the mine for a while, Zhou Yuhui sat down to rest. He had consumed a high-concentration nutrient solution before implementing the plan, but after a long period of climbing, he felt exhausted, especially since no one had entered this salt mine for many years, resulting in very murky air. Fortunately, there were no harmful gases, otherwise, he would have already collapsed. The mine was completely dark, with only the faint light emitted from the glasses. Even with infrared display, his movement speed was significantly hindered. When the memory trading house was constructed, all tunnels had been blocked, making it impossible to leave the trading house through them. Lin Xiao designed this route mainly to evade the internal guard surveillance. Soon, Zhou Yuhui opened a large door. These doors were used for maintaining various pipeline equipment in the corridors. Although most had electronic surveillance, some were merely decoy doors, even lacking locks. Behind this door was a narrow passage, leading to a deep vertical shaft that seemed bottomless. This was one of the passages leading to the surface. Other passages were heavily guarded by internal security, but this one was unguarded because it was an abandoned freight passage. Zhou Yuhui cautiously peered down, realizing it was indeed bottomless. Looking up, it was equally dark, and he had no idea where it led, only faintly sensing a flow of air, indicating it connected to some important location in the trading house. Within this passage, several straight steel cables hung vertically, slightly trembling. Their connection below unknown. Following the method taught by the glasses, Zhou Yuhui took off his clothes, tearing open the collar of his shirt to reveal a pair of thin asbestos gloves mixed with graphene, sufficient to withstand the high temperatures caused by rapid descent. The voice in his ear instructed Zhou Yuhui to grab the steel cable in front of him and slide down along it to reach the top of the freight elevator, using its power to ascend to the surface. Zhou Yuhui attempted it, but was immediately filled with fear, nearly losing his grip. At that moment, a rumbling sound erupted from deep within the passage, resembling a monster's roar. Zhou Yuhui cautiously glanced, hearing a voice urging him not to miss this excellent opportunity. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately could not follow the glass's instructions to slide down the steel cables. Watching as the steel monster rushed past him and quickly disappeared into the darkness above, the glasses seemed to anticipate this possibility, prompting Zhou Yuhui to climb slowly up the remaining railing along the shaft wall. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui did not know that this passage contained only one elevator, the one that had just sped up. If the elevator were to descend now, he would face being crushed or falling into the hundreds of meters deep shaft below. Zhou Yuhui was quite lucky. The ascending elevator was the last batch of memory predators leaving, and it stopped at the underground parking lot on the third level. The long vertical height of several hundred meters made it difficult for Zhou Yuhui to climb, with a pitch-black space above him and an abyss below, leaving him with only the barely reachable steel ladder extending upward. He had no idea how many steps he had climbed, only feeling his hands and feet losing strength and becoming numb. He could only cling to the ladder, leaning against it for a moment to rest. The elevator shaft was not only dark but also silent. Even the slightest noise was amplified, sending a shiver through him. After resting for a while, Zhou Yuhui quickened his pace again. The glasses showed no more patterns other than a constant upward prompt, indicating that the next direction would only be provided once he reached his destination. He had no idea how many more levels there were above him. After resting several times, he still showed no signs of reaching the end, with the darkness above remaining impenetrable. At this moment, he was suspended in midair, unaware of the endpoint above and fearing the greater difficulty below, having already climbed so many steps. Suddenly, his foot slipped and his entire body staggered. His hands instinctively grabbed the railing. A chill shot through his back, and a wave of anxiety coursed through him. The pounding of his heart echoed in the elevator shaft like a drum. In that moment, Zhou Yuhui felt death was so close. He glanced down again, then gathered his strength to continue upwards. This elevator shaft must have an end. As long as he climbed slowly, he would eventually reach the moment of nearing the end. Thus, Zhou Yuhui crawled up the ladder against the elevator shaft wall like a snail, when a faint light appeared above him. He did not realize hope was right before him until he reached out and touched a steel ceiling, a hopeful smile breaking across his face. This was the elevator that had nearly scared him to death. Overjoyed, Zhou Yuhui quickly maneuvered carefully through the gap between the elevator and the shaft wall. Squeezing to the top, the narrow wall barely allowed him to pass, and the rough surface left scratches on his skin. As he climbed up this several-meter-long narrow passage, light emerged once again before his eyes. Chapter 40. Silent Departure. Zhou Yuhui sat atop the freight elevator, panting heavily. He looked up and could finally see some light in the space above, even spotting a few vaguely visible elevator doors. The nearest elevator door was just 3 or 4 meters above him, but the guidance from the glasses did not direct him to take this closest route. Instead, he needed to continue upwards. Still going up? Where's he headed? Zhou Yuhui looked at the markings in the glasses with confusion, hesitating for a moment before deciding to follow the instructions and continue upwards, curious to see where they would lead him. After resting for most of the day on the freight elevator, Zhou Yuhui continued to climb up according to the marks indicated on his glasses. This time, he didn't crawl too far, only about 10 meters or so, and the marks changed again. Instead of prompting him to open the elevator door, they led him to a nearby inspection hole, about half a meter square, which could accommodate a person entering and exiting. Zhou Yuhui gently opened the fence on the inspection hole and carefully crawled inside. Outside the inspection hole was a small door that was locked. Through the crack, he could vaguely see the outside scene. He was now in a parking lot, with complex ventilation ducts crisscrossing ahead. Apart from the sound of the wind, there wasn't too much noise. The small door had a very simple hidden lock that required a key to open, but it could be easily opened from the inside. It was likely that the person who installed this lock never considered that someone might open the door from the inside. Zhou Yuhui gently opened the small door and glanced outside. It was eerily quiet, with no signs of movement, only the distant honks of cars occasionally heard. His glasses had already warned him not to trust anyone until he reached his destination. Although he was somewhat puzzled, he decided that safety was the priority and, following the advice of his glasses, found a secluded spot to hide. Zhou Yuhui sat in a remote corner of the underground parking lot, carefully reflecting on everything about himself. But he couldn't remember anything. He didn't know who he was or where he was, only that someone was trying to kill him, and that the other party was very powerful. The only thing he could rely on now was the strange pair of glasses in his hand. Zhou Yuhui examined the glasses closely. Apart from the last message telling him to stay put temporarily, there was no other information. He sat there helplessly waiting. At this time, the entire memory exchange center was heavily guarded. The president had already checked the surveillance information from the memory transfer center and found no signs of Zhou Yuhui's escape. At the very least, he and T left through the normal channels. For someone with shattered memories, escaping from hundreds of meters underground was practically impossible. The president immediately ordered internal security to intensify the search for Zhou Yuhui and had to evacuate all personnel from the work area of the memory transfer center to prevent more people from knowing that someone had used the equipment there. The inability to find Zhou Yuhui made the president somewhat uneasy as he recalled the things Zhou Yuhui had said to him. What was the Apocalypse Project? Because Zhou Yuhui had activated a strong electromagnetic interference. All information had turned into countless data streams in that moment, becoming extremely chaotic. Even though the supercomputer attempted a rescue, it had no effect. All the data was in a disordered and chaotic state. After expending so much effort, they ended up with nothing, which infuriated the president. No matter what the Apocalypse Project was, not finding Zhou Yuhui felt like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. The president ordered the use of all means to find Zhou Yuhui. Just as the president was searching for Zhou Yuhui within the exchange, a self-driving taxi slowly entered the underground parking lot of the exchange. Such self-driving taxis were everywhere on the streets, drawing no attention whatsoever. Even the parking lot security guards ignored them, showing no interest in taking a look. As the self-driving taxi slowly approached, Zhou Yuhui suddenly felt a shiver. He hid in the shadows, staring intently as the vehicle drew closer, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of trouble. At that moment, the glasses in his hand flashed again, and Zhou Yuhui quickly put on this treasure that had saved him. Indeed, a voice came through. Get in the taxi and hide under the seat. Zhou Yuhui dashed to the front of the taxi, and, as the door opened, he immediately jumped inside. Typically, the space under the seats in such taxis was where the batteries were stored. When Zhou Yuhui opened the seat, he found only a blanket inside. The cramped space barely allowed him to curl up. Not caring much, he rolled inside and restored the seat to its original position. To Zhou Yuhui's surprise, The taxi just stayed there and didn't leave. He didn't know what was happening and didn't dare to move, only peeking through the small gap to observe the outside situation. But unfortunately, he could only see the interior of the vehicle, and the outside scene was almost out of view. He didn't know how long it had been, but the number of cars in the parking lot began to increase, and quite a few people entered the exchange, chatting and laughing. It seemed it was now time for work. In such a dark and narrow space, Zhou Yuhui, with his mind in a daze, finally could not resist the onset of drowsiness and gradually fell asleep. When he woke up again, the car had already started moving. It was clear that they had left the exchange. Sunlight streamed through the car windows, so bright that Zhou Yuhui's newly opened eyes immediately shut again to avoid the glaring light. The car moved very smoothly. This was the advantage of self-driving, combined with the electric motor's sound insulation, making it nearly silent, even making it hard to feel the car was in motion. This self-driving taxi began to circle through the streets of Longbin City, stopping and going, automatically seeking out suitable charging stations when it ran low on power, even picking up a few passengers along the way, who were unaware that someone was hiding beneath their seats. Thus, the car continued until noon, stopping in a wild area on the outskirts. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the glasses in his hand. He didn't know when, but the glasses had lost all signals. Even a light had gone out. Zhou Yuhui stared blankly at the glasses in his hand, unsure of what to do next. Just then, a warning sound came from the taxi. "Dear guest, your destination has been reached. Please take your belongings and exit the vehicle within 1 minute, or you will continue to be charged for the parking time. Thank you." Already here? Zhou Yuhui looked at the glasses in his hand and then glanced outside the taxi. There seemed to be no movement around. He pondered for a moment, gently opened a gap in the seat above him, and slowly poked his head out to take a quick look at the environment outside the car. Chapter 41. Park Pickup. This was a wilderness area, with no tall buildings in sight. The nearest structure was an old, rusty metal house several hundred meters away, likely neglected for quite some time. Sensing no danger around, Zhou Yuhui slowly crawled out from under the seat, slightly opened the car door, and quickly dashed out. It wasn't until he had run about 10 meters away that he heard the sound of the car door closing behind him. There really was no one around. After Zhou Yuhui observed his surroundings, the self-driving taxi quickly drove away, disappearing from his sight. Zhou Yuhui looked at the departing taxi, unsure of what to do next. He slowly got up and looked up at the sky, wandering aimlessly around. Welcome to Longbin City Wilderness Park. After walking for a while, a silver-gray road sign beside the road suddenly began to speak, startling him. He squatted down in front of it and studied it carefully, realizing it was just an automated broadcast, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Behind the road sign was a map of the entire wilderness park, showing that he was in a corner of the park, quite far from the nearest entrance. Although he couldn't understand what was written on it, Zhou Yuhui used his exceptionally high IQ to guess the general content. He examined the map, pondering how to leave this place, figure out what was going on with him, and most importantly, find something to eat. Climbing up the elevator shaft had consumed most of his stamina, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. Although the suburban park was somewhat old, the facilities were quite good, with signs everywhere. Besides the dilapidated plants he had just seen, there were still many fragrant flowers surrounding him. If it weren't for his hunger, relaxing in this place would have been a nice choice. As he walked, some white clouds began to drift across the originally clear sky, blocking the scorching sun. Zhou Yuhui looked up and saw that the clouds were accumulating more and more, and soon the sunlight disappeared from view, with the clouds growing dim. Noticing that many people in the park were hurriedly leaving, Zhou Yuhui quickly followed the crowd. Just as he stepped out of the park gate, a loud thunderclap struck from the sky, startling Zhou Yuhui, but he seemed to flash back to something, and his previously muddled mind became a bit clearer. Before he could react, a fierce wind suddenly arose, sweeping through the wilderness, accompanied by raindrops the size of beans that began to patter down. Seeing this, Zhou Yuhui quickly looked around, hoping to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. At that moment, a car suddenly stopped in front of him, and the window opened slightly. "Hey friend, get in to avoid the rain." It turned out to be a kind person. Zhou Yuhui didn't think much and hurriedly opened the car door and climbed in, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, thank you." The driver smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Anyone would help in such a situation." Zhou Yuhui looked at the driver, who seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. His mind, which had just cleared, became chaotic again. He cautiously asked, "Have we met before?" The driver glanced back at him and said, We probably don't know each other. I just have a common face." The two exchanged a few words in the car. But Zhou Yuhui wasn't sure what he was saying most of the time. It was mostly the driver talking, and Zhou Yuhui only contributed a few vague responses. If he were an ordinary person, one would definitely think something was wrong with Zhou Yuhui's mind. In reality, his mind was indeed troubled. His memory had been completely shattered, and he could no longer recall anything from his past. The driver didn't seem to mind, but Zhou Yuhui noticed that every question the driver asked contained significant depth, almost covering everything he knew, yet he couldn't answer any of them. The rain continued to fall, and soon it turned into a light drizzle, still pattering softly. "Friend, are you hungry? Since we have a chance to meet, let me treat you to a meal." Before Zhou Yuhui could respond, the car slowly started to leave the park. He couldn't refuse, as he was indeed starving. Now, he didn't even know who he was, let alone where he could find a place to eat. He was even thinking that if possible, he would ask this driver to help him find a place to stay. The car moved slowly through the rain, almost like a snail, and Zhou Yuhui found it a bit strange. However, driving in the rain meant safety was the priority, so going slow was understandable. As the car moved, the driver continued to chat with Zhou Yuhui, but as they talked, Zhou Yuhui seemed to be enchanted, constantly dozing off, and soon fell asleep in the passenger seat. Zhou Yuhui was naturally unaware that this kind person was Lin Xiao, who had devised this extremely dangerous plan with him. Lin Xiao parked the car by the roadside, took out a detector, and carefully checked Zhou Yuhui from head to toe, even retrieving the locator he had hidden in Zhou Yuhui's ear. He found no listening or positioning devices. It seemed the old man hadn't had time to do these things. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, then looked at the sleeping Zhou Yuhui and thought, "You've turned yourself into this state. I wonder if the plan can succeed. Otherwise, it would really be a case of losing the chicken and the rice, losing both the wife and the soldiers." Lin Xiao sighed and dialed a number. "Miss Yen, I've picked up the target. He asked me to ask you, before leaving, whether we should proceed according to the original plan." A long sigh came from the other end of the line, clearly expressing comfort regarding Zhou Yuhui's smooth escape. "All right, let's proceed according to his plan." After hanging up, "This number will be canceled. If we meet again, it will be by chance." Lin Xiao looked at the hung-up phone and sneered at himself. Are young people all so individualistic now? Such a calm personality really is suited for executing such tasks. With that, the apocalypse plan began to be implemented. Lin Xiao restarted the car and quickly drove towards the outskirts of Longbin City with the still clueless Zhou Yuhui beside him. Along the way, he saw many flashing billboards about memory trading, with various temptations that made one stop and watch. Lin Xiao let out a cold snort before the car arrived at the designated location through the rain. He opened the computer next to him and skillfully typed something, then locked the time to half an hour before midnight. Chapter 42. The accident scene on a rainy night. Light rain enveloped the streets and alleys of Longbin City, with the orange streetlights dimly illuminating the remote road. The surroundings were shrouded in shadows. Everything was so dark. The occasional rumble of thunder warned people that the rain would not stop anytime soon. Besides the flashing billboards with enticing images, there were almost no people on street. Even young people were hiding indoors, with only the occasional stray cats and dogs that didn't care about the rain. At that moment, a glaring high beam turned the corner and rushed towards him. Reflected on the mirror-like road surface, it appeared even brighter. This was clearly not an autonomous vehicle. The strict programming of self-driving cars made them particularly cautious, while this car seemed to be driven by some kind of impulse. Indeed, this was the case, as the truck driver in the driver's seat was constantly looking at his phone, a look of anxiety on his face. He had recently received a scheduled taxi order with a very attractive price, but the requirement was to arrive at the meeting point before midnight. With only 10 minutes to cover 5 kilometers, and he was not allowed to use the self-driving car. This requirement seemed a bit strange, but the driver was very willing. Although self-driving technology had advanced significantly, Many people were still skeptical, believing that machines could be manipulated, and even thought that humans would be replaced by machines. So they resisted such automated devices. The person who placed the order was probably one of them. Fortunately, he didn't have the money to buy an expensive self-driving vehicle. This truck was a worn-out model from over a decade ago that he had picked up from the second-hand car market. It was already a good thing that it could run. On this rainy night, with no pedestrians or vehicles, the truck immediately sped up, splashing water that formed hazy curtains, even blocking the flashing advertisements by the roadside. Just then, the truck driver suddenly saw what seemed to be a figure moving ahead, and he didn't have time to think. He slammed on the brakes. Accompanied by the sharp, urgent sound of brakes, the truck slid forward for quite a distance. It seemed that a shadow of a person flew out from the front of the truck, crashing into the bushes by the roadside. The truck driver was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly jumped out of the vehicle. He carefully checked his truck and found no signs of a collision at the front, nor any traces of an accident on the road. But he clearly saw a figure fly out. The driver hesitated in the light rain for a moment, but ultimately walked into the bushes where he thought the figure had gone. In front of him, there was a long mark in the bushes, looking as if an object had swept through, but at the end of the mark, there was no sign of any person or animal. The truck's lights were very bright, and although rain obscured visibility, he could still see clearly within several meters around him. Aside from the fallen branches and leaves, there were no signs indicating that an accident had occurred. With no scene and no accident victim, could it be that he was mistaken? The truck driver searched carefully and indeed found no person or object that could have caused an accident. He stood there for a moment, convinced he must have been seeing things. He looked around and noticed that there were no surveillance cameras on this remote road, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. He quietly got back in his truck and, taking advantage of the heavy rain as cover, revved up and left. After all, there was a large sum of money waiting for him to earn. Little did he know that 10 minutes later, an ambulance would arrive at the scene with its sirens blaring. If the truck driver had still been there, he would have thought something was wrong with his eyes. For lying in the bushes where he had just stepped was a man. This man was Zhou Yuhui, who was now lying in the bushes, drenched by the rain. Having just regained consciousness from a faint, he struggled to open his eyes, the heaviness of his eyelids making the task seem difficult. He heard the sound of the ambulance siren and curiously looked at the doctors and nurses approaching him. Check the patient's condition. The emergency doctor quickly arrived at Zhou Yuhui's side, first patting his shoulder and finding that he was still conscious, though the doctor also caught a strong whiff of alcohol. "Hey, can you hear me? What's your name?" "I can." Zhou Yuhui slightly opened his eyes, first nodding and then shaking his head, but the smell of alcohol from his mouth almost knocked the doctor over. "The situation is okay." Seeing that Zhou Yuhui could still move, the doctor breathed a slight sigh of relief. "What hurts?" Zhou Yuhui pointed to his head and said, "Dizzy." Meanwhile, the nurse had quickly checked Zhou Yuhui's condition. "Doctor, aside from some minor abrasions, there are no serious injuries." "Portable light, check." The doctor scanned the area. With such a long trail, this guy was lucky to be alive. The nurse immediately took out a device from the ambulance that resembled a rolled-up canvas, opened it gently, and a screen appeared, quickly displaying Zhou Yuhui's light image. A rough glance showed no signs of fractures. After checking the scene, the doctor noted that besides some minor abrasions, Zhou Yuhui didn't appear to have many injuries. But when questioned by the doctor, he struggled to answer some questions, and the overwhelming smell of alcohol led the doctor to conclude that he had been drinking heavily. Although he seemed to be inebriated, Zhou Yuhui did not exhibit any rude behavior and was very cooperative during the doctor's examination, behaving like a good child, which eased the doctor's tension on a rainy day. After some questioning, the doctor discovered that Zhou Yuhui was experiencing transient amnesia. This condition could stem from two possibilities, either a side effect of memory transfer or a concussion resulting from an impact during the accident. But which was the case could only be determined after further examination at the hospital. Let's take him back. After finishing the examination, the doctor placed Zhou Yuhui on a stretcher. On the way back to the emergency center, the nurse checked Zhou Yuhui's belongings and found that he had nothing on him except an envelope in his pants pocket, not even a phone. When they left, they searched the area thoroughly but found no bags or phones. However, the envelope contained over 5,000 yuan in cash and a note with an address. but he couldn't provide any identification. Number 17 Yuhai Road, Longbin City? The nurse read from the note. Yuhai Road is in the old town, over 10 kilometers away from here. The ambulance driver remarked. Good thing this guy has so much cash on him. Otherwise, our hospital would have to cover this expense. The nurse looked curiously at the thousands of yuan in cash in the envelope, wondering how anyone could carry so much cash in an age of mobile payments. He is probably one of those nature-loving types. The doctor muttered, noting that recently, many people had begun to shun electronic products, believing that returning to nature was the most beautiful thing. Where's the natural effect in all that? Aside from those seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, which hospital doesn't use electronic products? From wristbands to various examination instruments, they are all essential. Chapter 43. All in confusion. Zhou Yuhui was taken to the hospital by the ambulance as an unidentified patient. After a detailed examination, it was found that there was some bruising in his cerebral cortex and an unknown substance in his blood, which toxicology analysis indicated was likely a tranquilizer, along with some alcohol content. The doctor speculated that he might have been drugged during an outing, but who would drug him and leave him with so much cash? The main reason he couldn't explain his identity seemed to stem from the bruising in his cerebral cortex, likely caused by an external impact that resulted in a concussion accompanied by amnesia. Zhou Yuhui lay in the hospital bed recuperating, and the nurses found this quiet guy quite pleasant. Whether it was for injections or examinations, he was very cooperative. Zhou Yuhui held the envelope given to him by the nurse for a long time. It was a very ordinary brown paper envelope, the kind that cost 2 dimes each. And the note inside was also torn from a very ordinary piece of printer paper, with an address written in pencil and a strange signature. Chi. Seeing Zhou Yuhui looking at the note again, the nurse who came to give him an injection smiled and said, "Maybe this is your home." Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly, having no knowledge of his past and unaware of whether he had any family. However, several days passed, and no one came to look for Zhou Yuhui, as if he had no relatives. Noticing Zhou Yuhui's anxious demeanor, the emergency doctor from that day helped him contact the police, but they were also unable to find any information about him. However, they did manage to locate the address, which the police said was a delivery station. After inquiries, neither the owner nor the employees had any impression of Zhou Yuhui. As for the strange signature, they found no leads. The police checked the database for any names matching Chi, but while they found individuals that fit Zhou Yuhui's description, they were all perfectly fine and had no issues. Now, all hope was lost, and Zhou Yuhui felt somewhat disappointed. However, his injuries were recovering quite rapidly. After some time of treatment, the bruising in his brain had cleared up, but his memory had not changed much. Although his verbal intelligence seemed largely unaffected, he just couldn't recall previous events. After a joint consultation between the neurology and psychiatry departments, the final conclusion was that, after both physical and psychological trauma, Zhou Yuhui instinctively hid his memories, and the only way to recover them was to return to a familiar environment. Perhaps he would recover soon. However, Zhou Yuhui did not know what he had done before or where he had lived. While he was undergoing treatment in the hospital on the other side of the city, the internal security of a memory exchange launched a large-scale search operation, even deploying tracking dogs used by memory thieves. However, the memory transfer center was the very place where Zhou Yuhui had worked for many years, and there were traces of him everywhere. No matter how capable the tracking dogs were, they could not find the one who had just escaped from such a complex scent. Watching the tracking dogs spinning in circles, the head of internal security became so angry that he smashed several cups and ordered the internal guards to intensify their search, insisting they must find Zhou Yuhui, alive or dead. At that moment, someone remembered that Zhou Yuhui had previously injured his palm while at the memory transfer center, and he would definitely leave behind some bloodstains when he escaped. The guards immediately brought in a blood detection device and began searching along the corridors and passages of the memory transfer center. Sure enough, they quickly found the supply room where Zhou Yuhui had hidden. The small cart that had dragged Zhou Yuhui here was still intact, lying there. Seeing this strange cart, the guards immediately reported it to the president. When the president saw the cart, he immediately noticed something unusual about it. After all, such a small cart could actually drag an adult, something that could not be made by an ordinary person. He immediately ordered the research department to disassemble the cart and find valuable clues from it. Just as the research department was investigating the origin of the cart, the internal guards made a new discovery. Someone accidentally opened a sealed door leading to the mine. This door, which should have been closed, was now ajar. The guards were overjoyed and immediately began searching behind the sealed door. After a careful search, they quickly discovered the traces left by Zhou Yuhui, clear footprints weaving through the mine. After a convoluted search through the salt mine's passages, the internal guards tracked down the entrance to the freight elevator. Looking at the obvious crawling marks in the elevator shaft, the guards exchanged glances, indicating that Zhou Yuhui had likely escaped the exchange. "President, we found information left by Zhou Yuhui at the maintenance entrance of the freight elevator. He has probably escaped." An internal guard reported immediately. "Escaped? How is that possible?" The president's sharp voice nearly pierced the eardrums of those present. Even if his memory had been shattered, he wouldn't have been able to find such a secret escape route if he were normal. Someone must be helping him from the shadows. The president's gaze swept over the guards. Only insiders knew how to evade surveillance. From the fire alarm to the discovery of traces at the maintenance entrance, the exchange's surveillance system, which was set up like a net, had failed to capture any sight of Zhou Yuhui. The guards did not dare to meet the president's eagle-like gaze, fearing that if he got angry, he might put them in that terrifying chair and turn them into ignorant idiots. The mole had not been found, and the research department also reported that the structure of the cart was very intricate, but most of the components inside were discarded materials, and the rest were common items on the market, making it impossible to identify who made the cart. Moreover, while the researchers were disassembling it, the cart suddenly caught fire, destroying most of the components, making it impossible for them to reassemble it. Upon hearing this, the president became even angrier. "You useless fools. You can't even keep an idiot under control." "President, the underground parking lot is where we meet with the memory thieves. There are no surveillance devices installed there, but our people check it several times a day. If Zhou Yuhui escaped from there, we might find clues through the nearby surveillance cameras." "What are you still doing?" the president shouted. "Hurry and find Zhou Yuhui's whereabouts." The internal guards hurriedly left, as if granted amnesty. The president watched the internal guards leave and quietly asked a nearby bodyguard, "Is there any movement in Zhou Yuhui's network?" "There hasn't been any movement yet." "What about the one who resigned?" the president asked. "She's under surveillance as well. No abnormalities have been found. She has now joined a new company and commutes to work every day, with hardly any social interactions." "How strange. Who is helping Zhou Yuhui escape from within?" The president fell into deep thought. "Should we activate the psychological detection system?" the bodyguard asked. "Yes, we can use it. Zhou Yuhui has discovered the dark web. We don't know if he knows more things. He is evidently very wary of the exchange, which is why he formulated the apocalypse plan." "What is his plan? And what secrets does he know about the exchange?" The president sank into deep contemplation. Chapter 44. Searching for his past while the president searched for Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui was also searching for himself. He did not know who he was, nor did he know his past, other than the clothes he wore. He only had that envelope and note. As for the cash inside, he had spent most of it, leaving only a few hundred yuan. Without an identity, all his expenses in the hospital had to be paid out of pocket. Fortunately, he had a little money left to avoid starving. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Yuhui first went to the location where the ambulance had found him. The recollection of the on-duty nurse revealed that someone had reported a car accident, prompting the ambulance to go there. The scene did look like an accident had occurred, but there was no progress at the scene. Apart from a few traces by the roadside, there were no clues on the road itself. Zhou Yuhui stood on this remote street, carefully observing. It was close to the old district of Longbin, a semi-urban area with mostly vegetable fields and green belts along the way. Among the many surveillance systems in Longbin City, this area was somewhat overlooked. Even if it had not been overlooked, he learned that the lightning storm that night had damaged the surrounding surveillance system lines, leaving no information within a few kilometers. There was no news from the traffic police either, although Zhou Yuhui had injuries. It could not be ruled out that he had caused them himself due to drunkenness, and he could not describe what had happened that night. So the case had to be temporarily shelved. Naturally, Zhou Yuhui could not say that he had escaped from a heavily guarded place. Who knew if he had been imprisoned before? He certainly did not want to be locked up again. Zhou Yuhui thought carefully about everything he had encountered since waking up. From emerging from the complex and mysterious mind to being called into the car by that mysterious driver. There must be some secrets involved. Who was that mysterious driver? This puzzled Zhou Yuhui, but he had only seen the person once in the rain, and he had not even had the chance to remember what the car looked like, only knowing it was a white small car. Zhou Yuhui arrived at the suburban park where he had gotten into the car. It was still filled with the sounds of birds and flowers, with small groups of people coming to exercise and play. He carefully observed the surveillance equipment at the entrance, which was old to the point of being unusable, with even the wires frayed. His heart sank. It seemed another cold case. Sure enough, when he arrived at the park management office, the surveillance room was tightly shut, and even if there had been footage of him being taken away, it had long been overwritten after all this time. There was little progress on the park side, leaving Zhou Yuhui feeling a sense of confusion. It seemed that this was the only thing that could tell him. Zhou Yuhui looked at the only clue in his hand, which was the note with the address written on it. The reason he came to the park to look for clues instead of going to that address is that while he was in the hospital, the police had already helped him with this matter. The person at that address was unaware of Zhou Yuhui's existence. Now, there were no clues at the accident scene, and the park couldn't provide much either, so he could only go there and try his luck. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Number 17, Yunhai Road, Longbin City. Zhou Yuhui arrived at the address noted on the slip of paper. Yunhai Road is a very old street in Longbin City, dating back hundreds of years, and it still retains many historical relics and landmarks, such as temples, Taoist temples, and a plethora of classical residences, making it a historical and cultural preservation area of Longbin. As a cultural preservation area, the buildings here, apart from some residential buildings that were constructed after the founding of the country alongside factory development, are mostly century-old residences. And a majority of the buildings have retained their previous styles, giving them a unique charm. However, this also makes repairs much more troublesome. The houses here look quite old, and the facilities are very outdated. Although it isn't a big city like Longbin, the old town here is much more backward compared to the new district. While you can still see self-driving taxis, constantly flashing real-life advertisements, and even floating cable cars passing overhead, there are more narrow streets and crowds with their daily lives. Apart from some elderly people, there are not many young people left here. Those with a little ability have moved to the new district to enjoy a more convenient and technologically advanced life. Zhou Yuhui took a bus to the entrance of Yunhai Road, where the narrow streets were filled with various vehicles and street-side items. Even the bus couldn't enter and had to stop at a slightly wider area at the entrance. Number 17 Yunhai Road is indeed a shop. Although it is an independent unit, it is not very large, only 4 or 5 meters wide. The front is used for attracting customers, and the back is a small courtyard, but most people would convert the small courtyard into a warehouse or dormitory or a kitchen. The houses on Yunhai Road are generally like this. This is a delivery station, and the worn-out signboard has seen better days, almost unreadable due to sun exposure. But the people around all know what it is for. Various sizes of boxes are piled up both inside and outside the door, with some standard boxes neatly stacked on the delivery station shelves. As long as you enter the tracking number and your verification code at the door, the goods are automatically delivered to you, which is quite convenient. However, non-standard parcels need to be sorted manually. When Zhou Yuhui arrived, a truckload of delivery mail was arriving. The postal truck directly connected to the delivery station's warehouse, and those standard items quickly entered the shelves via conveyor belt, leaving behind the items that needed to be manually handled. The delivery station has one boss and 2 employees. Unfortunately, both employees were out, so the boss had to handle the parcels himself, moving them back and forth. Seeing this, Zhou Yuhui quickly stepped forward to help. The boss glanced at him and seemed somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had seen him, thinking he was just a neighbor coming to help, and quickly expressed his gratitude. Although there weren't many non-standard items this time, it still took the 2 of them nearly half an hour to sort all the goods. The boss, exhausted, sat directly on the sofa and handed Zhou Yuhui a bottle of drink. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have to work until noon. No need to be polite." Zhou Yuhui looked around the delivery station and asked, "Boss, how long have you been working here?" About 7 or 8 years. The boss chuckled. Zhou Yuhui took out the slip of paper and handed it over. Boss, can you see if this address is correct? The boss took it and nodded. Yes, that's right. This is the place. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly explained. It's like this, I might have been in a car accident a few days ago. Or I hit my head after drinking too much, and now I can't remember anything. I only have this address. Chapter 45. The life of a delivery person. Upon hearing Zhou Yuhui's words, the boss suddenly remembered. He pointed at Zhou Yuhui and said, I thought you looked familiar. Yes, a few days ago, a police officer came to ask me about this, showing me a photo, and was asking about this matter. So it was you? Yes, that's me. Do you know anyone who knows me? Zhou Yuhui quickly inquired. The boss shook his head slightly. I've been here for so many years, and many people come to pick up their packages, but you are definitely the first to come here. So that's how it is. Zhou Yuhui realized this might be the case, but hearing the boss say it personally still left him somewhat disappointed. Noticing Zhou Yuhui's disappointed expression, the boss frowned slightly and curiously asked, Do you really not remember anything? I don't remember. Zhou Yuhui sighed. I can't remember anything from before, and there are no clues at the police station. That's not good. The boss looked thoughtfully at Zhou Yuhui and quietly asked, What are you planning to do? Zhou Yuhui forced a smile. I don't know. I only have a little cash left on me and don't know what to do. The delivery station boss quietly said, How about this? I'll tell you something. You can do it if you want, and if you don't want to, just pretend I never said anything. What is it? Zhou Yuhui asked, somewhat puzzled about what this delivery station boss wanted to do. Well, you see, my delivery station may not be big, but there's still a lot of packages every day, and some need to be delivered to customers' hands. My capacity is limited, and I can't afford to buy an automated delivery vehicle. Moreover, there are many places in the old town without elevators or charging stations, so I can only rely on manual delivery. Nowadays, the young people have all gone to be memory recorders, and no one wants to do the delivery job. If you're willing to work here, I'll provide you with food and accommodation, plus a monthly salary. How does that sound? When Zhou Yuhui heard the boss say this, he was stunned. He knew that he currently had no identity, and even at the police station, they couldn't find any trace of him. Neither fingerprints nor other biological characteristics could identify him, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Although the police station had given him a temporary certificate, it couldn't be used for work or living. It was merely a means of control, and he had to report his location to the police station every day. Otherwise, the electronic monitoring device on him would sound an alarm. It was said that this was a method for dealing with unidentified individuals. Zhou Yuhui naturally found this very distasteful, as if he were being monitored all the time. However, if he had a stable job and an employer's guarantee, this situation would greatly improve. But this guarantee also came at a cost. Zhou Yuhui's pay would be much less than that of a regular employee, or it could be said he would be working for almost nothing. Seeing the boss's sly expression, Zhou Yuhui had no conditions to counter with. After all, he only had a few hundred yuan left, not enough to even rent a place, let alone for food. The delivery station boss's proposal immediately touched him. Since food and accommodation were provided, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming a homeless person on the street. Not to mention there would be a salary, and most importantly, this was his only way to find his identity. Okay. Zhou Yuhui readily agreed. Zhou Yuhui's job as a courier began like this. During the day, he helped his boss sort various packages, and if there was a need for pickups or deliveries, he would ride the electric cart from the courier station. At night, he slept at the courier station and could also help keep an eye on the packages there, which was a win-win situation for his boss. Zhou Yuhui valued this job greatly, as having a place to stay without spending money was rare in a big city like Longbin. Although the job of a courier was somewhat challenging for Zhou Yuhui, who was like a blank slate due to his memory loss, especially because he was unfamiliar with the surrounding routes. It was indeed a tough situation. The courier station boss even planned for Zhou Yuhui to spend a month familiarizing himself with the terrain. However, Zhou Yuhui only took half a day to study the electronic map and, relying on his exceptional intelligence and memory, he clearly imprinted all the streets and alleys within a few kilometers around the courier station in his mind. Then, riding the station's cart, he made a few rounds on the main roads, quickly grasping the peak traffic times for commuting and established a database of traffic conditions in the area, developing dozens of efficient route maps. All this data was stored in his mind, allowing him to change routes at any time and to prioritize package deliveries using a meticulous planning method, maximizing time and physical energy savings. The results were evident. Just a few days later, Zhou Yuhui's delivery volume surpassed the combined total of the other two couriers at the station. This change delighted the station boss, who exclaimed that he had found a gem in Zhou Yuhui, clearly indicating that he was cut out for the courier business. One day, Zhou Yuhui finished delivering all the accumulated packages at the station, leaving only a few parcels to be delivered in the evening when someone was home. He returned to the courier station, found a spot to sit down, and drank some water, as it had been a long day of work. Despite the many automated tools available, many tasks still required human assistance. Inside the courier station, the boss was busy checking various delivery orders, while the other two veteran employees sat there calmly discussing the effects of the newly released 3D imaging smartphones, which cost as much as 2 to 3 months' worth of their salaries. Hearing their conversation, the boss occasionally glanced over, clearly dissatisfied with these two unfocused employees. But he couldn't dismiss them due to the substantial severance pay required, which he certainly didn't want to let them take advantage of. At that moment, a commotion was heard at the entrance, suggesting something was happening. Zhou Yuhui was not the type to enjoy watching the excitement and remained seated, closing his eyes to rest his mind amid the chaotic memories. The two veteran employees, however, were eager for excitement, and they dashed outside, only to return shortly with pouted lips. Seeing this, the boss let out a cold laugh and mockingly asked, "What's wrong? Was the excitement not worth watching? There's nothing to see, just a guy who became a memory collector, showing off after finishing a task." Memory collector? Zhou Yuhui had heard this term since his time in the hospital. The nurses mentioned it was a trendy profession, and if luck was on your side, you could get rich overnight. Chapter 46. A profitable profession rich overnight? That's just a rumor. Who has ever seen someone get rich overnight? The courier station boss had finished his work and was idly talking while playing with his phone in a corner. "Boss, that's not true. I have seen someone get rich overnight. A friend of a classmate took a bounty task and earned 100,000 in just a week. 100,000 in a week. Zhou Yuhui immediately felt that this profession held extraordinary value. Of course, my colleague raised his eyebrows, as if he were the one who got the money. The memory collector doesn't have any strict requirements. As long as you meet the bounty's criteria and fill out a few forms, you can take the task, and the memory trading company will pay you directly." Memory trading company? This name flashed in Zhou Yuhui's mind countless times, feeling very familiar. But he couldn't quite piece it together. "Okay, don't mislead Achi." The boss waved his hand and said, "As long as you have that thought, it's fine. His head is already injured. If anything else happens, it would be terrible." The two colleagues chuckled and didn't say anything further, although the colleagues stopped discussing it. Zhou Yuhui developed a keen interest in becoming a memory collector, as it was a quick way to earn money. With money, he could find more clues about himself, especially since advertising and missing person notices required a considerable amount of money. Additionally, he remembered that the hospital doctor had mentioned that the reason for his injury might be due to alcohol-induced brain damage or the aftereffect of memory transfer. But they lacked Zhou Yuhui's information file to check whether he had undergone memory transfer at the memory trading company. Seeing Zhou Yuhui's expression, the experienced courier station boss understood that he was intrigued. He didn't want to let go of such a dedicated employee. Since Zhou Yuhui arrived, the courier station's business had improved significantly, with fewer negative reviews and timely deliveries, receiving much praise. Some customers even specifically requested Zhou Yuhui to handle their deliveries, saying it wouldn't delay anything. When it was time to get off work, the other colleagues quickly left, fearing the boss would keep them for overtime deliveries, while Zhou Yuhui maintained his work mode, rushing to deliver any undelivered packages. The key was that, as the employer, he only had to oversee the operation, saving a lot on labor costs. Where could he find such a profitable deal? "Akiri, when you finish those deliveries in the evening, come back quickly. I'll take you out for a stroll." The boss smiled at Zhou Yuhui. "Okay, boss." Zhou Yuhui was puzzled. How could the usually stingy boss be willing to take him out shopping today? Since he had no money, he would definitely be spending the boss's. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to think about it. This was a method Zhou Yuhui had recently summarized. He still often felt a bit muddled, which, while not affecting his thinking, felt very uncomfortable, as if there was something he could never finish. With fewer than 10 packages left, Zhou Yuhui leveraged his extraordinary memory to quickly plan the most efficient route, finishing all the deliveries in just 20 minutes, and even took the opportunity to climb a few flights of stairs for exercise. When he returned to the courier station, the boss was already waiting for him and praised. "Your speed has certainly increased." Zhou Yuhui chuckled a few times, tidied up a bit, and followed the boss out. As night fell, the old district of Longbin lit up with various lights. Most residents here were familiar neighbors, gathering in small groups to chat or dance in the square. Small vendors seized the opportunity to set up stalls selling snacks, crafts, and toys, which caught the attention of children reluctant to leave home with their parents. Zhou Yuhui walked alongside his boss, curiously observing the surroundings. Although he had been here for some time, he mostly delivered packages during the day and was familiar with the terrain, but he hadn't experienced much of the nightlife, mainly because he wasn't very interested. The delivery station owner was explaining to Zhou Yuhui which folk dance team this was and what that brisk walking was about, but most of the onlookers were elderly people. There were hardly any young people around. The two of them walking among them felt somewhat out of place. Nowadays, young people are reluctant to come out. They are all immersed in the internet. The delivery station owner sighed and said, especially now that memory transfer is popular, they see it as an easy way to make money. Isn't this a method? Zhou Yuhui asked with some curiosity. As long as it can make money, it's a good way. You don't know anything. The owner shook his head. Do you think any memory can be traded in exchange? These young people all dream of getting rich overnight, but they don't realize the risks involved. Risks? Zhou Yuhui asked in confusion. Is there a big risk in transferring memories? Didn't I hear it was quite safe? The memory transfer technology is considered relatively safe, although there are some errors. But they aren't too harmful. The danger I'm talking about is the memories themselves. Themselves? Zhou Yuhui seemed to understand. Are you saying there is a problem with the content of the memory? The delivery station owner looked at Zhou Yuhui with an encouraging gaze. Aki, you're really smart. You get it right away. Hee. Actually, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Zhou Yuhui accepted the praise without hesitation. The owner awkwardly shook his head and then said, Today, when you hear someone has made a lot of money from memory transfer, don't you feel a bit itchy inside? Want to give it a try? Yes. Zhou Yuhui didn't hide his thoughts. Then good. I'll take you to see the real situation faced by a memory collector. Zhou Yuhui was immediately thrilled. Boss, you know a memory collector? The owner slightly moved the corner of his mouth. Of course, just look at who I am. Who around here doesn't know my name? Zhou Yuhui shrugged. That was obvious. The owner has been running the delivery station here for many years, and there really aren't too many who don't know him. Chapter 47. Meeting a real memory collector soon. The two arrived in front of a dilapidated residential building, which looked no different from other buildings in the old city. But the flickering lights in the corners told Zhou Yuhui that this place had long been surrounded by various cameras and sensors. Things that ordinary residential buildings definitely wouldn't have. Boss, what's inside? Zhou Yuhui noticed that this building was a bit unusual. The owner patted Zhou Yuhui on the shoulder. Tonight, I'll let you see a real memory collector. After saying that, he pushed open a very old security door. To Zhou Yuhui's surprise, there was actually another door behind the security door, and between the two doors was a table with a display screen on it, looking like some kind of verification device. The delivery station owner looked up and said to the area above the table, It's me, open the door. After saying that, he waved his hand above the display screen. Verification passed. With a crisp sound, the door ahead opened. Behind the door was a passage that extended to the back door of the residential building, clearly indicating that these two doors were just a cover, not the actual entrance to the building. The delivery station owner led Zhou Yuhui through the corridor, like Lu Laolao visiting the Grandview Garden, opened the back door, and a corridor led to an underground parking lot, where several big men were patrolling, vigilantly watching every shadow that appeared. Once at the scene, don't speak, just watch. The owner reminded Zhou Yuhui, then descended the stairs to the underground parking lot. Not long after, They heard a wave of frenzied music from inside, accompanied by shouts. Zhou Yuhui was about to ask what this place was, but remembering the owner's words, he swallowed back his question. As they walked down the stairs, the original parking lot had been completely transformed. A huge cage was located in the middle of the parking lot, surrounded by many seats, though hardly anyone was sitting on them. Most people were crowding around the cage, shouting wildly. Zhou Yuhui looked at the enormous cage, and the term Faraday cage suddenly flashed in his mind, making him pause. How did he know about Faraday cages, and what were they? But before Zhou Yuhui could ponder this, the owner pulled him to a corner of the cage, surrounded by shouting people, all red-faced, waving slips of paper as if waving flags. The owner was clearly a frequent visitor here. Many people greeted him, and he nodded to each. The deafening music made it impossible to hear what anyone was saying, and even when they leaned in close, it was hard to hear clearly. Everyone could only gesture. Zhou Yuhui immediately noticed that there were actually two people fighting in the cage, and they were not wearing any protective gear, only shorts covering themselves, exchanging blows that landed hard, each strike drawing blood, with both men covered in bruises and the floor of the cage stained with blood. However, it seemed the two had arrived a bit late. The fight in the cage only lasted a few minutes before one was heavily knocked to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Many people around despondently threw their slips of paper into the cage, cursing the name of that person, clearly indicating that there were huge stakes involved. Zhou Yuhui was still puzzled. Wasn't he the owner supposed to bring him to meet a memory collector? How'd they end up here? At that moment, the music gradually stopped, and the delivery station owner waved at the winner in the cage. Congratulations! Another opponent. They clearly knew each other. The winner laughed and said, Boss Chui, what brings you here? After a long time, Zhou Yuhui learned that his boss's surname was Chui, but everyone usually called him Fizai. Boss Chui chuckled a few times. I just took a new person. This guy is quite capable at work. I heard that being a memory collector can make big money these days, so I brought him to see the world. Memory collector? The winner scoffed a few times and then said to Boss Chui, Your relative? Why are you so concerned? As a boss, you can't let a good employee slip away, right? Boss Chui chuckled. The winner shook his head slightly. Last time you brought a little girl like this too, and now you've brought a pale-faced scholar. If I didn't know you were in delivery, I'd think you were a trafficker. Boss Chui seemed to be exposed, awkwardly chuckling a few times, one thing at a time. Last time a little girl was just curious. All right, since there's nothing else to do, I'll take you to have a look. The winner didn't tell Zhou Yuhui his name, but Boss Chui only let him call him Brother Feng, saying Brother Feng was a mediator in the old city area. If people had minor conflicts they didn't want to escalate, they would call Brother Feng to handle it. And he was somewhat of a notable figure. Brother Feng was imposing in the cage, but after coming out, he appeared quite polite, greeting even the cleaning aunties and the doorman with a smile, exuding a chivalrous demeanor. You're lucky. There's actually a memory performance today. Let me see if the time is right. Brother Feng glanced at his watch and nodded. Not bad, just in time. Memory collection, memory transfer. Zhou Yuhui understood these concepts. But what was this memory performance? He looked at Boss Chui with some confusion, and Boss Chui seemed to have known for a long time. But he was a bit worried that this performance might scare Zhou Yuhui. Otherwise, such a good employee might just fly away. How was the effect? Boss Chui hurriedly asked. Guaranteed to satisfy. Feng Gu patted Boss Chui on the shoulder and said, You can rest assured that I will handle this. After the three of them came out of the underground parking lot, they didn't leave the residential building, but instead took the nearby fire escape to the rooftop. On the rooftop, there were many clotheslines and a few pieces of clothing that hadn't been taken back, yet fluttered gently in the breeze like flags. The area around Yinhai Road didn't have many tall buildings, and standing at the top of the residential building, Zhou Yuhui felt a sense of tranquility. Below him were the countless lights of homes, where many ordinary families lived, even spending decades in a mundane manner. In the distance, the dazzling lights of Longbin New District were blinding, with constantly flashing laser advertisements creating three-dimensional images that were so clear they felt just in front of him, rather than miles away. The intertwining of the old and the modern gave a surreal feeling, making it hard to realize exactly where one was. Chapter 48. The failed memory performance. Feng Gu led the two through the cluttered facilities on the rooftop, and arrived at a corner. From here, it seemed there was nothing particularly noteworthy, except for a view overlooking a secluded alleyway, which was not much different from other places. "This is it." Feng-gu pointed to the alley with his chin. The surveillance equipment in the alley had obviously been damaged long ago. The government-installed cameras either looked up at the stars or focused on the ground at stray dogs rummaging through trash bins. Some even had their power cables yanked out, serving merely as decorations to scare people. "What are we doing here?" Zhou Yuhui quietly asked Boss Chui. "You'll know in a moment." Though he said that, Boss Chui also looked at Feng-gu with a puzzled expression, clearly unsure of what would happen next. Feng-gu glanced at his watch and said calmly, "It's about to start." "What is about to start? The memory performance?" Both Boss Chui and Zhou Yuhui looked around with surprised expressions, waiting quietly. At that moment, 2 cars stopped at the mouth of the alley, and more than a dozen people climbed out, each holding sticks and looking quite aggressive. These are the Scarface gang from South Street. Who would be foolish enough to provoke them? Boss Chui clearly recognized the group that had gotten out of the cars. "Who is Scarface?" Zhou Yuhui asked softly from aside. "A guy who runs a game hall on South Street. He has been around here for a while, and after spending a few years inside for hurting someone, he came out and started ruling this area, but he doesn't cause too much trouble for the locals. He just has a bit of a temper." Feng-gu chuckled. Who else could it be but the memory collectors? Huh, why would they provoke these guys? Everyone knows Scarface has a bad temper. If you annoy him, you're bound to get beaten. If they don't get beaten, they provoke him. Feng-gu sneered. "I wonder how much this bounty is worth. It doesn't seem like much from the looks of it. Probably just a few tens of thousands." "Tens of thousands?" Zhou Yuhui clicked his tongue. He only made a few hundred a month. How could a memory bounty be worth tens of thousands? Boss Chui was equally surprised by the figure. This price indeed had a strong allure for many young people. After all, making tens of thousands from a single memory collection could equal what an ordinary office worker earns in 6 months. Just then, a metal door in the alley suddenly swung open, and a few young men wielding iron rods emerged. Although they were outnumbered, their momentum was not diminished at all. As Scarface's group reached the middle of the alley, these few individuals swung their iron rods and charged at the first few people, landing brutal blows that left them bloodied and stunned. Zhou Yuhui was startled by the scene from above, but judging by Boss Chui and Feng-gu's expressions, they seemed accustomed to it. "Aren't we going to call the police?" "They're already bleeding," Zhou Yuhui asked quietly. "Not yet. They know what they're doing." Feng-gu leaned against the wall of the rooftop, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a smoke ring into the air. The fight below continued chaotically, with many weapons being knocked to the ground, and both sides engaged in bare-knuckle combat, scattering debris everywhere in the alley. At this moment, a buzzing sound filled the air, and several people looked up to see 2 drones appearing above the alley, with high-definition cameras immediately starting to work, recording the entire brawl. Then a warning voice rang out. "This is the Longbin City Police drone surveillance system. Your actions have violated the Public Security Administration regulations. Cease fighting immediately and await further police action." Upon hearing the police drone's warning, the fighters in the alley were momentarily stunned before quickly picking up the scattered sticks on the ground and preparing to flee in all directions. Accompanied by a piercing alarm, a police car arrived at the mouth of the alley. The young men involved in the fight quickly dashed into a small door at the end of the alley and fled through another exit, disappearing into the vast night, leaving behind only bloodstains on the ground. "All right, nothing to see here. Let us go." Feng-gu yawned and said, "Can we really get tens of thousands from this?" Zhou Yuhui asked in astonishment. "Are you kidding? This counts as a failed memory. To get paid for a fight memory, it has to last at least 10 minutes. This was just a few minutes long, and considering the injuries sustained, it would be good if they don't lose money on this." Feng Yi explained it. Boss Chui nodded in agreement. "Exactly. These kids have shot themselves in the foot. They'll definitely incur losses and get beaten up. If Scarface has his eyes on them, it'll lead to endless trouble." Zhou Yuhui now understood that tens of thousands of dollars weren't so easy to earn. But why were there still so many people doing this? Seemingly sensing Zhou Yuhui's confusion, Feng-gu sighed and said, "They're all kids who grew up in the old city. Their families have no resources, and they can't stand the constraints of factory work. They think being a memory collector is an easy way to make money and dream of getting rich overnight. But where in the world does such a thing exist? Every opportunity has its cost, and many people have been hurt or even lost their lives for memories worth hundreds of thousands or millions. All right, enough of that. Boss Chui seemed to catch on to Feng Ji's underlying message and interrupted him. Feng Ge looked at Zhou Yuhui, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said, "It seems you're quite interested in this. In a few days, I'll be heading to a hunting ground. I'll take you along to see the world." Hunting ground? What is that? Seeing that Zhou Yuhui didn't know anything about it, Feng Ge chose not to elaborate further, simply patted his shoulder and turned to leave the rooftop. Zhou Yuhui followed Boss Chui back to the delivery station, reflecting on the brutal scene in the alley. He indeed felt a bit frightened. It turned out being a memory collector was so hard and dangerous. Clearly, making money this way was not easy at all. So, do you understand now what those big money opportunities are like? Boss Chui noticed Zhou Yuhui's worries and added fuel to the fire. We need to honestly do some legitimate work. Only then can we earn money with a clear conscience. Otherwise, who knows when we might have to pay with our lives. Zhou Yuhui quickly nodded. His confidence in making money by selling memories had diminished significantly. Not to mention anything else, he already had a bit of trouble with his head. If someone hit him on the head, wouldn't he really become a fool? However, looking at Boss Chui's expression, it seemed he had other meanings in his words. But Zhou Yuhui didn't dwell on it. For Zhou Yuhui, life at the express delivery station was not bad. At least he had food and shelter. Although he didn't have much money, it seemed Zhou Yuhui didn't have many places to spend it. The salary given by Boss Chui was carefully saved, and he bought a second-hand old phone, downloading a few commonly used apps, which made his daily life much more convenient. Chapter 49. The hunting ground days passed, and Zhou Yuhui still couldn't find any trace of his previous life. He had inquired among the neighbors, but no one recognized him, nor did anyone know of a missing person whose situation resembled his. Every day, Zhou Yuhui's job was to help Boss Chui load and unload mail and goods, placing compliant mail into the cabinets for collection, while the mail that needed to be delivered had to be personally handed over to customers on his bicycle. He also organized various mail items, and when older customers came, he helped carry some heavy objects. In short, his work was a mix of small tasks. Zhou Yuhui spoke little but worked efficiently, and everyone appreciated him. Boss Chui's two long-time employees left one after another. One went to a new express delivery station in the new district, which was said to have lighter work, mostly automated, requiring only supervision to avoid problems. The other actually became a memory collector, but Zhou Yuhui didn't know the details. He only heard Boss Chui say that this guy dreamed of making easy money. With that, the entire express delivery station was left with just Zhou Yuhui and Boss Chui. However, Boss Chui didn't mind. Zhou Yuhui could handle the workload of the two former employees alone. To win him over, Boss Chui raised his salary significantly, which surprised Zhou Yuhui and made him very happy. In fact, there wasn't much work at the express delivery station, aside from needing some manpower for handling goods. Most of the mail was self-service. They didn't even have to lift a finger. Just placing in the room's cabinets allowed for automatic retrieval. Only a small portion of the mail needed to be delivered, which required Zhou Yuhui to ride the station's electric bike. Of course, collecting mail required them to provide personal service, which was also Zhou Yuhui's job. Generally, he collected mail in the morning and delivered the items needing dispatch in the afternoon. That afternoon, after delivering the goods, Zhou Yuhui returned to the express delivery station, where the TV was broadcasting news about the memory exchange, stating that it planned to launch a pilot program for transferring students' knowledge storage, allowing vast amounts of knowledge to be implanted into students' memories, saving a lot of study time and creating more social benefits. What nonsense! Boss Chui directly turned off the TV, saying that if everything could be implanted in a memory, no one would need to study, leading to a generation of bookworms. Boss, why are you so opposed to memory transfer? Zhou Yuhui asked, somewhat puzzled. Boss Chui glanced at Zhou Yuhui, didn't say anything more, and just pointed to the dining table behind him, saying, "Hurry up and eat. Feng Ge will come to take you out soon." Where to? Zhou Yuhui had learned some things about Feng Ge during this time. After retiring from the army, he opened a fitness club and was a prominent figure in the old district. At least the unruly kids around didn't dare to act recklessly around him. Many people sought his help when they had issues, and he was happy to assist. In Boss Chui's words, this guy was well-connected both legally and illegally. Of course, the place they were going to was a fighting arena, one that operated outside the rules. Feng Ge was considered a strongman there, but generally, he wouldn't intervene unless someone was being unreasonable or challenging him directly. From Zhou Yuhui's perspective, Feng Ge was a decent person, doing things steadily without being loud or brash, which was better than even Boss Chui. Boss Chui shook his head and said, I don't know, he didn't say. But it feels like he's taking you to see the world. Since he mentioned taking Zhou Yuhui to see the world, one could tell from Boss Chui's expression that he knew something. Thinking back to that day when Feng Ge spoke to him, he figured they were probably going to that hunting ground. However, what exactly that place was remained a question lingering in Zhou Yuhui's mind. Since it was called a hunting ground, Zhou Yuhui thought it would be somewhere on the outskirts. But little did he know Feng Ge walked straight to the express delivery station without driving or bringing anyone else, seemingly just to take Zhou Yuhui alone. Have you finished your work? Feng Ge, a longtime friend of Boss Chui, entered without ceremony, directly taking Boss Chui's cigarettes and lighting one before sitting on the counter. Watching Boss Chui busy with the delivery orders. Yes, Boss Chui looked up at Feng Ge. Are you ready to take Ah Chi to the hunting ground? Yes. It's been a long time since I went. I have some free time these days, just right to take the kid to see the world. Are you going? Feng Ge smiled as he spoke. Forget it, I won't go. I can't stand too much bloodshed. You take Ah Chi with you. I have a customer coming later. Boss Chui waved his hand, declining Feng Ge's invitation. Feng Ge didn't insist much and nodded. All right, then I'll take him and have a look. If you want to come, just call me. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui curiously asked, Feng Ge, what exactly is the hunting ground? Feng Ge threw the remaining cigarette, but on the ground, stomped on it, then looked at the piles of mail and said, I'll put it this way. It's kind of like a dog kennel. Feng Ge glanced at his watch and then asked Boss Chui, you're really not going? Then we're leaving. Go ahead. Boss Chui waved his hand, but seemed to think of something and whispered a few words in Feng Ge's ear. Feng Ge frowned and sighed, then pointed at Boss Chui, saying, your old problem is acting up again. Haven't you learned your lesson? Don't worry, this time they won't dare to play too rough. I still have a chance. Boss Chui said, somewhat embarrassedly chuckling. Feng Ge didn't say anything more and walked straight out of the express delivery station. Zhou Yuhui could only follow behind Feng Ge as they walked along Yunhai Road. They silently walked for most of the street, and Feng Ge chatted casually with Zhou Yuhui. Feng Ge seemed to know about Zhou Yuhui's situation and didn't ask too many questions, only inquiring about how things were with Boss Chui. The two strolled along the street shops at dusk, then turned into a small alley and continued walking until they reached the depths of Yunhai Road. In fact, this place could hardly be considered part of Yunhai Road. Even though Zhou Yuhui was familiar with the surroundings, it was his first time here. Feng Ge was evidently very familiar with this area. He led Zhou Yuhui into a courtyard. It looked like an ordinary residential house, with nothing special on the surface. The front wall still had remnants of red paper from the new year, and the grapes planted in the yard were nearing maturity. In the corner lay a Chinese rural dog, sleeping soundly, who raised its head to look at them when it heard the noise, but didn't bark and continued to sleep. Everything seemed like a very ordinary household. Chapter 50, Life and Death Game. At this point, a middle-aged man walked out from a side room. Upon seeing Feng Ge, he nodded in greeting, but didn't say anything, opening a nearby security door. Behind the door, a staircase leading underground could be seen, and from the height of the stairs, it was at least 10 meters deep. Zhou Yuhui looked up and noticed the sound of wind coming from the main room, where two giant fans were clearly working through the open window. Here is the staircase, and over there is the elevator, which is exclusively for distinguished guests. Feng Yi whispered, once we get down, don't ask any questions or say anything. I understand. Zhou Yuhui quickly replied, then followed Feng Ge into the staircase. Walking down this not-so-wide staircase, Zhou Yuhui vaguely felt something, as if he had encountered this kind of scene often before. Had he been here before, or had he been to a similar place? At this moment, he recalled how he escaped from that mysterious place, which was also deep underground. These two places were quite similar, but he didn't know the connection between them. With this thought, Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but glance around, fearing he might encounter those fierce-looking guys. He certainly didn't want to climb that high elevator shaft again. If he fell, it would truly be the end. With a series of doubts in mind, Zhou Yuhui followed Feng Gu deep underground. The cramped space made it hard for him to breathe, but when he reached the exit of the staircase, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight before him. Beneath this ordinary residence lay a huge underground space, seemingly hundreds of square meters in size, even exceeding the area of the residence above. Above this underground space, clear traces of reinforced concrete could be seen, with several thick columns supporting the nearly 10-meter-high dome space. However, aside from some hanging light fixtures on the steel frame, there wasn't much decoration. These lights illuminated the entire underground space as if it were daytime. "This is the hunting ground," Feng Gu said softly. "This is considered a medium-sized place within the Longbin area. Compared to my place, this is simply a doghouse. This used to be a boxing venue, and now it has become a paradise for memory collectors." "Paradise?" Zhou Yuhui was taken aback. Feng Gu laughed a few times and didn't say anything more. Zhou Yuhui carefully observed this hunting ground, which Feng Gu referred to as a paradise for memory collectors. The entire hunting ground was arranged in a circular layout, with a passage along the outer edge and several staircases leading to a second-floor platform, which was embedded with many 3D cameras and sensors to clearly record the situation inside the hunting ground. In the center of the hunting ground was a huge circular platform, about a meter high, covered with sand. It was evident that many areas of the sand were a gray-brown color, giving a dirty feeling. Zhou Yuhui guessed that it could be blood, which was evident from Feng Gu's boxing venue. Feng Gu led him along the surrounding passage, straight to the second-floor viewing platform. The layout here was similar to Feng Gu's underground parking lot, with many chairs placed around, all looking very new, some even still with their protective film on, indicating that not many people had sat in them. The paint on the railing in front had been worn down, as everyone was crowded in front. The viewing platform was just over a person's height, looking no different from the sand platform in the hunting ground, and there were already quite a few people standing, whispering to each other about who knows what. When they saw Feng Gu come up, they nodded in greeting. Feng Gu sat down in front of a tall man and then quietly asked, "What's on the agenda today?" "Same as usual, three-way duel." The tall man seemed familiar with Feng Gu and glanced at Zhou Yuhui, but didn't say much to him. "Life and death match?" Feng Gu asked. "Yes. One of the guys has already won 3 matches in a row. It said he made over $1 million just at the memory trading house. If he wins tonight, the prize for a single match could rise to 500,000. Feng Gu sneered. "That's not far from death." The tall man chuckled a few times, and Feng Gu, with his sharp eyes, just wanted to see if that kid could handle it. Feng Gu didn't say anything more and turned to Zhou Yuhui, who was looking around. "This is the hunting ground, also the place where memory collectors fetch high prices." Just like that night, Zhou Yuhui looked at the scene before him. Although he couldn't tell exactly what was happening, he had been crazily absorbing all kinds of knowledge during this time. It looked like a competition arena, and hearing Feng Gu say that immediately reminded him of what he had seen that night on the rooftop. Feng Gu nodded. "That's right, more or less. But what we saw that day was all based on luck. After all, it was just small-time fighting. Here, the fights are held at fixed times. But this kind of fighting is different from others. There are no rules, except that weapons cannot be used, and as long as you can knock down the opponent, that's fine. Moreover, if it's a life-and-death match, there's no such thing as surrender." "No surrender?" Zhou Yuhui immediately thought of something from the literal meaning. Just as he was speaking, a deep, low music started playing. This music was different from the fighting matches he had seen with Feng Gu. It was more like background music, not at all overshadowing the competition's appeal. "It's starting," Feng Gu said lightly. Then, a sturdy little guy appeared in the hunting ground, wearing only shorts and with several layers of bandages wrapped around his wrists, with visible bruises and wounds on his body, especially a bloodstain above his brow that hadn't faded. After entering the arena, the little guy first struck a signature pose, drawing sharp cheers from the crowd. He waved to his fans and jogged around the hunting ground, warming up. At that moment, the 2 exits of the hunting ground opened simultaneously, and 2 towering men over 1, 9 meters tall emerged, their muscular bodies resembling giants, with bulging muscles and terrifying gazes fixed on the little guy, as if they were looking at a dead man. One of the big men stepped into the hunting ground and performed a front flip as his debut, his feet crashing heavily onto the ground, even kicking up a small cloud of dust. Even from the viewing platform several meters away, Zhou Yuhui could feel an immense pressure. Feng slightly nodded his forehead in approval of the big man's strength. The other one, not to be outdone, launched into a series of 3 aerial kicks, then stood on one leg, executing a 360-degree sweep, showcasing extremely solid fundamentals. The little guy seemed to be psychologically prepared for the appearance of these two. But with such a disparity in strength and stamina, he had to take it seriously, cautiously occupying an advantageous position in the hunting ground, quietly watching the two men. Accompanied by a dull gong sound, the fight began. Chapter 51. The price of life. The first to attack were the two big men, who had clearly coordinated beforehand, one responsible for defense while the other launched attacks. The little guy initially wanted to be courteous, but he didn't expect the opponent to come in with lethal moves. Just after dodging a fierce kick, a heavy punch followed closely, and the little guy hurriedly used his agile body to evade, then started a guerrilla tactic against the two men. The hunting ground immediately became a dramatic scene, as the little guy's nimble movements caused the two big men to be momentarily confused, drawing cheers from the surrounding audience. However, Feng sighed at this moment. The disparity in strength is too great. Just as he finished speaking, before Zhou Yuhui could ask what was going on, he heard a loud bang. The little guy was kicked away by the big man, crashing heavily onto the hunting ground and sliding a long distance on the sandy surface, blood oozing from his wounds. The short man struggled to get up, and before he could clearly see his surroundings, another big man had already approached him, raining down heavy punches on the just-risen short man. The short man had no ability to resist at all. All that could be heard were the sounds of punches echoing in the hunting ground, a result of the vast difference in strength. One strong man could defeat 10 skilled fighters. Faced with such extraordinary power, the short man's agility was evidently suppressed and could not be displayed. The spectators in the hunting ground fell silent, holding their breath as they watched everything unfold. Some clearly had high hopes for the short man, tightly gripping their beautifully printed tickets, their fingertips trembling involuntarily as they watched him being trampled by the big man, with a heavy punch landing on the short man's cheek. His raised arm fell weakly, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground, leaving almost no time for anyone to react. Is he done for? People in the stands whispered to each other, looking at the motionless short man on the hunting ground. Zhou Yuhui saw blood appearing at the short man's mouth and nose, indicating that his injuries were definitely not light. The two strong men stood around him, watching him cautiously, their bodies on high alert, probably fearing that the short man might suddenly retaliate. However, this worry seemed unnecessary. The short man lay there motionless. At that moment, the music slightly lowered, and a voice rang out. It seems that the outcome has already appeared. A contestant has been eliminated. We will take a short break and wait for the medical staff's diagnosis. Two people in white coats immediately rushed into the hunting ground, carefully examining the short man, then gestured towards the stands. Zhou Yuhui did not understand the gesture and glanced back at Brother Feng, who had a blank expression. Brother Feng's lips curled slightly. He's dead. What? Dead? A life just gone like that? At this moment, a line of words was projected in laser light above the hunting ground. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are in the heavens, followed by a photo of the short man, which slowly turned black and white. In just a few minutes, a life had disappeared from sight, and Zhou Yuhui seemed unable to accept this feeling. Brother Feng patted Zhou Yuhui's shoulder. Let's go. This is the hunting ground, the paradise of memory collectors. Once you make a mistake, this is the result. This isn't even considered dangerous. After all, they're just people. There are more dangerous hunting grounds, where real fierce battles take place, a dance of wolves. But such places are not for us. Only the rich can enjoy those. Upon hearing Brother Feng's words, a name floated into Zhou Yuhui's mind. The Beast Arena. What are they doing this for? Zhou Yuhui asked, puzzled. Of course, for money. They participate in a fight and earn some income. Not to mention, if they sell their memories, they can get even higher rewards. Especially this kind of bloody slaughter is highly favored by young, wealthy people. Transmitting such memories can instantly boost your adrenaline, and that extraordinary feeling is quite marvelous. Brother Feng was clear about these matters, but when Zhou Yuhui looked at the short man lying motionless in the dirt, he couldn't help but feel regretful. For the sake of memories that could make money, he had lost everything, including his life, while those wealthy individuals could obtain everything unscathed, not suffering any physical harm at all. This was the change brought about by memory transfer. Zhou Yuhui didn't know how he followed Brother Feng back to the delivery station. All he could think of was the image of the short man dying, and he probably didn't even know that the outcome would be so tragic. This was the fate of a memory collector. According to Brother Feng, there were even more brutal scenes than this, and one could imagine how horrific those would be. After returning to the delivery station, Boss Chui, with keen eyes, immediately noticed the fear in Zhou Yuhui's heart. How is it? Any gains? Boss Chui pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui replied seriously, memory collectors are indeed not something ordinary people can do. Just now, someone died in the hunting ground. Yes, such things happen all the time. The hunting ground only involves human fights. How many memory collectors have risked their lives for thrilling memories, only to end up without even a corpse to collect? Zhou Yuhui said nothing further. Just reorganize the letters on the cargo container. Let's just honestly deliver packages. Such big money from adventures really isn't something we can earn. Zhou Yuhui silently nodded. Boss Chui was right. Although these things seemed to make big money, the risks were enormous. One careless mistake could cost a life. What was the point of having so much money? Seeing Zhou Yuhui no longer harboring thoughts about becoming a memory collector, Boss Chui felt much more at ease. He instructed Zhou Yuhui to watch the store, as it was already too late, and then he went home. After sending off Boss Chui, Zhou Yuhui sat on his bed and began to ponder the mystery of his identity once again. This delivery station was the only clue. According to the doctor's diagnosis at the hospital, if he hadn't suffered memory loss due to an injury from a car accident, then his memories must have been transferred out. However, in Boss Chui's words, no one would sell all their memories, as it would affect their lives. Moreover, if one couldn't even remember who they were, what could selling their memories do? Fortunately, Boss Chui was a good person, not only allowing him to stay here, but also giving him this job to make ends meet, preventing him from ending up on the streets. Zhou Yuhui stood at the door of the delivery station, looking towards Yunhai Road. Even though it was almost midnight, the place was still bustling with people, filled with various lively aromas. Chapter 52. The hope brought by the cowhide envelope. Ever since Zhou Yuhui returned from the hunting ground, he stopped thinking about memory transfer and focused entirely on delivering packages. Every day, he ran around the nearby streets and alleys, getting to know many local residents. Regardless of age or gender, Zhou Yuhui would greet everyone warmly, quickly becoming familiar with those around him. One day, after delivering most of the mail, Zhou Yuhui sat at the entrance of the delivery station, chatting with a group of elderly people. As Boss Chui put it, he was almost becoming a member of the senior university. The elderly people were also idle, and having a young person accompanying them made them feel rejuvenated. They had all heard about Zhou Yuhui's situation and offered their experiences to help him speculate about his memory issues. I feel like you must have sold your memories before. Otherwise, how could you forget everything? An elderly man said slowly while tapping his pipe. Yes. Nowadays, young people are all becoming those memory collectors. They don't want to do any work in factories, thinking that those jobs are not only tiring, but also don't earn money. They dream of one day getting a big memory order and becoming rich overnight. Another added, maybe Achi sold memories before. Old Lu's words were echoed by someone else. That's right. My kid is just like that, running out at night for some adventure and making money. By the time the sun is high, he's still under the covers sleeping. How we live like that? Old Lu, your statement has issues. Achi said he was found at the car accident scene. He must have suffered a blow to the head during the accident, which caused his memory loss. Don't you see it often on TV? After a car accident, people forget their names. This is the same symptom as Achi. Someone immediately opposed. Pull my leg. Have you ever seen anyone forget who they are after a car accident? That's all made up for TV. I've lived for about 70 years and have never seen such a person. Some people were unconvinced. saying it was just the aftereffects of selling memories and that it was caused by a car accident. Seeing several elderly people about to fight over their own issues, Zhou Yuhui quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Gentlemen, please don't let this small matter ruin your good temper. My problem is indeed a bit complex, and it can't be figured out in a short time. But what does this thing actually mean?" To divert the attention of these elderly people, Zhou Yuhui took out the cowhide envelope again. Just as old Lu was about to say something, he looked up and saw the cowhide envelope in Zhou Yuhui's hand. He waved at Zhou Yuhui, saying, "Aki, let me have a look at that envelope." Zhou Yuhui, a bit puzzled, handed over the envelope and asked Grandpa Lu, "What did you notice?" Old Lu didn't speak. After taking the envelope, he looked at it from top to bottom and then said, "If you look at the production date of this envelope, it should have been produced recently. These envelopes are quite rare now. You can only find them in the grocery stores around our old district. They are hard to find elsewhere." Right. Not many people use these things anymore. Only our old neighbor's small shop has them. "Did you find this on you?" "Yes. The nurse in the ambulance that saved me said I had nothing on me except for this envelope, not even a phone. They searched everywhere and found nothing." "What's in the envelope?" "The address of the delivery station and a few thousand yuan. But I've already paid for the medical expenses. So that's why you came here. You're quite clever." The elderly people laughed. If that's the case, old Lu's idea wasn't bad. He could look for the shop that sells envelopes. And maybe he could find someone who knows him. Zhou Yuhui was taken aback. He suddenly realized that he had only been thinking about the contents of the note inside the envelope and hadn't considered where the envelope came from. If he had bought this envelope himself, the person who sold it to him would definitely remember him. Hearing old Lu's words, the other elderly people began to chime in, recalling where they had seen shops that sold such cowhide envelopes. Zhou Yuhui quickly informed Boss Chui and headed straight to the shop the elderly people mentioned. The shop was actually not far from the delivery station, just about 100 meters away, but it was on a different, somewhat secluded road. The shop was small, run by an elderly lady, and it mainly sold daily groceries. "Annie, do you have this kind of cowhide envelope?" Zhou Yuhui took out the cowhide envelope. The elderly lady took a glance and nodded, saying, Yes, I have." She then took out a stack of envelopes from the cabinet, identical to the one in Zhou Yuhui's hand. Upon further inspection of the production date and address, it was confirmed to be from the same batch of products. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly asked, "Annie, do you remember me coming here to buy envelopes?" The elderly lady looked him up and down a few times and shook her head, saying, "No, you haven't been here." Zhou Yuhui stepped closer and asked, "Please take another good look." The elderly lady still shook her head. "No need to look again. I've only sold a few of these envelopes recently, and they were all bought by a young lady. So that's how it is." Zhou Yuhui felt a bit disappointed as he walked out of the shop. Walking back to the delivery station, Zhou Yuhui felt as if someone was watching him. When he turned around to see clearly, the figure disappeared again. Zhou Yuhui immediately sensed something was off. He remembered the person in black from that underground space, and he still couldn't figure out why he was locked up there. He glanced around but found nothing unusual, thinking he must have misseen it, and returned to the delivery station dejectedly. The elderly people at the entrance comforted Zhou Yuhui, saying that maybe other shops had the same items, and that he should take his time looking. He would surely find something eventually. Zhou Yuhui could only use this thought to temporarily console himself. When Zhou Yuhui returned to the delivery station, he didn't notice that not far from the delivery station, there was indeed a shadow moving, watching him to assess whether he was in a state to endure the next course of action. After all, Zhou Yuhui had voluntarily broken his memory, and the technology to restore broken memories had long since disappeared. Although Zhou Yuhui's mentor had invented this technology, and he understood its principles, the one who truly needed to recover the memory was him. Outsiders could only cooperate, with no initiative of their own. Any slight deviation could result in everything ending without any outcome. Chapter 53. The appearance of Yin Xiaodong. Zhou Yuhui returned to the delivery station, and although he hadn't found the person who sold him the cowhide paper all afternoon, he was glad to have a new goal, to find a shop where he had purchased this cowhide envelope. Even if he couldn't find his identity, he could trace his previous actions through this. As Zhou Yuhui sat there musing over his plans, Boss Chui suggested, "Aki, if you have nothing to do, why not go for a stroll? You might find something." After all, there wasn't much going on in the shop. If he needed him, he would call for him. Zhou Yuhui quickly thanked boss Chui and rode out on the delivery station's bike. Earlier, when delivering, Zhou Yuhui thought he had explored all around Yunhai Road. It was only when he went to the hunting ground with Feng Ge last time that he discovered there were still many buildings hidden in the nooks and crannies near Yunhai Road, perhaps hiding clues about his identity. Zhou Yuhui slowly rode along Yunhai Road, and just after going a short distance, he suddenly saw a young girl float past him, her light green dress appearing so fresh amidst the old buildings. Zhou Yuhui felt a strange sensation rise within him. He glanced back at the girl as silhouette, feeling a vague familiarity. He quickly braked and turned his bike around to take another look. The girl had already vanished into the intricate alleys of Yunhai Road. Zhou Yuhui pondered as he watched her disappearing figure, feeling a strange sensation arise within him. Could it be that his memories were overlapping? Did he really know this girl? Ever since Zhou Yuhui realized he had memory issues, he had been searching for books on the subject, hoping to find a scientific method to restore his memory more effectively. He knew that people's memories could overlap, intertwining recent events with memories from long ago, creating the illusion that he had experienced something before. Now, Zhou Yuhui was contemplating whether he had developed this illusion facing this pleasing beauty. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. It was better not to think about that. Finding a shop that sold cowhide envelopes was what mattered. He continued to slowly search every hidden alley along Yunhai Road, going in to explore, trying to understand the number of residents and pathways, looking for familiar sights in his mind. The historical and cultural area of Yunhai Road had accumulated over hundreds of years, with various buildings intermingling. Some places were dead ends, where one could only return the same way, while others were well connected. Coming out from an inconspicuous small road could lead to bright landmark signs. Just when Zhou Yuhui entered a small alley, he was unaware that the girl he had just seen had reappeared on Yunhai Road, standing in the shade of a tree with a camera in hand, replaying the scenes she had just filmed. All images and actions related to Zhou Yuhui were uploaded to the cloud for systematic analysis to assist in determining whether his behavior exhibited any abnormalities. Professor Lin. Zhou Yuhui has been working unconsciously for nearly half a month now. When are we going to execute the next step of the plan? Yin Xiaodong dialed Lin Zhao's phone. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiao spoke weakly, according to the plan he said earlier. The second phase of the confirmation plan is supposed to start in the next few days. You need to be prepared. Yin Xiaodong immediately sensed something was off with Lin Zhao's voice and hurriedly asked, Professor Lin, are you in trouble? Lin Xiao sighed and said, That's right. My heart is probably about to give out. I don't know if I can hold on until Zhou Yuhui recovers his memory. So serious? Yin Xiaodong looked at the alley not far away and asked in a low voice, Is there anything I can do? You don't need to worry about me. Just do your best to help Zhou Yuhui recover his memory. He is our hope for the future. Only he can uncover how many secrets the memory exchange hides. I have already become a dead man. Finding a successor who can figure all this out makes me very, very content. Yin Xiaodong was left speechless. When Zhou Yuhui first approached her with the plan, she was shocked by this explosive information. Although she had her own secret mission, she never imagined that there were such hidden plans within the memory exchange. According to Zhou Yuhui and Lin Xiao, the memory exchange would become a social tumor, causing great harm to society and even threatening human development. This was absolutely intolerable. Now all hope rested on Zhou Yuhui. He had sacrificed his memory, hoping to find a way to recover it and fulfill this heavy responsibility. In the evening, Zhou Yuhui rode his bike back. He had been wandering around Yunhai Road for a while, looking for several shops to inquire about cowhide envelopes. Unfortunately, the responses he received were either that they didn't have such items or that they hadn't sold any in a long time, and they didn't even know of Zhou Yuhui's existence. Zhou Yuhui felt somewhat disappointed. He returned to the express station somewhat dejected. Boss Chui, seeing his demeanor, let out a slight sigh. Zhou Yuhui was indeed a capable worker, but not knowing his own past was certainly a problem. Zhou Yuhui absent-mindedly organized the goods at the express station when Boss Chui said, Chi, help me label these few letters with numbers. Zhou Yuhui immediately reached for the goods list, but when he casually looked up, his hand froze in midair. Boss Chui was puzzled and wondered what this guy was looking at. Following Zhou Yuhui's gaze, he saw a girl in a green long dress at the milk tea shop across from the express station, holding a cup of milk tea in one hand and smiling widely while talking on the phone. She looked like a beautiful scene on this old street. Beauty is naturally very popular, and a beautiful girl draws everyone's attention. A beautiful girl who loves to smile is definitely the focal point, attracting many passersby to turn and look. The ospreys are calling on the river's islet. The graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal. Boss Chui, being cultured, suddenly quoted a line, making Zhou Yuhui feel a bit embarrassed. "Achi, are you smitten?" Zhou Yuhui quickly took the list and laughed, saying, "What are you talking about? Besides, I can only support myself right now, not to mention that I don't even know who I am. What do I need to do with these things?" Boss Chui chuckled a few times. "Yeah, hurry up and figure out who you are. Who knows, you might be a millionaire, and then I could benefit too." Zhou Yuhui shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget being a millionaire, even if he were told he was a beggar. At least knowing how he had lived these decades would settle a worry. Without a past, an identity, it felt as if he didn't exist in this society, and the feeling of being forgotten was indeed unpleasant. Chapter 54. Searching for clues. When Zhou Yuhui turned his head back, a scene seemed to flash through his mind, very similar to this girl. He immediately turned to stare at the girl for a moment, increasingly feeling that she looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. It felt like his memory was recovering. But when he tried to think seriously, that feeling rapidly disappeared, like a wisp of smoke in the fog, vanishing without a trace. After finishing her call, the girl glanced around and seemed to notice Zhou Yuhui staring at her. She smiled slightly at him, then quickly turned and left towards the exit of Yunhai Road. Zhou Yuhui's gaze followed the girl until she disappeared. This time, Boss Chui didn't say anything. He just stood at the door and looked for a moment before patting Zhou Yuhui on the shoulder. "All right, stop looking. She's gone. I remember this girl had appeared here before. She should be from a nearby household. If you have any thoughts, go get her contact information." Hearing Boss Chui say this, Zhou Yuhui knew he had misunderstood him. He himself knew it was impossible. He was a person who didn't even know his own identity. And until he figured out his own matters, he didn't have much spirit to think about other things. Zhou Yuhui shook his head, sighed, and continued with his work, saying nothing. As night fell, there were no pedestrians on Yunhai Road, and the express station had closed. Apart from the occasional barking of dogs, there wasn't even the sound of passing cars, only the tired chirping of crickets. Zhou Yuhui lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. The image of that girl kept surfacing in his mind. Although he couldn't find any trace of her in his memory, there seemed to be a faint connection, fleeting and elusive, making Zhou Yuhui want to grasp it, but unable to do so. Did I know her before? Why do I care so much about this girl? Is there something beyond her beauty? Countless questions swirled in Zhou Yuhui's mind, occasionally sinking into a pile of chaos, then resurfacing clearly before him. This girl was like a playful dolphin, constantly leaping in the ocean of his memory, creating ripples on the calm sea, raising splashes of waves. Suddenly, Zhou Yuhui thought of a question he didn't dare to consider. Could this girl be the reason the cowhide paper led me to this express station? This thought flashed through Zhou Yuhui's consciousness but came to no conclusion. After all, such an approach seemed to involve too many unpredictable variables. Even if his former self knew this girl, using this method was indeed a bit too risky. Zhou Yuhui pondered for a long time and ultimately felt that Boss Chui was right. He could give a try and contact this girl. If all his considerations were wrong, he could sever his thoughts and not have to daydream all day. He should focus on the cowhide paper envelope. That clue might be more effective. However, if he were to abruptly seek out the girl, there was a high probability it wouldn't succeed. He might be seen as a creep. Zhou Yuhui looked up at the parcels in the room and suddenly came up with an idea. The next day, Zhou Yuhui continued as usual, helping Boss Chui sort the newly arrived mail by category, then loading the letters that needed to be delivered manually onto the car. Preparing to finish today's work quickly so he could wait for the girl's appearance. Before leaving, he specifically reminded Boss Chui to let him know immediately if he saw the girl. After Zhou Yuhui finished delivering the mail and just returned to the courier station, he heard Boss Chui saying, Aki, I've done what you asked me to. What is it? Zhou Yuhui asked, slightly puzzled. It's about that girl. Boss Chui put down what he was doing and grinned at him. You saw her? Zhou Yuhui hurriedly asked. Boss Chui took a piece of paper from the table, saying, I don't have the leisure to show you a pretty girl. Here's the address. I asked the old folks. The girl lives in a courtyard on the middle section of Yunhai Road, but she should be at work now and will come back in the evening. This boss really gets things done. He brought a pillow when I was sleepy. Zhou Yuhui chuckled a few times while holding the note with the address. Seeing his expression, Boss Chui thought this guy was having a fit of hysteria. Is this what they call lovesickness? In the afternoon, there wasn't too much going on at the courier station. So Zhou Yuhui immediately rode out on the courier station's small vehicle, which had a few empty boxes on it, looking like he was there to deliver a package. Although Yunhai Road was old, the relationships among neighbors were very good. If a stranger appeared, the elderly folks would stare at you, afraid you might cause some trouble, especially those with red armbands. They were practically top-notch surveillance cameras. Zhou Yuhui didn't dare go directly into the courtyard where the girl lived, but instead found a street corner where he could see the courtyard and sat quietly waiting. This area was located in the middle section of Yunhai Road, the oldest part of the entire historical and cultural district. Most of the houses were over 100 years old. Those in good condition were renovated, while others were lived in as is, with some almost becoming dangerous buildings. Zhou Yuhui knew that besides the elderly who didn't want to leave, the people living here also included migrant workers drawn by the low rent. However, the inconvenient transportation meant that young people were generally unwilling to come here unless absolutely necessary. Obviously, if the girl wasn't a local, she was likely a hard-working migrant worker, and judging by the current situation, it was clearly the latter. Under the sun, he waited for several hours, and the street Andes had looked at him several times. However, seeing the empty boxes he used to disguise himself and the courier jacket he wore, one of them murmured, Not easy. This matched Zhou Yuhui's previous plan. Everyone took him for someone waiting for a customer to return home, so they didn't pay much attention to him. An old man even brought him a palm fan, saying it would cool him down. The interactions among neighbors on Yunhai Road were still very harmonious, much better than in the new urban area. As evening approached, the girl returned home. She seemed a bit curious as she glanced at the courier vehicle, but didn't say anything and walked straight back to the courtyard. Zhou Yuhui kept his eyes on her as she entered her room. After thinking for a moment, he quickly grabbed a box and walked into the courtyard, knocking on the door of the room where the girl was. He was about to take the initiative to approach this girl. Chapter 55. Contact Yin Xiaodong saw Zhou Yuhui sitting outside her rented room, clearly with a purpose. But she still pretended not to know him and went straight back into her room. Yin Xiaodong did nothing and sat by the bed, starting a countdown, guessing that Zhou Yuhui would definitely take some action. 6, 5, 4. Before Yin Xiaodong could finish her countdown, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? She smiled lightly, confirming her guess was right. She changed into casual clothes, grabbed a fruit plate, and walked to the door to ask. Hello, I'm the courier. There's a package here, but the name isn't very clear, so I'm not sure if it's yours. Zhou Yuhui said seriously from outside. This excuse was indeed quite sufficient, and Yin Xiaodong secretly laughed to herself. Wait a moment. Yin Xiaodong paused slightly, then opened the door, sizing Zhou Yuhui up from head to toe. Finally, tilting her head, she glanced at the box and said, This should not be mine. I haven't bought anything recently. You should ask someone else. Sorry about that. Zhou Yuhui nodded to her and then asked, May I know how to address you? I'll check back. Yin Xiaodong. Yin Xiaodong replied, then carefully observed Zhou Yuhui's expressions and gestures. This close observation could help determine whether he was suffering from severe memory transfer syndrome. Perhaps too much time had passed since Zhou Yuhui escaped, or the consequences of memory fragmentation and transfer were different. Yin Xiaodong didn't see much sign of sequelae. Everything seemed quite normal. Based on the action plan Zhou Yuhui had previously told her, he should not recognize her at this point, which she had long been prepared for. Zhou Yuhui fumbled to take out paper and pen, asking the girl to write her name down, then casually asked, This name sounds familiar. Haven't we met before? That line is a bit too cliché. Isn't it? Yin Xiaodong replied with a smile. No, I lost my memory due to some issues, and when I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity, so I took the liberty to ask. Yin Xiaodong was taken aback for a moment, and a hint of excitement seemed to flash in her eyes, but she didn't show too much. She smiled slightly and then closed the door. Zhou Yuhui kept watching Yin Xiaodong, noticing that the excitement in her eyes was genuine. Clearly, she had something to say, but since she didn't he felt it wasn't appropriate to ask further. After leaving the courtyard where Yin Xiaodong lived, Zhou Yuhui sat on the courier vehicle and pondered for a while. He felt that this girl named Yin Xiaodong definitely had something to do with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had that expression. However, without her speaking, he had no way to prove their prior acquaintance since he had no evidence. Although there was no progress in the conversation between him and Yin Xiaodong, her reaction indicated that she must know something. This conclusion excited Zhou Yuhui. If Yin Xiaodong was indeed related to him, then the truth about his identity might be revealed, and the chances of recovering his memory could increase significantly. Having stayed on Yunhai Road for so long without any clues, he had finally found a lead, and he absolutely couldn't let it slip away. Zhou Yuhui felt increasingly that the note was meant to help him find Yin Xiaodong. But why not write down Yin Xiaodong's address directly? Instead, it left such a strange courier station. And why did this girl named Yin Xiaodong say she didn't know him? Everything seemed like a mystery, just like his own identity. Zhou Yuhui immediately recalled the underground world he had crawled out of. Looking back, it must have been a very secret underground laboratory. If he had been imprisoned there for some reason, then the information in that envelope was likely intended to prevent leaks. After all, he knew nothing about his past. And if the people who had imprisoned him found out, it wouldn't lead to dangerous situations. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuhui rode back to the delivery station. This beautiful girl, named Yin Xiaodong, must be hiding a secret, and he needed to be cautious, hoping to discover something. Although it seemed difficult, any clue was better than wandering around like a headless fly. When Boss Chui saw Zhou Yuhui return with a big smile, he immediately joked, "How's it going? Did you find a girl?" Zhou Yuhui shyly replied, "I found her, but we didn't say much." This matter relied not only on fate, but also on effort. If there wasn't much going on in the shop in the future, he should go out more. Who knows, maybe his memory could be restored. Zhou Yuhui knew that Boss Chui was just saying that on the surface. Deep down, he probably didn't think so. After all, the main reason he stayed here was that he didn't know his identity. Once he discovered who he was, he would definitely leave. And Boss Chui would lose a capable employee, which no boss would want to see. That said, Boss Chui treated him quite well. Without him, Zhou Yuhui wouldn't know what to do now, and might even end up homeless, rummaging through trash cans. Moreover, the elderly people on Yunhai Road were also very nice to him. However, the environment here was indeed too poor. Young people were almost nowhere to be seen, and those who were around were just wandering aimlessly without proper jobs. This place might be a paradise for the elderly, as there was no fast-paced life, and a relaxed environment was the best for them, without too much high technology leaving them confused. But for young people, this was merely a cheap place to live, not a main space for life. This was probably the difference between the new district and the old district. Zhou Yuhui looked at the flickering lights outside, pondering who he really was. This pressing question weighed heavily on his mind, and if it remained unresolved, he would find it difficult to move forward in anything. Right now, he felt like he was falling into an endless ocean, and Yin Xiaodong was a seemingly fragile lifeline. As long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, he had to seize it by any means. He needed to clarify everything and get his life back on normal track. Zhou Yuhui contemplated what to do next to obtain the answers he wanted from Yin Xiaodong. While he was mulling over this, his target was currently in her small dwelling, also carefully considering her next action plan. Chapter 56. The difficulty of memory recovery based on her observations over the past few days and their earlier interaction. Yin Xiaodong made a judgment. Zhou Yuhui had successfully escaped from the memory exchange and completed the memory fragmentation plan. Thus, the first phase of the apocalypse plan devised by Zhou Yuhui could be considered successful, although it remained uncertain whether he had accessed core secrets through the internal network. The next step was to use various methods to restore Zhou Yuhui's memory, which was the most challenging part of the entire plan. Memory fragmentation was a very special, physiological phenomenon. Under external pressure, it caused a series of electromagnetic outputs to the cerebral cortex, resulting in semi-permanent damage. According to Zhou Yuhui's description, memory fragmentation would not cause substantial damage to the hippocampal structure of the cerebral cortex, but would interfere with the connections between certain neural projections. As long as those connections were rebuilt, memory could be restored. However, while this sounded easy, it was extremely difficult to accomplish. This was also why Zhou Yuhui's mentor had not made this result public. The method had a certain failure rate. Although the failure rate was not high, if it occurred, it could lead to irreversible consequences, turning semi-permanent damage into permanent damage. According to the memory recovery plan, Yin Xiaodong had to control the recovery process and could not directly tell him everything, as he was already very fragile. It was said that doing so could cause partial memory damage or overlap, leading to a false memory illusion, blurring the lines between fragmented memories and later memories. This would result in a large amount of false information being recorded in the brain, making it impossible for the brain to discern the true situation, trapping the person in a dreamlike state, ultimately leading to madness and becoming someone who could not recognize reality or the past. The memory recovery plan for Zhou Yuhui could only proceed slowly, without rushing. Most critically, Zhou Yuhui could not be discovered by memory plunderers or people from the memory exchange. According to the dark web information left by Zhou Yuhui, Yin Xiaodong was constantly monitoring the bounties issued by the memory exchange. The bounty on Zhou Yuhui had not been revoked, indicating that the memory exchange was still wary of his existence. However, what puzzled Yin Xiaodong was that although the bounty on Zhou Yuhui had not been removed, many conditions had been changed, requiring that Zhou Yuhui must be alive, meaning he must be able to think and speak independently. Therefore, Yin Xiaodong had to be cautious and do her best to protect Zhou Yuhui. Otherwise, if discovered by the memory plunderers, the result would be a complete failure. The actions of the memory exchange were very secretive, and after Zhou Yuhui's incident, those memory plunderers had left their lair for unknown reasons. Yin Xiaodong could not learn about the actions of the memory exchange through various means and could only passively observe the abnormal situations around her. If any situation arose that threatened the plan, she needed to make preparations in advance. Her external support was also weak. Lin Zhao's situation was very poor. According to his own account, he might not be able to last until the day Zhou Yuhui recovered his memory. Without Lin Zhao's assistance, Yin Xiaodong's subsequent plans would become even more challenging. Having been lurking in the memory exchange for so long, Yin Xiaodong also understood some techniques of memory transfer, but she did not know the true intricacies of the technology. Restoring fragmented memories to a complete state was something only Zhou Yuhui's mentor had done before, and whether it was successful was still unknown. Zhou Yuhui himself admitted this. He used himself as an experiment, driven by a determination to break the boat and sink it, and the risks involved were evident. She could only act step by step according to Zhou Yuhui's plan, and most critically, she needed to discreetly guide him toward the correct recovery path. Although Zhou Yuhui mentioned he had another helper, he did not specify who it was, leaving Yin Xiaodong puzzled. This was not too much of a concern. After all, when Lin Zhao discussed the entire apocalypse plan with Yin Xiaodong, he had mentioned that Zhou Yuhui must cut off any possibility of a single person knowing his plan completely. The clues known to everyone were limited to their respective parts, while other parts remained unknown. The reason for this planning was to ensure the safety of Zhou Yuhui, the subject. Otherwise, his value in the memory exchange would greatly diminish, and his life would be under severe threat. Today, Zhou Yuhui took the initiative to find her, indicating that the memory recovery process had not deviated significantly. According to Zhou Yuhui's explanation, this was the first step in his memory recovery, which was to recognize familiar people and automatically assess the extent of memory fragmentation. This conclusion allowed Yin Xiaodong to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it was a good start. As long as there was a possibility of memory recovery for Zhou Yuhui, the hidden traps could be triggered, which would lay a net against the memory exchange. For Yin Xiaodong, the upcoming action plan carries certain risks. If Zhou Yuhui does not appear as scheduled, she will find herself in a difficult situation and must be fully prepared. However, no plan can be completely foolproof. Even a small mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. Yin Xiaotong looked around the small room she had rented for over a year for work, thinking she would soon return to her companions, but unexpectedly, she was summoned back by a phone call from Zhou Yuhui. The Yinhai Road Historical and Cultural District lacks advanced technology, and the friendly elderly residents here are the best allies. It's south the perfect place to evade the scrutiny of the memory trading house. However, with the overwhelming promotion from the memory trading house, this last pure land in Longbin City may soon be overtaken by memory transfer. Yin Xiaodong has already seen many young people join the ranks of memory transfer, with a level of craziness that even surpasses that of people in the new urban area, which greatly worries her. She is not only concerned about her own and Zhou Yuhui's safety, but also about the entire society. If the youth become unproductive, the collapse of society may be imminent. She understands that this is primarily caused by cultural levels and the wealth gap. And more importantly, the memory trading house has offered these young people a seemingly effortless way to get rich, which is the most terrifying thing. Whether this situation can change in the future depends on Zhou Yuhui's performance. Yin Xiaodong is unsure if the hints she gave him today will help Zhou Yuhui recall anything, leading him to gradually enter the memory recovery phase. She can only observe his changes slowly. Two people, one pondering how to approach the other to learn about her identity mystery, the other trying every means to delay Zhou Yuhui's discovery of his identity. As only this way can his memory be fully restored according to the revelation plan. Chapter 57. Preparations for a problematic approach on a new morning. After a night of careful thought, Zhou Yuhui concluded that Yin Xiaodong was his breakthrough point. He needed to get as close to her as possible to clarify everything she knew and thus uncover his identity. However, based on their interaction yesterday, such a direct inquiry would likely not yield good results, and he needed to come up with a suitable reason. What reason would be good? This question troubled Zhou Yuhui, as Yin Xiaodong was a pretty girl, and approaching her too boldly could easily backfire. He knew he shouldn't rush this. Success would come. Zhou Yuhui encouraged himself. Like usual, after getting up early, he cleaned both inside and outside the delivery station and carefully organized the mail in the containers. A large batch of mail was expected to arrive in the morning, so he needed to make space for it. He sorted out some mail that had not been picked up for a long time and moved it all to the warehouse. If customers came to pick up their items and couldn't find them, they could check in the warehouse, maximizing the utilization of the containers and saving a lot of effort. Zhou Yuhui knew that to get closer to Yin Xiaotong, he first had to do his job well. Otherwise, if he didn't make contact and got fired by Boss Shui first, it would be a total loss. After finishing with the mail, Zhou Yuhui was sweating and sat down on a chair at the door to rest. Nearby, a few elderly men had arrived early, setting up a chessboard and engaging in a fierce game, attracting quite a few onlookers shouting and cheering. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it can't compare to the genuine leisure of life. At that moment, he saw Yin Xiaodong floating down Yinhai Road, buying a cup of milk tea from the tea shop across from the delivery station, and then leisurely walking towards the intersection. Almost all residents of Yinhai Road had to head towards the intersection to catch the bus. Of course, if you called an autonomous taxi, it would drive straight to your doorstep. Zhou Yuhui watched Yin Xiaotong leave, thinking of several ideas to approach her, but he rejected them all. It would be better to wait until she got off work, when she would have more free time. Zhou Yuhui quickly handled his work to ensure he had enough time to arrange his affairs. In the evening, after having an early dinner, Zhou Yuhui waited at the door for Yin Xiaodong to return. Based on his observations, she usually passed by around this time. As the sky darkened, the street lights lit up, and some shops began to close. In the wider open spaces, groups of elderly men and women started their evening square dance activities, enjoying themselves. Zhou Yuhui looked up and saw two drones whizzing past overhead. He wasn't sure if they were part of police operations or personal hobbies, but this might be the most common high-tech product seen around Yinhai Road. As the night fully enveloped Yinhai Road, Yin Xiaotong returned from the intersection, holding a handbag in one hand and a skewer of grilled meat in the other, seemingly unconcerned about her image, eating while walking leisurely and appearing quite happy. Zhou Yuhui planned to casually approach her as if by coincidence. He adjusted his outfit, and organized his words in his mind. Just as he was about to step out of the delivery station, when he suddenly noticed a few sneaky figures appearing not far away. Their silhouettes seemed somewhat familiar. At first, he thought it was just fragments of his previous memories, but after careful consideration, he suddenly remembered who they were. These were the people he had seen on the rooftop with Brother Phone when he first went to see the memory collectors. What were they doing here? Following their gaze, Zhou Yuhui immediately noticed that the memory collectors were whispering as they stared at Yin Xiaodong. An ominous premonition surged in Zhou Yuhui's heart. These people were willing to provoke even the most ruthless individuals to sell memories, and their appearance here clearly indicated they were not just idly wandering. While he was thinking, Yin Xiaotong slipped past the entrance of the delivery station and hurried towards her rented courtyard, unaware of any danger. Meanwhile, about 30 meters behind her, the memory collectors, using the dim corners for cover, had quietly followed her, occasionally whispering to each other. Zhou Yuhui immediately realized that the situation was not good. He quickly followed behind the memory collectors, secretly observing their actions, but he felt very nervous. Although Brother Phone looked down on these memory collectors, he remembered clearly how they had fought with sticks. With his small stature, he was no match for them. If they intended to do something bad, he might end up getting caught up in it too. At this point, Yin Xiaotong had left Yunhai Road and disappeared at the street corner. The road leading to her rented courtyard was pitch dark, with only a few scattered streetlights emitting firefly-like glimmers, making it hard to see the road surface clearly. There were many surveillance devices installed on the poles by the roadside, but they were merely for show. Some were even unplugged or cut off. Some people were quite averse to such high-tech installations, as the low buildings nearby meant that a careless camera could end up peering into someone else's home, which was very annoying. At this moment, the footsteps of the several memory collectors quickened, and it seemed they were carrying something in their hands as they followed Yin Xiaotong into the dimly lit street. Soon, a frightened voice rose in the darkness. It was Yin Xiaodong's voice. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly ran a few steps after hearing the sound, but before he could enter the street, two flashes of white light passed behind him. A small cargo truck sped toward this direction at a very fast pace. Disregarding the elderly residents who had difficulty moving on the narrow Yunhai Road, the cargo truck rushed to the entrance of the street and came to a stop. Before Zhou Yuhui could react, he saw the memory collectors carrying a large cloth bag coming out of the dim street. The wriggling inside the bag clearly indicated something was wrong. The memory collectors threw the bag into the cargo truck, but did not get in immediately. Instead, they scattered in different directions. Zhou Yuhui rushed to the street corner and saw that Yin Xiaotong had disappeared, leaving only her small leather bag on the ground. Chapter 58. The darkness of memory collectors. Zhou Yuhui immediately understood what had happened. Just as he was about to shout, he suddenly saw one of the departing memory collectors holding a pig-killing knife over a foot long. He realized that if he made any noise now, his body would end up lying here, and he wouldn't be able to save Yin Xiaotong, nor would he escape unscathed. Zhou Yuhui's brain was racing, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. He quickly noticed a repair shop not far away, with many bicycles parked at the entrance, some of which looked quite rusty. In a split second, Zhou Yuhui made a decision. He pretended to know nothing, leisurely approached a bicycle, and rode it along Yunhai Road toward the end. Zhou Yuhui looked like an ordinary passerby, and the memory collectors ignored his presence. After all, the street was dim and empty, with hardly anyone around. Even if someone saw them moving the bag, they wouldn't know what was inside. They just assumed Zhou Yuhui was an ordinary passerby. The memory collectors rushed deeper into the dim street, quickly disappearing into the night. Zhou Yuhui rode the old bicycle behind the cargo truck, initially thinking he wouldn't catch up, but as he became frustrated, he suddenly noticed that although the truck had driven quite far, its taillights were still flickering. This struck Zhou Yuhui as strange. The cargo truck had not driven too far, but continued to move slowly on the narrow Yunhai Road. If discovered, they would certainly not escape. Out of curiosity, Zhou Yuhui got closer to the cargo truck, carefully looking around, afraid of alerting the memory collectors. After driving a distance down Yunhai Road, the cargo truck turned into a small alley, then went left and right, entering a seemingly overgrown abandoned factory area. Zhou Yuhui cautiously observed his surroundings. He had been here before when Boss Chui had him familiarize himself with the area. It was very desolate, and he had only briefly inquired about the surroundings before leaving. He knew this with a factory that had been abandoned a few years ago due to the historical building protection of Yunhai Road, and there had been no further actions taken since. The factory yard was filled with weeds taller than a person, looking very dilapidated. What were they doing here? Kidnapping? Or extortion? These terms raced through Zhou Yuhui's mind. At this moment, he saw the scattered memory collectors approaching the abandoned factory from various directions. Clearly, they were still very cautious, perhaps having developed strong counter-surveillance skills after being caught by the police multiple times. A few of them slipped in a factory yard and then suddenly closed the large gate with a loud bang, locking it with chains. To be honest, this type of gate wouldn't stop a determined thief. Besides, the factory walls were quite low, only about a person high. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhou Yuhui quickly ran a few steps, jumped onto the wall, and quietly peered inside. The cargo truck had already stopped inside an open factory building, and the memory collectors approached to lift the cloth bag out and moved it to a corner. Zhou Yuhui looked around. Most of the buildings were silent. Not a single light was on. He had heard that there were recent plans for demolition and renovation in this area, and many families had happily left after receiving notices, waiting for a large sum of money in the future. This was the happiest moment on Yunhai Road. Zhou Yuhui jumped into the yard from the wall, landing on some sandy ground without making much noise. The windows of the abandoned factory were covered with thick black cardboard, letting in only a little light. Zhou Yuhui cautiously approached the window to look inside, and what he saw shocked him. The abandoned factory had already been set up. Clearly, the memory collectors had long made these preparations. The large cloth bag was placed on a mattress, and its opening was revealed, exposing the disheveled Yan Xiaotong. She seemed to be frightened, constantly backing away, but the ropes binding her in the bag restricted her movements, and a towel was tied around her mouth, preventing her from making any sounds, only able to whimper. There were 4 memory collectors in total, sitting in front of a broken table, which had some packaged food and several boxes of various types of alcohol on it. "Big brother, the goods we got this time are really good," one memory collector said with a smile. Another glanced at Yan Xiaotong and replied, "Of course, I specifically selected her." Then he lowered his voice and added, "Once we're done, we can sell her for a good price." "What? There is such a good deal?" The memory collectors immediately perked up. "I found this customized memory on the dark web. I don't know who she offended, but someone is offering a high price for her. If we take turns, the price will be even higher. Once this deal is done, we won't have to worry about food and drink for the entire year." Ha ha. Zhou Yuhui listened to their discussion, instantly infuriated. If the memory collectors were provoking for some memories, he could somewhat understand, but he never expected someone would actually record such an extreme crime. The 4 memory collectors were discussing how to maximize the profits from this memory, their words revealing a thirst for money, completely ignoring Yan Xiaotong's feelings. In their eyes, Yan Xiaotong, who appeared fearful, was merely an asset to be valued in the memory. One memory collector approached Yan Xiaotong, gently brushing his hand across her cheek. Her delicate face, especially in fear, was particularly pitiful. Yan Xiaotong kept shaking her body, tried to escape from the bag, but the sturdy ropes rendered her efforts futile. Seeing this, Zhou Yuhui immediately realized that the memory collectors did not intend to do anything good. He quickly took out his phone to call the police. However, when he opened his phone, he found that he had no signal. "Why am I out of the service area?" Zhou Yuhui looked at his old phone with a bitter smile. "This thing breaks down at the worst time." Zhou Yuhui naturally assumed that his second-hand phone was malfunctioning, completely unaware that his phone had already been monitored by Lin Xiao. To make the whole situation feel more real, he had to complete the heroic act of saving Yan Xiaotong before the police meddled in the plan, thus allowing Yan Xiaotong to naturally enter into a relationship with him. Love at first sight can only exist in emotional novels. It is practically impossible to achieve in reality. Zhou Yuhui naturally did not know the arrangements behind this. He only knew that it was too late to call for help now. After pondering for a moment, he decided to see if there were any other ways. Chapter 59. clever plan to save inside the abandoned factory. Several memory collectors had already started to drink and eat. After a few rounds of drinks, they began to stare at Yin Xiaodong's graceful figure with lustful eyes. "Big brother, when are we making our move? We're all about to lose it," one of the memory collectors shouted. A bald man immediately laughed. "What's the rush? This little girl is enough for us to play with for a whole night." At this moment, the bald man stepped forward and removed the towel that was gagging Yin Xiaotong. With a face full of panic, she pleaded with the men, "Please, big brothers, let me go. If you want money, I have some in my bag, and I have savings in my bank account at home. You can take it all." "Huh, we don't want money. What we want is your body," the bald man sneered. "Don't blame us. It's your fault for being so beautiful. Just perfect for our memory collection standards. Blame it on your bad luck." Once again, it was the memory collection that caused the trouble. Fear filled Yin Xiaodong's expression as she understood what memory collection meant. They intended to use her as a means to get rich, building their joy on a girl's jealousy and pain. The memory collectors burst into laughter, and amidst their laughter, Yin Xiaodong's frail body trembled even more. She sat there and began to cry, her voice a pitiful wail. Zhou Yuhui, listening to their conversation, was instantly filled with anxiety. He had to come up with a way to save Yin Xiaodong. He walked around the factory yard and discovered some iron rods and sticks. But there were 4 memory collectors. A lone tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Even with weapons in hand, he might not be their match. Not to mention, he saw that they had sharp knives. If a fight broke out, he might not come out unscathed. He quietly put down the rods and turned his head to find a small fire station in the corner of the factory. This factory was probably used to produce flammable materials. The fire station was quite complete, with 2 large fire extinguishers and 2 small ones. A fire hydrant stood in the corner, and seeing the droplets of water trickling from it, there should be water inside. The 2 long hoses were also brand new, with labels that showed recent dates, not exceeding a year. Looking at this firefighting equipment, Zhou Yuhui suddenly had an idea. He quietly placed several fire extinguishers at the entrance of the factory, fearful of being discovered by the memory collectors inside. Then, he carefully unfurled the long hoses, running them to the window, and tied the outlet to the window's security grill with a piece of wire. After everything was prepared, he took another look inside the factory. The memory collectors were already preparing to make their move, laughing sinisterly around the mat where Yin Xiaodong was. The bald man stepped forward and tore off Yin Xiaodong's green skirt. The girl screamed, and the terror and helplessness on her face made them laugh even more recklessly. "Fire! There's a fire!" Zhou Yuhui suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, the memory collectors inside the factory were startled. They never expected that there were still people outside, and so close. While they were stunned, Zhou Yuhui immediately turned on the fire hydrant and smashed it against the fire alarm. With a loud alarm ringing, the fire hose immediately sprayed a high-pressure stream of water, shattering the glass of the factory windows, knocking down the cardboard that had been used to block the light. The lights inside the factory immediately illuminated the situation, making everything clear. The memory collectors were taken aback by the sudden water cannon, and before they could understand what was happening, the high-pressure hose began to spray uncontrollably. The bald man, wanting to rush over to see what was going on, was hit by the powerful water jet and fell to the ground, unable to get back up. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui pushed 2 large fire extinguishers to the door, kicked it open, and turned on the extinguishers, which immediately sprayed out clouds of powder, quickly filling the entire factory. Zhou Yuhui covered his mouth and nose with half of his vest, holding a small fire extinguisher in one hand as he rushed into the factory. The memory collectors, in a panic, were at a loss for what was happening. One thing they were sure of was that tonight's plans were definitely exposed. How it was exposed could be discussed later. For now, they needed to escape. The bald man scrambled to get up from the ground, coughing from the choking powder, and rushed toward the cargo truck, fumbling to open the door and diving inside. Seeing this, Zhou Yuhui didn't bother to find trouble with them. He quickly ran toward Yin Xiaotong's direction, only to find that she had already disappeared, leaving behind only the bag she had been carried in. Where did she go? Zhou Yuhui immediately began to search around. At this moment, accompanied by a screeching tire sound, the cargo truck sped away, even knocking off half of the factory door in its haste. Zhou Yuhui's first reaction was that the memory collectors had taken Yin Xiaodong away, just as he was about to chase them. He noticed in the corner of the room that Yin Xiaodong seemed to be curled up there, using her torn skirt to cover her mouth and nose against the dust filling the room. "Are you okay?" Zhou Yuhui rushed to Yin Xiaodong's side and asked in a low voice. When Yin Xiaodong saw Zhou Yuhui, she seemed to recognize the delivery guy and immediately nodded, then pointed behind him and shouted, "Watch out." Without turning his head, Zhou Yuhui knew what was happening. He immediately raised the fire extinguisher in his hand and sprayed it behind him, enveloping the incoming memory collector in a cloud of powder, causing them to cough and retreat. Zhou Yuhui took off his shirt and draped it over Yin Xiaodong, then turned back to the window, grabbing the hose and aiming it at the remaining memory collectors, launching a water cannon attack. At this moment, the remaining memory collectors realized that the cargo truck had disappeared and cursed under their breath, hurriedly fleeing the factory. Watching the memory collectors flee in panic, Zhou Yuhui didn't dare to be careless. He quickly rushed to Yin Xiaodong's side. "How are you? Can you walk?" Yin Xiaodong shook her head slightly. Zhou Yuhui quickly turned around. "I'll carry you. You help me carry this." He handed her a small fire extinguisher, which was the most useful weapon he had at the moment. Zhou Yuhui carried Yin Xiaodong and quickly rushed to the factory door, carefully glancing outside. The fire hose was still recklessly watering every inch of the factory, and the light streaming out illuminated the yard, making the weeds look like someone was hiding within. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui didn't have time to think much. He hurriedly ran toward the main entrance with Yin Xiaodong on his back. Suddenly, a figure jumped out, and Yin Xiaodong, startled, immediately activated the fire extinguisher, spraying it at the person. Seeing this, the figure quickly fled without even looking back. Zhou Yuhui was about to say something when a buzzing sound came from above him. A spotlight shone down on the factory, which was filled with white smoke. It was a police drone, likely checking on the fire alarm. It wouldn't be long before firefighting rescue personnel arrived. It's better to avoid trouble. Let us leave before they discover what is going on. Chapter 60. Safety first. After the disaster, Zhou Yuhui took advantage of the time before the fire brigade arrived to quickly leave the abandoned factory area with the disheveled Yin Xiaodong, leaving behind a chaotic scene. The police drones also detected some anomalies. How could there be lights in an abandoned factory? They immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. Zhou Yuhui and Yin Xiaodong brushed past the rapidly approaching police car, while the memory collectors had long since vanished without a trace. However, the container truck would definitely become a suspect, as its frantic escape after the alarm sounded was highly suspicious. As for how to deal with the memory collectors, Zhou Yuhui didn't have time to think about that. His priority was to get Yin Xiaodong back to her residence as quickly as possible. Although Yin Xiaodong wasn't heavy, carrying her for such a long distance was taking its toll on Zhou Yuhui. Finally reaching Yanhai Road, Yin Xiaodong understandingly said softly, "You can put me down now. You're tired too. Rest for a moment." Zhou Yuhui didn't have the strength to refuse. The recent sprint had exhausted him, and if he continued like this, he might collapse on the ground. "Thank you. I really wouldn't know what to do without you," Yin Xiaodong said, looking at Zhou Yuhui, who was drenched in sweat. A bit embarrassed, Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly and pretended not to understand, asking, "Who are they? How could they do such things?" "They said they collect memories. So they must be those memory collectors. A lot of young people around Yanhai Road are going for memory transfers. But I never expected they would dare to commit such crimes." After escaping danger, Yin Xiaodong seemed to remember her anger, her face turning pale with rage. Zhou Yuhui sighed and said, "I'm afraid all of this is for money. A while ago, I saw them provoking Scar from the front street. They even got into a fight, and it was only when the police drones arrived that they scattered. You know them?" Yin Xiaodong's eyes immediately revealed a look of suspicion, as if this encounter had been arranged by Zhou Yuhui. However, it wasn't impossible. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly waved his hands. "Don't misunderstand, I don't know them. It was our boss Chui who said he wanted to broaden my horizons and had phoned from the club, take me to see the memory collectors." "Boss Chui, the owner of your courier station?" Yin Xiaodong seemed to remember something, realizing so that is how it is. "I don't want today's events to be publicized. You mustn't say anything okay? Are you worried about what others might say? Zhou Yuhui asked with concern. If we report it, the police will keep it confidential. And if we don't report it and punish these guys, who knows what they might do in the future? I'm indeed worried about what people will say. I just started a new job and am still in the probation period. If something happens now, I'm afraid I'll lose my job. Yin Xiaodong sighed. I'm all alone in Longbin, and it's hard to find a job. I can't afford to lose it because of this. Zhou Yuhui was stunned and didn't speak further. He understood that feeling. If it weren't for Boss Chui taking him in, he might have been homeless by now. Yin Xiaotong, as a girl, faced even more obstacles in the workplace. All right, Zhou Yuhui nodded, then turned and signaled to Yin Xiaotong. I'll take you back. Just help me walk, Yin Xiaotong said, slowly standing up while draping Zhou Yuhui's jacket over her shoulders and taking a few steps forward. Zhou Yuhui was also exhausted. If he carried her any longer, they would probably arrive home at dawn. The two walked slowly along Yinhai Road, and when they reached the street where Yin Xiaotong rented, there were hardly any people around, and the darkness was a bit frightening. Seeing this, Yin Xiaotong immediately became terrified, her grip on Zhou Yuhui's shoulder trembling. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Zhou Yuhui gently patted Yin Xiaotong's back to comfort her. Yin Xiaotong looked at Zhou Yuhui, steadied her emotions a bit, then suddenly said, I lost my bag. What should I do? At this moment, Yin Xiaotong realized that her handbag had been lost when the memory collectors kidnapped her, and her keys to the rented room were inside. Is there anything important in it? Zhou Yuhui quickly asked. Nothing particularly important, just my phone and the room key. My rented place has a mechanical lock. Yin Xiaotong said anxiously. Without the keys, I can't go back. Even if I go back, I'm afraid those people will get the keys. This was indeed a problem. Zhou Yuhui looked at Yin Xiaotong's anxious expression and said, How about this? If worst comes to worst, you can stay in my place for a while, and tomorrow you can ask the landlord for another key. I really appreciate it. Yin Xiaotong looked at the dark surroundings and then at the dark rented room. I can't stay here. It's fine. Safety is the most important. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuhui brought Yin Xiaotong back to the courier station. Upon seeing the bright lights, both of them finally felt at ease. Yin Xiaotong looked at her already torn dress and said a bit embarrassedly, I can't go out like this. Let us rest at the courier station for a bit. There is always a way to solve it. Should I help you buy something? Zhou Yuhui suggested. Yin Xiaotong hesitated and said, Forget it, it's too late now. The shops are all closed. I'll call a friend to bring me some clothes. Yin Xiaotong took Zhou Yuhui's phone and quickly dialed a number. The person on the other end was clearly asleep and, upon hearing that Yin Xiaotong was in trouble, immediately started shouting. After about 10 minutes, accompanied by a sharp screech of brakes, a woman hurriedly arrived at the courier station, banging on the door. Zhou Yuhui was taken aback, quickly grabbed a nearby baseball bat, and signaled Yin Xiaotong to hide in the warehouse. Yin Xiaotong, it's me. Are you in there? Zhou Yuhui froze for a moment. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Yin Xiaotong let out a long sigh of relief. It's my friend. Zhou Yuhui quickly asked. Are you sure it's her? Yes, it's her, no doubt. Yin Xiaotong nodded. Zhou Yuhui immediately opened the courier station's protective door, and a woman dressed in denim rushed into the courier station, loudly calling, Yin Xiaotong. What happened? Chapter 61. Doubts from Fang Yuan. When the woman saw Yin Xiaotong draped in a man's jacket, sitting on the sofa with her dress torn, she immediately exploded with anger and rushed over to hug Yin Xiaotong. What exactly happened? A few memory collectors just kidnapped her, Zhou Yuhui said from the side. At this moment, the woman turned her head to look at Zhou Yuhui and was instantly stunned. You? What are you doing here? This question also surprised Zhou Yuhui. Why was he here? Of course, he was here. This was his workplace. Yin Xiaotong quickly pulled the girl and introduced, This is my best friend, Fang Yuan. She works at the memory trading house. Fang Yuan shot Yin Xiaotong a glare, as if to say, did she really need an introduction? They have been colleagues for years. Memory trading house. A hint of astonishment appeared on Zhou Yuhui's face. He had recently learned how powerful the memory trading house was and how many strong abilities one needed to enter it. He never expected this fiery woman in front of him actually work there. Fang Yuan scrutinized Zhou Yuhui from head to toe, her face showing clear surprise and confusion. Then she turned around and quietly asked Yin Xiaotong, "Where did you find him?" Before Yin Xiaotong could speak, Zhou Yuhui explained from the side, "It's like this. In the evening, I was resting at the door and saw a few people sneakily following Miss Yin. I knew they were memory collectors and worried something might happen, so I followed them. Who knew they would actually kidnap Miss Yin? I used a trick to scare them away and managed to rescue Miss Yin." Miss Yin? Fang Yuan circled around Zhou Yuhui a few times, her gaze resembling that of someone inspecting a product, making Zhou Yuhui feel a bit uneasy. After observing Zhou Yuhui, Fang Yuan returned to Yin Xiaotong's side and whispered a few words in her ear. Yin Xiaotong nodded slightly. Fang Yuan then revealed a faint smile and handed her backpack, which was still on the sofa, to Yin Xiaotong. "Here are a few of my clothes. Change into them, will you? You look a bit too exposed like that. It's making some people stare." Yin Xiaotong gave a slight and took the backpack into the warehouse to change. Zhou Yuhui naturally knew this was directed at him, but said nothing, just standing there and chuckling awkwardly. Fang Yuan sat in a corner of the express station's desk and stared at Zhou Yuhui for a long time, making him feel a chill run down his back. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Fang, is there something you need?" "What?" I haven't even started asking, and you already know I have something? Fang Yuan seemed to have a strong dislike for Zhou Yuhui. No, I just thought you seemed like you wanted to say something." Zhou Yuhui hurriedly explained. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, I'll ask you then. What's your name?" "I don't know." Zhou Yuhui shook his head. "You don't know your own name?" Fang Yuan widened her eyes at him. "Yes, it seems I've lost my memory and can't remember anything." Zhou Yuhui answered honestly. "Huh?" Fang Yuan circled Zhou Yuhui a few more times like she was observing a rare animal, then waved her hand in front of his eyes, asking, "Do you know who I am?" "Come on, I lost my memory, not my eyesight." Zhou Yuhui felt a bit helpless regarding Yin Xiaotong's friend. At that moment, Yin Xiaotong came out in her new clothes. However, there was a slight difference in height and build between the two, making Yin Xiaotong look a bit ill-fitting in Fang Yuan's clothes, but it was still much better than wearing Zhou Yuhui's. "This guy's lost his memory, you know?" Fang Yuan leaned in close to Yin Xiaotong and whispered, though Zhou Yuhui could hear it clearly. It was just an attitude. Yin Xiaotong nodded slightly. "I can see that, but his behavior seems fine." Fang Yuan muttered, "He lost his memory and still managed to find you. Is this guy for real or fake?" Hearing this, Yin Xiaotong naturally didn't dare to reveal Zhou Yuhui's plan. Although Zhou Yuhui had told her during the planning stage that she could share some things with Fang Yuan, she couldn't tell her everything, which surprised Yin Xiaotong. After all, Fang Yuan had worked with Zhou Yuhui for so many years, and their relationship was far deeper than her own. Yin Xiaotong had to speak vaguely. "I suppose so. I was quite surprised when he appeared, but clearly, he doesn't recognize me now." This was said quietly to Fang Yuan, and Zhou Yuhui couldn't hear. Fang Yuan was now even more astonished. The Zhou Yuhui who had been missing for days appeared right in front of her, still with Yin Xiaotong. The things he asked her to do back then were clearly for some reason, and now that he had lost his memory and appeared on Yanhai Road, what was the purpose? Moreover, he had given her a letter, asking her to give it to him when they met again. Fang Yuan pieced together the events and realized this might be part of Zhou Yuhui's plan. But was he truly suffering from amnesia, or was he just pretending? If it was to pursue Yin Xiaotong, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths, considering Zhou Yuhui's looks and position at the memory trading house. There would be plenty of girls eager to chase after him. Now, he not only lost his supervisory position, but also left the memory trading house, becoming a delivery guy. There must be numerous problems involved. Fang Yuan glanced at Zhou Yuhui. She still trusted Yin Xiaotong's judgment, even though Yin Xiaotong was just a receptionist at the memory trading house. She had a degree in psychology and a keen observational ability, something Fang Yuan felt inferior to. If Zhou Yuhui wasn't truly suffering from amnesia, but was pretending, he would surely be found out. Zhou Yuhui, who had lost his memory, found Yin Xiaotong again, and it was in a heroic rescue scenario that felt a bit like an old movie. All of this suggested that it was likely a series of schemes orchestrated by Zhou Yuhui, with layers of truth and deception, intertwining and making it hard to discern. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately put away her smile and deliberately said to Zhou Yuhui, "Since you've lost your memory, what should I call you? I can't just call you Yuhei, right?" Zhou Yuhui hurriedly replied, "When I was discovered, I had a letter with me. It contained this address and a signature that says Qi. My boss and the people around me all call me Qi." Zhou Yuhui said, pulling out the leather envelope containing the secret of his identity. Fang Yuan took the envelope and opened it. There was indeed only one line of text, and the handwriting was recognizable as Zhou Yuhui's. But she couldn't make sense of the signature at the bottom. Yin Xiaotong glanced at it and immediately understood. The address was meant to help him temporarily escape the memory trading house's pursuit and gradually meet her to recover his memory. The character Qi likely stood for the Tianqi plan. After reading the envelope, Fang Yuan handed it back to Zhou Yuhui, but didn't seem ready to let him off easily, as she still didn't know what was really going on. It was possible he was pulling a ruse to deceive Yin Xiaotong. Chapter 62. The impact of advertising faced with Fang Yuan's various doubts. Zhou Yuhui felt he had no words to express his frustration. No matter what he said now was useless. Aside from the medical records from the hospital that could explain his previous condition, there was no other evidence. And in Fang Yuan's eyes, those things meant nothing. Anyone could easily forge them at a street stall. Yin Xiaotong didn't feel there was anything suspicious and was still advising Fang Yuan. He doesn't even know who he is now. So don't make it hard for him. Oh my, I didn't expect our little girl to be so concerned about you. Fang Yuan shot a glare at Yin Xiaotong and then turned to Zhou Yuhui, saying, "You better hope all of this is true. If I find out you staged this whole thing to deceive, watch out for my wrath." Naturally, Zhou Yuhui didn't dare offend Fang Yuan. From Yin Xiaotong's words, he could tell that Fang Yuan had a good relationship with her, which was evident from her coming over alone in the middle of the night. If he offended this lady, it would likely be much harder to interact with Yin Xiaotong in the future. He certainly didn't want to sever the hard-won clues he had. With his memory already shattered, he wouldn't think that Fang Yuan had previously been his colleague, even more so his assistant and subordinate. Yin Xiaotong was then taken away by Fang Yuan. The reason being simple. The express station where Zhou Yuhui worked was too shabby, and having a man and a woman in one room raised concerns that Zhou Yuhui might do something inappropriate. This reason left Zhou Yuhui both amused and perplexed. But he also admitted that Fang Yuan had a point. Although he had rescued Yin Xiaotong from the hands of the memory recorder, they had no real relationship, and living together did indeed seem a bit awkward. Zhou Yuhui stood at the entrance of the delivery station, watching as Yin Xiaotong was taken away by Fang Yuan. But he felt very relieved inside. After all, this incident had given him plenty to talk about with Yin Xiaotong, which could be a significant help in discovering his own identity. The next morning, Boss Chui arrived at the delivery station and saw Zhou Yuhui happily working, even humming a tune. The change in him after just one night piqued Boss Chui's curiosity. "Qi, what has made you so happy?" "Nothing, just feeling good." Zhou Yuhui was reluctant to share the news, as he didn't know what the outcome of his acquaintance with Yin Xiaotong would be. If Yin Xiaotong was unaware of her own identity, it could lead to embarrassment for Boss Chui. Seeing that Zhou Yuhui was unwilling to speak, Boss Chui stopped asking. He skimmed through the day's news, but before he could read much, a huge advertisement covered the top of the screen. It was a disruptive ad, appearing on everyone's screens regardless of whether they were customers or had subscribed to an ad-free service. The Memory Exchange was about to launch a brand new service, utilizing the most advanced memory transfer technology in the world for convenient and quick memory transmission. This was the day of the king. For just a negligible fee, you could experience an entire day as a king, offering unparalleled royal enjoyment. Nobility has no inherent right. It is about to become a reality, allowing ordinary people to experience the life of a king. Accompanied by powerful promotional slogans, exquisite images unfolded before Zhou Yuhui's eyes, showcasing magnificent palaces, beautiful queens and concubines, and an array of exquisite furnishings and delicacies, instantly stimulating everyone who saw the ad. One must admit that this advertisement was highly captivating. Living a king's life was a dream for many. Now, the Memory Exchange could fulfill that wish. How many people would flock to it? Zhou Yuhui wasn't particularly interested in being a king. He just wanted to know who he really was. Perhaps he was that very king? Boss Chui, however, was quite intrigued, muttering to himself about how much it would cost for such a kingly experience, certainly not the trivial amounts mentioned in the ad. In the end, a large sum of money would end up in the pockets of the memory exchange. Although Zhou Yuhui found the actions of the memory exchange a bit strange, he didn't dwell on it, as his thoughts were elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, aware that his remaining days were numbered, sensed something was amiss about the memory exchange's grand promotion of the Day of the King project. It was clear that they weren't just out to make money. There were hidden secrets that many were unaware of. The human brain is the most intricate organ in the world, and even the most advanced quantum supercomputers cannot fully simulate its operations. After years of development, the memory exchange had accumulated considerable strength to simulate human programs. But what they lacked was data, deep data from the human brain. Through large-scale memory transfer operations, they could conveniently collect this data for their own use. The memory exchange's seemingly commercial actions could enhance public support for memory transfer, thereby solidifying their position. Most importantly, the memory exchange could seize this opportunity to strengthen its control over memory transfer, becoming a de facto monopoly giant. Lin Xiao felt powerless against the actions of the memory exchange. The most important thing now was to figure out their ultimate plan. Only Zhou Yuhui could obtain this information through reverse input methods from the supercomputer, along with the memory exchange's dark web system, which posed significant dangers. Lin Xiao called Yin Xiaodong and told her to meet up with Zhou Yuhui as soon as possible to carry out the memory awakening operation according to the plan. After hanging up the phone, Yin Xiaodong turned to glance at Fang Yuan, who was exercising nearby. She and Fang Yuan were not close friends. Fang Yuan was merely a partner, as Lin Xiao had informed her. Moreover, Fang Yuan was part of the subsequent plan, but she had to ensure that Fang Yuan would not pose a danger to Zhou Yuhui, considering Fang Yuan's background. Zhou Yuhui's situation was indeed complicated, and she had no confidence in how much the recovery plan could achieve. Not just her, Lin Xiao shared the same sentiment. As the creator of the entire plan, Zhou Yuhui was the most knowledgeable about it, yet he had lost his memory. This massive memory trap could ensnare not only the memory exchange, but also those executing the plan, leaving everyone uncertain about what would happen in the future. Perhaps even Zhou Yuhui himself. Everything depended on Zhou Yuhui's performance. This plan was incredibly difficult. Yin Xiaodong couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 63. Yin Xiaodong's doubts. Were you thinking? Fang Yuan noticed Yin Xiaodong lost in thought and quickly approached to comfort her. Did last night's event scare you? Yin Xiaodong shook her head slightly and frowned at Fang Yuan, asking, "What do you think happened to Supervisor Zhou? How'd he end up like this?" Fang Yuan was puzzled by the question as well. Wiping sweat from her brow, she sat in front of Yin Xiaodong. "I don't know either. The rumor inside the exchange is that Zhou Yuhui stole important information from the exchange and escaped. That's impossible. If that were the case, the exchange would have called the police long ago. How could he still be delivering packages there?" Yin Xiaodong expressed her skepticism. Fang Yuan agreed, "That's true. But it seems Zhou Yuhui has lost his memory. Could the exchange have done something to him and then released him?" After saying this, Fang Yuan immediately looked around. The memory exchange indeed had the capability to do so, but what would be the purpose behind it? Was it really just for that important information? Yin Xiaodong found this conclusion somewhat plausible. She couldn't tell Fang Yuan that this was just Zhou Yuhui's plan, but she was quite impressed by Fang Yuan's reasoning skills. Regardless, if Supervisor Zhou could regain his memory, everything would be clear. Yin Xiaodong said this sincerely. "That's not so easy." Fang Yuan, a seasoned staff member at the Memory Transfer Center, had ample authority to speak on this matter. "I've heard of this technology before, but it's rarely successful. There are just too many factors involved." Yin Xiaodong didn't say anything further. She sighed, her face full of worry. Now, all hope rested on the successful implementation of Zhou Yuhui's plan. There were too many unknown factors involved, and she wondered if Zhou Yuhui's clever mind had accounted for all possible contingencies. Seeing Yin Xiaodong like this, Fang Yuan found it somewhat interesting. It seemed Yin Xiaodong really liked Zhou Yuhui. Originally, Zhou Yuhui was the technical supervisor of the memory exchange, and Yin Xiaodong was in a position to look up to him. Now that Zhou Yuhui had lost his memory and was reduced to being a delivery guy, and Yin Xiaodong had resigned, they seemed to be a match made in heaven, a pair of star-crossed lovers. Zhou Yuhui was still busy as usual, picking up and delivering packages and mail, while searching for possible clues along Yanhai Road. Unfortunately, it was still like drawing water with a basket. However, his relationship with Yin Xiaodong had become much closer. He secretly observed that the few memory recorders had not appeared since the factory incident. He didn't know if they were hiding out of fear of being caught by the police, or if they had found a more suitable place to continue their misdeeds. After the kidnapping incident, Yin Xiaodong had terminated her lease on her original apartment. Although Zhou Yuhui thought that the rent was relatively cheap, the location was too remote, and the surrounding environment was not good. At night, it became quite dark, which was inconvenient for a girl. While delivering packages, he paid special attention to the nearby rooms and quickly found a rental room that met various conditions. Although it was also an old building, the surveillance facilities around it were well equipped, which significantly increased safety. Most importantly, the rent was quite affordable, and it was not far from the delivery station. In Zhou Yuhui's words, he could arrive in a few minutes just by calling out to her. When Fang Yuan learned that Yin Xiaodong's new apartment was found with Zhou Yuhui's help, she started raising various questions and pointed out that the apartment was so close to Zhou Yuhui's, posing a potential danger of inviting a wolf into the house. Zhou Yuhui was at a loss for words and didn't dare to refute too much. Fortunately, Yin Xiaodong was quite satisfied with the new apartment and quickly signed the contract, preparing to move in. Boss Chui also noticed that Zhou Yuhui had taken a liking to the girl, so he strongly supported him, not only allowing Zhou Yuhui to use the delivery station's vehicle to help Yin Xiaodong move, but also giving him time off to assist in tidying up the house. After Yin Xiaodong moved into her new home, her mood naturally improved, and she suggested treating Zhou Yuhui to a meal. Zhou Yuhui was more than happy about this. He also hoped to learn more from Yin Xiaodong to see if there were any memories he could recall. Yin Xiaodong wasn't wealthy either, so the dining location was at a local eatery on Yanhai Road, a favorite spot for nearby residents. Not only economical, but also a place to reminisce about leisurely times, which was rare in the fast-paced Longbin city, especially with the advancement of technology causing many professions to disappear, leaving only a few remnants here. In Zhou Yuhui's words, Yanhai Road was like a museum of hundreds of years of history in Longbin City, where the big and small lives converged. The two found a suitable spot by the roadside and sat down, with Yin Xiaodong ordering a few home-cooked dishes. While waiting for the food, Yin Xiaodong's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw that it was a call from Fang Yuan. "Hello, do you have time to go shopping with me?" Fang Yuan asked. "I'll have to wait a bit. I'm treating someone to dinner tonight." Yin Xiaodong replied with a smile. "Treating someone to dinner? Not inviting me?" Fang Yuan laughed on the other end of the line. "It must be a guy, right? Afraid I'll be a third wheel? I guess it's Zhou Yuhui." Yin Xiaodong looked at Zhou Yuhui across from her and smiled without saying a word. Fang Yuan immediately understood and shouted, "What location? Count me in. I want to join the fun." Yin Xiaodong didn't know how to refuse Fang Yuan. After all, Lin Xiao had mentioned that Fang Yuan was part of the entire plan, and she couldn't fall out with her. However, Yin Xiaodong felt a bit strange that Fang Yuan seemed very interested in Zhou Yuhui, as if she knew something. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaodong couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yuhui again. Could it be that Fang Yuan also held a significant position in the plan? She immediately recalled when she accepted Zhou Yuhui's commission to execute this plan. She had speculated about who would know about it. Fang Yuan definitely knew something, and likely more than Yin Xiaodong herself did. But Fang Yuan was still working at the Memory Trading Center, and if news of Zhou Yuhui appearing there got leaked, the original Zhou Yuhui would have no power to fight back, and now that he had lost his memory, he would be at their mercy. What was Zhou Yuhui thinking? Didn't he fear being betrayed by Fang Yuan? Yin Xiaodong naturally didn't know that Zhou Yuhui had no other options. Only Fang Yuan could provide him with convenience at the Memory Transfer Center, which was his only way to escape from there. Regardless, Fang Yuan was considered an informed person, so it was better to let her come over and see what her intentions were. Chapter 64. The Unbelievable Fang Yuan. Before long, Fang Yuan arrived at the eatery, riding a flying motorcycle. This was the latest model of a single-person flying vehicle, naturally quite expensive. although it had an automatic driving mode. Controlling such a vehicle required a difficult license. Its shiny appearance attracted many people's attention. "Miss, I know your job is good and you have the financial means, but you really don't need to ride such an expensive thing here. That vehicle could buy a house here," Yin Xiaotong said quietly, noticing that everyone's eyes were drawn to Fang Yuan. "It's fine. This thing is convenient to ride, much better than a car," Fang Yuan replied, glancing at Zhou Yuhui, who seemed dumbfounded beside her. "Haven't you seen this before?" Zhou Yuhui had indeed never seen such a thing, and even if he had in the past, he wouldn't remember it. Zhou Yuhui was equally at a loss regarding Fang Yuan's appearance. He remained highly vigilant towards this person who occasionally challenged him, fearing that he might unwittingly fall into a trap, especially since he heard that Fang Yuan was from the memory trading center. He thought about how his memory loss might have resulted not only from the car accident, but also from selling his memories at the center, leading to a natural aversion towards Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan didn't seem to mind. With a few words, she extracted everything Zhou Yuhui knew, which made Yin Xiaodong somewhat dissatisfied. In her view, it seemed Fang Yuan had a purpose for being there, and that purpose was Zhou Yuhui. The meal ended with the three of them harboring their own thoughts. Compared to the quiet Yin Xiaotong, Fang Yuan was very lively, frequently pointing out Zhou Yuhui's actions, acting as if she were in charge. The meal concluded somewhat unhappily. After Fang Yuan left, Yin Xiaodong quickly apologized to Zhou Yuhui, asking him not to take it to heart, although Zhou Yuhui was somewhat displeased. He didn't get angry for Yin Xiaodong's sake, and instead felt that she was quite concerned about his feelings. Since the incident with the memory recorders and with Fang Yuan's appearance, Zhou Yuhui had developed a great interest in the memory trading center, but he could only learn about this powerful organization from the sidelines. That day, Zhou Yuhui, as usual, sorted through all the mail and packages, then began to select the ones that required manual delivery. When he saw a metal box, he was taken aback. The recipient of this box was actually Fang Yuan. Wasn't Fang Yuan living in the new district? How could mail be sent here? However, upon further thought, it could also be a case of having the same name, which was something he often encountered. Zhou Yuhui placed the mail on the delivery cart. The metal box was quite heavy, and he wondered what was inside. As usual, Zhou Yuhui started weaving through the streets and alleys of Yunhai Road, quickly delivering most of the mail, with only the package for the person named Fang Yuan left in the cart. He called her several times, but no one answered. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to go to the address on the box, which led him to a shabby courtyard. It looked even more dilapidated than the place he and Xiaotong had rented before, with a lot of standing water on the ground, making it quite muddy, apart from a few makeshift houses around the courtyard. Directly to the north is a gray two-story building that looks quite old. The iron railings on the stairs are rusty, though the handrails are polished to a shine. There are quite a few residents in the courtyard, probably around a dozen families. Clothes of various kinds are hung out to dry haphazardly, giving a feeling reminiscent of a sea of flags. It is evident that the residents here are mostly office workers, and, at this time, the large courtyard is quiet, with basically all the rooms locked tight. Zhou Yuhui found the room where Fang Yuan was located, in the corner of the two-story building. He could vaguely see an infrared alarm device inside, indicating that safety was a priority. After checking the detailed address, Zhou Yuhui looked at the number on the door and dialed her number again, but still no one answered. He sighed, deciding to come back in the evening. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was indeed Fang Yuan calling. "Hello, I'm the delivery person," he heard a familiar voice say before he could speak. "I know you're the delivery person. There's a chain on my door. Just lock the package to it." To Zhou Yuhui's astonishment, the caller was actually Fang Yuan, Yin Xiaodong's best friend, who worked at the memory trading center. Wasn't she a high-ranking white-collar worker? She drove an expensive flying motorcycle, which could buy the entire courtyard with change left over. Despite his confusion, Zhou Yuhui placed the iron box at the door. And just as Fang Yuan had said, there was indeed a chain on her door. There was also a combination lock on it. Zhou Yuhui secured the chain to the handle of the iron box. He tested it, and it felt quite sturdy, unless the door was removed. It was generally impossible to take the box away. With immense curiosity, Zhou Yuhui glanced at Fang Yuan's room and could faintly see the arrangement inside through the side window. Suddenly, he spotted something that left him utterly shocked. In the room, there was a floating photo, the most popular type of virtual reality, 3D photo, allowing a comprehensive view of the scene at the time it was taken. The photo itself was not unusual, but what shocked Zhou Yuhui was that there was another person in the photo besides Fang Yuan, and that person was him. How could there be a photo of me and Fang Yuan together? Zhou Yuhui was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? He wanted to see it more clearly, but due to the angle and the window, he couldn't make it out well, though he was sure it was him. Recalling Fang Yuan's attitude towards him, an unbelievable thought suddenly sprang up in his mind. Could there be some connection between him and Fang Yuan? Before knowing Yin Xiaodong, he had never met Fang Yuan. Could it be something from before his memory loss? Thinking of Fang Yuan's profession, Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but feel a chill. Was his memory loss caused by Fang Yuan? She worked at the memory trading center, which clearly gave her the means to do so. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly rushed down the stairs, feeling as if the iron box in front of him contained a bomb. Chapter 65. Fang Yuan moved rushing back to the delivery station. Zhou Yuhui was still shaken, his mind racing as he recalled every detail of his acquaintance with Fang Yuan. Suddenly, he remembered something Fang Yuan had said to him before. "What are you doing here?" At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed significant. Fang Yuan must have known him beforehand. Zhou Yuhui immediately took out his phone and called Yin Xiaotong. She was Fang Yuan's best friend and should know something about this. However, Yin Xiaodong's phone was also unreachable, going straight to voicemail. Zhou Yuhui felt restless. He felt as if he had fallen into a massive conspiracy, everything around him feeling unreal. Seeing Zhou Yuhui in such a distracted state, Boss Shui joked with him, but Zhou Yuhui couldn't be bothered to respond, only saying he had something urgent to attend to. Boss Shui readily agreed and called after him, "Don't rush, take your time. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Zhou Yuhui dashed out of the delivery station, heading straight for the small house where Yin Xiaotong lived. Everything looked normal, with no noticeable changes, and even freshly washed clothes were hanging up to dry in the room. Perhaps she didn't hear his calls because she was at work. Zhou Yuhui reassured himself. However, Fang Yuan coming to Yinhai Road was unusual, and he needed to clarify this. After these recent encounters with memory recorders, Zhou Yuhui had become much more cautious of the memory trading center. He had to guard against this sudden change regarding Fang Yuan. In the evening, Zhou Yuhui's phone rang. It was Yin Xiaotong calling. "I saw you call me several times. Is something wrong?" Yin Xiaotong sounded like she was eating on the other end. "Yes, I do have something. Are you alone right now?" Zhou Yuhui asked. "Yeah, I'm alone. What's up?" "I'm eating right now, and I have some work to finish at the company, so I might be a bit late getting back. Call me before you come back, and I'll pick you up." Zhou Yuhui hurriedly said. "No need. One of my colleagues has a car and is dropping me off downstairs. You've had a long day and must be tired." Yin Xiaodong was quite understanding. "We'll talk later." Zhou Yuhui pondered for a moment and decided to ask Yin Xiaodong about it. "I have something I want to ask you. Do you have time?" "Go ahead," Yin Xiaodong replied, taking a sip of water. "Today I went to deliver a package, one for Fang Yuan." "When did you move to Yinhai Road?" "Huh?" Yin Xiaodong on the other end was clearly taken aback by the news. "What did you say? Fang Yuan moved to Yinhai Road? Are you sure?" "Yes." Zhou Yuhui confirmed. "I'm sure. I spoke to her when I delivered the package. It's definitely her." "How is that possible? She never mentioned this to me. I need to call and ask her." After hanging up with Zhou Yuhui, Yin Xiaodong's mind raced. Fang Yuan had quietly moved to Yinhai Road without even notifying her, and there had to be something fishy about it. She thought for a moment and decided to call Lin Xiao first to see if he knew about this. She knew Lin Xiao was aware of Zhou Yuhui's entire plan. While there were some things only Zhou Yuhui knew, Lin Xiao was clear on the overall framework. "Professor Lin, Fang Yuan has moved to Yinhai Road. Did you know about this?" Upon receiving Yin Xiaodong's call, Lin Xiao's reaction surprised her. "I don't know," Lin Xiao replied calmly. "Regardless of whether Fang Yuan has moved to Yinhai Road, as long as Zhou Yuhui is safe, that's enough. Do you understand?" Lin Xiao's words enlightened Yin Xiaotong instantly. Indeed, the bystander sees it more clearly. Her mood lightened immediately. Lin Xiao was right. When Zhou Yuhui invited her, it was also to ensure he could recover his memory. As long as he was safe, Who could say this wasn't all part of Zhou Yuhui's plan? I understand, Professor Lin. How's your health? Yin Xiaodong asked. I probably can't hold on much longer. You don't need to worry about me. Even if I die now, my task is complete. The rest depends on Zhou Yuhui's own abilities. After Yin Xiaodong hung up the call with Lin Xiao, she immediately dialed Fang Yuan's number to inquire about her move to Yinhai Road. Fang Yuan giggled for a while and said, That's right. I just moved to Yinhai Road. We're closer to each other now. Yin Xiaodong asked, Weren't you doing well in the new district? Why did you move to such a simple place? Fang Yuan replied, Some things are better left unknown. She laughed again. You'll find out soon enough. If this had happened before, Yin Xiaodong would have pondered over it for a long time. After Lin Zhao's guidance, she had come to terms with it. As long as she kept an eye on Zhou Yuhui to prevent any issues, she would let Fang Yuan do what she wanted. After all, if Fang Yuan wanted to harm Zhou Yuhui, she could always report it to the memory exchange. After receiving Yin Xiaodong's response, Zhou Yuhui returned to the delivery station to think about the situation. Fang Yuan's sudden arrival made him feel a bit at a loss. Unsure of what to do next, after spending some time with Yin Xiaodong, he felt a sense of familiarity, but Yin Xiaodong hadn't revealed much about him, and he didn't know how long it would take to learn everything from her. As night fell, Zhou Yuhui prepared to close up. He glanced at the emails on the shelf and suddenly thought of the photos in Fang Yuan's rental. Since he couldn't find any clues from Yin Xiaodong, he could get some from Fang Yuan. That photo was the most obvious example. Zhou Yuhui quickly tidied up his clothes and rode a found bicycle towards Fang Yuan's rental. He was already familiar with the way there. At this time, many residents had returned to the courtyard, and the sounds of children playing, families cooking, and fighting on TV mixed together to create a symphony of the night. Fang Yuan's rental was dark, clearly indicating she hadn't returned yet. Zhou Yuhui decided to stroll around, waiting for Fang Yuan to come back to ask about the situation inside her room. Chapter 66. The Suspicious Photo. As time passed, the sky was completely dark, but Fang Yuan still hadn't appeared. Zhou Yuhui went to the corner several times to look, but didn't see any sign of her. If this continues, I'll just go in and take a look, Zhou Yuhui thought to himself. During the day, he had specifically observed that Fang Yuan's room was located at the easternmost part of the small building, with no residents on the ground floor or beside it. The eastern end of the corridor had an iron fire escape that also served as a staircase to the rooftop. This staircase wasn't far from the window of the room. Zhou Yuhui had previously stood there and seen the photos inside the room. He looked around. In the darkness, his figure had already blended into the night, making him nearly invisible. Zhou Yuhui climbed up to the rooftop inspection staircase and reached the window. He leaned over, and the inside of the room immediately came into view. Although the room was unlit, the nearby streetlight shone through the window, making the scene very clear. Fang Yuan's rented room wasn't too big, probably around 30 square meters. It looked quite simple, but was very tastefully decorated. Aside from the entrance, the floor was covered with a thick carpet, and the furnishings, though simple, were unusual. A large bed was placed by the north window, with a beautifully embroidered canopy above, and the brand new bedding was from high-end brands. Near the window by the staircase was a large leather sofa, and opposite it was a table displaying a holographic photo. What puzzled Zhou Yuhui was that apart from this holographic device capable of displaying photos, he didn't see many other household appliances in Fang Yuan's rental, not even a lighting fixture. Just then, accompanied by a dull, rumbling sound, a flying motorcycle slowly approached in this direction, its bright headlights illuminating the narrow street as if it were daytime. Hearing this sound, the children in the courtyard rushed out of their rooms, curiously watching the flying device that shimmered with colorful lights. A few parents also poked their heads out to watch, as they only had the opportunity to see such expensive items at car shows or on TV. Seeing this, Zhou Yuhui quickly climbed down a ladder. Before he could steady himself, he saw Fang Yuan getting off the vehicle. She greeted the children in the courtyard with a smile, and then quickly ascended the stairs. When Fang Yuan looked up and saw Zhou Yuhui standing at her door, she was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" "I just happened to deliver something here, and thought I'd check if your mail was missing." Zhou Yuhui naturally had an explanation. Fang Yuan chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so responsible. Do you want to come in for a bit? Without hesitation, Zhou Yuhui took the bait. Sure, I'm thirsty. I could use a drink. Fang Yuan didn't expect Zhou Yuhui to actually want to enter her room, and her expression slightly changed before quickly returning to normal. Then my humble abode will really shine, she said, gently unlocking the door with a password and glancing at Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui chuckled and turned around, but he still caught a glimpse of the movement of Fang Yuan's fingers, allowing him to guess her room's password. After the door opened, Zhou Yuhui helped Fang Yuan move an iron box into the room, and at that moment, he noticed that the three-dimensional photo that had just displayed an image of him and Fang Yuan had instantly transformed into a beautiful underwater world. Zhou Yuhui saw Fang Yuan discreetly place a remote control aside, which should be the control system for this virtual device. What did you change just now? Zhou Yuhui asked, pretending not to have seen it earlier as he reached for the remote. Fang Yuan was preparing to open the iron box and didn't have time to grab the remote. Although it was Zhou Yuhui's first time seeing this device, he understood how to operate it after just one look at the remote. He pressed the remote, and the three-dimensional image immediately transformed back into the photo of him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan realized she couldn't stop it, so she just stood there watching Zhou Yuhui, her expression unchanged, calm, and composed. Is this me? Zhou Yuhui asked curiously, looking at the photo and turning to ask. Fang Yuan burst into laughter. What a joke. That's my ex-boyfriend. We've only known each other for a few days, and besides, when did we take a photo together? If Yin Xiaodong hears that, it would be a big deal. Seeing Fang Yuan so certain, Zhou Yuhui leaned in closer to examine the photo. Noticing that the person in the picture did resemble him somewhat, but upon closer inspection, there were also differences. I actually look quite similar to your ex-boyfriend. Zhou Yuhui chuckled awkwardly. Of course. Otherwise, when we first met, how could there have been such a strong reaction? I thought you had just returned from abroad. Zhou Yuhui certainly didn't believe Fang Yuan's words. The coincidence was too much. He had lost his memory, arrived at Yinhai Road based on the address in the envelope. Met Yin Xiaodong, and now Fang Yuan's ex-boyfriend looked just like him. It was hard to believe anyone would accept such a story. However, given Fang Yuan's attitude, she insisted that the man in the photo was indeed her ex-boyfriend, who had gone abroad recently, with no connection to Zhou Yuhui at all. Fang Yuan's words left Zhou Yuhui with nothing more to say. If she didn't admit it, there was no way for him to argue. After all, he had no evidence. Not to mention that she was just an ex-girlfriend. Even if she were his current girlfriend, he couldn't say anything to Fang Yuan, as he had no proof at all. One three-dimensional virtual photo couldn't prove anything. Seeing that he couldn't get any clues from Fang Yuan, Zhou Yuhui drank a glass of water and made an excuse to leave. He had already made up his mind to come back next time when Fang Yuan wasn't home to take a look. Since she dared to show such an obvious photo, there must be other clues hidden away. If he had known Fang Yuan earlier, it would have been a bit more difficult to handle, as either she or Yin Xiaodong was definitely deceiving him. Yin Xiaodong was Fang Yuan's close friend, and she certainly knew about her ex-boyfriend. When Zhou Yuhui first met Yin Xiaodong, she showed no surprise. If she didn't know her ex-boyfriend, their relationship seemed not as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. This matter was indeed worth researching. Chapter 67. Infiltrating the room, Zhou Yuhui came out of Fang Yuan's room, and before he could walk down the stairs, he heard Fang Yuan talking inside, seemingly on the phone with someone. What? When did this happen? I understand. I'll be there right away. You must not operate the equipment without permission. After saying this, Fang Yuan hurriedly locked the door and came down. Noticing her hurried steps, Zhou Yuhui pretended to be concerned and asked, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" "Yes, one of my colleagues misoperated the equipment, and I need to go back quickly to check it. If it goes wrong, I might have to work overtime all night. I'm leaving first." Fang Yuan sighed and turned to get on her flying motorcycle, which roared to life and quickly disappeared into the night. The children in the yard looked up at the flashing emergency lights of the flying motorcycle, bouncing and mimicking the sound of the vehicle as they ran back to their homes. Zhou Yuhui watched Fang Yuan fly away, then stopped at the intersection. This was definitely a prime opportunity. He could take advantage of Fang Yuan leaving the room to sneak in and investigate. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuhui carefully observed his surroundings. Although the people in the courtyard were busy, someone occasionally came out to fetch water or grab something. If he went in now, he would definitely be discovered. Zhou Yuhui thought for a moment and returned to the delivery station. He found a black-gray coat, tidied it up, and noted that this color would be hard to spot at night. Then he found a hood that could cover his face. It was a winter windproof hood that had been left on a shelf. Zhou Yuhui tried it on and found it fit well. So even if he was caught on surveillance, no one would know his identity. After preparing everything, Zhou Yuhui left again, still riding the old bicycle, and hurried to Feng Yuan's rental house. After all the commotion, nearly an hour had passed, and the tenants in the courtyard had mostly closed their doors, enjoying a family evening. Zhou Yuhui parked his bicycle in a secluded corner, put on the hood, and stealthily slipped into the courtyard. He quickly climbed the stairs along the wall, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and rushed to Feng Yuan's door. Although he didn't see Feng Yuan input the password clearly, he could guess it pretty accurately from the marks she left on the keypad. He quickly entered several likely passwords. The first two attempts failed, but on the third try, he heard a click and the door opened slightly. A smile appeared on Zhou Yuhui's face as he quickly slipped into the room. The first thing he did was disable the infrared alarm on the wall. The three-dimensional photo was still lit up, displaying an underwater world, but Zhou Yuhui ignored this device and began to search the room. To his surprise, aside from some daily necessities, he found almost nothing that could reveal her identity. It looked more like a hotel room, with very few clothes, only a few professional outfits. Remembering when he helped Yin Xiaodong move, there were at least 4 or 5 boxes just for clothes and shoes. Did Feng Yuan rent a place just to spend the night here? Or was she just using it to conceal something? In the corner, Zhou Yuhui spotted the iron box that had just been delivered today. Feng Yuan had already opened it. Inside were several mechanical devices with strange characters on them. And with Zhou Yuhui's current level of memory, it was basically like reading a foreign language. He searched the entire room, but found no valuable clues. Sitting on a chair by the door, Zhou Yuhui pondered where he could find out whether he had any connection with Feng Yuan. His gaze fell on the remote control for the three-dimensional photo. Perhaps there was a clue in there. Zhou Yuhui picked up the remote and began to browse through the stored photos, but aside from the one that looked a lot like him, most were scenic photos. Some were of Feng Yuan on her travels, and there were even pictures of her in a space station. Clearly, Feng Yuan's financial situation was quite strong. Even though the space station had become a popular tourist destination, the costs were still high. Unless it was a day of significant commemoration, most people wouldn't spend so much money just to experience weightlessness. The virtual device stored hundreds of photos, and Zhou Yuhui only found 2 that resembled him, with one background seemingly in a familiar park, but he couldn't quite place it. This made Zhou Yuhui even more certain that the person in the photo at Feng Yuan's home must be him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this feeling. But why wouldn't Feng Yuan admit it? Zhou Yuhui stared at the photo, lost in thought, and inadvertently glanced outside. From his vantage point, he could see the dazzling lights of Longbin New District, with clear laser advertisements showcasing the memory exchange. Could his amnesia really be related to the memory exchange? Zhou Yuhui decided to seek out Yin Xiaotong to ask, since there was no breakthrough here with Feng Yuan. He would check if there were any clues on Yin Xiaodong's side. Zhou Yuhui picked up the remote to restore the image back to the underwater world. Just then, he heard a slight sound, as if someone had touched something. Instantly alert, he tiptoed to the door and quietly looked outside. To his shock, he almost stumbled onto the carpet. He saw 2 women in red armbands peering into the room, their eyes locked on Zhou Yuhui's. Apparently, the women knew when Feng Yuan left, but the constantly changing patterns in a room intrigued them, prompting them to investigate. They never expected to see Zhou Yuhui inside. Both parties were startled. After all, these women had years of neighborhood community work experience and had developed a certain courage. One of the women immediately shouted, "Who is in there? Come out," as she raised a powerful flashlight. The blinding light from the flashlight swept through the room, revealing Zhou Yuhui's figure. Zhou Yuhui had no idea how his presence was discovered, but he knew that this situation was likely to end badly, whether he went out or stayed inside. It was probably going to be a disastrous outcome. Chapter 68. The police arrived. Zhou Yuhui immediately thought of calling Yin Xiaodong to urgently explain the situation. However, Yin Xiaodong's phone was once again unreachable. No matter how many times he tried, he could not get through. Zhou Yuhui hesitated for a moment. Since he couldn't reach Yin Xiaodong, he decided to tell Fang Yuan about this matter. If he could obtain her forgiveness, there might still be room for maneuver. However, the efficiency of the antis on Yunhai Road was beyond Zhou Yuhui's expectations. After several warnings and inquiries yielded no results, they directly notified the local police station. The police from Yunhai Road were also very responsible. After receiving the report, they arrived at the scene in just 5 minutes. The arrival of the police made the courtyard lively. But the antis knew the importance of police work and only allowed a few young men to stay in the yard to prevent anyone inside from acting recklessly. The children were all taken inside by their mothers to ensure their safety. One police officer approached the door, looked at the keypad lock, then at the main door. Although the building was old, this door was a newly installed steel security door, which would require significant effort to break through. The keypad lock was also of a relatively high standard, and common unlocking procedures were ineffective. "I'm a police officer. Please come out and assist us." The officer used the usual rhetoric. If it could be resolved without confrontation, it was best to take the softer approach to avoid trouble for everyone. Zhou Yuhui didn't have time to confront the police. He kept dialing Fang Yuan's number, but remained unreachable, which made him extremely anxious. However, from the police's tone, it was clear that they had not received Fang Yuan's consent, and they could not open the door either. Zhou Yuhui could not imagine that his phone had long been monitored. He would never be able to get through to Fang Yuan, and even Yin Xiaodong's phone would depend on the situation. Unable to find Fang Yuan, Zhou Yuhui decided to stay in the house and wait. If Fang Yuan returned, he would directly say that he suspected her ex-boyfriend was actually himself, which was why he sneaked in to check things out. This reasoning was quite sufficient, and in this case, the police would have nothing on him. It would merely be considered a dispute among friends. With this thought, Zhou Yuhui's frenzied emotions calmed down, and he sat there waiting for Fang Yuan to return. However, the situation did not develop as he had imagined. After failing to get Zhou Yuhui to open the door, the police quickly found the landlord through the antis and successfully obtained Fang Yuan's phone number. Zhou Yuhui couldn't get through to Fang Yuan, but the police had a much easier time locating her. Soon, they connected with Fang Yuan, and when she learned that someone had entered her room, she was initially stunned, but then immediately provided the police with the password to her room, instructing them to go in and apprehend the intruder. After receiving the door password, the police and the antis were ready. The tenants in the courtyard were all on alert, holding various items, ready to ensure that if Zhou Yuhui dared to escape, he would immediately be caught. One police officer quickly entered the door password, and with a click, the door opened. Zhou Yuhui didn't even have time to react before he was tackled to the ground by the rushing police officers. After a brief search, the police were puzzled to find that this intruder had not taken anything at all. Even so, the charge of breaking and entering could still be established. At the very least, it was an unlawful entry into a residence. Zhou Yuhui did not wish to resist. He knew that resisting would be futile. This wasn't a big deal, and once Yin Xiaodong was contacted and he explained the situation to Fang Yuan, he figured he would likely be released. The police regarded this suspect with a new perspective. They had never encountered such a cooperative criminal suspect. Although it was merely a case of breaking and entering, the police still followed procedures, placing a hood over his head to prevent the disclosure of his identity, and then directly escorted him to the police car, leaving the people in the courtyard to discuss safety issues. The Yunhai Road police station was located in the middle of Yunhai Road, not too far from Boss Chui's express delivery station, just a few hundred meters away. Zhou Yuhui had passed by that entrance almost every day while delivering packages, but he never expected that one day he would end up inside. The police brought Zhou Yuhui into the detention room to prepare to take some statements. Since Zhou Yuhui had not taken anything, it seemed that the worst he would face was detention, and it wouldn't escalate to the point of going to court. However, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. "Name?" the police officer asked Zhou Yuhui, staring at him. "I don't know." Zhou Yuhui replied very seriously. "Be honest. Do you know where this is? Otherwise, you want to have a good time. Now, tell me your name." The police officer was furious. Even after coming in here, he was still being uncooperative, and he slapped the table. Zhou Yuhui looked at the police and said, "I really don't know my name. I have amnesia. They all call me Aki." Amnesia? The two police officers exchanged glances. Was this really the excuse he was using? Let us put the statements aside for now. Let us input his fingerprint information into the system and see if he is a habitual offender. Since he wouldn't talk, the police had their ways. Soon, Zhou Yuhui's fingerprints were entered into the police system, and immediately after, an assistance notice appeared. The two police officers exchanged glances, surprised that such a small case of breaking and entering had caught a big fish. The notice stated that Zhou Yuhui was a former employee of the memory exchange, who had exploited his position to steal a large sum of money from the exchange and had gone missing for several months, now wanted by the police. The two officers returned to the detention room, looking at Zhou Yuhui with cold smiles. Zhou Yuhui felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. One officer approached Zhou Yuhui, took out the assistance notice, and placed it in front of him. "I ask you, how did you forget? If I were in your shoes, I'd forget too." The officer sneered. Zhou Yuhui quickly scanned the notice in front of him, his memory allowing him to instantly grasp the content. After reading it, he was momentarily dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be a mistake? How could he possibly be a wanted criminal, especially one accused of stealing a large sum of money? Putting aside how the police found this notice, just the photo alone was enough to confirm it was him. The well-dressed Zhou Yuhui was wearing clothes he had never owned. This couldn't be a fabrication by the police. He was indeed named Zhou Yuhui and was a staff member of the memory exchange. If that were the case, wouldn't Fong Yuan definitely recognize him? What on earth was happening? Zhou Yuhui was completely confused. He didn't know what to do. "Do you have anything to say?" The police saw Zhou Yuhui's expression and knew his psychological defenses had completely crumbled. This was the perfect opportunity to press further. Chapter 69. Sent to the Municipal Bureau, Zhou Yuhui's mind was filled with the title of the suspect who embezzled a large sum of money from the memory exchange. And he was starting to panic. No matter what he said now, the police would definitely not believe him. After all, the assistance notice was right there, and he himself didn't even know what he had done before. Was he really the person who had stolen a large amount of money from the memory exchange? Zhou Yuhui stood there in a daze, unsure of what to say or what he could say. Crying innocence? That seemed useless. Seeing that Zhou Yuhui was silent, the police did not continue to press him. They had inadvertently caught such a big fish, and this year's awards were definitely secured. As for how to solve the case, that was beyond their scope. "Fine, if you want to talk, we want to waste our breath. Tomorrow morning, we'll send you to the Municipal Bureau. We'll see what you can do there." As soon as the police officer finished speaking, the phone beside him rang. It was a call from the Municipal Bureau, asking if they had captured Zhou Yuhui. One officer picked up the phone and asked, "So soon? The Municipal Bureau already knows?" However, it wasn't surprising. After all, once Zhou Yuhui's fingerprint information was reported, the Municipal Bureau immediately issued an alert. The two officers were naturally very pleased and informed the Bureau that, based on the fingerprint comparison, they could confirm it was Zhou Yuhui. The Municipal Bureau said that once it was confirmed to be Zhou Yuhui, he should be sent over immediately for an overnight interrogation. The two precinct officers were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood that this guy was definitely involved in something significant, and the Municipal Bureau was anxious. Moreover, since this case involved the memory exchange, it would definitely attract more attention from above. "Okay, tell the Bureau that we will drive the suspect over now." Zhou Yuhui, who had just sat down, was taken out again and shoved into the police car, ready to be sent to the Longbin City Police Department. Just as Zhou Yuhui was carefully studying the cooperation notice in his mind, in an underground parking lot of a community in Longbin New District, the leader of the memory plunderers was lazily sitting in a recliner, boredly watching his subordinates train. Ever since their failed attempt to capture Zhou Yuhui, the contract from a memory exchange had decreased significantly, which was a form of punishment, forcing them to stay here and train daily, waiting for the president to provide more opportunities. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and upon checking, it was a call from the president. He hurriedly got up from the recliner, and although the other side couldn't see his actions, he still stood at attention. The president didn't wait for the leader to finish speaking and said in a sharp voice that almost pierced his eardrum, Zhou Yuhui has appeared. He has been captured by the Yunhai Road Police Station and is about to be sent to the Longbin City Police Department. The specific route will be transmitted to your computer shortly. Bring him to me. If you fail again this time, be prepared to go to Ghost Island with those people. Upon hearing the words Ghost Island, the leader suddenly felt a chill and immediately shouted, "Understood, President. I will not let you down." The police car slowly drove along Yunhai Road. It was already midnight, and there weren't many pedestrians on the streets, only the occasional self-driving taxi passing by. Zhou Yuhui was restrained in the back seat of the police car, handcuffed to the railing. He didn't know what to do now. Hadn't he already checked his identity through the police while he was in the hospital? Why was there no cooperation notice at that time? And when he arrived at the police station earlier, he also didn't see this notice. What was going on? A series of questions lingered in his mind. The officer driving the car glanced at Zhou Yuhui and thought to himself that this guy was quite bold to be able to steal funds from the memory exchange, which was not an ordinary place. The most critical part was that he was hiding on Yunhai Road and had even become a courier, showing complete disregard for the police. However, seeing Zhou Yuhui remain silent, it was clear he intended to tough it out. Didn't he know that the memory exchange had already cooperated with the police and was preparing to conduct memory searches on criminal suspects? This matter had become quite a hot topic in society, with some saying it infringed on the rights of suspects and others claiming it was a symbol of technological progress. Regardless, as long as the suspect entered that room, everything would be revealed. The Longbin City Police Department was located in the new district, and to get there from Yunhai Road, they needed to first take the elevated highway outside the city and then enter the new district via a segment of the expressway, which was the fastest route. Of course, there were other routes, but they were either narrow or required passing through densely populated areas. While Yunhai Road was already asleep, the nightlife in Longbin New District was just beginning. For safety reasons, police typically took the expressway, which saved time. The police car flashed its lights and exited Yunhai Road, heading straight for the elevated highway. Zhou Yuhui was observing the surroundings when he suddenly noticed several vehicles appearing behind the police car, closely following it. It seemed he recalled something, but the feeling passed quickly. Ahead was a red light, and the police car stopped to wait for the signal to turn green. At that moment, the officer in the passenger seat also noticed the vehicles through the rearview mirror. How could so many cars suddenly appear at this late hour? The officer immediately tapped his partner, signaling him to pay attention to the situation behind. Something was off. The driver slightly nodded, turned on the car's monitor, and the high-definition camera and sensors immediately scanned the approaching vehicles. The onboard computer displayed that all the license plates of these vehicles were fake. None matched those in the system. The Yunhai Road Police Station patrol car called headquarters, saying, "We are escorting suspect Zhou Yuhui to the Longbin City Police Department. We have discovered at least 3 vehicles with fake plates tailing us at the traffic light 2 kilometers from the outer ring elevated highway, requesting assistance." As soon as the officer finished speaking, a roar like that of a raging beast erupted from the engines of the cars behind, and the police car was violently struck. The vehicle, which was waiting for the traffic light, was instantly pushed aside, and Zhou Yuhui was thrown from his seat, crashing heavily against the steel railing inside the car, causing him to feel dizzy. The 2 officers were still well trained, although they didn't know what was happening. It was clear that this group was not here for friendly purposes. The officer in the passenger seat immediately grabbed the radio to call for help, but the radio was filled with noise, making it impossible to hear anything. Looking at his phone, he saw there was also no signal. Not good. The signal has been cut off. Such technology was not typical for ordinary criminals. The 2 officers exchanged glances, fearing that tonight's situation would not end well. Chapter 70. The attack of the men in black. At this moment, the police car was pushed into the roadside greenbelt by the large pickup truck from behind. The rear trunk door had been severely deformed from the impact, and the fallen bumper even scraped sparks on the ground. The police car's tires left deep marks on the road. "Are you okay?" the officer asked, looking back. Although they didn't know the purpose of this group, Zhou Yuhui was still their suspect, and they had to ensure his safety. Zhou Yuhui shook his head. "I think I'm fine." "What do you mean, think?" The officer was about to say something when another heavier impact occurred, and the entire car was flipped over. The 3 of them in the car immediately rolled around. The two officers were strapped in with seatbelts, so they were not in too much trouble, but Zhou Yuhui was different. His wrist was pressed against the railing, and his whole body rolled with the car due to the impact, causing him to scream in fear. Finally, the car came to a stop, and Zhou Yuhui felt a bit dizzy. The two officers immediately realized the situation was dire. These people were clearly not here to kidnap anyone. Judging by the way they crashed, they were clearly trying to take their lives. Now that communications were cut off, thankfully, the distress signal had already been sent out. But even if headquarters knew they were in danger, it would probably take at least 10 to 20 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. You take the suspect and run that way. I'll hold them off, said the older officer driving the police car in a low voice. Let's not talk about that now. We need to get out first. The other officer replied with a bitter smile. Zhou Yuhui slowly got up at this moment. He looked back through the already broken car window and saw a dozen men in black uniforms getting out of several vehicles with fake license plates. Each of them was holding a slender metal rod that looked like an antenna. When Zhou Yuhui saw these men in black, his face turned pale. He recognized them as the people he had tried to evade when he escaped from that deep well-like place, but he didn't know who they were. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui suddenly turned to the two police officers and posed a question that left them in a dilemma. Who are they? The two officers were taken aback and exchanged glances. If Zhou Yuhui wasn't lying and didn't know these people, it indicated that they were definitely up to no good. Moreover, the fact that they dared to ram a police car suggested they had a powerful background. It seemed the situation was dire. Since Zhou Yuhui didn't know where they had come from, it was highly likely they had come to abduct him. After all, the cooperation notice stated that Zhou Yuhui had taken away a large sum of money. Judging from this alone, those who knew about the matter would surely try to find Zhou Yuhui to get a share of the spoils. It was clear that staying in the car was unsafe, and when the police reinforcements would arrive was still uncertain, but this group of men in black could be upon them in an instant. Besides, the weapon they held, which was making a buzzing sound, didn't look easy to deal with. Just when Zhou Yuhui was at a loss for what to do, the two police officers, being professionally trained, quickly recovered from their brief panic and almost simultaneously kicked at the already shattered front windshield. No one could say when this car, which had already flipped multiple times, would become dangerous. After a few kicks, the windshield was broken, and the two quickly crawled out of the car, one blocking in front of the vehicle while the other desperately tried to pry open the back door to rescue Zhou Yuhui. Soon, the door had become deformed from the earlier impact, and no matter how hard they tried, it wouldn't budge. In a moment of frustration, one officer pulled so hard that the door handle came off. Staring at the handle in his hand, the officer was momentarily stunned before grabbing a strong flashlight from his waist and smashing it against the rear window. "Move back a bit," the officer shouted. Zhou Yuhui quickly covered his head with one hand and curled up in the seat. He heard the officer smashing the car window, and under the intense pounding, the glass quickly shattered, with only the film stubbornly holding the shards together. The officer quickly struck a few more times to knock off the glass debris, then reached in to unlock the handcuffs leaning against the railing and pulled Zhou Yuhui out of the car. "Officer, what are they doing?" Zhou Yuhui asked, looking at the police and then at the approaching men in black. Although he didn't know how they had found him, it was clear these people wouldn't let him off easily. The two officers didn't answer him, only glancing to the sides, still not seeing any sign of reinforcements. What to do? The two discussed. The nearest house was at least 1,000 meters away. It seemed they couldn't run away, so they decided to buy as much time as possible. "What are you doing? Do you know that assaulting a police officer is a serious crime?" The officer began to educate this audacious group on the law. The men in black exchanged glances, then a mocking expression appeared on their faces. "Assaulting a police officer? What a joke. We don't have the guts for that. We just saved 2 police officers from a car accident on the way." The two officers didn't understand what the other side meant. Judging by the weapons in their hands, it was clear that this wasn't their original intention. Zhou Yuhui behind them felt increasingly uneasy, as the men in black only mentioned saving 2 police officers in a car accident. Didn't they see that he, a living person, was right there? Or did they not even count him in? "If you're saving people, why are you holding that thing?" Zhou Yuhui shouted loudly from behind the officers. The leader of the men in black burst into laughter. "Of course we have to hold this thing. Otherwise, if you run away again, how can we explain ourselves?" It was indeed about capturing him. Zhou Yuhui instantly felt safer standing behind the officers. Although they were going to take him to the police station, it was evident that this group of men in black could do something dangerous, as evidenced by their daring to ram police cars. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui noticed sparks beginning to fly from the bottom of the overturned police car. This was a reaction from the battery pack being severely damaged. And the next step would surely be a fire, a scenario he had seen many times on television. Wait, when I shout, we all run towards the woods over there. One officer whispered to Zhou Yuhui. Their vehicle couldn't enter the woods, but as long as they could make it past the men in black, they would be successful. Soon, reinforcements from the city bureau would arrive. Zhou Yuhui immediately agreed. He would rather be taken to the police station than be captured again by these men in black and taken to that bottomless underground space. Chapter 71. Escape from the scene. The memory predators had seen Zhou Yuhui for the second time. The last time was also at night, when he was rescued right under their noses. This time, in this desolate countryside, they could not let him escape. The surrounding intersections were tightly guarded, and this time he was definitely a turtle in a jar with no way out. The memory predators looked at Zhou Yuhui with eyes shining like gold. He was a moving vault. If they captured him, they could live comfortably for a few months. In the darkness, the headlights of the memory predators illuminated the surroundings, and the buzzing weapon made people's hearts race. They even deployed a drone that circled above the three men, closely monitoring their every move. Suddenly, the police driver shouted, "Run!" The three men turned and dashed towards the distant woods without hesitation. The memory predators were momentarily stunned, but the leader smiled slightly. Several motorcycles that had been prepared in advance roared onto the road, circling from a distance to block their path. One of the police officers didn't react in time and was directly knocked down by a motorcycle, landing heavily in the greenery and remained motionless for a long time, his life uncertain. Zhou Yuhui and another officer had no time to think and desperately accelerated. As long as they could rush into the woods, they would be safe. Who knew that, with a thud, the device in the hands of the memory predators actually launched, and the three-pronged front end landed heavily on the two of them, sending a strong high-voltage pulse current that instantly knocked them to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui realized that this thing was actually a stun gun. How'd I know this was a stun gun? Zhou Yuhui was startled by the sudden emergence of this term. He vaguely sensed something, but just as he had a slight inkling, the memory predators approached him, grinning menacingly. The words bad luck suddenly flashed in Zhou Yuhui's mind. Capturing Zhou Yuhui made the leader of the memory predators quite pleased. Finally, he wouldn't have to endure the CEO's scolding and could also earn hefty income. As for the two police officers, he would just leave them there. Kidnapping police officers was a big deal, and he didn't want to cause a bigger mess. Watching his subordinate escort the staggering Zhou Yuhui back, the leader couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Zhou Yuhui looked at this seemingly unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar figure, constantly guessing his identity. Kid, no matter how much you jump around like the Monkey King, you can't escape from my palm like the Tathagata Buddha. The leader of the memory predators laughed heartily. Lock him up and send him to the CEO. You can't take him away. The two police officers staggered to their feet. The leader of the memory raiders let out a cold laugh. In Long Bin, there really isn't anyone I can't take away. After saying that, he turned and left. Before the two police officers could take a step, they were electrocuted again and collapsed on the ground. The leader of the memory raiders shouted, "Who can stop me?" Ha ha ha. That kind of momentum was truly unstoppable. After saying that, he got into the car, ready to report back to the memory exchange. Just then, a rumbling noise came from the sky, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a flashing rainbow warning light in the pitch-black night sky, the sign of a flying motorcycle. Before the memory raiders could react, a flying motorcycle swooped down from the sky and instantly crashed into the black-clad memory raider on the road. The surrounding memory raiders quickly moved aside to avoid it. This thing's collision avoidance system was much stronger than a car's bumper. When Zhou Yuhui heard the sound, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. His first thought was Feng Yuan, though she could not possibly know he was in trouble. However, whoever it was, they were unlikely to be in cahoots with these people. The flying motorcycle stopped perfectly beside Zhou Yuhui. Before he could call for help, the driver lowered their voice and said, "Get in." The other party used a voice changer, making it impossible to tell their original voice. Zhou Yuhui had no choice but to jump onto the flying motorcycle without hesitation. Before he could steady himself, the motorcycle showcased its powerful flying capabilities. It shot up at a 75-degree angle at high speed. The entire motorcycle was almost vertical to the ground, rushing quickly into the sky. If it weren't for his legs being firmly secured by the fixed device when he got on, Zhou Yuhui would definitely have fallen off. This was the flying motorcycle's unique skill, almost on par with a fighter jet's performance. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand such powerful mobility. Zhou Yuhui instantly felt difficulty breathing, and his brain showed symptoms of oxygen deprivation. The memory raiders stared dumbfounded at everything happening before them. This was no longer a cooked duck flying away, but a piece of fat meat being snatched away. What are you waiting for? Chase. The leader of the memory raiders was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, kicking one of his subordinates aside. The sounds of various vehicles rumbling and motorcycle tires grinding against the ground immediately intertwined, creating a chaotic scene. However, the opponent was flying, and they couldn't catch up on the ground. After running for a short while, the flying motorcycle quickly disappeared from their sight. Forget about the sound. Even that unique warning light was gone. Just as the leader was feeling frustrated, a siren sounded in the distance. Clearly, the Longbin City Police had discovered that the Yunhai Road Police Station's vehicle had been damaged, and combined with the recent distress report, they immediately dispatched reinforcements. Retreat. Zhou Yuhui had managed to escape, and the leader of the memory raiders was filled with hatred. This was no longer a place they could stay. Once discovered by the police, the consequences would be theirs to bear. The memory raiders immediately fled the scene, and a few minutes later, the police reinforcements arrived. What they saw was a gruesome car accident scene, with two of their officers lying unconscious on the ground, and the suspect they were escorting had vanished without a trace. They immediately concluded that someone had secretly abducted the suspect and promptly sent out the message to apprehend Zhou Yuhui to all police stations and precincts in Longbin City. Any sighting of Zhou Yuhui would result in immediate capture. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yuhui was now sitting on the flying motorcycle, racing quickly along a low-altitude route. The speed of the flying motorcycle had returned to normal, and thanks to the drag elimination system, the feeling of difficulty breathing had greatly improved. The motorcycle passed through the brightly lit Yunhai Road Historical Protection Zone and headed directly toward Longbin's new urban area. The surveillance system in the new urban area was highly developed. If he arrived there, wouldn't he be immediately recognized? Zhou Yuhui looked confusedly at the driver in front of him. From appearances, it seemed to be a woman, but the other party was wearing a helmet, and their entire body was wrapped in armored protective clothing, making it impossible to see their face. Zhou Yuhui felt uneasy, not knowing what awaited him next. Chapter 72. Another envelope after more than an hour of rapid travel. The flying motorcycle slowly landed in a remote neighborhood in Longbin's new urban area. This was a newly planned high-tech park in Longbin, surrounded by many high-tech automated factories, and it was also a key area for Longbin's economic development. There weren't many residential buildings here. Only a few scattered high-rise buildings, mostly occupied by technical personnel from the surrounding factories. This was somewhat similar to the apartment Zhou Yuhui had lived in before, but the houses here not only had residential rights, but also rights to buy and sell, with many people treating it as part of their investment. However, this place was almost like a dormitory. The residents were those unwilling to fight against the crowded traffic in the city. While the facilities were somewhat rudimentary, they were sufficient for living. They just weren't very convenient, making it ideal for those technical personnel. Not many people meant less trouble, and being able to sustain life was enough to satisfy those single guys and homebodies. The flying motorcycle parked on top of an apartment building, and Zhou Yuhui glanced around. There were quite a few flying motorcycles parked here, each quite valuable, indicating that the residents were relatively wealthy. The rooftop also had some hangars specifically for storing these flying vehicles. Once the motorcycle came to a stop, Zhou Yuhui finally had the chance to thank the other party, expressing deep gratitude for saving his life. "May I ask how to address you?" "No need for names. How will you thank me?" The other party removed their protective gear, revealing their true face underneath. Zhou Yuhui looked at his savior in shock, muttering, How is this possible? What do you mean impossible? Fang Yuan smiled at Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui looked at Fang Yuan, his mind in a whirl. He had been captured as a thief at Fang Yuan's house, and even after multiple unsuccessful phone calls. He was later confirmed as a wanted criminal for stealing a large sum of money from the memory exchange. Then, he was sent to the Longbin police station, and those men in black tried to take him from the police midway, only for Fang Yuan to rescue him from them. What a dizzying scene. What exactly was going on? What was happening? Zhou Yuhui asked Fang Yuan, wanting to know how she had found his location. In response to this question, Fang Yuan smiled lightly, as if she had long anticipated Zhou Yuhui's inquiry, and said, "Follow me. I have something to give you, and then you will understand." Zhou Yuhui followed Fang Yuan in confusion, taking the elevator directly to a middle-level apartment in the building from the rooftop garage. When Fang Yuan reached the door, it opened automatically. Zhou Yuhui took a glance and concluded that this was Fang Yuan's true residence, as the furnishings inside were completely different from those at Yinhai Road. That place looked like a guest room, while this was a real home. In addition to various physical photos, there were also toys of different sizes, figurines, and plush toys, all neatly arranged in different corners of the room. To Zhou Yuhui's surprise, there was even a monkey in Fang Yuan's room, a real monkey. Although he couldn't tell what breed it was, he could recognize a real monkey when he saw one. The little monkey sat obediently on a shelf, and Fang Yuan added some nuts from a small jar in front of the monkey, patting its head, and the little monkey began to eat without showing any signs of jumping around. "Make yourself comfortable." Fang Yuan went to the refrigerator and took out 2 cans of drinks, placing them in front of Zhou Yuhui. "Didn't you say you had something to give me? What is it?" Zhou Yuhui asked while surveying the environment. Fang Yuan chuckled and said, "What if I told you I don't know either? Would you believe me?" I believe that. Even if I don't believe it. It doesn't matter. I can only confirm it when I see the item." Fang Yuan slightly shook her head and then operated a few controls on the wall. Suddenly, the entire room was filled with various lights, especially in places leading to the outside, which were all covered in this light, clearly a form of defense. Zhou Yuhui became slightly more vigilant, watching Fang Yuan's every move. Fang Yuan walked into the dining room, smiled at a beautiful painting on the wall, and unexpectedly, the painting began to change, slowly transforming into the shape of a safe. Zhou Yuhui stared in astonishment at the strange change on the wall, thinking it was incredible. This is memory metal. It only activates its memory characteristics after receiving a specific signal. It's quite a good concealment method. Fang Yuan explained to Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui understood that this thing was definitely valuable, but he didn't mention it, as the contents of the safe were what mattered most. The safe looked somewhat ordinary, embedded in the wall, surrounded by fireproof materials and heavy metal. The method to open it was also relatively simple. It required a fingerprint, an iris scan, and a regular key hanging on a key rack by the door. The safe slowly opened, and inside, apart from some precious metals, there was only a cowhide envelope. Seeing the cowhide envelope, Zhou Yuhui was immediately astonished. It looked exactly like the only item he had carried with him back then. The envelope was sealed with wax, with handwritten words indicating it was to be opened, appearing very important. "This is for you." Fang Yuan handed the envelope to Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui looked at the envelope, and then at Fang Yuan. "How do you know it's for me?" Fang Yuan smiled slightly. "Naturally, you told me. I also have a recording." Clearly, Fang Yuan was very meticulous about her protection, even keeping the recording from that time. Once the recording was activated, the voice that came out was not Zhou Yuhui's, but that of an old man. "This is what Zhou Yuhui asked me to give you. Once the matter of him being wanted comes up, you can hand this over to him." Zhou Yuhui felt a surge of alertness upon hearing the voice. It was the same person who had taken him from the suburban park that rainy day. "Who is he?" Zhou Yuhui asked. Fang Yuan shook her head. "I don't know. He's just a contact between you and me. He said to inform you that once you read the contents of this letter, you will basically understand the situation." Zhou Yuhui hesitated for a moment and then tore open the wax seal. He carefully read the letter, occasionally glancing at Fang Yuan, who was quietly waiting, seemingly trying to discern the authenticity of the letter, as doubts still lingered in his heart. He couldn't guarantee that the letter wasn't forged by Fang Yuan. Chapter 73. A letter from the past inside the envelope was only a piece of paper with not much writing, but the content was quite substantial. It was a letter Zhou Yuhui had written to his present self before he lost his memory. In the letter, Zhou Yuhui informed his current self that he was indeed an employee of the Memory Trading Center and the technical director responsible for memory transfer. He had discovered some illegal activities within the Memory Trading Center, which led to threats against his life. To evade pursuit, he designed a massive memory trap called the Apocalypse Plan to protect his safety. The transferred memories could not be restored by himself, but memories that were electromagnetically shattered had a chance to be restored. If he saw this letter at that time, it meant that his apocalypse plan had already begun to be implemented and that his memory had been shattered. Since memory shattering had long been regarded as outdated technology, it had been buried and not many people knew about it. Moreover, the symptoms following memory shattering were very similar to the side effects of memory transfer, which could easily be mistaken for the latter. Zhou Yuhui finally understood why he had become this way. It turned out that his memory had been shattered, and it was all part of the plan he had devised. He glanced at Feng Yuan beside him. "Do you know about this plan?" "You didn't tell me much. Just said it was for confidentiality, only letting me know a little bit." Feng Yuan replied lightly. Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but admire his own caution. He had devised the plan, but also shattered his own memory without informing anyone in the know. Even if people from the Memory Trading Center found him or Feng Yuan, they probably wouldn't know the specifics of the entire plan. The memory transfer technology would be powerless, as they wouldn't know the content, and thus wouldn't have any memories related to it. Zhou Yuhui also clarified in the letter that Feng Yuan was a colleague at the Memory Transfer Center and a trustworthy partner. Based on his designed memory trap, he needed to complete the memory-shattering work at the Memory Trading Center and have Feng Yuan secretly assist him, so he could take the opportunity to escape. Now that he had gotten out of the Memory Trading Center, this fully indicated that point. Feng Yuan was indeed a very reliable helper. However, the letter did not explain why Feng Yuan was so reliable to him. This clearly could not be supported by mere romantic notions. And the letter also did not mention whether he had stolen a large sum of money from the Memory Trading Center. The letter concluded by telling Zhou Yuhui that it was only to inform him of his past identity and that after reading it, he should burn it to leave no trace. Although Zhou Yuhui could memorize it after just one reading, he still carefully read it again to ensure he hadn't missed any information before igniting the letter in his hand, turning it into a pile of ashes that disappeared in the sink. He held the cowhide envelope for a while, recalling how he had searched the entire Yunhai Road for this item, only to find something that could truly reveal his identity hidden in this safe. Now that he had found his identity, he was Zhou Yuhui, not Sima Qi, with the character Qi clearly representing the Apocalypse Plan. However, he was puzzled as to why, during the car accident, he was left with only that cowhide envelope and that note, leading him to the completely opposite direction of Yunhai Road instead of allowing him to find Feng Yuan. This way, he wouldn't have been discovered by the police, resulting in the current outcome. Was it to prevent the people from the Memory Trading Center from discovering him and exposing Feng Yuan's identity? Although Zhou Yuhui knew his identity, his memory still hadn't recovered, and he had no idea what the apocalypse plan he had devised was. Regarding this mysterious operation, he was even more confused. Now, he had basically sorted out some previously unknown situations, realizing that the place he had escaped from was the Memory Transfer Center. He was still haunted by the deep elevator shaft. He also understood why he had become this way, but the crisis had become even more severe. He was currently a wanted major crime suspect at the police station, and those men in black were actively searching for him. The situation was rather grim. Fortunately, Feng Yuan's place was considered safe, as no one would expect him to hide at her home. As for the situation on Yunhai Road, Zhou Yuhui no longer wanted to entangle himself in it. Any appearance there would definitely lead to his capture, whether by the police or those men in black. From the previous situation, it seemed the men in black were more informed. "Did you help me escape from the memory exchange?" Zhou Yuhui turned to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled slightly and replied, "I don't know how you got out, but before your incident, someone contacted me and even sent a large sum of money, asking me to place some things at the Memory Transfer Center. Of course I complied. So that's how it was." Zhou Yuhui suddenly remembered Yin Xiaodong. Did she know about this? Her? Feng Yuan shook her head. She naturally doesn't know. But from your attitude, it seems you have developed feelings for her. Zhou Yuhui didn't know how to respond to Fang Yuan. He did have some lingering thoughts about Yin Xiaotong, mostly to find out his own identity. Now that his identity was clear, he didn't have much reason to get close to Yin Xiaotong anymore. Just a slight bit of sentiment. All right, I'm not going to ask anymore. Fang Yuan noted Zhou Yuhui's expression, turned around to pour herself a glass of water, and asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I don't know." Zhou Yuhui genuinely had no idea what to do next. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and pointed to the dark night sky outside, saying, "The people who came to catch you earlier are memory predators. I don't know their identities, but they must be connected to the memory exchange. However, no one will tell you this openly, so if they discover you, you'll definitely be captured. I understand that." Zhou Yuhui frowned and pondered for a moment. Besides these memory predators, there is also the police. The memory exchange claims I stole a large amount of funds, and now I am a wanted suspect. Their methods are more sophisticated. As soon as I appear under surveillance, they will find me immediately. That's true, so if you plan to go out, you must take precautions. Fang Yuan pointed to the adjacent room and said, "You should rest for a while. I need to change my flight records. If the memory predators get the data from the flying bike, they can easily trace it back to me." Fang Yuan immediately got busy. Zhou Yuhui naturally couldn't help much. He opened the door to that room and found it was Fang Yuan's bedroom. There were quite a few personal clothes on the bed and in the open wardrobe, openly displayed. Just as Zhou Yuhui was unsure whether to go in, Fang Yuan hurriedly entered the room, her face slightly flushed, quickly rummaged through the clothes on the bed, and then pulled out a bathrobe from the wardrobe. "Why don't you take a shower first and rest well? I still have to go to the exchange later. The security system here is quite good. Outsiders can't get in at all. You can rest here for a few days, and once things stabilize a bit, we can consider the next plan. For now, that seems to be the only option." Zhou Yuhui nodded. After everything that happened that night, he was indeed very tired. If he could get a good sleep, that would be a wonderful thing. Soon, Zhou Yuhui fell asleep in his fatigue. Chapter 74. Suspicious photo. It was noon when Zhou Yuhui was startled awake from his dream, in which he was being chased by a group of people, ultimately cornered and caught in front of a terrifying monster that opened its huge mouth, seemingly about to swallow him whole. After waking up, the curtains slowly opened, and a ray of sunlight shone through the window. Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but slightly close his eyes. Fang Yuan's room was on the 20th floor of the building, offering a view of the surrounding park. On the spacious road, trucks moved steadily in an orderly manner, and only occasionally could one see a worker's fleeting shadow, making it seem very quiet. In the distance, the skyscrapers of Longbin City still shone with various lights, clearly visible even in the daytime. Although this was an industrial area, the security forces were still quite sufficient, with police drones frequently flying by, monitoring the situation below. After all, such automated factories had few personnel, making them suitable for theft. And even though all factories were equipped with advanced alarm systems, the police needed to strengthen patrols to prevent any accidents. Zhou Yuhui quickly pulled the curtains closed again. He couldn't guarantee whether these low-flying drones would spot him, and if his whereabouts were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. With Fang Yuan gone to work, he was alone at home, which gave Zhou Yuhui a slight sense of security. This apartment had a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. Besides the bedroom, there was also a bathroom that Fang Yuan had converted, which was the large bathtub Zhou Yuhui had almost fallen asleep in last night. In the living room, the little monkey was cuddling a toy and sleeping, looking very well behaved. Zhou Yuhui couldn't understand how Fang Yuan could keep such a pet. As he walked around the living room, he glanced at the photos on the wall. Many of the photos he had seen before, but they were in 3-dimensional form, created using 3D printing technology, making them look lifelike. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui's attention was drawn to one photo. It was a picture of him and Fang Yuan, taken at Yinhai Road. From his clothing and the surrounding scenery, it seemed that this photo was taken not long ago, as there appeared to be a hanging banner in the background celebrating Longbin City's achievement. When Zhou Yuhui was delivering packages, he had heard the elderly on Yinhai Road say that this honor was hard-earned, and during the evaluation, almost everyone had participated in cleaning and tidying up the streets. But it didn't take long before things returned to normal. Zhou Yuhui looked around. Fang Yuan's computer was in a corner, presumably her workspace at home. The computer had no password, and Zhou Yuhui immediately checked the date on the banner, which should have been about 2.5 months ago, right around the time before his memory shattered. This meant that it was very likely related to the time he designed the apocalypse plan, the memory trap. Realizing this, Zhou Yuhui immediately understood that if this item was left over from that time, it must contain some secret. After all, according to the letters he had left behind, he had actively chosen to shatter his memories, and his relationship with Fang Yuan hadn't yet reached the point of dating in the park. This photo was very suspicious. Zhou Yuhui continued to search the room for more clues, but unfortunately, apart from that physical photo, there was nothing else that caught his attention. Sitting in front of Fang Yuan's computer, Zhou Yuhui searched for information about the memory exchange. To his surprise, the entire internet was filled with various comments about the memory exchange, some positive and others viciously attacking it. However, more were recruitment ads for various memory collectors, which had formed a massive industry, even spawning many memory creation workshops specifically providing training for memory collectors. The news frequently reported large rewards for memory transfers, each time creating a huge wave that attracted many young people to the memory exchange. What surprised Zhou Yuhui was that he couldn't find any information about himself online, whether regarding himself or the alleged theft of large sums of money. There were no traces at all, as if it had never happened. Zhou Yuhui interpreted this as the memory exchange deliberately choosing not to disclose this matter for the sake of its reputation, which was a common practice for many large companies in similar situations. However, the incident involving the police last night didn't appear in any news reports either. Everything that happened seemed to have been swallowed by darkness. Zhou Yuhui immediately sensed that this matter was unusual. It was expected that there were no news about him online, as he had not found any clues about himself at the hospital or the delivery station. However, the police vehicle being hit and the memory raiders coming to abduct people without any news was quite strange. Could it be that the incident happened in a remote location? Zhou Yuhui was still uncertain about this reason. He was very worried about the power of the memory raiders, as their actions had already shown their audacity. And Fang Yuan had also mentioned that they were connected to the memory trading market. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui felt hungry. Just as he thought about going to the kitchen to find something to eat, he saw a note on the dining table. It was a message from Fang Yuan, saying that there was a boxed meal in the thermal container and that he should eat something first, and she would bring him food when she returned. Zhou Yuhui smiled wryly. Although it was safe here, it couldn't compare to Yunhai Road, where he could easily find something to eat. If worst came to worst, he could still get some fruits or radishes from the little gardens of the elderly. After eating the fast food left by Fang Yuan, Zhou Yuhui pondered over what to do next. He couldn't just stay in Fang Yuan's house all the time, right? He needed to figure out what his plan was, as it was related to whether his memory could be restored. The letter mentioned that the memory trap called the apocalypse plan could protect his safety, but he didn't feel safe at all. He had to clarify everything. Since he couldn't find any news about himself online, he decided to start with the memory trading market and see if there were any suspicious incidents reported in the past few months. Following this clue, Zhou Yuhui indeed found a report that he thought might be useful, which was about the memory trading market, helping those who seemed to suffer from memory transfer side effects. Memory transfer side effects? Wasn't that exactly the same as his initial symptoms? Zhou Yuhui seemed to see a glimmer of a clue, but when he continued to investigate, he again found no further information, just like himself, disappearing without a trace. It seemed he could only start from the photo and see if there was any possibility of leaving a clue for himself. Chapter 75. This guy's visit to the park. Zhou Yuhui carefully examined the 3D printed photo in front of him. Aside from himself and Fang Yuan, there was no third person in sight. The only identifiable detail was that it was taken in a park which had a lake and an octagonal pavilion by the lakeside. Above the pavilion hung a banner honoring Longbin City, and he and Fang Yuan stood under the banner. This photo seemed ordinary, but to Zhou Yuhui, it was very special. Precisely because it was so ordinary, Fang Yuan had no reason to print out, even if Fang Yuan's salary was high. Producing a fine 3D printed photo would still be costly. Zhou Yuhui thought for a moment and sent a question to Fang Yuan's email. inquiring about the photo. After all, this photo had established a connection between him and Feng Yuan, and she had printed it out. After a full half hour, Feng Yuan replied, and the answer left Zhou Yuhui stunned. You asked me to take this photo. The reason is unclear. After seeing Feng Yuan's reply, Zhou Yuhui was left there in a daze. This photo was indeed one he had asked Feng Yuan to take, and she didn't know the reason either. Clearly, she also wanted to know, but he hadn't told her at the time. This was likely related to the memory trap, so even if something happened to Feng Yuan, she wouldn't know the subsequent content. If that was the case, Zhou Yuhui sat on the sofa, staring at the physical photo in front of him. It seemed he needed to personally go to investigate. Zhou Yuhui aimed his computer's webcam at the photo and quickly found out the location of the photo. It was a small park located in the suburbs of Longbin, called Longhu Park. The park had a water area known as Longhu, which was actually a mining pit left over from past mining activities. Over time, it accumulated a lot of water, and the city government had diverted a nearby stream to turn it into a lively water area. This place had become a popular spot for Longbin citizens to relax and cool off in the summer. However, due to the terrain, the park was not very large, and the octagonal pavilion was one of its landmark structures, reportedly modeled after a famous pavilion in the south. Just as Zhou Yuhui was carefully pondering over this pavilion, a sudden thunderclap sounded in the sky. Zhou Yuhui looked out the window. The originally clear sky had turned cloudy, with dark clouds rolling in from the west. Through the window, he could see the trees on the nearby, shaded road swaying significantly, indicating a strong wind. Amidst the rumbling thunder, Zhou Yuhui seemed to sense something, but he still couldn't grasp it. He stared at the photo in front of him, reflecting carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to see something, but he didn't know if it was a fragment of a memory or an illusion created by staring at the photo for too long. A dead horse can be treated as a living horse. He decided to check out the pavilion to see if he could find any clues. However, various forces were already watching him. The memory raiders, the memory trading market, and the police were all looking for his whereabouts. Now, surveillance sensors were everywhere, and if he was discovered, he wouldn't be so lucky to be saved by Feng Yuan again. It seemed he could only disguise himself. It was now 1:30 p.m. Zhou Yuhui glanced at the time display on the wall. This was when the foot traffic was low, and with the impending heavy rain, there wouldn't be many people on the road. This was the best opportunity. Although it would be safer at night, it would pose a significant obstacle for him to enter the park, as the park's administrators could easily spot him, causing unnecessary trouble. Zhou Yuhui surveyed the items in the room to see if there was anything he could use for disguise. After wandering around the room, he quickly discovered something special, a wig. No wonder Zhou Yuhui noticed that Feng Yuan's hair color had changed a few days ago. He thought she had dyed it out of boredom and hadn't considered the possibility of it being a wig. Feng Yuan had several wigs, red, yellow, short, long, in various styles. Zhou Yuhui immediately picked a red wig, shoulder length, which could be draped over his shoulders to obscure his face. After putting on the wig, Zhou Yuhui felt like he had transformed into another person. As long as he wasn't closely observed, the chances of being recognized were very low, especially if he avoided direct view of high-definition cameras. With the wig on, Zhou Yuhui searched through Feng Yuan's wardrobe for some clothes. Naturally, he couldn't wear skirts or anything that wouldn't fit, but luckily he found a few loose trench coats that he could make do with. He picked the most suitable one. Although it was a bit small, it didn't look too out of place at first glance. As for the other clothes, he wore his own. In this stormy weather, no one would pay much attention. After finishing his disguise, Zhou Yuhui was ready to head out. However, everything he had was taken away when he was caught by the police last night, so he left a note for Feng Yuan, placing the photo on top of it. He searched the room again and found a few $100s in change, but he wasn't sure how useful coins would be in this world dominated by electronic payments. After preparing everything, Zhou Yuhui softly told himself that as long as he wasn't noticed, he would be safe. He gently opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, which was completely quiet. However, when he reached the elevator, the first challenge trapped him. The elevator required a password, and it seemed to be a facial recognition system. Zhou Yuhui knew he would not be recognized, so he immediately opened the nearby fire escape and walked down the stairs. The result of his training at the delivery station quickly showed. For him, these few flights of stairs posed no problem at all. The biggest advantage of this smart building was that there were basically no management staff. Everything from cleaning to security was handled by electronic devices. Unless something in the home devices broke, maintenance personnel would rarely come, and usually they would be lounging in the building's lounge, comfortably sipping tea and watching variety shows. Zhou Yuhui arrived at the lobby of the building, where there was only one camera at the front desk, evidently part of the visitor login system. For him, this was a place to avoid, if possible. He used a wig to cover his face and hurriedly left the building with an umbrella. Chapter 76. The Mystery of the Octagonal Pavilion. This was an intelligent industrial area, where almost no vehicles could be seen, even if there were cars. Zhou Yuhui did not dare to approach them easily. Before leaving, he had memorized the surrounding map. As long as he walked along one of the roads for a while, he would feel as if he had been here many times before, clearly understanding the buildings and scenery around him. From the building where Fang Yuan lived to Longhu Park, the map showed a distance of 6 kilometers. Zhou Yuhui took an unconventional route, unceremoniously crossing the green belt and lawn to quickly reduce the distance. An hour later, Zhou Yuhui was standing outside Longhu Park. The sky looked even darker now, with a swirling wind filled with moisture, and the thunder grew increasingly fierce, with flashes of lightning cutting across the sky. Zhou Yuhui opened his umbrella, preparing to enter the park, when he suddenly felt a slight abnormality. Images flashed rapidly in his mind, resembling photographs, but they were disjointed and did not convey any clear meaning. He looked up at the sky. It seemed he had felt this way last night. Could it be that his memory was recovering? What caused this result? Was it Fang Yuan, a colleague and friend he had known before, that triggered the recovery of his memory? But last night, he had no idea about Fang Yuan's identity or their relationship. Moreover, Fang Yuan had appeared when Yin Xiaotong first met him, and at that time, nothing special had happened. Zhou Yuhui looked up at the sky. Could it be the lightning? In the letter Fang Yuan had given him, Zhou Yuhui was told that memories are actively shattered. And the reason for leaving that letter was that he believed he could restore those shattered memories because his teacher had conducted experiments in this area. Since losing his memory, Zhou Yuhui had been desperately reading various books on memory. He discovered that the macroscopic phenomenon of memory is the brain cortex's electrical wave radiation. If this radiation is artificially disrupted, it can break memories, commonly known as memory fragmentation. However, current human technology cannot achieve microscopic observation of memory activity changes. All instruments focus on macroscopic phenomena. In other words, he could disrupt the brain cortex's brainwave radiation, causing memory fragmentation, while his brain remained undamaged. As long as this brainwave returned to normal, he could extract memories from his brain again. It was like a person pouring water from a kettle. Water flowed continuously from the spout, which is normal. If someone blocked the flow in front of the spout, causing water to splash everywhere, it would create the illusion that the kettle was moving chaotically. When lightning occurs, it generates a large amount of chaotic magnetic fields. As long as it doesn't directly hit, humans are not greatly affected by such changes. But Zhou Yuhui was different. His brainwaves had already been affected, making him more sensitive to such magnetic fields. Could this be the way to restore memories? Although Zhou Yuhui thought so, his mind still had no more conclusions. The fragments in his mind continued to emerge, but he could not grasp the key points at all. Everything remained unclear. Zhou Yuhui looked at the flickering lightning and sighed. He couldn't figure out why he designed this memory trap. Was it really to save his life? As the heavy rain was about to fall, there were hardly any people left in Longhu Park. The park was indeed not large, apart from the main water area. There was only a small hill and some flower beds around it. A large number of weeping willows were planted along the lakeside, with a wide walking path beneath the willows where citizens usually relaxed. Particularly spacious areas were occupied by elderly music groups. It was said that this was one of the few senior theater groups in Longbin City, and whenever the weather was suitable, there were often up to 20 or 30 bands and troops rehearsing here. As Zhou Yuhui walked in, he noticed a couple of elderly people passing by, carrying eru or flutes and stools. The elderly were not very curious about the woman in the park. After all, it was about to rain. and they hurried to go home. Once inside the park, Zhou Yuhui quickly spotted the octagonal pavilion at the top of the small hill. Although the hill was only 7 or 8 meters high, it still provided a commanding view over the water below, and standing in the pavilion allowed him to overlook the entire park through the treetops. Zhou Yuhui quickened his pace and headed straight for the octagonal pavilion. To his relief, there was no one in the pavilion, giving him enough time to check if there was anything special about it. Following the winding path, Zhou Yuhui rushed up to the octagonal pavilion. Looking up, he saw that the banner above was still hanging, but it looked a bit worn due to time. He recalled the photo from back then, where he and Fang Yuan stood on the pavilion's edge. Standing in that position and looking ahead, a puzzling thought suddenly arose in his mind. This was a group photo of him and Fang Yuan, but who took the picture? Zhou Yuhui was stunned. Could it have been a drone? That was a possibility, or perhaps someone had taken the photo of the two of them from the front. Zhou Yuhui turned around to examine the octagonal pavilion. It was beautifully crafted, but he couldn't see anything particularly special. Neither the paintings nor the various writings seemed to have any significant connection. He even carefully checked the gaps between the stone table and the surrounding wooden chairs, but found nothing. Zhou Yuhui sat at the stone table, wondering if he had gone in the wrong direction. Although this was a small park, there should be cleaners coming to tidy up every day, and the foot traffic wasn't low. If he had left something here earlier, it would have been easy to lose it. Since he could come up with such an elaborate and meticulous plan, such a mistake shouldn't exist. Zhou Yuhui pondered. At that moment, he looked up at the area directly in front of him. There's a rockery. The fake mountain is about 10 meters away from the octagonal pavilion, hidden among a few trees, looking very inconspicuous, just like a natural stone. Zhou Yuhui carefully recalled the photo, especially the person's gaze, which seemed to be fixed on something ahead. Initially, he thought it was directed at the camera, but now he wondered if it could be this stone. Chapter 77a. Zhou Yuhui hurriedly approached the fake mountain with the umbrella in hand. This was indeed a natural rock, about the height of a person and large enough for two people to embrace. It must have been there since the park was built. Zhou Yuhui circled the stone and suddenly noticed faint writing at the bottom. Qi. Again, it was Qi. Zhou Yuhui realized that this was the code name for the Tianqi plan. Judging by the depth of the engraving, it must have been done recently. Such coincidences probably don't exist in the world. Zhou Yuhui looked around, found a stick from the nearby bushes, and began to dig beneath the stone in the direction of the writing. After clearing away the surrounding dead wood and grass, he discovered a small area that seemed to have been dug up before with soft soil. Zhou Yuhui couldn't help but feel excited and quickly dug into this suspicious spot. Soon, a small pit about 20 centimeters deep appeared, and at the bottom of the muddy pit lay a black stone, quietly resting there. Zhou Yuhui stared at the stone, lost in thought. Was this a prank? It was just a very ordinary black pebble, identical to the stones used to pave the ground around the octagonal pavilion. Looking nothing special. Stone? Ground? Zhou Yuhui seemed to remember something. Just before reaching the octagonal pavilion, he noticed some damage on the pebble path beside the road. Many pebbles had fallen due to years of neglect, which was quite common. Could it be someone's prank? This kind of thing often happens, and many children enjoyed doing it. Zhou Yuhui immediately examined the pebble closely. An additional word appeared on the stone, Tianqi. Zhou Yuhui was certain that this stone was what he had buried. He took the pebble and searched around, quickly finding a corresponding damaged area on the nearby path. He squatted there, looking at the remaining cement traces on the path. Judging by the peeling marks, it shouldn't have been long ago. At that moment, accompanied by a series of thunderclaps, torrential rain began to pour down. Zhou Yuhui held up the umbrella and looked around, continuously tapping the nearby ground, but found nothing. In desperation, he returned to the octagonal pavilion, lost in thought about the location of the black pebble. What was the purpose of burying this stone? Why hadn't he found anything else? This was just a very ordinary stone. Now the word Qi seemed to have become the code name for the entire plan. Anything marked with it could potentially be something he left behind, not to mention that the stone also had the words Tianqi, which further indicated the existence of the Tianqi plan. The rain grew heavier, and Zhou Yuhui knew he couldn't leave anytime soon. He had to search more carefully within the octagonal pavilion, but unfortunately, after a long observation, he found no clues. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui realized that the location of the black pebble, the large stone where he buried it, and the octagonal pavilion where he stood seemed to be in a straight line. Could this also indicate a direction? Zhou Yuhui immediately looked in that direction. Behind the octagonal pavilion, in the direction of the lake in the photo, were two small trees, about the height of a person. A straight line appeared in his mind, perfectly passing between the two trees. Ignoring the heavy rain outside, Zhou Yuhui quickly dashed out of the octagonal pavilion. Between the two small trees, there was a piece of seemingly casually placed broken stone. Zhou Yuhui removed the stone, and beneath it was soft soil. He didn't have time to think, and immediately dug into the soil with his hands. After digging for a while, his fingers touched something that felt metallic. When he pulled it out and rinsed it off in the rain, he discovered it was a key. It looked like an ordinary key, with a very small plastic strap attached to the keyhole, featuring a special code that seemed quite mysterious. Zhou Yuhui returned to the octagonal pavilion, hurriedly wiped the rainwater off the key, and examined it closely. This key appeared to be for a security door, with 3 notches for the anti-theft mechanism. However, such keys are generally used in historical cultural areas like Yunhai Road. In the new city area, door locks have usually been replaced with electronic identification systems. Just like Feng Yuan's room, where electronic locks not only prevent theft, but also clearly identify everyone who passes through the door. Zhou Yuhui looked at the key, puzzled again. Did this matter really have something to do with Yunhai Road? He turned to glance at Long Bin in the distance, everything shrouded in rain and mist, with only the flashing laser advertisements from the memory exchange still vaguely visible. At that moment, several drones moved slowly through the rain. Zhou Yuhui quickly used his wig to cover his face and hid behind one of the pillars of the octagonal pavilion, intently watching the movements of the drones. The drones hovered briefly near Longhu Park, scanned the area, and then headed toward the suburbs. Zhou Yuhui noticed the police markings on the drones and looked at the heavy rain outside. If he went back now, he would definitely become a target of these drones. After all, who would casually stroll around in the rain? As part of their duty, the police would surely strengthen their vigilance. The last thing Zhou Yuhui wanted was to be watched by others, as it was the biggest way to expose his identity. He looked at the key, recalling the letter he had left for himself, realizing that this key could very well be the key to unlocking the memory trap, and perhaps also a factor in restoring his memories. Zhou Yuhui pondered that ever since he was found at the car accident scene until he discovered this key. It seemed like a series of changes, but he couldn't quite understand what role Yin Xiaodong played in this plan. He always believed Yin Xiaodong was the key to unlocking his memories, but unexpectedly, Feng Yuan appeared halfway, and she had a letter explaining everything. To make him believe that the letter was genuine, she even left a fingerprint on it. Zhou Yuhui had compared it and confirmed it was indeed his fingerprint. Because his finger had been injured, the fingerprint didn't look very complete. This indicated that Feng Yuan's letter was real. Did he go through such a long circle just to protect Feng Yuan? That seemed a bit off. Although Zhou Yuhui thought so, if asked why it felt wrong, he couldn't articulate it. At that moment, a lightning bolt struck the octagonal pavilion where Zhou Yuhui was, startling him. His mind suddenly felt much clearer, and when he looked around, everything appeared unusually vivid, as if he had been there before. This change delighted Zhou Yuhui. It seemed he had found a way to restore his memory, but this method was too coincidental and also too dangerous. One misstep could leave him in tatters, even more dangerous than being caught by the exchange. He decided to ponder other methods. Chapter 78. Borrowing a phone to make a call, the heavy rain did not last long and soon turned into a light drizzle. Long Lake Park, shrouded in misty rain, felt like a fairyland, with clouds swirling and various sights appearing and disappearing. Zhou Yuhui looked at the beautiful scenery before him, but had no time to appreciate it. His mind was occupied with figuring out what his enlightenment plan was. Besides the near-death experience with the lightning therapy, could this key be the crucial element? He hid the key in his pocket and prepared to return to Feng Yuan's residence, but suddenly remembered something he had overlooked. Feng Yuan's room had a facial recognition system. Disguising himself to get out was one thing, but getting in would not be so easy. If he were blocked outside and there were surveillance cameras in the corridor, the guards would easily spot him, leading to unnecessary trouble. Zhou Yuhui thought for a moment and decided that the best plan was to find a place to call Fang Yuan and have her come pick him up. He was now a wanted person, and although there was no public image of him being sought, as soon as he entered a public space, surveillance would capture him immediately, making escape impossible. In his current situation, if he tried to borrow a phone, no one would lend him one. Zhou Yuhui carefully observed his surroundings, looking for blind spots of nearby surveillance cameras. After careful comparison and selection, he held up an umbrella and moved to a spot just a few dozen meters away from the octagonal pavilion. There were 2 bushes providing cover, making it impossible for the cameras to capture him. He immediately took off his wig and wet his hair and clothes with rainwater to look somewhat disheveled. Finally, he broke 2 ribs of the umbrella to make it look damaged. Zhou Yuhui stood quietly, waiting for a suitable target to approach. After a few minutes, 2 elderly people with umbrellas came slowly towards the octagonal pavilion. Zhou Yuhui sized them up, speculating on their identities, and then locked onto his target. As the elderly couple approached, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Hello, sir, I got separated from my friend during the heavy rain, and he took my phone with him. Could you please let me call her? I can give you some money." Saying this, Zhou Yuhui took out the change he found at Fang Yuan's place from his pocket. The 2 elderly people exchanged glances and then looked at the change in Zhou Yuhui's hand, whispering to each other, debating whether he might be a scammer. Zhou Yuhui quickly added, "I'm really not a scammer. If you're worried, you can hold the phone while I talk, okay? I really have no other way." The elderly man glanced at the somewhat disheveled Zhou Yuhui and took out his phone, mumbling, "It's really inconvenient to go out without a phone." "Yes, yes." Zhou Yuhui laughed along. Soon, Fang Yuan's number was dialed, and after a few rings, she did not answer and hung up. Zhou Yuhui awkwardly smiled and quickly explained, "Most people don't want to answer calls from strangers." The elderly man nodded in understanding and dialed again. "Hello, who is this?" Fang Yuan asked, clearly surprised. "Isn't Zhou Yuhui at home sleeping? Where's this call coming from? Do you remember the photo we took together? I'm right here, trying to find some clues." Zhou Yuhui replied. Fang Yuan paused for a moment and then understood Zhou Yuhui's location. "Okay, wait there a bit. I'll come and pick you up as soon as I finish work." After hanging up, Zhou Yuhui thanked the elderly couple and handed them 100 yuan as compensation for their time, which they reluctantly accepted. Once the elderly couple left, Zhou Yuhui quickly changed back into his wig, altered his trench coat, and swiftly left the octagonal pavilion, heading to a secluded corner by the lake. This position allowed him to see the situation at the octagonal pavilion. While the view was not clear, he could still detect any significant movement immediately. A few minutes later, 3 drones suddenly flew over the octagonal pavilion, circling above as if searching for something. Soon after, several SUVs appeared in the parking lot, and over a dozen men in black hurried towards the octagonal pavilion. Memory predators. Zhou Yuhui's first reaction was that Fang Yuan had been bought off by the Memory Trading Association, but he quickly dismissed this idea. If Fang Yuan intended to hand him over to the association, she wouldn't need to go through such trouble. She could simply send someone to his place while he was sleeping. Clearly, Fang Yuan's call had been monitored. No matter how he modified his disguise, the call's voice, unaltered by a voice changer, could easily be traced. The memory predators searched around the octagonal pavilion for a long time, but found no trace of Zhou Yuhui, which puzzled them. Zhou Yuhui's guess was correct. In fact, Fang Yuan's communication system had been monitored for some time, and all those working at the Memory Transfer Center, including Zhou Yuhui himself, had been under surveillance. However, Zhou Yuhui's phone had been modified by Yuan Jie, making it difficult to extract genuine content. Since Zhou Yuhui left the Memory Transfer Center, surveillance had temporarily ceased for a while. This time, Zhou Yuhui reappeared and escaped right under the noses of the memory predators, prompting them to resume monitoring. Since Fang Yuan had a flying motorcycle, she became a primary suspect. However, after Zhou Yuhui's departure, Fang Yuan had become the nominal technical supervisor at the Memory Transfer Center. The memory predators did not want to cause too much of a stir, as the Memory Trading Association still needed to operate. The president was only interested in what Zhou Yuhui knew. After all, a long time had passed without any adverse situation for the Memory Trading Association, but this remained a significant hidden danger that needed to be resolved properly. having found nothing around the octagonal pavilion. The memory predators began to wonder if they had searched the wrong place, and immediately notified their companions guarding the Memory Trading Association to keep a close watch on Fang Yuan's flying motorcycle. Seeing this, Zhou Yuhui quickly slipped away from Long Lake Park and headed on foot towards Yunhai Road. Chapter 79. Escaping again, walking in the light drizzle. Zhou Yuhui blended into the crowd without drawing any attention. Even those memory predators standing high above the octagonal pavilion, along with the drones in the sky, did not spot his long-haired figure. Long Lake Park was still a long way from Yunhai Road, and Zhou Yuhui had no idea when Fang Yuan would arrive there. He needed to contact her again as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he might easily run into the memory predators at the octagonal pavilion. After exiting Long Lake Park, Zhou Yuhui walked briskly along the surrounding streets, observing the nearby surveillance cameras while contemplating how to contact Fang Yuan again. Driverless cars sped past him, and Zhou Yuhui quickly used his long hair to cover his face. He knew that these driverless taxis had high-definition cameras that could transmit footage directly to the taxi company's headquarters, which was also a means the police used to monitor the streets. Furthermore, the vehicles stored a wanted database, and once the cameras detected a target, they would immediately send an alert to the police. Zhou Yuhui turned and walked onto a secluded path. Here, apart from a surveillance camera at the entrance that he wasn't sure was functioning well, there were no other monitoring devices. At that moment, he spotted a fruit stall by the roadside not far away, where a middle-aged man was leaning against the wall, helplessly watching the raindrops falling from the sky. In such weather, there were very few people on the street. Apart from a few self-service purchases, the stall was essentially closed for the afternoon. Zhou Yuhui turned around and took off his wig. This item could obscure the camera's view, and if he faced someone directly, he would give himself away as soon as he spoke. "Boss, please weigh some oranges and apples for me." Zhou Yuhui pretended to be buying fruit. The frowning boss instantly brightened up and happily jogged over. "How much do you want?" "Just weigh 3 or 4 pounds of each." Zhou Yuhui didn't even ask about the price. The boss quickly took out a bag and started putting fruit into it. Zhou Yuhui kept his head down, scanning the fruit stall, and pretended to search for his phone. "Where did my phone go?" Upon hearing this, the boss's expression changed to one of displeasure. How could he pay without a phone? Zhou Yuhui noticed the change in the boss's demeanor and immediately pulled out a few bills from his pocket. Fortunately, he had some change. The fruit stall owner quickly smiled and said, "Yeah, it's really inconvenient these days to go out without a phone, but no worries, we also have facial scanning." Zhou Yuhui chuckled. "That's right. By the way, boss, can I borrow your phone for a moment? I'll have my family send me my phone." "Sure." The fruit stall owner casually handed Zhou Yuhui an old phone. This phone looked worthless, making the boss feel more at ease. If it were a brand new phone, who would dare leave it with a stranger and run away? Zhou Yuhui took the phone and dialed Fang Yuan's number again, and this time Fang Yuan answered fairly quickly. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "It's me. I've already left. Call me back immediately after you arrive, and I'll tell you the address." Zhou Yuhui didn't mention to Fang Yuan that her communications were being monitored. After all, the previous call was definitely being listened to as well. After weighing 2 bags of fruit, Zhou Yuhui gave the boss 50 yuan, considering the rest as communication fees, which made the boss extremely happy. Naturally, he had no complaints about Zhou Yuhui and even cheerfully brought him a bottle of water, inviting him to rest on a nearby chair. Zhou Yuhui couldn't sit still. He continuously observed the situation on both sides of the street and checked the surrounding buildings to see how many escape routes there were. After about 10 minutes, the phone rang again. It was Fang Yuan calling. Zhou Yuhui cautiously answered, relieved to hear Fang Yuan's voice. "I'm near the park now, but I seem to see some people." "Yes, don't worry about them. Just come Information Road immediately." Fang Yuan quickly marked the navigation point on her flying motorcycle and changed her course, heading straight for Zhou Yuhui's location. Meanwhile, the memory thieves who were searching for Zhou Yuhui in Longhu Park received this call information, and their leader immediately ordered drones to take off and monitor all entrances and exits on Information Road, while ground vehicles rushed to that location to capture Zhou Yuhui. Fang Yuan also spotted the drones behind her. Sensing the danger, she knew Zhou Yuhui was in a precarious situation. She immediately accelerated, plunging into the narrow street, and soon saw Zhou Yuhui standing by the roadside. "Get in." Fang Yuan landed the flying motorcycle and shouted loudly, "There are drones." Zhou Yuhui quickly hopped onto the motorcycle, leaning close to Fang Yuan to see if they could take them out. Fang Yuan nodded, and the flying motorcycle instantly accelerated, kicking up a cloud of dust that made the fruit stall owner cough incessantly. Just as he was about to curse, he saw Zhou Yuhui leaving without taking the fruit, causing him to smile. Today, that 50 yuan was easily earned. After taking off, the flying motorcycle suddenly made a 360-degree turn and charged directly at the drones that were closely following them. The memory thieves' drones were naturally no match for the police's larger drones, only capable of short to medium-range monitoring and much smaller in size. Faced with such a large flying vehicle as the motorcycle, they were no competition. After being struck, the drone immediately lost control and plummeted to the ground. The other drones were still hundreds of meters away, and Fang Yuan turned the flying motorcycle towards the outskirts, speeding away. The flying motorcycle's speed far surpassed that of the drones, and within minutes, they quickly disappeared from sight under the cover of the suburban woods. At that moment, the ground-based memory thieves had just arrived at the fruit stall. Wasn't that the person who came here earlier? One of the memory thieves produced a 3D photo and projected it in front of the fruit stall owner. Yes, he was taken away by a flying motorcycle. The fruit stall owner, seeing the pile of cash left on the ground, couldn't hide his smile. His luck today was really good, having earned so much money for free. Target confirmed. It's him. The memory thief immediately reported Zhou Yuhui's whereabouts. The drones, which were in hot pursuit, accelerated again, searching for the flying motorcycle's trail, while another team quickly changed direction towards Fang Yuan's residence, preparing to lay in wait, not knowing if this would yield results, but unable to rule out the possibility that Fang Yuan would return home. Chapter 80. Finding a place to investigate leads. Fang Yuan seemed very experienced at evading drone tracking. She first accelerated to leave the drone's line of sight, then immediately lowered her altitude, using the cover of the woods to further reduce the chances of being spotted. Finally, she made a large arc and re-entered the city of Longbin. There were quite a few flying motorcycles now. Although some areas were restricted airspace, the area 30 to 300 meters above the road was free for flight, with the advanced collision avoidance radar of the flying motorcycles. Even a steel wire as thin as a millimeter could be detected immediately to prevent flight accidents. Blending in with the crowd of flying motorcycles, Fang Yuan decreased her speed, and a few minutes later, she exited the traffic and entered an aerial parking lot. This was a parking lot specifically for flying motorcycles, located on the 30th floor of a building, nearly 100 meters above the ground. What happened? Fang Yuan got out of the vehicle and asked somewhat unhappily, "Didn't I say to wait at home? We can discuss things when there's something." Zhou Yuhui looked around and then whispered, "Let's first find a safe place. I have a major discovery." Fang Yuan pointed to an elevator near the parking lot. "Let's go to the rooftop. There are cameras." Zhou Yuhui whispered, "With me here. It's no problem." Fang Yuan seemed unconcerned about the surveillance cameras, pointing to the ceiling and saying, "If we were afraid of those things, we would have been exposed long ago." Zhou Yuhui looked up and saw a glaring surveillance camera right above the spot where the flying motorcycle was parked, and he was instantly dumbfounded. "My vehicle has activated its shielding feature. These cameras will temporarily go black." Fang Yuan held a palm-sized white object in her hand, which had several antennas on it, looking like some kind of jammer. The two of them immediately took an elevator from the parking lot to the rooftop. Fang Yuan kicked open the iron door to the rooftop, and from the footprints on the door, it seemed this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. "What's going on?" Fang Yuan asked. Zhou Yuhui took out the key from his pocket and placed it in front of Fang Yuan. "Take a look at this first. Do you recognize it or know where it came from?" Fang Yuan took the key and examined it carefully, then shook her head slightly. This was a mechanical lock key, the kind used on old anti-theft armored doors. I had never seen anything like it before. "Where did you get this? You remember that photo, right?" Zhou Yuhui asked. Fang Yuan nodded. "The one you asked me to take at Longhu Park before you made the plan?" "Yes, that one. What did I use to take the photo?" "A drone." Fang Yuan added, "A very strange drone. It seemed homemade." Zhou Yuhui nodded. finally understanding how the photo was taken. He had initially thought there was someone else nearby. This key was found near the octagonal pavilion. I feel like I left it there. Why did you leave this? Was it to recover your memory? Fang Yuan looked at the key with some confusion. Maybe, so we need to find out where this key is used. Fang Yuan had never seen this key either, and it seemed only Zhou Yuhui knew where it was used. However, Zhou Yuhui's memory had become fragmented, making it seem like a headless loop. At this moment, Fang Yuan focused on the string of codes on the key and said, "Perhaps we can find some clues from this code." "Yes, that's what I thought too. But how do we look it up?" Zhou Yuhui said, looking at the surrounding skyscrapers. "We were just targeted by memory raiders. Your home must be unsafe too. That's not much of a problem. After all, they have no evidence. I'm still with a memory trading house, and they wouldn't dare to be too reckless." Fang Yuan seemed quite confident in herself. "The main thing is that Xiao Huang is at home. I'm really worried. You should be careful. Weren't I also a member of the memory trading house? Look where I ended up." Zhou Yuhui sighed bitterly. It wasn't worth risking everything for a monkey. But he didn't know how important that monkey was to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned as well. Zhou Yuhui made a good point. Earlier, she had been tracked by several drones, clearly for a specific purpose, and they only appeared after she finished talking with Zhou Yuhui, indicating her communication system had been monitored. "Let us do this. I'll go back first. If things look bad, I'll leave immediately. No matter how strong the memory raiders are, they wouldn't dare attack a flying vehicle in Longbin City." Fang Yuan insisted on her decision. After all, she was only rescuing Zhou Yuhui for money and had no intention of harming the memory trading house. Zhou Yuhui didn't know Fang Yuan's thoughts. But seeing her attitude, he realized she was determined to go back, so he didn't stop her. However, Zhou Yuhui definitely couldn't follow her back into danger. The memory raiders were out searching, and even Fang Yuan was in a perilous situation. They needed to find a completely safe place. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and quickly selected a location. She opened the electronic map in her hand and started searching within Longbin City, finally pointing to a blank area and said, "It's here." Zhou Yuhui glanced at the map, which had nothing marked on it, looking very mysterious. "What place is this?" Zhou Yuhui asked. "This is a demolition area in Longbin City. Based on my experience, such areas usually cut off water and electricity supply, and various monitoring facilities are removed. Only the outer fences have surveillance cameras and sensors to prevent anyone from sneaking in, and during the day, patrol personnel may occasionally go in. What a great place. It must be a treasure for homeless people." Zhou Yuhui immediately said. "Naturally, so the management is quite strict. But for us, it shouldn't be a big problem," Fang Yuan said with a smile. When Zhou Yuhui arrived at the demolition area on his flying vehicle, he immediately understood what Fang Yuan meant. From the air, the area ready for development was quite large, about the size of 7 or 8 football fields. Most of the buildings had been flattened, leaving only some remnants standing, with countless bricks and stones scattered in the overgrown grass. The few trees that remained were still lush and flourishing. The 4-meter-high fence was made of barbed wire and walls. With only a few entrances having large gates and no guards were visible, they were probably all inside the buildings. Chapter 81. Hiding in an abandoned mall. The fence naturally couldn't stop the flying vehicle in the air. After quickly reaching the demolition area, Fang Yuan descended rapidly, parking the vehicle behind a crumbling wall without giving the sensors a chance to sound an alarm. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui noticed that behind the wall, there was actually a space leading underground. "There used to be an underground mall here," Fang Yuan explained, clearly not having randomly found this place. Zhou Yuhui looked at the distant fence and then at the surrounding desolate and broken buildings. This was indeed a good hiding place, but if discovered, it would be like walking into a trap. For him, this was indeed the best hiding spot. Fang Yuan gave Zhou Yuhui the emergency supplies from the vehicle, asking him to hide here for a while. The apartment was already unsafe, so this would serve as a temporary camp to see if they could find the target corresponding to the key. "By the way, have you contacted Yin Xiaotong?" Zhou Yuhui suddenly asked. Fang Yuan nodded. "I contacted her this morning. She was surprised about your being wanted, but she didn't say much. Just asked if you had contacted me." Zhou Yuhui didn't say anything, now that he had found a way to restore his memory. Yin Xiaodong didn't seem that important anymore. If he regained his memory in the future, he would still need to thank this girl for her inspiration, especially for establishing contact with Fang Yuan, which was key to getting to this point. After nightfall, Fang Yuan turned off the lights of the flying vehicle and quickly left the demolition area. Only after distancing herself did she turn on the lights and flying positioning system, heading towards the apartment. Once she saw Fang Yuan leave safely, Zhou Yuhui observed his surroundings and noticed nothing seemed to attract attention. So he turned on his flashlight and entered the abandoned underground mall. Since it had just rained, the entrance to the underground mall was still quite slippery, with various dead grass and leaves piled on the steps, emitting a foul smell. After descending a dozen steps, there was a wall ahead, likely to prevent people from using this place as free accommodation. The end of the mall steps was blocked by a brick wall. However, this method could not stop the resourcefulness of homeless people. In the corner of the wall, there was a hole large enough for a person to enter, seemingly blocked by something, obscuring the view inside, and the outside was covered with dead grass. Zhou Yuhui shone his flashlight inside. There was an old mattress, and through the gaps, he could see a spacious interior, with several iron barrels in the middle and some old tables and chairs piled up, indicating this had once been a comfortable home for someone. However, there was no sound inside, and he didn't know if anyone was still there. Zhou Yuhui gently lifted the mattress and crawled inside. The empty underground space echoed, giving a chilling feeling. The underground ventilation system had long since failed, making the air inside feel murky and carrying a hint of dampness, making it hard to breathe. Zhou Yuhui immediately checked the area near the cave entrance. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the ground, revealing a thick layer of dust and some scattered footprints on the original marble floor. It was clear that no one had been there for a long time, as those footprints were also covered in dust. The shelters inside were relatively cleaner, though they were coated with a layer of dust on the surface. A few iron buckets contained remnants of charcoal ashes, likely used for lighting or heating. However, lighting a bonfire in such a closed environment would be tantamount to suicide. It seemed the previous occupants had been gone for quite some time. Zhou Yuhui circled around the area and found some candles and a few lighters, presumably left behind by predecessors. He tried to light one, and it actually ignited. Although the candlelight was weak, it was enough to dispel some of the surrounding darkness. Zhou Yuhui turned off the flashlight and quietly waited for Fang Yuan's arrival. Time passed slowly, and the area was silent, with no sounds except for the occasional rustling from the direction of the cave entrance, likely small animals foraging in the overgrown grass. Zhou Yuhui carefully recalled anything he could think of, but his memories still began with the car accident on that rainy night. He couldn't remember anything from before, even though Fang Yuan mentioned they had taken photos together at the octagonal pavilion not long ago. He couldn't find any clues in his memory. After some time, Zhou Yuhui seemed to hear a sound, like a strong wind blowing through the trees, or perhaps the vibration of a transmitter. He quickly blew out the candle, tightly gripped the flashlight, and hurriedly hid behind a pile of clutter. Shortly after, a beam of light burst into the darkness, forming a large spot of light moving through the underground space. Zhou Yuhui took a closer look and saw Fang Yuan's silhouette. He immediately whispered, "Fang Yuan, how did you get here so quickly?" Fang Yuan directed the flashlight toward the sound and replied, "You're right. The apartment is being monitored. I don't know if it's the memory raiders or people from the exchange. I've dragged you into this, leaving you with nowhere to go." Zhou Yuhui looked at Fang Yuan apologetically. "It's nothing. I don't have much to lose anyway. I just hope they don't mistreat Xiao Huang." Fang Yuan sighed and then took out her backpack. "This is my new computer and phone. I don't know if there's any signal here. Won't buying things get you caught?" Zhou Yuhui asked anxiously, as electronic payments would leave traces and the memory raiders likely had the means to track such things, not to mention the powerful exchange. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "You probably don't know that there's something called chain currency in the world, which allows for discrete transactions. Even the police can't track it." Zhou Yuhui chuckled, agreeing with Fang Yuan's statement. He truly didn't know what chain currency was, but it was clearly a means of payment that could conceal one's whereabouts. Could they track you down based on the trajectory of your flying motorcycle? Zhou Yuhui still felt uneasy. "You don't need to worry about that. I've got everything sorted. I can access the memory exchange, so these small issues won't stump me. Fang Yuan was very confident in her technical measures. Not only had Fang Yuan bought a computer and phone, but she also brought a lot of canned food, water, and various emergency supplies. Combined with the supplies from the flying motorcycle, they had enough to survive for a week. Fang Yuan rearranged the entrance to minimize external attention and then turned on the emergency lights to dispel the surrounding darkness. Chapter 82. The Mystery of the Key Code After Having a Little Something to Eat. The two of them photographed the key in Zhou Yuhui's hand and then entered the information into the computer to search for any clues about the key. Unfortunately, this method could only identify the types of locks the key could open. As they had previously thought, this key was meant for an old anti-theft armored door, a type of door that could be found almost everywhere in buildings over 30 years old in Longbin City, countless in number. Do you think this key might be related to Yunhai Road? Zhou Yuhui looked at the key and suddenly thought of the express delivery station. In all of Longbin City, the place that would most likely fit this specification would be Yunhai Road. Perhaps this string of codes holds a secret. Fang Yuan looked at the code on the key. While she didn't dismiss Zhou Yuhui's idea, she proposed what seemed to be a more effective avenue. However, no matter how they searched, Fang Yuan couldn't find the specific content of the code. After spending half the day without any results, Zhou Yuhui felt a bit disappointed. After all the effort to find the key, he still couldn't figure out where it could be used. At that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly realized a question she had overlooked. Since Zhou Yuhui had hidden the key, he must have used his own method to obscure the code's content. But the amnesiac Zhou Yuhui had an IQ over 160 and surely wouldn't have created a password using simple methods. However, there was another important thing Zhou Yuhui must have thought about. The password had to be unexpected yet easy to solve. So they would start with the simplest password composition method, the binary system of electronic systems. Soon, Fang Yuan converted the entire string of codes into binary numbers. When all the binary codes appeared before Zhou Yuhui, Fang Yuan quickly recognized the meaning contained within, but to Zhou Yuhui, it was just a series of zeros and ones. Fang Yuan stared for a long time without understanding what was going on. But Zhou Yuhui looked at the complex zeros and ones and began writing a series of numbers on the ground. Once he finished writing all the numbers, Fang Yuan was astonished to find that it was a phone number. However, when Fang Yuan dialed the number, it turned out to be a disconnected line. Could it be that we've gone in the wrong direction? Zhou Yuhui asked immediately. Is there any way to find out who the owner of this number is? Fang Yuan quickly replied, that's quite convenient. I soon found out that this was a phone number belonging to a deceased elderly person. The two seemed to be stuck in a dilemma again. Zhou Yuhui looked at the number and then at the key in his hand. Could this be the address of that old person? Fang Yuan was taken aback. Could it really be that simple? Regardless, it was indeed a lead. Fang Yuan quickly checked again and discovered that the old person's original residence was on Yunhai Road, and it had previously been rented out. Again, it was Yunhai Road. Zhou Yuhui became more convinced that he had left this key to lead himself to that house, where perhaps there was a way to restore his memory. This method was indeed both simple and convoluted. It was unlikely that an ordinary person would think of such a way to determine a location. It probably took someone like Zhou Yuhui to come up with such a method. With a lead in hand, the two dared not delay and quietly left the underground mall. Fang Yuan's flying motorcycle was hidden in the grass, but as she mentioned, it needed a power boost. However, once connected to the public power grid, its location would be immediately marked, likely leading to detection by the memory raiders. Now, the remaining power in the flying motorcycle could only last until they reached Yunhai Road, and their subsequent actions would have to rely on walking. Zhou Yuhui had no choice but to disguise himself once again. As Fang Yuan said, the flying motorcycle issued a power loss alarm near Yunhai Road and landed in the nearest parking lot for system safety maintenance. The two of them didn't care about the flying motorcycle and headed straight for the house left by the old man, following the received house number. Along the way, they hid and dodged, afraid of being spotted by surveillance cameras or police drones, as Zhou Yuhui was now a wanted criminal. Once they reached the precise location, Zhou Yuhui was surprised to find that the old man's house was not far from the express delivery station, if it weren't for the house blocking the way. The straight line distance on the map was only about 200 meters, but the house was on another street, making the actual route quite long. In a dimly lit street, the figures of Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan kept jumping, their steps tense, and they had to be wary of drones passing overhead, as the police took nighttime patrol seriously, with aircraft constantly sweeping over and monitoring vital positions in the area. Soon, they arrived in front of an old 4-story residential building, which had been standing for at least 40 to 50 years, its weathered walls marked by history, and the gate at the entrance was so rusted it was barely standing, leaning to one side with various electric bikes parked downstairs. It was clear that this place was mostly occupied by tenants, with rental advertisements everywhere in the hallway, and faint snoring could be heard coming from the windows. The soundproofing here was terrible. The two arrived at the door of a room on the second floor, which was the room rented by the old man. Zhou Yuhui listened carefully, but there was no sound inside. He didn't know if everyone was asleep or if no one was home. He took out the key and was about to open it when he suddenly discovered something astonishing. The key didn't fit. The door lock had been changed, and it didn't use the type of key Zhou Yuhui was holding at all. The two were stunned, as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the door lock. This joke was a bit too much. They had found the address, but the lock was changed, and this key wouldn't open it. Could it be that this key was meant to guide us to this address? Fang Yuan found a reason for the situation. However, even so, they didn't dare to break down the door in the dead of night. Let's find a place to wait until dawn, and then we'll come back. Basically, by then, there should be no one here. Zhou Yuhui was very familiar with the surrounding situation when he was delivering packages. There was no other way. The two had no choice but to go downstairs and find a safe place to wait until dawn to solve the problem. In the dimly lit hallway, Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan walked cautiously. Just as they were about to exit the hallway, Zhou Yuhui turned back to take a look at the small building. Fang Yuan, do you think this building has a basement? Zhou Yuhui noticed that there seemed to be some small windows below the first floor, looking like a semi-basement. It's possible. Fang Yuan shone her flashlight and indeed saw a small door leading to the basement, with a lock that looked exactly like the anti-theft armored door above. The two exchanged glances. The lock upstairs was changed, so perhaps this key wasn't meant for that door at all. Following the dark passage, Zhou Yuhui quickly found the basement belonging to the old man's building. What appeared before them was indeed an anti-theft armored door, almost identical to the door upstairs. And most importantly, the lock matched perfectly with the key in his hand. Zhou Yuhui's hand holding the key began to tremble. He gently inserted it into the keyhole, and everything was so smooth, without any hindrance. Accompanied by the crisp sound of turning, Zhou Yuhui's heart was racing, as this all indicated that he was on the right track in searching for memories. When the final click sounded, Zhou Yuhui held his breath and gently pulled open the slightly ajar anti-theft door. Under the beam of the flashlight, the space behind the door was clearly revealed to them. It was a basement warehouse, and there seemed to be nothing much left inside. Only a shelf in the corner that appeared to hold something. The two quickly walked into the basement, and Zhou Yuhui discovered that the object on the shelf was actually an oil painting, though he couldn't tell what it depicted or who the artist was. The shelf itself was nothing special, just a very ordinary wooden shelf that looked like it had been around for decades. Only the painting had some value. Let's take this painting back for a closer examination. Although Zhou Yuhui felt a bit disappointed with the outcome, having something was definitely better than having nothing. Just as Zhou Yuhui was about to walk out the door with the painting, he saw a figure standing in front of the small building. Seeing the two of them come out, the person spoke. Are you just going to leave like this? Don't you have anything to say to me? Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan behind him were instantly stunned. What are you doing here? Fang Yuan looked at Yin Xiaotong, unsure of what to say. Zhou Yuhui was even more surprised. He had gone through great effort to find this place, and even a memory thief was unaware of their whereabouts. So how could Yin Xiaotong suddenly appear? Unexpectedly, Yin Xiaotong ignored Fang Yuan's question and instead looked at Zhou Yuhui, softly asking, "Where have you been these past few days? I've been looking for you." Zhou Yuhui looked at Yin Xiaotong, unsure of what her words meant. He cautiously glanced around, seemingly without any other movements. How did you know I was here? Zhou Yuhui asked Yin Xiaotong. Yin Xiaotong smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about how I knew. I just want to know your intentions when you saved me. Zhou Yuhui was taken aback. He did not understand the meaning behind Yin Xiaodong's question. At this moment, Fang Yuan stepped in front of Yin Xiaodong and said with a smile, "Naturally, he saved you because he wanted to get closer to you. Do you have any thoughts on that?" Yin Xiaodong glanced at Fang Yuan and then pointed at Zhou Yuhui, saying, "I want you to give Zhou Yuhui to me. Is that okay? Give him to you?" Fang Yuan's big eyes were rapidly spinning as she speculated on Yin Xiaodong's intentions. Fang Yuan glanced at Zhou Yuhui standing next to her, pondered for a moment, and then leaned closer to Yin Xiaodong and whispered, "What isn't it for me?" Yin Xiaodong smiled slightly and said in a lower voice, causing Fang Yuan's expression to change instantly. She didn't know how Yin Xiaodong knew about this matter. Clearly, she was planning to use it to threaten her. "Mr. Zhou, it seems I have to return things to their rightful owner. From now on, I want to interfere in your matters with Yin Xiaodong." After saying that, Fang Yuan surprisingly turned and left, leaving Zhou Yuhui standing there in confusion. Zhou Yuhui didn't know what had happened. He stared at Yin Xiaodong and asked, "What does this mean? Am I just an object?" "No, you are much more precious than an ordinary object." Yin Xiaodong smiled sweetly, showing no intention of harming him. Just as Zhou Yuhui was about to say something, he saw Fang Yuan, who had walked away, unexpectedly return, holding something in her hand. Zhou Yuhui recognized it. It was the type of stun gun used when a memory thief chased a police car. Fang Yuan stealthily hid behind a nearby bush, aiming the stun gun at Yin Xiaodong, who was talking to Zhou Yuhui. Although Zhou Yuhui was unsure where Fang Yuan had gotten the stun gun, it was clear that her earlier actions were meant to confuse Yin Xiaodong and make her lower her guard. Zhou Yuhui immediately began to divert Yin Xiaodong's attention upon seeing the situation. In his mind, Fang Yuan was the best helper for him to recover his memory. While Yin Xiaodong's identity was unusual, they had only arrived here for a little over 10 minutes. Yet Yin Xiaodong could easily find them with such high accuracy that even those memory predators could not reach this level. "Do you know who I am?" Zhou Yuhui asked immediately. Yin Xiaodong glanced at the oil painting in Zhou Yuhui's hand, smiled faintly, and said, "You are naturally Zhou Yuhui, the former head of memory transfer technology at the Memory Exchange, and Fang Yuan is your colleague and subordinate. You actually know so much. Why did you pretend not to know me before?" A trace of anger appeared in Zhou Yuhui's heart. It turned out that Yin Xiaodong knew everything but was just hiding it from him, even acting as if she was completely innocent and knew nothing about him. Just as Yin Xiaodong was about to say something, she suddenly turned around, and a swift gust of wind flew past her. With a thud, a sparkling three-pronged electric shock device slammed into the wall of the small building, causing a large chunk of cement and brick debris to fall off. Fang Yuan did not expect that at such a close distance, Yin Xiaodong could evade the electric shock device's attack. Before she could react, Yin Xiaodong's figure had already appeared in front of her. Zhou Yuhui stared in shock at the electric shock device that had fallen behind him. Everything he had done was to set up for Fang Yuan's ambush, but he never expected such a sharp attack to be dodged. At this moment, he was not overly worried. He had seen several medals at Fang Yuan's home before, all of which she had earned. She was a martial arts expert, and ordinary people couldn't get close to her, not to mention a seemingly frail girl like Yin Xiaodong. Even a tall and strong opponent, like a memory predator, might not be able to take Fang Yuan down. However, before Fang Yuan could put away the electric shock device, Yin Xiaodong was already in front of her, and with just one encounter, Fang Yuan was directly knocked down to the ground. Although Zhou Yuhui had never seen Fang Yuan's skills, that swift technique was definitely not the weak demeanor Yin Xiaodong usually displayed. This girl undoubtedly possessed extraordinary skills. From this perspective, her earlier kidnapping by those memory collectors was probably a self-directed farce, just to get herself involved. Zhou Yuhui watched as Yin Xiaodong took Fang Yuan down behind a bush and walked step by step toward him, her steps resembling a descending deity. Chapter 84. Caught again, Zhou Yuhui carefully examined the oil painting in his hand, using his strong memory to deeply imprint the content of the painting in his mind. Then he suddenly threw the painting toward Yin Xiaodong, who was only a few meters away. Yin Xiaodong did not expect Zhou Yuhui to flee at such a critical moment, and even abandon the painting. Just as Yin Xiaodong reached out to grab the painting, Zhou Yuhui had already dashed into the hallway. Yin Xiaotong, not caring much, immediately followed him. Zhou Yuhui had prepared for escape in the blink of an eye, quickly planning his retreat route. The old building had windows on both sides of the corridor, often with clothes hanging underneath. He had noticed the situation when he arrived earlier. Zhou Yuhui grabbed a few bicycles and electric bikes, along with a large package whose contents he did not know. If it weren't for the time being tight, the large cabinet in front of him would have been a strong weapon to hinder Yin Xiaotong's pursuit. Yin Xiaotong was indeed blocked by these messy items, and her speed immediately decreased. Zhou Yuhui leaped out of the window, using the tension from the clothesline below to land quickly. After rolling a few times, he dashed toward the dim alley. As a courier, Zhou Yuhui was already familiar with the layout of Yunhai Road streets and alleys, and even in unfamiliar terrain. He could guess the layout quite accurately. Yin Xiaotong did not expect Zhou Yuhui, who usually kept a low profile, to have such skills. This must be what it meant to be driven to desperation. Zhou Yuhui sprinted rapidly through several streets until he felt that no one was behind him. Then he stopped to rest and observe his surroundings. Hearing no footsteps, it seemed Yin Xiaotong had not caught up, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. At this point, Zhou Yuhui noticed he had reached Yunhai Road. He considered briefly before deciding to find a place to hide. He at least could not let Yin Xiaotong discover him. If he went out now, with no one on the street, he would easily be spotted by Yin Xiaotong, and the distance to the underground mall was somewhat far. Without Feng Yuan's flying motorcycle, sneaking in quietly would not be easy. He quickly thought of the safest place, the room where he had rented for Yin Xiaotong. Regardless of Yin Xiaotong's background, that room was clearly a front, and she probably would not use it at this time. Staying there for one night should not be a big problem. With this in mind, Zhou Yuhui headed straight for his destination. At this moment, Yin Xiaotong, who saw Zhou Yuhui's figure, furrowed her brow. She did not expect things to escalate to this point. She had already received news from Lin Xiao that Zhou Yuhui was wanted by the police. According to internal reports, he had been rescued while being escorted, and the only one capable of such an action was Feng Yuan. Zhou Yuhui's attitude toward her had changed significantly, and she needed to figure out why. Should she tell him her identity at this moment? Half an hour later, Zhou Yuhui arrived at the room Yin Xiaotong rented. The most dangerous place was often the safest. The door lock of this rental was a fingerprint lock. When Zhou Yuhui helped Yin Xiaotong install it, he had been careful enough to include his own fingerprint, and he never expected it would come in handy this time. The furnishings in the room had hardly changed. Everything here was arranged by him to help Yin Xiaotong. Zhou Yuhui cautiously cleared away all traces he might have left and then hid under the bed to rest for a while. What Zhou Yuhui did not expect was that he had barely hidden when he suddenly heard a click and the door opened, making him tense up. Accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, Zhou Yuhui could only see a pair of leather boots moving on the ground, which should belong to Yin Xiaotong based on the style. After Yin Xiaotong returned to the room, she also carefully checked around before coming to the dressing table to take out a small leather case. Just as she was about to open it, she heard the sound of a vehicle braking nearby, followed by the distinctive buzzing of a drone. Yin Xiaotong cursed softly, grabbed the small leather case, and immediately left the room, carefully installing something on the door as she exited. Zhou Yuhui did not know what was happening. He just felt that if he went out, it would be less safe than staying here. Just as he thought this, a few minutes later, accompanied by a click, the door was opened again. Before Zhou Yuhui could see the person's figure, a thick white smoke quickly rose, and a pungent smell immediately filled the surroundings. Strange thunder. A muffled voice sounded. Retreat. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui saw from under the bed that two drones were constantly circling the window, searching for something. He hurriedly retreated a few steps, trying to cover his body as much as possible under the bed. Soon, the smoke dissipated and several heavy footsteps rushed into the room. After a rough search around, they found the room empty and turned to leave. Zhou Yuhui secretly rejoiced that he had not been discovered. After waiting for a while, the surroundings fell quiet again, and Zhou Yuhui finally let out a long breath. Just then, he heard a voice sounding in the room. What is going on? How much longer are you going to lie down there? Zhou Yuhui's face instantly turned pale, as if all the blood in his body had frozen in that moment. Accompanied by a burst of unrestrained laughter, several pairs of military boots appeared before him. Then the bed above him was lifted, and Zhou Yuhui saw the leader who had stopped the police car that day standing right in front of him, grinning widely. This smile was not directed at him, but rather a joy of a huge gain. Bind him up first. The leader of the memory plunderers looked at Zhou Yuhui with delight. After the last failed ambush, he had almost been sent away by the president. After much pleading to redeem himself, he finally caught Zhou Yuhui this time. Although he knew that the person in front of him was Zhou Yuhui himself, he cautiously took out a biological sample detector and conducted a check, ultimately confirming that this person was indeed the wanted Zhou Yuhui who had escaped from their hands. Kid, you've finally fallen into my hands this time. The leader of the memory plunderers laughed heartily, then dialed the president's number. President, we have captured Zhou Yuhui. The voice on the other end was still sharp. I understand. Where did you catch him? Right here on Yunhai Road. Should we send him to the exchange now? The president paused slightly on the other end. Not now. It's too late. It might cause unnecessary risks. You take him back first and wait for my news. The memory plunderers immediately bound Zhou Yuhui, wrapped him in a bed sheet, and carried him out of the small building, heading to their temporary headquarters. They were unaware that, at this moment, opposite the president stood a woman, Fang Yuan, who had been knocked down in the bushes by Yin Xiaotong. Go. Make sure to figure out Zhou Yuhui's memory trap. Chapter 85. Rescue Zhou Yuhui was wrapped in a bedsheet and could not move at all, allowing the others to manipulate him, only vaguely seeing a dozen memory plunderers nearby. Soon, he was shoved into the trunk of an SUV, while the surrounding memory plunderers busily collected various drones. This mission had gone very smoothly, making them quite proud, each one smiling and joking about how much they could earn this time. Zhou Yuhui before them seemed like a commodity waiting to be sold. They all hoped he would fetch a good price. On the roof of a nearby house, Yin Xiaotong quietly observed everything that was happening. She put down the high-definition telescope and took out a small-caliber launcher aimed at the memory plunderer's vehicle and gently pulled the trigger. A tracker the size of a button instantly adhered to the vehicle's body. Immediately, a flashing red mark appeared on the portable map in front of her. The night operation had already alarmed many people. The memory plunderers had intercepted news of the police's imminent arrival through eavesdropping, and several vehicles quickly left Yunhai Road. By the time the police arrived, they had vanished without a trace, and even the drones that took to the sky could not locate them. Yin Xiaotong cautiously followed the memory plunderers' convoy. If Zhou Yuhui could recall, he would definitely recognize the motorcycle Yin Xiaotong was riding, the very one Lin Xiao once owned. Suddenly, Yin Xiaotong seemed to sense something. She immediately turned off the motorcycle and dashed into the trees by the roadside, using the tall canopies to conceal her figure. She heard a buzzing sound as a flying motorcycle sped past just above her head. Yin Xiaotong raised her binoculars to observe carefully, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face as the biological features indicated that the rider of the flying motorcycle was none other than Fang Yuan, whom she had recently taken down. You really are a cockroach that can't be killed. Let us see what you have up your sleeve. Yin Xiaotong glanced at the electronic map in her hand and continued to follow without making a sound. Fang Yuan, piloting the flying motorcycle, quickly spotted the SUVs racing below on the highway. She immediately activated the motorcycle's scanning device, confirming that these vehicles were indeed the transport vehicles of the memory plunderers. She gently flipped the switch, and the flying motorcycle accelerated, soaring over the convoy. The leader of the memory plunderers couldn't help but glance up at the panoramic sunroof, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Before he could give any orders, something suddenly dropped from the motorcycle, accurately landing in the middle of the convoy. Instantly, a piercing alarm rang out in everyone's communication headsets. The leader of the memory plunderers immediately understood what it was and shouted, "Not good. Stop immediately. Protect the cargo." As soon as he finished speaking, all the vehicles lost power and came to a halt by the roadside. The memory plunderers got out of their cars, looking baffled, not understanding what had happened. At this moment, the flying motorcycle had returned to the convoy, and a dozen smoke bombs dropped from the vehicle, creating a pitch-black world on the highway where visibility was zero. Electromagnetic bomb? Fang Yuan, Where did you get this contraband? Yin Xiaodong, seeing this, naturally did not want to wade into this muddy water. Her goal was Zhou Yuhui. If she went over now, it would only create more chaos and might even give Fang Yuan an opportunity to take advantage. Fang Yuan's target was very precise. The flying motorcycle rapidly descended in front of the SUV. Before the memory plunderers could react, a series of electric sparks flickered around, causing several of them to collapse, convulsing. After opening the trunk, a bewildered Zhou Yuhui appeared before her. Come with me. Fang Yuan did not hide her voice this time, and Zhou Yuhui immediately recognized her, quickly extending his bound hands. Fang Yuan wasted no time, pulling Zhou Yuhui onto the flying motorcycle and securing him firmly. At this moment, several memory plunderers had approached, and upon seeing someone trying to take Zhou Yuhui away, they lunged forward. Fang Yuan raised her hand and repelled the closest one, then threw out an egg-sized device. After a faint pop, the egg exploded, releasing countless threads that spread out, with electric sparks dancing along the threads, causing the memory plunderer's hit to fall to the ground. The flying motorcycle took off again, bursting out of the thick smoke area. Who would have thought that less than a few dozen meters off the ground? Fang Yuan suddenly saw two drones locking onto her position. With no time to think, she drove the flying motorcycle straight at them. One drone couldn't avoid in time and had its propeller destroyed, falling uncontrollably from the sky. The other drone, however, kept its distance, continuously scanning, seemingly trying to figure out Fang Yuan's true identity. Fang Yuan glanced at the dispersing smoke below, quickly changed direction, and sped away into the distance, no longer paying attention to the persistent drone behind her. The flying motorcycle, carrying Zhou Yuhui, quickly entered the new urban area of Longbin City, weaving between the towering buildings. The memory plunderer's drone was highly intelligent, closely following the flying motorcycle. Even if temporarily shaken off, it could accurately track Fang Yuan and the others using the characteristics it had just scanned. At this moment, Yin Xiaodong also entered the city on her motorcycle, calmly trailing behind the memory plunderers. Fang Yuan knew that if she didn't deal with the drone, it would only be a matter of time before the memory plunderers found their location. Suddenly, she thought of a place that might help her complete this task. Fang Yuan immediately drove the flying motorcycle at high speed out of the new urban area toward the suburban park, with the drone relentlessly pursuing, remaining less than 200 meters behind. At this distance, unless using lethal weapons, it was impossible to take action against the drone. The flying motorcycle quickly rushed out of the urban area, heading straight for the mountains where the suburban park was located. On the outskirts of Longbin City, there was a mountain range about 400 to 500 meters high, a popular weekend leisure spot for the citizens of Longbin City. To facilitate access, the Longbin City government even specially constructed a subway extension line to that location. After Fang Yuan arrived at the suburban park, she made an emergency landing in a patch of woods. The drone continued to follow closely behind, but to their surprise, there was no sign of the flying motorcycle ahead. Instead, there was an empty road that led to an old-looking building at the end. Decades ago, this park used to be a mineral processing plant, specifically for refining minerals extracted from salt mines, and this building was one of the large warehouses. Chapter 86. All in suspicion, the drone entered the warehouse through the wide-open door and immediately spotted the hidden flying motorcycle. At that moment, the memory raider controlling the drone realized that there was only the pilot on the motorcycle, while Zhou Yuhui was nowhere to be found. He immediately took control of the drone system, preparing to search the surroundings. However, just as he was about to investigate further, he heard a loud rumbling noise. The warehouse door was slammed shut, and the drone operator sensed something was wrong, quickly ascending in altitude. Unfortunately, being inside a warehouse meant that if he flew any higher, he would hit the ceiling. Fang Yuan took out a similarly sized lightning bomb from the motorcycle and threw it at the drone. The drone quickly dodged in the air, but the lightning bomb was specifically designed to deal with such electronic devices. The metal wires emitted from the bomb could reach over 10 meters in length, and the rapidly exploding lightning bomb looked like a massive spiked ball in the air, with countless metal wires swirling around. The drone first got entangled in the wires, followed by flashes of electric light, as the internal circuits couldn't withstand nearly 100,000 volts of high pressure, causing the chip to fail. After taking care of this pesky follower, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and told the rushing Zhou Yuhui, "I'll find you a safe place." Zhou Yuhui had developed a strong trust in Fang Yuan's actions, as this was the second time she had rescued him from the memory raider. The flying motorcycle, which had played a crucial role, was left behind, and the two quietly exited the warehouse, disappearing into the vast night. Yin Xiaodong followed the memory raider's convoy to the park, and soon Fang Yuan's flying motorcycle was discovered, but Zhou Yuhui was missing. Seeing their frantic expressions, she knew they had lost their target. Yin Xiaodong scanned the surroundings. Finding two people trying to hide in this environment was clearly not an easy task, especially since Fang Yuan might be hiding other means of transportation here. By now, they could have escaped far away. The memory raider returned empty-handed once again, and the leader nearly threw away an expensive phone in frustration, as it was this flying motorcycle that caused his failure. The duck that was almost in hand had flown away. Check who this flying motorcycle belongs to. The leader circled the motorcycle. "Boss, we can't find out." This response surprised the leader. His search system was developed by the Memory Exchange, more advanced than any other search system on the market, even capable of breaching police systems. Yet it couldn't trace the origins of a flying motorcycle. How could this be? The leader leaned in closer, only to find a big no information found message. It was indeed like that, but the flying motorcycle could also be considered a new phenomenon. Although its sales were good in Longbin City, there were still only so many. How could it be unknown? "Boss, this situation only has one possibility." The leader nodded. "I know, someone is deliberately hiding this information. Could the other party be the police?" The puzzled expressions of his subordinates made the leader shiver involuntarily. He knew the Memory Exchange also had this capability, but if the Memory Exchange was behind this, what could their purpose be? Was it just to avoid paying a hefty fee? The exchange certainly wasn't short on money. Zhou Yuhui had escaped from him again, which was a fact. The memory raider leader had never experienced such failure before. He immediately ordered all his subordinates to start tracking Zhou Yuhui, determined to capture him, while he prepared to visit the memory exchange to discuss this mysterious rescuer with the president. Fang Yuan and Zhou Yuhui walked to a road near the park, and an autonomous taxi quickly approached. "Will it reveal our whereabouts?" Zhou Yuhui asked anxiously as he looked at the taxi. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "As long as I'm here, there won't be any problems." With a sense of unease, Zhou Yuhui got into the taxi, and the vehicle soon drove smoothly toward Longbin City. "Where are we going?" Zhou Yuhui whispered. "We're going to find Yin Xiaodong and get the painting back." Fang Yuan gritted her teeth as she spoke. "What exactly is Yin Xiaodong's background? She seems very powerful." Zhou Yuhui brought up a sensitive topic. Fang Yuan glanced at him and sighed. "She is indeed very capable. She managed to take me down in one encounter, which is not something an ordinary person can do." "Is she also a memory raider?" Zhou Yuhui asked again. "It's very likely, but I'm puzzled as to why she didn't capture you when she saw you." Fang Yuan turned to look at Zhou Yuhui. This question left Zhou Yuhui at a loss. He didn't know the reason either. However, reflecting on it now, everything Yin Xiaodong did before seemed like an act. The taxi soon stopped outside a regular residential community. Fang Yuan looked around and, seeing no activity, pulled Zhou Yuhui out of the car. "What place is this?" Zhou Yuhui whispered. "This is the home of a colleague of mine. She has been on a business trip for 2 years and asked me to look after it when I have time. No one else knows about this, so we can hide here for a bit and think of a way to get the painting back. There's no rush for the painting. I've already memorized its content. Just give me enough time, and I can figure out what it contains." Zhou Yuhui had discovered through these memory puzzle searches that the clues he initially provided were part of a continuous chain, not interrupted by any one event. When he saw that painting, a scene flashed through his mind, and the clue was likely hidden in that image. "All right, let's split up. You focus on analyzing the content of that painting. I'll look for clues to uncover Yin Xiaodong's whereabouts and true identity." Fang Yuan quickly assigned tasks to the two. Fang Yuan led Zhou Yuhui effortlessly around the surveillance facilities in the community, easily arriving at a 6-story residential building. Although this community looked a bit old, it was much better than the one on Yanhai Road, though some facilities were aging. Such a community was most suitable for Zhou Yuhui at the moment. The two quietly went upstairs, entering a room on the 3rd floor. Everything was silent, and as long as the owner didn't return, no one would discover they were hiding there. Fang Yuan had installed miniature surveillance cameras on the window, in the hallway, and above the entrance door to guard against any potential surprise attacks. Chapter 87. The importance of the oil painting. Zhou Yuhui watched Fang Yuan busying herself while he sat on the sofa in the living room, closing his eyes and carefully recalling every detail of the oil painting, analyzing its content and colors bit by bit, trying to find the hidden message within. This oil painting is not an ordinary depiction of scenery, but rather resembles the kind of Cubist style associated with Picasso, though it is not entirely so. The painting is interspersed with many fragmented patterns, making the overall image appear somewhat chaotic, yet there are connections within the disorder. If this were a famous artist's work, many critics would surely consider it a piece of exceptional artistic value. But for Zhou Yuhui, it seems like just a haphazard scribble. However, he knows that this is not the case. There is definitely something special within this painting that can guide him in recovering his memories. Yet after thinking for a while without any progress, he opened his eyes and glanced at the pitch-black night sky outside, deciding to ease his tense mind first. Fang Yuan, what do you think is going on? Zhou Yuhui asked. What do you mean? Fang Yuan replied as she turned on the television, displaying all the surveillance footage. Everything around appeared normal, and no issues were detected. Zhou Yuhui frowned and said, I mean Yin Xiaotong. What is her true identity? How did she find our location so quickly? That place was something we had only just discovered. Fang Yuan was also puzzled. She found the situation equally baffling. Theoretically, it should be impossible since the move from the underground shopping mall in the demolition area to the old man's basement was purely coincidental. And even she didn't know where they would end up. Could it be that Yin Xiaodong has been keeping an eye on me all along, following us when we left? This conclusion seemed plausible to Zhou Yuhui, as it could explain why Yin Xiaotong found them so quickly. Do you think those memory raiders are related to Yin Xiaotong? Zhou Yuhui still felt uneasy about the memory raiders. These guys were ruthless and reckless, even disregarding the police. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment, and then slightly shook her head. I don't know about that. If they weren't related, they arrived just after Yin Xiaodong. And when you were hiding at her place, the memory raiders showed up right after, but she vanished. Zhou Yuhui, being the person involved, recalled that indeed, it was not long after Yin Xiaodong left that the memory raiders arrived on the scene. If Fang Yuan hadn't helped him, he would have definitely been caught in that dark corner by now. All right, let's not think about that for now. Focus on the current situation. What secrets does that oil painting hold? Fang Yuan handed him a cup of coffee. Zhou Yuhui sighed, took the coffee, and seemed to be lost in thought. Following Zhou Yuhui's gaze, Fang Yuan saw that he was looking at the television surveillance footage, where several cameras she had installed were neatly arranged on screen. Seeing Zhou Yuhui so absorbed, Fang Yuan didn't dare to disturb him, letting him drift in thought while his fingers kept turning. At that moment, in Zhou Yuhui's mind, the strangely peculiar image began to move, as if it were segmented into many fragments, slowly shifting. Those lines formed connections that linked the patterns together. After a long while of effort, Zhou Yuhui seemed to grasp a key point. Just then, he suddenly sighed, came back to his senses, looked at Fang Yuan, and shook his head slightly. What's wrong? Still no progress? Fang Yuan asked with concern. Zhou Yuhui wore a frown. I think I might know what code is hidden in that painting, but it needs time. Time? We have plenty of that right now. We can stay here for 10 days or half a month without any issues. Fang Yuan said with a smile. No. Zhou Yuhui chuckled bitterly. I realized I still need that painting. If I can't get it, I might have to draw it myself to find the clues. Draw it? Fang Yuan was taken aback. Then asked, can you draw? Zhou Yuhui looked at her. If I could, would I be saying I need time? You want to learn to draw on the spot? That's a bit difficult. Fang Yuan was also stunned. This would indeed take time. Painting is not like other tasks. Without a solid foundation, one cannot produce good work, let alone such a complex oil painting. Zhou Yuhui nodded slightly and sighed. Who says it isn't? So now we need to take 2 steps. 1. Help me find some paper and pencils. I'll try to see how much artistic talent I have, and I'll draw as much as I can. That's really hard to say. Fang Yuan expressed great skepticism. She was quite familiar with Zhou Yuhui, knowing he had little interest in painting. If he were to learn now, although he was intelligent, Painting requires talent, not just cleverness. So there's another way, Zhou Yuhui said to Fang Yuan. At once, she understood. You mean for me to go find that painting? Exactly. I think retrieving that painting is much easier than me drawing it. Fang Yuan thought for a moment. The oil painting had been in the basement during the fight with Yin Xiaotong, and she didn't know where it had been thrown. If Yin Xiaotong hadn't taken it, it would surely be at the scene. Even if they couldn't get the painting, a photo would suffice, since Zhou Yuhui only needed to find the connections, not the original artwork. Although it seemed easier, actually resolving it was another matter. All right, I'll try to figure something out. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, and then took out her phone to dial a number. Zhou Yuhui couldn't hear the conversation, but Fang Yuan seemed to be speaking in some dialect he had never heard before. After finishing the call, Fang Yuan smiled faintly at Zhou Yuhui. I've already gotten someone to help with this. I estimate we'll have news in about half an hour. However, if Yin Xiaotong took the painting, that would complicate things. Hearing this, Zhou Yuhui felt a glimmer of hope. If he had to learn to paint here, it would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Chapter 88. The return of Yin Xiaotong. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan received another call. This time, the conversation was very brief, lasting only a few seconds. The look on Fang Yuan's face indicated that the outcome was likely not ideal. No oil painting was found at the scene. It seems Yin Xiaotong took it, Fang Yuan said, putting down the phone. That's a bit of a problem. We have no idea where Yin Xiaotong is or what her identity is. Zhou Yuhui sighed. Fang Yuan remained silent, also expressing doubt about Yin Xiaotong's identity. After all, how could a receptionist at a trading company possess such formidable skills and find their location so quickly? It was absolutely impossible without a strong team behind her. At that moment, the television screen suddenly flickered, seemingly indicating that someone had entered the surveillance range. But the next scene made both Fang Yuan and Zhou Yuhui feel tense. All the surveillance cameras set up at the hallway door and windows had failed, and the entire image displayed a distorted array of colorful lines, as if subjected to powerful electromagnetic interference. What is going on? Zhou Yuhui asked, staring at the screen. Fang Yuan immediately understood what had happened. She quickly retrieved 2 sharp knives from the kitchen and placed them on the table in front of them. Help me move the table closer. Zhou Yuhui helped Fang Yuan position the dining table about a meter from the door, looking as if it were set up to welcome guests for a meal, if not for the 2 chairs already placed on top. Before long, only a few minutes passed, accompanied by the sound of steady and rhythmic footsteps approaching from outside the door. The footsteps stopped at the door, followed by 3 rhythmic knocks. It sounded as if someone had come to visit or the homeowner had returned home, waiting to be let in. These 3 knocks startled Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan inside the house. Fang Yuan hurried to the window to check the situation, but found nothing unusual. It was still quiet outside, and the dark community was silent. Was there only one person outside? Fang Yuan exchanged glances with Zhou Yuhui, asking him if he would open the door. Zhou Yuhui was also unsure who was outside. He nodded slightly, indicating he would open the door and urged Fang Yuan to be prepared for an ambush. After all, Fang Yuan was much more capable than he was. An ordinary person would likely not be her match, and she had a greater chance of taking the initiative. Zhou Yuhui cautiously approached the door. First, he looked through the peephole, but to his surprise, it was blocked by something, and he couldn't see outside at all. He shook his head slightly at Fang Yuan and pointed at the doorknob, signaling her to be on guard and ready to attack. The moment the door opened, Zhou Yuhui was stunned, and Fang Yuan behind him was also taken aback. Standing outside was Yin Xiaotong, the very person they had been trying to find, but had no idea where to look. She had once again found their hiding place. The efficiency was simply indescribable, and both of them instantly thought that perhaps they were being tracked with a GPS device. Fang Yuan reacted quickly, grabbing a chair from the table and throwing it at Yin Xiaotong. However, with a full smile, Yin Xiaotong didn't hesitate at all. She lifted her foot and kicked the chair mid-air, sending it crashing back down onto the dining table. Fang Yuan wanted to make another move, but was instantly frozen, and Zhou Yuhui was dumbfounded. A handgun had appeared in Yin Xiaotong's hand. This was a genuine firearm, not a taser or a pepper spray gun. It was a weapon with lethal capability. Fang Yuan, do you still want to make a move? Yin Xiaotong looked at the two. one hand holding the gun and the other carrying a large bag as she stepped into the room. Fang Yuan was stunned by Yin Xiaodong's actions. Although she had imagined her in countless forms, she never expected her to be armed with such a weapon. The room fell into a dead silence, and Fang Yuan seemed frozen in place, afraid to make any move. She already knew from their previous fight that Yin Xiaodong's strength far surpassed hers. And now that she had a weapon, it was clearly a suppressive confrontation. Yin Xiaodong, who exactly are you? Zhou Yuhui broke the brief silence. Yin Xiaodong casually placed the bag on the dining table and gestured for Zhou Yuhui to open it. Zhou Yuhui looked at Yin Xiaodong and gently opened the bag. The confusion on his face immediately became apparent, and seeing Zhou Yuhui's expression, Fang Yuan tilted her head to take a look as well, only to be stunned after seeing inside. What exactly was in this bag? It contained the painting they had found in the basement, perfectly intact, presented before them. Can we speak calmly now? Although Yin Xiaodong said this, the gun in her hand remained pointed. Zhou Yuhui nodded yes. Yes. Fang Yuan also had a nod slightly in response. Yin Xiaodong holstered the handgun at her waist, and upon seeing this, Fang Yuan seemed to realize something. Zhou Yuhui had also seen such a thing before, and he was even more surprised. I'm a police officer. Yin Xiaodong spoke up. Although both of them were somewhat prepared for this, they were still taken aback upon hearing it. To be precise, I'm an undercover agent, Yin Xiaodong added. This explanation made a lot of sense, which also explained why Yin Xiaodong could find the two of them so accurately, even though they had gone through multiple disguises. For someone familiar with them, like Yin Xiaodong, backed by a powerful police force capable of retrieving various surveillance footage and supported by large drones, it seemed effortless for her to find them. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that they had already been firmly locked down. Especially at night, when there was little activity, the infrared surveillance in the air could operate silently. Since you're an undercover officer, you should know my situation. Can you help me get the warrant against me lifted? Zhou Yuhui quickly made a request to Yin Xiaodong. Yin Xiaodong smiled faintly. This matter needs careful consideration. Careful consideration? What does that mean? Why did you take Zhou Yuhui back last time? Was it to the police station? Fang Yuan bombarded her with questions. Zhou Yuhui also showed his eagerness for answers. Yin Xiaodong reached for a chair from the dining table and sat down in front of the two. Although I'm an undercover officer, the people who dispatch the mission are much higher than the police station, so I don't communicate with them. They can only assist me when necessary. Hearing Yin Xiaodong say this, the two realized that the seemingly weak front desk girl was probably much more powerful than they had imagined. Even local police were under her command. Chapter 89. Unraveling the mystery of the painting. It turned out that Yin Xiaodong's entry into the memory trading house was a top-secret police operation. Long ago, the police had received various intelligence reports indicating illegal activities in the memory trading house. However, due to the strict confidentiality system of the trading house, multiple police investigations had ended in failure. Later, the government discovered that the activities of the trading house had begun to affect social stability, particularly as a large number of individuals became memory collectors, leading to unnecessary labor loss, and some memory collectors had already suffered casualties. Furthermore, some behaviors of memory collectors were already on the verge of being illegal. If not addressed, they could easily lead to social unrest, severely impacting people's normal production and life activities. However, if the police were to rashly investigate the memory trading house with their current financial resources and influence, it would put the government in a disadvantageous position. Thus, Yin Xiaodong was dispatched to investigate the situation within the trading house. Unfortunately, the entrance investigation of the memory trading house was very strict. Anyone with even the slightest flaw would be rejected. Several teams sent by the police had failed to succeed, and only Yin Xiaodong managed to barely get a front desk position. For this, the police changed all her social relationships, allowing her to become a completely different person. Little did they know, before her investigation yielded any results, Zhou Yuhui's escape incident occurred. This matter was originally not part of Yin Xiaodong's mission. But since Zhou Yuhui was the technical supervisor of the memory transfer project, he undoubtedly knew much more than a front desk employee. His escape would certainly bring unexpected benefits. Most importantly, at this moment, Yin Xiaodong received a call from Zhou Yuhui, explaining the plan for the memory trap known as the Apocalypse Plan. The Apocalypse Plan? You know about the Apocalypse Plan? Zhou Yuhui was instantly stunned upon hearing this. And Fang Yuan beside him also didn't expect that Yin Xiaodong was aware of the Apocalypse Plan. She had learned of this plan from that wax-sealed envelope, and, theoretically, only 2 people in the world should know about it. She never expected that Yin Xiaodong also knew. Yin Xiaodong quietly tapped her forehead. That's right. I know about the Apocalypse Plan because you told me. I told you about my Apocalypse Plan? Zhou Yuhui looked at Fang Yuan, confused about what was happening. Yin Xiaodong pointed at the painting and said, I not only know your Apocalypse Plan, I also know that you need this thing. Hearing Yin Xiaodong say this, Zhou Yuhui finally lifted his doubts about her. Only Fang Yuan knew that this oil painting was useful to him, and even he himself didn't know the specifics of the Apocalypse Plan. The fact that Yin Xiaodong knew about it was indeed quite suspicious. What else do you know? Zhou Yuhui quickly asked. Yin Xiaodong glanced at the oil painting. You need to decipher the content of this painting, and then you can slowly restore your memories. To you, I am a beacon. I can help you determine your position at critical moments so you don't get lost. Although Zhou Yuhui didn't know what Yin Xiaodong meant by beacon, it was certain that she knew about his past. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui looked at Fang Yuan. She was also a piece he had laid out to help himself. And now, with Yin Xiaodong added, could all this be part of the Apocalypse Plan? Fang Yuan didn't comment on what Yin Xiaodong said. After all, the oil painting had returned, so the previous entanglements could be set aside for now. The most important thing was to clarify the secrets hidden in the painting. Zhou Yuhui quickly unfolded the oil painting and first carefully observed the frame. According to his memory, there had been no changes, confirming that this was indeed the painting he had found in the basement. Knife. Zhou Yuhui reached out to Fang Yuan for a knife, cut the painting down directly, and then spread it on the table. He then found a pair of scissors and cut the oil painting into dozens of different sized pieces according to a certain pattern. It looked like there was no pattern at all, but every time Zhou Yuhui cut, he had given it deep thought. These dozens of fragment-like canvases were neatly arranged on the floor, forming several meters in length. Yin Xiaodong and Fang Yuan looked at the pieces on the ground, confused, while Zhou Yuhui stood there staring, muttering as if searching for something. After a long time, Zhou Yuhui seemed to have discovered something new, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. So, did you find something? Fang Yuan quietly asked from the side. Zhou Yuhui nodded. This painting indeed hides a strange code. Perhaps only I can discover it. What is it? Fang Yuan asked anxiously. Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly. I can't say exactly what it is, but I should be able to find this place. As long as you can find it, that's good. Yin Xiaodong said from the side, everyone take a break. And after dawn, we'll go look. Fang Yuan glanced at Zhou Yuhui, and neither of them said anything, clearly still a bit wary of Yin Xiaodong. After all, Yin Xiaodong's previous actions had caught them off guard, and they didn't know whether what she said was true or not. How about we go now? There aren't many people outside right now, so we can move faster. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Yin Xiaodong fell silent, just looking at Zhou Yuhui. What do you think? Zhou Yuhui nodded. I feel the same. Now that I'm wanted by the police, you can't really lift that. And those memory raiders are still looking for us. Finding the secret hidden in the painting as soon as possible so I can restore my memory is the best. All right, how do we get there? I have a motorcycle, Yin Xiaodong said. Let us all ride on one. Fang Yuan suggested without waiting for Zhou Yuhui to speak. Although it would be a bit cramped, it was better than walking, especially since Zhou Yuhui didn't know the location at all, only vaguely remembering a feature. Where are we going? After the 3 of them went downstairs, they indeed saw a motorcycle parked in the grass by the roadside, which was why Fang Yuan hadn't seen Yin Xiaodong earlier. Zhou Yuhui thought for a moment and said, a building with an arrow sign, and there are many small shops nearby. Fang Yuan was confused after hearing this. During her years working in Longbin, she had mostly spent her time between the trading center and home, so she didn't know much about the situation in Longbin's urban area. I know where that is. Yin Xiaodong opened the electronic map she carried and pointed out one of the buildings directly. A 3-dimensional image immediately appeared in front of everyone, showing that building with the arrow sign. Nearby on the street, there were many small shops resembling a farmer's market. This is the Trident building near the Hanfeng agricultural market, very famous in Longbin's Old City. Since they knew the location, there was no hesitation. The three of them immediately set off. Chapter 90. Empty gallery on the early morning streets. A street cleaning vehicle was slowly moving, and on the newly refreshed road, there were almost no moving objects. Only the street lights tirelessly adorned this bustling city. Yin Xiaotong rode the motorcycle out of the narrow alleys, speeding down the road. This seemingly old motorcycle still had plenty of power, and even with 3 people on it, it remained lively without any sense of sluggishness. The motorcycle quickly passed through the empty streets and communities, heading straight for the Trident building in Longbin's Old City. Half an hour later, as the driver, Yin Xiaodong, saw the Trident building in the distance, its iconic sign shining brightly in the early morning darkness. Suddenly, Yin Xiaotong froze. And Fang Yuan and Zhou Yuhui behind her also showed surprised expressions. They had originally thought the streets of Longbin would be empty at this hour, but unexpectedly, this time was the best for various restaurants and shops to procure supplies. Although other roads were deserted, the area around the agricultural market was bustling with people, and the already narrow road was suddenly jammed with traffic. The 3 of them looked at each other, not expecting such a scene. Various trucks and electric vehicles, both driven and unattended, clogged the surrounding roads, and even with agricultural market staff desperately directing traffic, the effect didn't seem too significant. However, this was also good. With so many people gathered, their chances of being discovered would greatly decrease. The motorcycle moved slowly through the traffic, with Yin Xiaotong skillfully weaving through the crowded streets, quickly dodging one vehicle after another, drawing a string of curses from behind. After struggling through this congested area, the Trident building came into view, and Zhou Yuhui excitedly nodded at the building. "That's it for sure. Let me think about where we need to go." Zhou Yuhui scanned the surroundings of the building. The Trident building was surrounded by a bustling commercial area in Longbin's Old City, once known as Longbin Wangfujing. Before the new district was built, this was the favorite shopping area for Longbin citizens. Even after the establishment of the new district, although most of the foot traffic had moved away, the area still maintained a thriving scene, but most of the traffic consisted of nearby residents, along with a few small bourgeois who liked the atmosphere of the old city. There, Zhou Yuhui pointed to a narrow alley less than 100 meters from the Trident building. At the entrance of the alley, a small sign could be seen, "Empty Gallery." Gallery? Yin Xiaodong and Fang Yuan exchanged glances. Could the oil painting they had just dismantled have come from here? Yin Xiaotong immediately twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle slowly moved forward, quickly reaching the narrow alley that could only accommodate one vehicle. In the alley, they could see cars parked everywhere, and with the sudden appearance of trash bins, the whole alley looked crowded. Fortunately, there were no people in the alley at this time, making it somewhat spacious. The alley is long and secluded, with a tall sycamore tree on one side obscuring the streetlight that emits a yellow glow. A gentle breeze blows, casting flickering shadows on the ground, creating an atmosphere of mystery. The empty gallery is located about 10 meters inside the alley, utilizing an existing 2-story building. From the outside, nothing stands out except for the sign at the alley entrance, which indicates the gallery's identity at the door, while the rest appears unremarkable. Yin Xiaodong glanced at her watch. It was now 4 in the morning. Generally, the gallery would not open until around 9:30 to 10, and there seemed to be no operating hours posted on the door, only a small notice indicating it was a private space. Are they not open? The 3 of them were unsure of what to do. Yin Xiaodong, you're a police officer. If we break in, will it be a problem? Fang Yuan suggested. There shouldn't be a problem, but we need to figure out who the owner of this gallery is first. What if they arrive to open it? Yin Xiaotong replied with a smile. That makes sense. Fang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Yin Xiaodong took out her phone to look up the background of the empty gallery, and to her surprise, she discovered that the owner was actually Lin Xiao. This gallery belongs to Lin Xiao. Yin Xiaotong immediately understood. This was likely the place where Zhou Yuhui would regain his memories, and everything leading up to this point was a setup to get here. Since it's Lin Xiao's territory, there's nothing more to say. Yin Xiaodong approached to check, and the gallery's main entrance used a facial recognition system. Zhou Yuhui, come here. Yin Xiaodong pulled Zhou Yuhui to the entrance, aligning him with the facial recognition device. With a click, the gallery's door surprisingly opened in front of Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan's astonished eyes. What is going on? Zhou Yuhui looked puzzled at the slowly opening door. Yin Xiaodong chuckled. This might be something you set up. Although Zhou Yuhui was skeptical of Yin Xiaodong's words, the fact remained that the door used his facial recognition system. Once the door opened, the three of them entered, and the lights sequentially illuminated the interior of the gallery. The scene before them left all three stunned. Upon entering the gallery, there wasn't even a small reception desk. Instead, there was a long, narrow corridor, only about a meter wide, with clear mirrored walls on all sides. This wasn't ordinary glass. It was glass that emitted light. The light came from the mirrors, making it exceptionally bright. Is this considered surreal art? Fang Yuan asked, glancing at Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui let out a wry smile. How would I know? Faced with this situation, the three of them remained cautious. Yin Xiaodong walked in front, Zhou Yuhui in the middle, and Fang Yuan at the back. They formed a line, slowly making their way down this bizarre corridor. And to be safe, Yin Xiaodong even drew her gun. Walking through this corridor, the reflections in the mirrors gave a dizzying sensation. Aside from the slight safety felt from the front and back, the surroundings appeared to stretch into an endless depth, with each step seeming to be accompanied by countless others. However, Zhou Yuhui seemed to sense something, constantly stopping and observing the mirrors, as if trying to discover something unusual. After walking a few steps, he would step back and then move forward again, repeatedly pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he exclaimed something that startled both Yin Xiaodong and Fang Yuan. I think I'm starting to regain my memory. What? Both of them exclaimed simultaneously. Really? Zhou Yuhui hesitated at their questions. I said think because something in my mind seems to be becoming clearer, but I still can't remember anything completely. Hearing this, both felt a bit disheartened. However, Yin Xiaodong encouraged, if it's having an effect, let us keep moving forward. Maybe this is indeed something you arranged. Zhou Yuhui nodded in agreement and continued onward. Chapter 91. The process of regaining memory. The corridor was long and appeared circular. After walking for what felt like dozens of meters, they reached a round room. It was called a room because at the end of the corridor was a glass door, making it feel as though they were entering an enlarged shell. The room's arrangement was strange. A large circular glass dome was situated in the middle with a chair inside, clearly meant for someone. Other than that, there was nothing else. Zhou Yuhui, do you think the chair is meant for you? Yin Xiaodong asked. Before Zhou Yuhui could respond, a voice sounded. Welcome back, architect of the apocalypse plan. I need to ask you a few questions. Please answer truthfully. The three of them looked around, unable to determine where the voice was coming from. Please go ahead. Yin Xiaodong replied. You are not the architect of the apocalypse plan. Yin Xiaodong was taken aback. It turned out she didn't have the authority to answer that question. Please go ahead. Zhou Yuhui said. With a ding, the voice continued. Are you Zhou Yuhui? Please answer yes or no. Yes. Zhou Yuhui answered, finding the question somewhat strange as he glanced at the two behind him. Correct. You are indeed Zhou Yuhui, the architect of the apocalypse plan. You had to go through much to arrive here. Do you know that your memories have been fragmented? Please answer yes or no. Zhou Yuhui hesitated before responding. Yes, I know. Do you know that fragmented memories can be restored? Please answer yes or no. Yes, I know. Zhou Yuhui again surveyed the room, trying to find the source of the voice. The questioning is complete. Zhou Yuhui, please enter the room and sit in the chair in the middle. Is that it? Zhou Yuhui, Fang Yuan, and Yin Xiaodong were puzzled by the few strange questions asked. Zhou Yuhui hesitated not at all. He carefully pushed open the door and entered the strange room. He first adjusted the chair, which was an entirely ordinary wooden chair, with no metal visible, constructed entirely from mortise and tenon joints. Below the chair was a solid glass mirror, showing nothing particularly special. When he sat down, the room's door slowly closed, providing such good soundproofing that the two girls outside could not hear Zhou Yuhui speaking. However, they could still see what was happening inside through the glass door. Zhou Yuhui tidied his clothes, removing all metallic items from his person and even taking off his shoes, placing them in the nearby glass dome. Seeing Zhou Yuhui's actions, Fang Yuan seemed to realize something and glanced at Yin Xiaodong beside her. Do you know what this is for? It's likely for electromagnetic induction. Yin Xiaotong replied. It was evident. Zhou Yuhui had removed all metallic items to prevent them from interfering with electromagnetic effects, which might be key to memory restoration. As an expert in memory transfer, Fang Yuan understood the influence of electromagnetic induction on brainwaves. However, even in a memory exchange facility, the extraction of brainwaves required a significant amount of electronic equipment and a precisely controlled electromagnetic shielding field. Given how rudimentary this place was, it seemed impossible to accomplish such complex functions. Soon, as Zhou Yuhui excluded all metal products, a strange image appeared on the surrounding mirrors, resembling the fragmented oil painting that Zhou Yuhui had previously cut up. It was impossible to describe this image. If one had to say, it looked like some kind of casual doodle or randomly formed irregular lines. What surprised Fang Yuan was that Zhou Yuhui seemed to have made some discovery while looking at the image, his fingers trembling as if he wanted to separate these lines to find clues. Can you tell what this is? Yin Xiaotong leaned closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shook her head slightly. I can't make it out. If this is something left by Zhou Yuhui, then only he would know its content. After watching for a while and finding no patterns, they gave up and focused their attention on Zhou Yuhui. At that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly asked Yin Xiaotong, how did you know that Zhou Yuhui could open this gallery? Yin Xiaotong smiled faintly. It's simple. This gallery is run by Zhou Yuhui's friend, and he probably has only one friend. So mysterious? Who is it? Fang Yuan recalled carefully and realized she had never heard Zhou Yuhui mention having such a friend. Yin Xiaotong shook her head slightly. I don't know. I just know there's such a person. I really don't know who specifically. Fang Yuan smiled non-committally, noticing that Yin Xiaotong still had her guard up. It seemed like it would take some time. Fang Yuan observed Zhou Yuhui's actions. This was already the third image he had seen, each one different. From the patterns displayed on the surrounding mirrors, there were indeed quite a few of these images. She seemed to understand the rationale behind it. Zhou Yuhui was using images and sound stimulation, combined with the finely tuned electromagnetic disturbances around, to gradually reconstruct the fragmented memories. According to medical research from the Memory Trading Center, human memories are not only stored in cortical tissue, but also imprinted on neural tissue, referred to as memory inheritance. This inheritance can be preserved and become a recessive gene for the next generation, which is why some relatives who have never met can still feel a sense of familiarity. How much information this memory inheritance retains remains an unknown mystery, and how to utilize it is also an uncharted direction. From Zhou Yuhui's actions, it seemed he had found the key point. Although his memories were fragmented, the memory inheritance hidden in the neural tissues would not be damaged. Once activated, it was like grasping the connection point of memories, allowing those fragments to be slowly connected and organized into memories themselves. This approach did not require large machines as assistants. Activating the memory inheritance was sufficient, and this was likely what Zhou Yuhui was doing. Watching Zhou Yuhui intently focused on these images, the expression on his face clearly indicated that he had found some connections. Let's find a place to rest. He probably won't be out for half a day. Fang Yuan said to Yin Xiaotong beside her. Yin Xiaotong thought for a moment and felt that staying here wouldn't be of much use. So they might as well go outside and see if there was any news. The two of them made their way back to the entrance of the gallery along the mirror passage. At that moment, Yin Xiaotong noticed that the gallery had indeed been renovated and that there was a small door at the entrance. When they first entered, they had been captivated by the scene before them and had not noticed the gap behind the main entrance. After opening it, Yin Xiaotong discovered that this was the real gallery, with several modern paintings hanging on the walls and some wooden easels scattered nearby, along with a fair amount of paint on the floor. Chapter 92. Danger approaches at this time. Fang Yuan also realized that the place they had entered before was a space rebuilt within the gallery. The position they were in now resembled the backstage of a large stage, with various steel frames and coils everywhere. In one corner, there was even a small generator, likely for emergency power. Such an arrangement could not have been achieved without detailed planning, whether it was the gallery's owner or Zhou Yuhui who did it. It was evident that everything had been prepared long before Zhou Yuhui's memories were shattered, just waiting for his arrival. Fang Yuan knew that Zhou Yuhui had voluntarily gotten caught and then had his memories shattered at the memory transfer center. What was his real purpose in throwing himself into the trap? If he hadn't shown up, the memory raiders might not have been able to catch him. After his memories were shattered, he went to great lengths to restore them, which was clearly an extremely dangerous operation. From what she knew, the chances of memory restoration were very slim, and Zhou Yuhui was using himself as an experiment. There must be a huge secret hidden in this. The two of them circled the gallery, but did not find more clues. It was clear that Lin Xiao had purchased this gallery to build this strange device. Before entering that circular glass room, Zhou Yuhui had mentioned that his memories were being restored. Evidently, this was his ultimate destination. Yin Xiaotong sighed softly, confused as to why Zhou Yuhui had to create such a scenario when he could have just had her bring him here directly. She thought back and realized that the mystery was probably hidden in the few questions she had asked earlier. If she hadn't gradually informed Zhou Yuhui of her situation through a series of events, he might not have understood the secrets of those patterns and might not have found it easy to retrieve his memories. After exiting the gallery, Yin Xiaodong noticed that it was already bright outside, and some pedestrians were appearing in the alley, with a few small carts steaming and emitting the aroma of breakfast. Fang Yuan asked Yin Xiaodong, "Are you hungry? Shall we go buy something to eat?" The three of them had hardly eaten anything after a night of running around. Hearing Fang Yuan say this, Yin Xiaodong also felt a bit hungry. However, since only Zhou Yuhui could open the gallery's main door if they went out, they might not be able to get back in. "I'll go buy it. You stay here and guard the door," Yin Xiaodong said. "All right." Fang Yuan did not refuse. Yin Xiaotong first cautiously observed her surroundings, finding no suspicious places, before quickly heading to a nearby food stall to buy enough breakfast for the three of them. A few minutes later, she returned to the gallery, and Fang Yuan smiled faintly at her. This smile seemed to dissolve the enmity between them, returning to a previously friendly state. The two of them went to take a look outside the glass room, where Zhou Yuhui was still intently watching the images. But these images were more complex, with even more intricate lines, looking like a tangled mess. "Looks like it will take some time," Fang Yuan whispered. Yin Xiaodong couldn't make anything out. She just hoped Zhou Yuhui could restore his memories soon to clarify what had happened. For the police, Zhou Yuhui's existence was also the key to unlocking the information vault of the memory trading center. They could clearly understand countless secrets about the memory trading center from him, which would play a crucial role in the future planning of police operations. At that moment, Yin Xiaotong seemed to hear some noise. She perked up her ears cautiously and quickly approached the entrance of the gallery with her handgun. Indeed, she saw several men in black trying to pick the lock at the door. From their attire, Yin Xiaotong recognized their identities. These were memory raiders. She couldn't help but frown. How did they find this place? "What's going on?" Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Yin Xiaotong. "It's the memory raiders." Yin Xiaotong reached out and locked the inner door of the gallery. So even if they figured out how to activate the identification system on the door, they wouldn't be able to open it. She had also checked this door. It was made of 3 layers of bulletproof glass, with a thickness of 20 centimeters. Even if shot at with a machine gun, it probably wouldn't have much effect. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment. After seeing Yin Xiaodong's action, she didn't say anything further. They wouldn't be able to open this door for a while, so let us go check on Zhou Yuhui. Yin Xiaodong turned and ran towards the room where Zhou Yuhui was located. At this time, Zhou Yuhui was still immersed in those complex drawings, and the complexity of the drawings had greatly increased. Even trying to find a line among them felt like being in a maze, let alone discovering the connections within. Yin Xiaodong couldn't figure out how much longer Zhou Yuhui would need to complete the memory recovery. She could only seek help now. She took out her phone, glanced at it, and silently exclaimed that it was bad. Her phone was in a no-signal area. Just a while ago when she went to buy breakfast, she could still make online payments, but here was a blank area. Clearly, it was the equipment here that caused the signal blockage. Remembering what Fang Yuan had said earlier about needing a stable electromagnetic environment here, her phone definitely wouldn't have a signal. She hurried to the doorway, but there was still no signal at all. Even when she went outside the spiral structure to the gallery, there was no change. Clearly, Lin Xiao had completely considered this when renovating the place. As soon as one entered the gallery, They were in a signal-blocking zone, with no way to call for reinforcements. She could only see whether Zhou Yuhui's memory recovery speed or the memory raider's ability to open the door was stronger. Fang Yuan also appeared quite anxious, and the two decided that one would guard Zhou Yuhui outside the glass room, while the other would keep an eye on the memory raiders at the door. Although Yin Xiaodong wanted to stay outside the glass room, Fang Yuan said that with Yin Xiaodong holding a gun and being a police officer, her identity might scare off the memory raiders. Yin Xiaodong had no choice but to agree to this arrangement. She found a chair in the gallery and sat at the door, watching as the memory raiders set up a large tent blocking the entrance and began trying various methods to open the door inside. With the help of high-performance computers, the identification system on the door was quickly breached. However, they didn't hear the sound of the door opening. Some memory raiders familiar with the situation immediately guessed that the door inside had been locked. In the face of this situation, there is only one way to open the door: forceful dismantling. Chapter 93. Unstoppable. The gallery door was in a semi-transparent state, and the memory raiders could only vaguely see the scene inside. They couldn't figure out the structure of the door, and, after thinking it over, they immediately decided to take the most direct approach. With the sound of the power drill, Yin Xiaodong was astonished to find that this group of memory raiders did not, as she had imagined, violently attack the sturdy bulletproof glass, but instead had locked their target onto the wall beside it. This action left her somewhat stunned. Was this even an option? For this door, the thick bulletproof glass was obviously a strong defense against outside attacks, but it also needed to be anchored to the wall beside it. As long as the wall was breached, the door, no matter how strong, would be useless. Clearly, the memory raiders had conducted detailed investigations of the gallery walls, even using portable detection equipment to accurately locate the bolts securing the door, and immediately began their dismantling work with full force. Yin Xiaodong couldn't sit still. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for the door to be completely dismantled. She hurried back to the room at the bottom of the corridor. Fang Yuan was still standing there, watching Zhou Yuhui. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her head to look and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Yin Xiaotong leaned her head in to take a look at Zhou Yuhui, who was still busy. "How much longer will it take?" "The memory raiders will probably be able to open the door in less than 15 minutes. Isn't it bulletproof glass? How can it be so quick?" Fang Yuan asked in surprise. Yin Xiaodong let out a bitter laugh. "They're not following the usual path. Since they can't open the door, they're just attacking the wall directly. It looks like they plan to dismantle the door." Fang Yuan was also stunned upon hearing this. Anyone capable of such a thing was no ordinary person. Coming up with such a rotten idea and directly attacking the foundation was a bold move. "What should we do?" Fang Yuan asked. Yin Xiaodong shook her head slightly. "I don't know either. If it really comes to it, I can only shoot. That's an action that can only be taken as a last resort. To protect Zhou Yuhui, Yin Xiaodong couldn't care much anymore." Fang Yuan didn't express any opinion upon hearing this. She just said, "Be careful. I'm here." Yin Xiaodong took a deep look at Zhou Yuhui and then returned to the doorway to observe the actions of the memory raiders, anxiously waiting. At that moment, a loud rumbling noise entered her ears. Yin Xiaodong immediately followed the sound into the gallery. It turned out that the emergency generator had been turned on. Although soundproof materials had been used to minimize the noise, she could still hear the rumbling sound. This indicated that the entire power system of the gallery had been cut off. She carefully checked the gallery. When it was originally built, consideration was given to the impact of natural light on the paintings, and there were no windows open around, nor was there any access to the upper floors. Even if there were, they were probably sealed off when Lin Xiao built the place, except for the ventilation holes. Yin Xiaodong quickly followed the air vent to find the ventilation hole located at the back of the gallery. The whirring fan brought fresh air into the almost sealed gallery. Since the area of the gallery was large, the size of the ventilation hole was also considerable, enough for an adult to pass through. This was the last evacuation route. Yin Xiaodong prepared all the tools that might be needed and placed them aside. Then she piled up the messy easels, frames, and chairs in the gallery at the doorway, so that once the other side really dismantled the door, these things could hold them off for a while. As the rumbling sound continued from the wall, one bolt after another was removed. Although the door still stood intact, no one could say for sure whether it would come crashing down the next second. Seeing that a slight gap had begun to appear in the entire door, it indicated that the door panel had started to move. And it wouldn't be long before the door was completely taken down. Yin Xiaodong took out her gun, unloaded one bullet, removed the bullet head, stuffed the bullet hole with cotton cloth, and quietly waited, aiming at the shredded canvas in front of her. A few minutes later, as the last bolt was removed, the entire door was swaying precariously. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaodong pulled the trigger. With a dull gunshot, the canvas in front of her was ignited, and thick smoke accompanied by flames set the gallery's clutter ablaze. Watching the thick smoke billowing in front of her, Yin Xiaodong took a few steps back. Fang Yuan, hearing the gunshot, hurried over. What happened? Before Yin Xiaodong could speak, the sturdy bulletproof door of the gallery crashed down. Several memory raiders immediately rushed through the doorway, but were blocked by the smoke and flames in front of them. This is a private area. You must leave immediately. Yin Xiaodong shouted loudly. The memory raiders naturally scoffed at this voice, and one shouted, "Bring the fire extinguisher." Yin Xiaodong didn't plan for this fire to stop these people. She just wanted to delay time as much as possible. Let us go. Let us check on Zhou Yuhui's situation. Yin Xiaodong immediately dragged Fang Yuan and rushed inside, leaving the memory raiders to deal with the smoke-filled fire pit, which was already a serious problem as the canvases mixed with fuel released thick black smoke. After running for just over 10 meters, they encountered Zhou Yuhui, who had come out of the glass house. Upon seeing them, he asked what happened. Zhou Yuhui, have you recovered your memory? Yin Xiaodong immediately asked. Zhou Yuhui smiled and nodded slightly, almost. Thank you both for taking care of me during this time. Fang Yuan also showed a look of astonishment. You used those images to recover your memory? Zhou Yuhui pointed around and explained, besides those images, there are these things. Behind these mirrors are hidden precision coils that can emit electromagnetic waves to stimulate the brain. Let's not talk about this now. The memory raiders have breached the door. My fire pit won't hold them off for long. Memory raiders? Zhou Yuhui noticed the smoke spreading through the passage and said, let's get out first. Zhou Yuhui, this place was built by Lin Xiao. Did he leave any secret doors or anything that could help us escape quickly? Yin Xiaodong immediately asked. Lin Xiao? Fang Yuan seemed to think of something and murmured to herself. Zhou Yuhui shook his head. This place was meticulously crafted by me and him. For safety reasons. There are no secret doors. But aren't you a police officer? I can cut off the electromagnetic interference system here. You hurry and call for backup. Chapter 94. Escape. Zhou Yuhui quickly found the electromagnetic interference system in the gallery and skillfully shut it down. This action instantly indicated that Zhou Yuhui had regained his memory. Although Yin Xiaodong and Fang Yuan were mentally prepared for this, they were still shocked by the situation. The news of his recovered fragmented memories would definitely cause a huge reaction if it got out. The most important thing now was how to leave this place. Yin Xiaodong immediately reported her situation to headquarters, pointing out that Zhou Yuhui had regained his memory and was now a strong lead in the investigation of the memory trading house. After receiving this news, the police quickly reacted. They notified Yin Xiaodong that reinforcement would be dispatched immediately and instructed them to wait for half an hour. Half an hour? After half an hour, we might not even know where we are being captured, Yin Xiaodong muttered, knowing that this was the fastest response the police could muster. Fortunately, the police were also aware of the urgent situation and quickly mobilized nearby large drones for surveillance. The police drones arrived near the Trident building, immediately locked onto the gallery, and began broadcasting to disperse the crowd, warning the memory raiders at the gallery entrance. However, the memory raiders were completely unconcerned, brazenly charging into the gallery and blocking all surrounding traffic, causing a paralysis of transportation within a 2-kilometer radius. 3 large drones continuously circled above, but could not identify the memory raiders, as both vehicles and personnel had been disguised. The drones could only passively monitor and lock onto the external information of these people and vehicles, waiting for ground forces to arrive and capture them all. We'll go through the ventilation shaft. Yin Xiaodong grabbed a chair from the glass room and smashed it against a nearby mirror. only to find that all the mirrors were reinforced glass, leaving only slight marks. "Everyone get back." Yin Xiaotong immediately raised her pistol and fired without hesitation. The glass shattered into countless pieces, revealing the pitch-black interior of the gallery behind. All the glass was supported by steel frames, mixed with many wires, which are materials for creating electromagnetic fields. The foremost, Yin Xiaotong, did not hesitate and quickly tore apart the wires, charging into the darkness. Once Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan entered the gallery, Yin Xiaotong hid at the dark exit. Before Zhou Yuhui could ask what was happening, a heavy sound of footsteps approached. A few memory raiders paused at the dark entrance, leaving 2 people to guard while the others continued to search this strange, shining world. "There's nothing inside," a voice called out. One memory raider leaned in to peek into the dark gallery and vaguely saw something behind, only to be struck by an incoming force, collapsing instantly without making sound. Another raider immediately became alert, raising his electric shock device, but before he could locate the attacker, a gunshot rang out, and he fell down. Fang Yuan and Zhou Yuhui heard the gunfire from the ventilation shaft and trembled. In their minds, Yin Xiaotong must have run into danger. Soon, Yin Xiaotong returned to the ventilation shaft with the electric shock device, looking up at Fang Yuan, who was climbing out. "Hurry, my gun has only a few bullets left. There are too many of them." Fang Yuan muttered, "It's too narrow here." Despite saying that, Fang Yuan's movements quickened significantly, and she soon kicked open the fan in the ventilation shaft and slid down to the end. "She won't be in trouble, will she?" Zhou Yuhui asked with some concern. "She'll be fine. This is the first floor, at most 2 or 3 meters high." Yin Xiaotong pointed to the ventilation shaft and said, "You go quickly." Zhou Yuhui did not hesitate and hurriedly followed Fang Yuan out through the ventilation shaft. At that moment, a group of memory raiders charged over. Yin Xiaotong suddenly turned on her flashlight. The blinding light instantly blurred the vision of several people. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Xiaotong leaped to grab the iron frame of the ventilation shaft, her legs diving inside as she quickly crawled toward the exit. One memory raider, seeing Yin Xiaotong's fleeing figure in the blur, immediately lunged forward to try to catch her, only to be met by his own weapon. The electric shock device fell onto the iron frame, and the erratic currents flashed with blue light in the darkness, causing the burly man to collapse straight away, leaving the remaining few stunned and frozen in place. "What are you still looking at? Go out and catch them," a leader shouted loudly. Only then did a few memory raiders react, dashing to the shattered mirror hole, retracing their steps to find the entrance and searching for the position of the ventilation shaft around the gallery. The leader sneered, first carefully glancing inside to see that the people had already escaped. He then mimicked Yin Xiaotong and crawled into the ventilation shaft. After Yin Xiaotong landed, she discovered that it was not a street but a courtyard, where Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan were observing something in a corner. "What's going on?" Yin Xiaotong quickly approached them. Zhou Yuhui pointed outside. "There's no one out there." "No one? If there's no one, why aren't we running?" Yin Xiaotong said. Zhou Yuhui immediately grabbed Yin Xiaotong, who was about to rush out. "The absence of people means the memory raiders have already secured the area. If we rush out, we'll become obvious targets. They outnumber us and have vehicles and weapons. We probably won't be a match. What should we do then? The police reinforcements will take some time to arrive. We must leave here." Yin Xiaotong looked around and was about to say something when she heard a buzzing sound rise. "It's a drone," Fang Yuan said beside her. "It's a memory raider's drone," Yin Xiaotong added. The surrounding streets had been cleared. It was just a matter of time before the drones found them. Moreover, the memory raiders' drones were surely equipped with infrared detection devices, making it easy for them to lock onto their positions. "We can't just sit here and wait. We must rush out." Yin Xiaotong preached that as long as they found a means of transportation, they could rush out, and even if they were pursued, they would have enough time to wait for rescue. Yin Xiaotong was talking about her motorcycle. Once they got on it, they would not be caught by the memory predators. Zhou Yuhui felt that Yin Xiaotong was right, and he nodded in agreement with her idea. Fang Yuan wanted to say something, but swallowed her words back. However, the few of them did not know that the surrounding traffic had completely collapsed, and even if they had motorcycles, they could not rush out. Chapter 95. They are all wanted. The 3 exchanged glances, Both girls were much stronger than Zhou Yuhui, and since he was a key protection target, Yin Xiaodong led the way, Zhou Yuhui was in the middle, and Fan Yuan was last. The three of them dashed out, weaving through the complex streets, and in less than a minute, they had reached the street. The speed of running on two legs was obviously not comparable to that of flying vehicles in the sky. As soon as the three appeared on the street, several drones immediately chased after them. Yin Xiaodong quickly looked around for her motorcycle parked at the gallery entrance, but it was already blocked by the memory predators' vehicles in the alley, clearly useless now. There's a car over there. Fan Yuan immediately pointed to a nearby car that had not yet turned off. Yin Xiaodong dashed over, found no one inside, directly sat in the driver's seat, slammed down on the gas, and rapidly reversed to Zhou Yuhui's side. "Get in," Yin Xiaodong shouted. At this moment, the drones had arrived, seemingly starting to spray a strange liquid. Its tracking fluid. Zhou Yuhui immediately recognized its purpose and rushed into the car, shouting to Fan Yuan behind him, "Hurry!" Fan Yuan didn't hesitate, quickly jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. Yin Xiaodong glanced around, turned the car 180 degrees on the spot, and sped down the street. "Where are we going?" Zhou Yuhui tightly held onto the front seat. Yin Xiaodong pointed ahead. "That way is the Hanfeng agricultural market. As long as we get inside, it won't be easy for them to find us." This was the best escape route. Just as Yin Xiaodong drove out at full speed for only 300 or 400 meters, they suddenly saw a major traffic jam ahead. With several cars tangled at the intersection and many vehicles behind stuck on the road, honking incessantly. Only a few impatient drivers turned around or activated their autopilot mode, looking for a way through. Yin Xiaodong's car became part of this chaotic scene. Seeing the situation, there was only one road left for the three of them. "Get out!" Yin Xiaodong glanced at her watch. It would take another 20 minutes for the police to arrive. Could they make it in time? Zhou Yuhui smiled bitterly at the several kilometer-long traffic jam ahead. Even if the police arrived, it would be difficult to get through this stretch of road. Yin Xiaodong also didn't know if the police would deploy a flying squad, so it was better not to pin their hopes on these people. After the three got out of the car, Zhou Yuhui turned to look at the sky. The memory predators' drones were still following them, and although they no longer sprayed that strange liquid, the surveillance cameras were firmly locked onto the three of them. Under Yin Xiaodong's lead, the three weaved through the congested traffic and quickly reached the Hanfeng agricultural market. The drones attempted to follow them into the market, but among the many trucks, they quickly lost their target. The three quietly hid in a vegetable delivery truck, vigilantly watching their surroundings. "What are you doing?" A stern voice sounded from outside the truck. It turned out the truck owner had arrived. Seeing this, Yin Xiaodong immediately took out her identification. "I'm a police officer on a mission. You can pretend you didn't see us." The truck owner glanced at Yin Xiaodong's police badge and then at the gun holster at her waist, quickly nodded. Delaying a police operation was a serious matter. Yin Xiaodong nodded. The situation inside the market was complex, and it would not be easy for the memory predators to find the three of them in such a noisy environment. As long as they waited for the police reinforcements to arrive, these people would likely back off. Time passed slowly. The truck seemed relatively safe. They could even hear the sound of drones flying past nearby, but could never determine their location. Even though the drones were equipped with infrared scanning devices, they were ineffective against these refrigerated trucks. At this moment, Yin Xiaodong noticed something strange. Several workers passed by the truck, and one of them examined them closely. A few minutes later, the crowd passing by increased significantly, and some people were even taking photos in secret. Although their actions were disguised, they could not hide their surveillance of the three. "What did you find?" Since recovering his memory, Zhou Yuhui's high intelligence was once again fully displayed. He immediately noticed something was off with Yin Xiaodong's expression. These people seemed to have a purpose. Yin Xiaodong hesitated to confirm whether the workers posed a threat to them. Hearing this, Zhou Yuhui immediately heightened his vigilance and carefully observed the passing workers. Their behavior did seem a bit suspicious. "Are they memory predators?" "Doesn't seem likely," Zhou Yuhui said. Yin Xiaodong shook her head slightly. "Definitely not. They are just workers. Memory predators don't have their kind of suspicion." Zhou Yuhui suddenly whispered, "Not good." "What is wrong?" Yin Xiaodong hurriedly asked. "We might be wanted." Zhou Yuhui extended his hand. "Give me your phone." Yin Xiaodong quickly handed over her phone and asked, "Is my phone being monitored?" "It's not your phone that's being monitored, but these phones are very likely being heavily suppressed by the memory predator signals." Zhou Yuhui skillfully operated the phone for a moment and then pointed to the screen. "Look." Yin Xiaodong and Feng Yuan leaned over to take a look, their eyes widening in astonishment. On Yin Xiaodong's phone screen, the images of the three appeared, and at the top, there was a bounty amount related to Zhou Yuhui. Anyone who could locate Zhou Yuhui would receive $1,000. Anyone who took a photo could get $5,000. Those who could continuously livestream Zhou Yuhui's movements could even get $10,000. A single photo was worth $5,000. Although the workers had seen the gun on Yin Xiaodong's waist, the temptation of money was hard to resist. It was clear that their location had been exposed, even if they didn't know how many people had uploaded their photos. "Then why haven't they come to catch us?" Feng Yuan asked quietly. "It must be due to the traffic jam." Zhou Yuhui glanced outside. Although the traffic jam made it difficult for them to move, it also blocked the memory predators. Moreover, they wouldn't recklessly launch an attack unless they had the advantage in numbers. Once they escaped, it would be hard for them to track their movements again. Chapter 96, Still Discovered. Now there was still about 10 minutes until the police arrived, and the memory predators would definitely reach their location first. Moreover, the police would also need time to search for them within the agricultural market. "We can't just sit here and wait. We need to withdraw," Feng Yuan whispered. Zhou Yuhui looked at Yin Xiaodong beside him. If they evacuated now, they would have to notify the police, and it was uncertain whether the police's communication system had been compromised by the memory predators. "Withdraw." Yin Xiaodong knew that they could only meet with the police when it was completely safe. Otherwise, no one knew what the memory raiders could do. After all, they had attempted to abduct people multiple times, and even police cars could not guarantee Zhou Yuhui's safety, let alone her own gunfire could not stop them. Zhou Yuhui was viewed as having great value by these memory raiders, which fully indicated Zhou Yuhui's significant worth. It was said to retreat, but how to retreat was the most pressing question for the three of them. Various signs now indicated that they had been targeted by those at the agricultural market. Although they could not take harmful actions against the three of them, this continuous surveillance made it easy for the memory raiders to find them, which was extremely dangerous. The three of them looked at each other, unsure of how to evade so many eyes. Suddenly, Yin Xiaodong smiled slightly at Zhou Yuhui, making him a bit flustered. "Do you have an idea?" Zhou Yuhui hurriedly asked. "Do you remember that time when a hero saved beauty?" Yin Xiaodong said with a smile. Zhou Yuhui immediately understood. "You mean the fire alarm?" "Yes. Activate the fire alarm in the agricultural market. We can blend into the crowd and escape in the chaos. As long as we leave here, the memory raiders' plans will not succeed. But what if they don't follow through?" Zhou Yuhui also knew that sometimes a single alarm bell could not make these people flee. After all, this was the agricultural market, and most vendors had a lot of goods here. If they left, the losses would be significant. Then let's create a real fire. Yin Xiaodong took out a handgun with only one bullet left, eager to try. Zhou Yuhui gasped at the sight. Yin Xiaodong sometimes acted unpredictably. Yin Xiaodong was someone who kept her word. She jumped off the truck and whispered something to the driver before heading straight into the depths of the agricultural market. Zhou Yuhui crouched by the truck door, carefully watching the situation outside. Before long, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the agricultural market, and he then saw a thick cloud of smoke spreading from the market. Yin Xiaodong shouted loudly, "There's a fire! Call the fire department!" The vendors initially didn't pay much attention, but upon seeing the thick smoke rapidly spreading from the corner, they no longer hesitated. Money was important, but life was even more important, and they hurriedly rushed outside. "Hurry!" Yin Xiaodong had already returned to the truck, grabbing 2 dirt-proof hoods used by the workers. In the chaotic crowd, the three of them kept their heads down and covered their heads with the hoods. Even though the drones were only a few meters above the ground, they could not identify them. Almost all the vendors fled the agricultural market in panic, and Zhou Yuhui and the others took the opportunity to reach the street. They looked around to ensure no one was watching before quickly slipping into a nearby alley. Rapidly distancing themselves from the area, a few minutes later, they found themselves on another street outside the agricultural market. where they could see at least 6 different drones hovering in the air, and in the distance, 2 patrol aircraft were rapidly approaching. We finally escaped. Zhou Yuhui breathed a sigh of relief. The frantic run had almost exhausted him. Yes, we finally made it out. Fan Yuan also gasped. Where do we go now? Yin Xiaodong turned to look at Zhou Yuhui. What do you think? Zhou Yuhui sat on the ground, looking at Yin Xiaodong and Fan Yuan. Let me catch my breath first. Yin Xiaodong said nothing, but cautiously observed their surroundings and pulled Zhou Yuhui into a staircase to prevent the distant drones from spotting them. When will the police arrive? Fan Yuan asked. It might take a while. The surrounding traffic is paralyzed. Even if they come on foot, it will take time. Yin Xiaodong frowned. The memory raiders' tactic was indeed clever. By paralyzing the surrounding traffic, they had trapped themselves as well. But it was a quite effective means to capture Zhou Yuhui or block the police's entry. Just then, Yin Xiaodong's phone suddenly rang, and all 3 of them focused on it. Yin Xiaodong immediately answered. It was the police reinforcement team leader calling. They were approaching the Trident building, but were stuck in traffic, with all vehicles unable to move. They had now begun to enter on foot. Just as Yin Xiaodong was about to inform them of their location, she suddenly noticed a group of men in black appearing at the alley entrance, and she immediately shivered. There are memory raiders, Yin Xiaodong said instantly, and Zhou Yuhui and Fan Yuan looked up toward the alley. Memory raiders had appeared at both ends of the alley, and this time they were organized with only about 10 advancing step by step, while others guarded the ends of the alley, creating a net that made it seem impossible for anyone to escape. Yin Xiaodong shouted into the phone, "We are surrounded by memory raiders. If you don't arrive within 3 minutes, you won't find us." As soon as she finished speaking, a severe static noise came from Yin Xiaodong's phone, indicating that communications had been completely disrupted. Even the nearby drones were subjected to indiscriminate attacks, turning around to execute safety protocols and return to their bases. The police drones, known for their strong anti-jamming capabilities, could not escape this overwhelming interference and also rapidly departed. These memory raiders had the powerful technical support of the memory trading company. The police equipment was simply no match. Zhou Yuhui said in a low voice. What do we do now? Fan Yuan seemed quite worried. Yin Xiaodong glanced at the handgun in her hand with only 1 bullet left and said to Zhou Yuhui behind her, "You and Fan Yuan go first. I'll hold them off here. Try to make your way to the rooftop and buy some time. Once the reinforcement team discovers the signal is being suppressed, they will speed up to get here. Be careful." Zhou Yuhui reminded Yin Xiaodong and then ran upstairs, knowing that his limited abilities would only hinder her here. Fan Yuan patted Yin Xiaodong's shoulder. "Be careful. If things get too dangerous, retreat." Yin Xiaodong said nothing and stood in the middle of the alley, coldly watching the advancing memory raiders before suddenly raising her gun. The crisp gunfire instantly echoed in the alley, and some people curiously stuck their heads out to watch. When they saw a woman standing there with a handgun, they hurriedly ducked back. The gunfire startled the memory raiders as well. They had previously received warnings that Zhou Yuhui's companions were armed, but it hadn't been mentioned that they had guns. Seeing the woman's stance, they realized she planned to face them with inferior numbers. "I'm a police officer. What do you want?" Yin Xiaodong unhesitatingly revealed her identity, hoping to intimidate these audacious memory raiders. The effect was not non-existent. These people paused for a moment, then muttered something under their breath. Just as Yin Xiaodong secretly felt a sense of triumph, the memory raiders unexpectedly quickened their pace and charged toward her, with some already raising their stun guns. "It seems I've made a miscalculation." Yin Xiaodong glanced back at the staircase, quickly ducking inside and forcefully shutting the door behind her. The flimsy security door became the only barrier between her and those memory thieves. Yin Xiaodong was also a bit worried. She didn't know how long she could hold on, or if she could wait for reinforcements to arrive. "I am a police officer. What do you want?" Yin Xiaodong repeated her words, but this time her tone was lower and more intimidating. "Officer, we just want to find Zhou Yuhui. If you step aside, nothing will happen between us. But if you insist on blocking us, don't blame us for being rude. What can you do with a gun? With so many of us, how many can you take down?" A memory thief said flatly to Yin Xiaodong. "If you let us pass, we won't treat you unfairly." A few seconds later, a small suitcase was sent over, and inside was a hard drive. "This is chain coins worth 500,000. The hard drive was then shoved into the hallway. You can't stop us from moving forward, can you? Yin Xiaotong looked at the hard drive in front of her, a faint smile appearing on her lips. You underestimate a police officer too much. Is a police officer's duty only worth this little chain coins? Let me tell you, it's priceless. As long as I'm standing here, you can forget about getting through, forcing us to drink the punishment wine. The memory thief instantly became furious, not expecting this girl to be so unyielding. Attack! With a command, several tear gas canisters were immediately thrown into the hallway. Yin Xiaodong was instantly choked and began to cough continuously. She quickly tore off a piece of her clothing to cover her mouth and nose and looked for a slightly safer position. At that moment, accompanied by a few mechanical clicking sounds, the mechanical lock of the security door was opened. Just as they were about to push the door open, they suddenly found that Yin Xiaodong had already locked it from the inside. This old mechanical lock couldn't be opened from the outside. Break it down. The voice instantly reached Yin Xiaodong's ears. Before she could react, she heard several dull banging sounds. The seemingly sturdy security door was already shaking precariously. These memory thieves were clearly experts at breaking doors and picking locks. A few seconds later, Yin Xiaotong felt a rush of fresh air enter the hallway. Feeling relieved, she immediately realized that the door had been opened. In the distance, she saw a figure coming in, and without hesitation, she charged forward and landed a punch on the person's waist, then threw them out with a body slam, crashing heavily into the crowd behind. Just as she was about to strike again, she suddenly saw a person appear, a stun gun in hand, emitting a dazzling blue-white light through the tear gas haze. Yin Xiaodong didn't even have time to react before the stun gun hit her, and she was instantly knocked to the ground. Her last conscious thought was hearing someone say, "Put the gun down." Clearly, these memory thieves did not want to confront the police directly. They knew they were on the edge of the law. And once they were caught, the crime of robbery with firearms couldn't be easily covered by a scapegoat. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui and Fang Yuan had already rushed to the rooftop of the building. 2 drones were flying right above them. The two exchanged glances. This was a dead end. Zhou Yuhui quickly ran to the corner of the rooftop, seeing memory thieves all around him. The drones in the air were also monitoring him, leaving no possibility of escape. Is there a signal? Fang Yuan leaned in closer to Zhou Yuhui, holding the phone that Yin Xiaodong had given him. No. Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly. His eyes filled with disappointment. They were now on the rooftop of a 6-story building. He couldn't make a call, and the only staircase was occupied by memory thieves, leaving no retreat. Look over there. Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed excitedly at a dark figure in the distance. Zhou Yuhui immediately focused his gaze and saw a flying device approaching. From its appearance, it seemed to be a police device with markings, but it was too far away to see clearly. Is it police reinforcements? Zhou Yuhui asked with some doubt. It's possible. Fang Yuan glanced back. Those memory thieves hadn't come up yet. Soon, the flying device quickly approached, and Zhou Yuhui saw the markings on it. Although it wasn't the police emblem, it seemed to be some kind of security insignia. Zhou Yuhui stared intently at the flying device, seemingly thinking of something, looking around anxiously, but finding no way out. The flying device slowly landed on the rooftop, and as the hatch opened, a figure appeared. Zhou Yuhui stared blankly, unsure of what to say. Fang Yuan nodded slightly at the figure. "President, you're here." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuhui suddenly realized the problem. Fang Yuan was actually an insider of the memory trading organization. Thinking of his apocalypse plan and everything that had happened before, he realized Fang Yuan seemed to know almost everything. He could already see the smug smile on the president's face. Chapter 98. Into the tiger's den, the president looked at the astonished Zhou Yuhui, his expression one of disdain, as if there was nothing he couldn't achieve. Even if Zhou Yuhui thought of the so-called apocalypse plan, it would still fall into his hands. Did you expect this? The president maintained his sharp tone. Zhou Yuhui sneered. So what if I thought of it? So what if I didn't? The president was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Yuhui's words. This guy was still so stubborn at this point. Take him away. The president didn't want to waste any more words, as he already had Zhou Yuhui in his grasp. Once he arrived at the memory transfer center, everything would become clear, and whatever Zhou Yuhui wanted to say afterward would no longer matter. Immediately, 2 of the president's personal guards jumped down from the flying device and placed a binding wristband on Zhou Yuhui, rendering him unable to move. They then stuffed him into the luggage compartment of the flying device, which was just large enough to fit him. Fang Yuan then slightly bowed to the president. "President, I brought Zhou Yuhui to you. When will my reward be fulfilled? Don't worry about that. Your benefits won't be lessened. Once I clear Zhou Yuhui's memories and obtain the crucial data, you'll receive it." The president was clearly cunning. After being thwarted by Zhou Yuhui before, he was very cautious this time to avoid a wasted effort. After all, a traitor could never be trusted. Once a betrayal occurred, there could be a second. The president's flying device took off, quickly disappearing from Fang Yuan's view. At this moment, the memory thieves rushed to the rooftop and found Zhou Yuhui was gone, leaving only Fang Yuan standing there. "Take her away." Although Zhou Yuhui was gone, at least they had Fang Yuan, which could still fetch a price. Fang Yuan made no effort to resist as the memory thieves led her away. As they left the building, she deliberately glanced back at the hallway, seeing that Yin Xiaodong was still unconscious. It seemed that the stun gun's power was quite formidable. However, neither Fang Yuan nor the memory thieves realized that just after they left, Yin Xiaodong had gotten up from the ground. She stood at the entrance, watching as the memory thieves took Fang Yuan away, a faint smile on her lips. Then, Yin Xiaodong activated the hidden communication system. "This is Yin Xiaodong. Fang Yuan left with the memory thieves 2 minutes ago in a black SUV. Send someone to follow them immediately." Fang Yuan and the memory thieves were unaware that their movements had already been monitored. She had intentionally struggled a bit before getting into the car to ensure that the nearby surveillance cameras recorded it clearly. After the memory raiders left, several officers immediately rushed to Yin Xiaodong's side. "Captain, we have followed them. What is the next step?" Yin Xiaodong glanced at the sky and said, "Track Zhou Yuhui's activity trajectory and inform headquarters to mobilize the special forces for an assault." "Yes, Captain." The officers saluted and quickly ran to a regular cargo van at the alley's entrance. If Zhou Yuhui was still here, he would definitely remember this van. Yin Xiaodong found a handgun on the ground and let out a slight sigh. Fang Yuan was indeed still with the memory trading company. She just didn't know when she had sided with the president. Was it when Zhou Yuhui entrusted her with the heavy responsibility of saving him? Or when she learned that Zhou Yuhui had regained his memory? "I hope your trap works." Yin Xiaodong silently prayed for Zhou Yuhui. At this moment, Zhou Yuhui was lying in the luggage compartment of an aircraft, enduring the enormous roar of the propeller outside. This was likely the aircraft used by the president. Although he lay in the empty luggage compartment without a seatbelt, he didn't feel any shaking. It was very stable. He glanced down at his shoes, which had a listening device installed. This was given to him by Yin Xiaodong when she found him again, saying it could secure evidence at a critical moment. He just didn't know if this device could function normally under powerful electromagnetic suppression to transmit the information about Fang Yuan's siding with the memory trading company. However, this was a minor issue. The most important thing right now was to confirm that the president would bring him back to the memory transfer center, as that was his ultimate destination. He remained quiet, not making any movements of resistance, fearing that angering the president would bring him unpredictable consequences. The aircraft flew quickly, and in no time, it had reached the airspace above the memory trading company, gracefully landing on the helipad atop the building. When the luggage compartment was opened, 2 internal guards immediately stepped forward to escort Zhou Yuhui out. He slightly opened his eyes to glance at the sun above, then looked at the familiar building in front of him, feeling a huge weight lift off his chest. "Since you're so obedient to bring me here, that's your destiny. Notify the memory transfer center. All schedules for today are canceled. This is my order." The president's sharp voice echoed again. "Yes, President." The bodyguard beside him immediately whispered something, seemingly issuing commands. It was clear that clearing out the memory transfer center was prepared for him. He definitely planned to use the same trick again to transfer his memories out and check what the apocalyptic plan he had set up was all about. Zhou Yuhui looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly, standing silently and waiting for the president's next move. The president glanced back at Zhou Yuhui, but said nothing. He just pointed to the elevator not far away, and the bodyguard quickly pushed the wheelchair towards the president's exclusive elevator. Before entering the memory transfer center, search him thoroughly. Leave no item behind. The president suddenly shouted sharply as the elevator doors were about to close. This voice didn't scare Zhou Yuhui, but startled the internal guards watching him. Clearly, they all knew about the last time this guy escaped, which had caused significant losses to the trading company. And the key was that he had successfully left the company. Zhou Yuhui was in another elevator, but he didn't go directly to the underground memory transfer center. According to the president, they were now thoroughly searching him, leaving no items behind. With the help of medical instruments, Zhou Yuhui was cleaned of all foreign items. Even the contents of his stomach were cleared out. Zhou Yuhui didn't expect these guys to be so ruthless, thinking of such a method. After a series of operations, it was confirmed that Zhou Yuhui was not carrying any foreign items, and the result pleased the president greatly. Chapter 99. Searching the memory trading company. At the moment the listening device and positioning device were destroyed, Yin Xiaotong received the last signal. Zhou Yuhui has arrived at the memory transfer center. Yin Xiaotong sat in the aircraft, looking at the last positioning signal in her hand. She had to hurry to rescue Zhou Yuhui. This was a matter of life and death for him. After reporting to headquarters, the police immediately decided to enter the memory trading company, using the capture of the fugitive Zhou Yuhui as the best excuse. As for the issues within the memory trading company, they would deal with them slowly after finding Zhou Yuhui. The police had been preparing for this operation for a long time, just waiting for this opportunity. While Zhou Yuhui was being cleaned, Yin Xiaotong led a large number of police officers toward the memory trading company to quickly find Zhou Yuhui. The search team was divided into two parts, one part led by Yin Xiaotong, taking the aircraft directly to the helipad on the top floor of the memory trading company to enter and search inside, while the other team would start from the ground to control the traffic inside and outside the company, preventing anyone from secretly taking Zhou Yuhui away. For police aircraft immediately took off, loaded with reinforcements and special police officers, heading straight for the memory trading company. Through Yin Xiaotong's undercover work, the internal structure of the memory trading company had been basically clarified. The police even retrieved the original blueprints of the salt mine. After careful comparison, they identified several important passages for entering the company. When Yin Xiaotong and the police landed on the helipad of the memory trading company, the president's aircraft with a strange insignia was still parked there, with several internal guards nearby for protection. Upon seeing so many aircraft arriving, they immediately took defensive postures. Police are on the case. An officer behind Yin Xiaotong immediately raised his credentials, followed by fully armed special police officers. Secure this area. No one or aircraft is allowed to leave without permission. At this point, Yin Xiaotong had been authorized as the scene commander. Several special police officers nodded immediately and began to clear all personnel from the rooftop. The internal guards, seeing this, rushed forward to block them. This is the memory trading company. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause trouble? The guard spoke very arrogantly. It was no wonder. The memory trading company was now the most glamorous and powerful enterprise in Longbin. Every piece of information released by the memory trading company attracted countless attention. Be honest, the special police didn't care about that, immediately stepping forward to pin the speaking guard to the ground, then pointing several assault rifles at his head. The internal guard seemed to realize they had run into tough opponents today and dared not make any further moves, only muttering under their breath. Yin Xiaotong glanced at the elevator in the corridor. She naturally knew that the elevators inside had identification systems and were all controlled by the company's supercomputer. Take the stairs to the 11th floor and immediately take over the control center. Yin Xiaotong pointed at the fire escape plan in the corridor and said to a nearby officer, "You stay here and wait for the director to arrive. Then immediately go meet their president. I'll take people underground." Understood. The officer nodded immediately. Yin Xiaotong opened one of the guest elevators. Although this elevator could only reach the ground floor, it was the only one not controlled by a password. This was information she had obtained during her long undercover period at the memory trading company. Yin Xiaotong led 7 or 8 special police officers into the elevator, then looked up at the camera inside, smiled slightly at it, and made a handgun gesture, which could be seen as a sign of victory, as no police personnel had ever entered here so boldly before. The building of the memory exchange is not very tall, which is related to its location. As it is built above a salt mine, with some areas below already being mined out zones, so caution is necessary. A few seconds later, Yin Xiaodong had already arrived in the hall of the memory exchange. Familiar with the layout, she first reached the front desk, knowing that the front desk had some control over the building's entrance. The appearance of Yin Xiaodong surprised the girls at the front desk. As former colleagues, their relationship had been quite good, but Yin Xiaodong's sudden resignation not long ago had astonished them, especially since the salary and benefits at the memory exchange were among the best in Longbin City. After several months, Yin Xiaodong unexpectedly appeared in front of them, accompanied by armed personnel, leaving them all in shock. "Xiaodong, what is going on?" The girls exchanged glances, unsure of what had happened. Yin Xiaodong immediately stepped forward, showing her badge to her former colleagues. "Sorry, sisters, I'm a police officer working on a case. You need to close the entrances and not let anyone in or out." Police? Although the girls were surprised by Yin Xiaodong's change in identity, they cooperatively closed the doors of the exchange. "Have you seen Zhou Yuhui?" Although it was unlikely that Zhou Yuhui would come in through this route, Yin Xiaodong still asked. "No. Didn't he disappear a while ago?" The girl's response left Yin Xiaodong both amused and exasperated. She then asked, aside from the people at the exchange, "Has anyone else entered the underground memory transfer center?" "No, but we heard just now that all memory transfer projects for today have been canceled, and everyone from a memory transfer center has been evacuated. We don't know what happened." "Canceled?" Yin Xiaodong immediately guessed this might be related to the president planning to take action against Zhou Yuhui. "You two wait here for the main force to arrive. I'll take my team down to find Zhou Yuhui." Yin Xiaodong knew that the elevator led to the memory transfer center, while other officers would negotiate with the president. Her task was to locate Zhou Yuhui. Unfortunately, the memory transfer center was the most critical department of the entire memory exchange, with very high access permissions. And the front desk clearly did not have the authority to open the elevator leading underground. "We can't open this elevator," the girls said in unison. "I know. Let's go to the parking lot." Yin Xiaodong had already prepared a solution. There was a freight elevator in the parking lot that led to the underground transfer center. This information had been given to her by Lin Xiao and was the main evacuation route for the people from the memory exchange. The elevator to the parking lot was still functional, but for safety reasons, Yin Xiaodong decided to take the stairs directly to the freight elevator. After removing the disguise outside, the special police behind her were stunned. The hidden location of this elevator was almost unimaginable. If they hadn't known in advance, who could have guessed that there was an elevator leading underground hidden in this corner? "Has the control center taken over?" Yin Xiaodong immediately asked the police upstairs. "The control center has fully taken over and is heading to the president's office." Only then did Yin Xiaodong feel relieved. The memory transfer center was hundreds of meters deep underground. If the elevator were to be intercepted halfway, they would be in a precarious situation, with their lives in someone else's hands. Chapter 100. Finding another way in the scene before him was so familiar. Zhou Yuhui scanned everything around him. Even though he had escaped from here, the layout remained unchanged, as each machine here had its own important function. At this moment, he was tightly bound to a chair, with various devices for memory transfer on his head. All the staff around him were memory raiders, none of whom were his former colleagues. He knew the president would definitely not let him go this time. The only reason he could sit here intact was that his brain still held a revelation plan, something that kept the president awake at night. This doubt ensured his safety and was the reason for the existence of the revelation plan. He was now completely under the president's control, at least from the president's perspective, but he was unaware that the memory trap was gradually drawing him in. From the current situation, Zhou Yuhui had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, just waiting for the president's order for his memories to be completely wiped clean. With all information laid bare, Zhou Yuhui looked at the busy memory raiders around him, but in his mind, he had already started timing. The memory transfer work was not easy. It required a strict set of procedures. Even if the memory raiders had discarded many safety measures, they could not change the execution of some important processes. Zhou Yuhui had deduced this from the surveillance cameras and the procedures from his previous detention here. "Kid, you're quite a man, not scared at all." One of the memory raiders assessed Zhou Yuhui, unable to see any sign of worry on his expressionless face. Zhou Yuhui simply smiled faintly. What is there to be afraid of? This is the place I've worked for many years. I naturally know if there is a problem. Oh, the memory raider was infuriated by Zhou Yuhui's provocation and tightened the restraints on him a bit more. Zhou Yuhui remained unperturbed, watching the people around him with an expressionless face. As footsteps echoed, the noise in the corridor immediately ceased, and Zhou Yuhui didn't need to look to know the reason. The president was brought to the memory transfer center by his bodyguards. He glanced at Zhou Yuhui, but didn't say much, only quietly asking the leader of the memory raiders beside him, "Is everything ready? We still need to wait 5 more minutes. The equipment is being adjusted. This time we need to ensure absolute safety." The leader of the memory raiders was also startled by the sudden changes last time and couldn't guarantee that Zhou Yuhui wouldn't pull the same trick again. As the countdown clock in the memory transfer center ticked down to 0, Zhou Yuhui still made no move. The president, seeing this, felt puzzled. Although Zhou Yuhui had been captured with great effort, his demeanor seemed calm and collected, suggesting he might have some plan. This time, Zhou Yuhui would be thoroughly cleaned out. The previous incident wouldn't happen again. Go check on the police situation. The president immediately realized this might be the key issue and quietly instructed his bodyguard beside him, "No matter what happens, make sure to block the police. As long as they don't have evidence, everything can be resolved." Clearly, the president planned to eliminate Zhou Yuhui after obtaining the memory information in his brain. "Yes, President." The bodyguard, as the head of internal security, immediately turned to leave. Yin Xiaodong did not enter the elevator. She and all the police stood on top of the spacious freight elevator and cut off all external communication from the freight ladder. She had just received a notification from the special police inside the building that although the control center had been occupied, the memory exchange could still control all facilities within the building. This indicated that the memory exchange had a higher-level control system, which was likely in the hands of the president, who had already left the office. Although the speed of the freight elevator was not as fast as the passenger elevator, it was still much faster than an ordinary elevator. The whistling sound rushed past their ears as they watched the elevator speed down into the depths underground, and a sense of unease rose in everyone's hearts. With a crisp sound of the elevator doors opening, Yin Xiaodong vaguely saw a dozen strong men standing at the entrance, each holding a stun gun, and a few even brandishing firearms, aiming at the elevator exit. The empty elevator surprised these men, and in their moment of hesitation, several tear gas canisters were instantly thrown out. Dense smoke quickly filled the corridor. But this time the fire alarm system was not activated. The president had learned from previous experiences and had cut off the fire control system in advance. Yin Xiaodong immediately leaped down from the elevator with the SWAT team, shouting, "Police! Everyone cover your heads and squat down. Do not attempt to resist." Both the memory raiders and the internal guards had long known about the police's arrival, but they did not expect it to come so quickly, nor from such a covert position. In their astonishment, they naturally did not heed Yin Xiaodong's command and immediately rushed forward, trying to force everyone back into the freight elevator. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaodong raised her assault rifle and aimed at a man holding a handgun behind her. Gunshots echoed in the corridor, and everyone was stunned. They did not expect the police to open fire without much warning, and with live ammunition at that. "Immediately drop your weapons and cover your heads," Yin Xiaodong shouted again. The internal guards exchanged glances. Although they were well paid, directly confronting the police was not their duty, and it wasn't worth risking their lives for money. Even if their lives were not in danger, obstructing the police would at least land them in prison for a few years. The internal guards wisely dropped their weapons and squatted down, but the memory raiders were different. They were getting paid by the president, and the president's orders were their responsibility. Seeing no signs of surrender from the memory raiders, Yin Xiaodong wasted no time, pointing at them with a wave of her hand. The SWAT team immediately surged forward, and anyone daring to resist with dangerous weapons would face severe retaliation. In an instant, 4 or 5 memory raiders were taken down. Yin Xiaodong did not have time to worry about them. She quickly dashed towards the memory transfer center, where the corridor had already descended into chaos. The president, seeing the situation, immediately ordered, "Shut down the memory transfer center and prepare to extract memories." As the massive shielding door in the corridor slowly closed, Yin Xiaotong became anxious. She knew that once this door closed, even if the police's heavy demolition team arrived, it would likely take several hours to open. By then, even if they found Zhou Yuhui, it would probably be too late. With over 100 meters still to go to the shielding door, even at her fastest speed, she could not complete this task. In this urgent moment, a piece of information that Lin Xiao had once told her suddenly flashed through her mind. Chapter 101. Cut the power. Yin Xiaodong turned and rushed toward the nearby passage, her eyes quickly scanning the doors for any signs. Suddenly, a prominent mark caught her attention. That's it. The main power control center for the memory transfer center. Fortunately, the lock on the door was a standard card lock, not heavily fortified. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaodong shot and blew the door lock apart, kicking the door open and charging inside. The room was lined with several large and small distribution cabinets, emitting a buzzing sound. A staff member who seemed to manage this area stood up upon hearing the noise, but before he could speak, he saw Yin Xiaodong's assault rifle. Police, where's the main switch? The staff member, trembling, pointed to a nearby distribution cabinet, which had a clear main switch sign. Yin Xiaodong dashed over and pulled down the main switch with all her might. A series of dull sounds of interrupted electrical current followed, and the entire power system of the memory transfer center was cut off, with the lights in the room instantly switching to emergency power. The moment the power system was cut, even darkness barely had time to linger for half a second before vanishing. The memory trading house had very tight measures against power failures, especially in such a crucial location as the memory transfer center, which had at least 3 different forms of power supply to ensure safety during the memory transfer process. To support the massive electronic equipment system in the memory transfer center, the backup power was already substantial enough, leaving little capacity to provide power to other auxiliary departments. When Yin Xiaodong pulled the main switch of the memory transfer center's power system, cutting off its power supply to the outside, all other auxiliary facilities ceased operation, unless the backup power system of the memory trading house was activated. The slowly closing electromagnetic shielding door was one of those auxiliary facilities. As all power was concentrated on protecting various important equipment, the electromagnetic shielding door immediately stopped functioning. After all, the memory transfer process could not proceed without this door closing. And even if it could not be opened, power could be redistributed after shutting down the memory transfer equipment. When this electromagnetic shielding door was designed, it was never considered for use as a safety door, so a gap wide enough for one person to pass through was left open. The memory raiders inside the memory transfer center were stunned, momentarily unsure of what to do, with a few even attempting to use their bodies to close the door. Unfortunately, the electromagnetic shielding door weighed several tons, and even manual closure required significant strength, which they simply did not possess. Yin Xiaodong burst out of the power control room, assault rifle in hand, and sprinted toward the memory transfer center. 2 SWAT officers had also arrived, guarding in front of the elevator shielding door. "We are the police. Pursuing the suspect, Zhou Yuhui. Hand him over immediately, or we will arrest you for obstructing official duties." Yin Xiaodong shouted loudly toward the inside. There was no echo within the memory transfer center. Everyone turned their gaze toward the president. Without his orders, who dared to say a word? The president immediately signaled the bodyguards to block the electromagnetic shielding door and pointed at Zhou Yuhui, who was the real target. As long as they took him away, the police would have no reason to enter. No one expected that Zhou Yuhui, who had been sitting silently, suddenly shouted, "I am Zhou Yuhui, I surrender." This voice immediately echoed in the memory transfer center, leaving everyone stunned. The president also forgot to control Zhou Yuhui's speech. His shout immediately gave Yin Xiaodong outside a reason to enter. Yin Xiaodong, along with 3 or 4 SWAT officers, charged inside. Just as Yin Xiaodong stepped through the electromagnetic shielding door, a dark object came rushing toward her. She had no time to think. Her legs hit the ground, and her body almost slid across the floor. A dull thud echoed from behind her, and she glanced back to see a strong man, about 2 meters tall, glaring at her. His earlier punch had struck the shielding door, leaving a noticeable dent in the surface steel plate. Yin Xiaodong had no time to ponder. She quickly scanned her surroundings and found her target amid the complex machinery. She rushed up to Zhou Yuhui, with the large man trailing closely behind. Before Yin Xiaodong could say anything, Zhou Yuhui shouted, "Watch out behind you." At that moment, Yin Xiaodong heard a whistling sound coming from behind. She swiftly turned again, nimbly dodging the attack from behind, while a nearby machine was instantly smashed into pieces. Even the outer steel skin was not spared. "Stop! I'm going to shoot." Yin Xiaodong awkwardly darted behind a computer, loudly warning the other party. The burly man paid no attention to Yin Xiaodong's warning and continued to prepare for an attack. The SWAT officers behind him had already entered the memory transfer center, raising their assault rifles and aiming at him. After 2 gunshots, the big man swayed slightly, surprisingly turning around to glance at the 2 SWAT officers before turning back to pounce on Yin Xiaodong. Not invincible, the SWAT officers were stunned. In that moment of distraction, the big man had already rushed up to Yin Xiaodong. Unfazed, Yin Xiaodong raised her assault rifle and pulled the trigger, hitting the big man's body with a 3-round burst at close range. The man looked down at the wounds on his body, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. Then he staggered and collapsed with a loud thud. The SWAT officers breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was indeed not bulletproof. If he were, they would have had to pay the price today. Yin Xiaodong's gunfire left all the memory raiders present dumbfounded. They knew their actions were skirting the law, all for the sake of valuable money. But when it came to life, everyone knew which was more important. Seizing the moment of quiet, the SWAT officers quickly took control of the memory transfer center. Each memory raider obediently squatted on the ground for inspection, and all their weapons were confiscated. At that moment, Yin Xiaodong noticed a crucial situation. The president was missing. Where did the president go? Yin Xiaodong scanned the entire transfer center, but found no sign of him. He was just here. Zhou Yuhui also noticed this situation. Just a few minutes ago, the president had ordered his bodyguards to close the shield door, and now he had vanished. "Zhou Yuhui, are there any other doors here?" Yin Xiaodong immediately asked Zhou Yuhui, who had just been freed from his restraints. Zhou Yuhui nodded and said, "Yes, we have 2 emergency evacuation doors." When the 2 arrived at the emergency exit door, they were shocked to find it was already open, leading to a deep alleyway that, while relatively tidy, likely concealed significant danger. Chapter 102. Entering the supercomputer system for Yin Xiaodong. Her current mission had been successfully completed. Not only had she rescued Zhou Yuhui, but she had also taken down the memory trading house, and even the president had fled in a panic. This was a significant victory for the police. For Zhou Yuhui, however, this was merely the beginning. Although his memory had been restored, he still faced several aftereffects. Most importantly, he needed to use the equipment in the memory transfer center to contact the supercomputer of the memory trading house and find the dark web set up by the trading house, which was also his final goal with Lin Xiao. "What should we do next?" Yin Xiaodong asked Zhou Yuhui. "Call my colleagues. I need to enter the supercomputer system of the memory trading house." Zhou Yuhui replied, "But the president is still missing. If you enter the supercomputer now, it could cause problems." Yin Xiaodong was aware of how dangerous this was. Entering the system without the highest authorization would be akin to an invasion, provoking fierce resistance from the system. Moreover, the president could take various measures at any time to surround and intercept him, trapping his consciousness within those server hard drives. Zhou Yuhui smiled. "I know the dangers involved, but if I don't enter the supercomputer, I won't be able to find the criminal evidence against the memory trading house or understand what they have done. Once the president gets a breathing space, he will come back. With his massive financial power and influence, how long do you think the police can hold on?" Yin Xiaodong fell silent. She understood why the police had sent her undercover into the memory trading house. It was because the trading house was too powerful. If things went wrong, it could cause a significant social reaction. This large-scale police operation used Zhou Yuhui as a cover. After all, he was the so-called suspect declared by the memory trading house. For the president, letting the police capture Zhou Yuhui was indeed a miscalculation, or perhaps he dug a pit for himself, ultimately becoming the trap that ensnared him, allowing Yin Xiaodong to seize the opportunity to break in. Zhou Yuhui's purpose in coming here was to enter the supercomputer system of the trading house. If he didn't hurry, he might never get this opportunity again. Just as Zhou Yuhui said, Although the police had made a grand entrance into the memory trading house, they hadn't interfered much with its operations. After receiving the information that Zhou Yuhui had already found, they basically withdrew from the trading house building, and most of the trading house's operations resumed normalcy. Even the president had returned to his office, engaging in friendly discussions with the police leaders, completely unaware of what had happened to the trading house. The police also had their plans. If Zhou Yuhui didn't have solid evidence, they would face accusations from the powerful legal team of the memory trading house, which was no small matter. Now, while the president was preoccupied, it was the best opportunity for Zhou Yuhui to act, especially since all communications and power connections had been cut off, making the place feel like an isolated island. The staff at the Memory Transfer Center were very surprised to see Zhou Yuhui, although there were various rumors. Most colleagues didn't believe that a promising technical supervisor would have ulterior motives. Zhou Yuhui briefly explained his plan, and the colleagues were very cooperative, though they didn't know the purpose behind his actions. Soon, the memory transfer program began to unfold, with Yan Xiaotong and the SWAT officers guarding the surroundings, fearing any unexpected situations. The plan between Zhou Yuhui and Lin Xiao was simple. They knew that the president wanted to know the content of the apocalypse plan, which required transferring Zhou Yuhui's memories out. However, for someone with an IQ over 160, the amount of information contained was too vast for an ordinary computer to store. Although the supercomputer of the Memory Transfer Center could store it, it was not secure, as most staff members had the operating password for the computer. On the other hand, the main control supercomputer of the trading house did not have such concerns. The ultimate controller of this computer was the president himself, and given his suspicious nature, he would definitely transfer Zhou Yuhui's information to the supercomputer. Once Zhou Yuhui's brain information was connected to the supercomputer, he could use the retroactive feature of the memory transfer program to send some fragments of the supercomputer's information back into his brain. How much could be sent back depended on luck, but even a small amount could allow Lin Xiao's backdoor program to access the supercomputer. The most important thing was that, at the moment the fragments were transmitted, it was impossible to send all the information back. The remaining memory fragments in the supercomputer would become a clue, a beacon for Zhou Yuhui to find the dark side of the memory trading house. This memory fragment was the memory trap he had set. To find this fragment, he had to return here and follow the transmission path to search. The moment Zhou Yuhui connected to the supercomputer of the trading house, it immediately triggered an alert signal. At the same time, the president in his office noticed the situation. He knew that the supercomputer's defense system was extremely tight and no one could break through it. Yet, Zhou Yuhui dared to enter, clearly having his own plan. Considering his previous actions, it was evident that he was not acting alone. Someone was definitely helping him in the shadows. Fang Yuan, do you know who is helping Zhou Yuhui from behind? The president turned to glance at Fang Yuan standing beside her. How had she never noticed this technician from the Memory Transfer Center had such courage and loyalty, managing to save her twice from danger? Lin Xiao. As soon as Fang Yuan uttered these two words, the president's expression, which had remained unchanged for years, instantly darkened. Lin Xiao. The president lay back in her wheelchair, staring at the enormous crystal chandelier above her, murmuring to herself. It was this Lin Xiao who had nearly led her to a point of no return. He had actually come back to life. Clearly, the attack from years ago had not truly killed him. He had been lurking around her all this time. This time, he had chosen Zhou Yuhui. Although Zhou was not among her most core personnel, he possessed immense destructive potential. At that moment, she suddenly realized that Lin Xiao was the designer of the entire memory exchange security system. The firewall of her supercomputer had been designed by him. Although this firewall had been tested countless times without any issues, it was evident that this collaboration with Zhou Yuhui was part of a grand conspiracy. No matter what conspiracy you have, you can't escape my pursuit. The president sneered, opening the dark web system of the exchange. She simply typed in a few pieces of information, and the entire dark web of the exchange instantly erupted. Fang Yuan felt her phone vibrate a few times. She quietly opened it to find a strange message. Just as she prepared to delete it, she froze, looking at the president. This was clearly a plot to eliminate Zhou Yuhui. Chapter 103. The temptation of a huge bounty, a huge bounty. The president had issued a massive bounty on Zhou Yuhui, the amount almost exceeding imagination. It could even be said that this was not just a bounty, but a high-value kill order. The entire city erupted in excitement. From dark basements, from shadowy stairwells, and even from remote houses on Yunhai Road, to bright high-rise buildings, nearly everyone expressed their admiration. This was truly a grand gesture, a reward of 50 million, regardless of life or death. Zhou Yuhui's image had transformed in their eyes from a mere picture to a dazzling golden check. People in the lobby of the memory exchange also saw this news. They were glued to the entry and exit points of the exchange, as the high bounties on the big screen no longer attracted them. They were all waiting for Zhou Yuhui to appear. At that moment, Zhou Yuhui, hundreds of meters underground, was unaware of what was happening above. He was using the memory transfer system to search for the previously lost memory fragments. This was a continuation of the gallery's memory recovery system, and under the protection of the powerful equipment at the memory transfer center, Zhou Yuhui easily accessed the supercomputer of the memory exchange. In that instant, the president realized his intentions and promptly issued the news of the high bounty. However, during the few seconds the president hesitated, Zhou Yuhui was able to accomplish many things. Although the president ultimately pressed the command to shut down the supercomputer, he knew that if he didn't, Zhou Yuhui, with Lin Zhao's help, would launch unexpected attacks. Yet, the president still underestimated the situation. Although the memory transfer process had certain time and speed limitations, the computational capacity of the human brain had far surpassed that of any supercomputer. In the face of such immense power, the memory fragments hidden within the supercomputer were immediately retrieved. After finding the memory fragments, Zhou Yuhui quickly activated the backdoor program Lin Zhao had told him about. Instantly, countless pieces of information flooded his brain. Even though his memory was extraordinary, he could not withstand such an overwhelming data pressure. In that moment, Zhou Yuhui seemed to see the shadow of death. He had not anticipated the supercomputer's impact to be so fierce. Just then, all information transmission was interrupted, and Zhou Yuhui escaped from the brink of death. Looking at the now interrupted information transmission channel, he knew that the president, who had the highest authority, had shut down the supercomputer of the memory exchange. This could be considered a roundabout way of saving his life, preventing the massive information from destroying his memory system. Seeing Zhou Yuhui standing there in a daze, Yin Xiaodong hurriedly approached him. "Are you okay?" Yin Xiaodong assessed Zhou Yuhui's expression. Zhou Yuhui slightly moved his lips, but said nothing. After a few seconds of pause, he finally exhaled slowly. "I underestimated the power of the exchange's supercomputer." Zhou Yuhui glanced at Yin Xiaodong. "As long as you're okay, what should we do next?" Zhou Yuhui shook his head slightly. "The president has already shut down the supercomputer of the exchange. Although I have obtained some data, it's far too vast, and organizing it will likely take a long time. That's not a problem. We could take our time," Yin Xiaodong said excitedly. "As long as we have the intelligence from the memory exchange, we can handle it." Zhou Yuhui smiled wryly. "Do you think that now that I have the information from the memory exchange, the president will let us leave so easily? Not to mention that he had already been pursued by memory raiders just for knowing the dark web clues. Now that he had obtained a massive amount of data about the memory exchange, the president would definitely not let him go." Yin Xiaodong was unfazed. "We're police. Does he dare to attack us?" Attacking the police was unlikely, but do you know about the dark web? Zhou Yuhui casually opened a nearby computer and entered code. In the astonished gazes of those around him, they saw Zhou Yuhui's image listed at 50 million, alive or dead, as long as his identity was confirmed. Anyone could discreetly claim this huge sum. Yin Xiaodong was somewhat stunned. Was Zhou Yuhui seeking death? She noticed that everyone around her had a different look in their eyes. This was 50 million. Even though their salaries were considerable, it was a number they could hardly hope to reach in a lifetime. The crucial point was that this money was anonymous. No one would know, let alone the special police officers, whose salaries were even lower. They would face a greater temptation. The most critical point was that they all had deadly weapons in hand. If anything went wrong, it could lead to a bloody massacre. Zhou Yuhui was well aware of his situation. He scanned his surroundings and calmly said, "Colleagues, This is the treatment the president has given me. I'm telling you this because I might not be the first sacrifice, but I will definitely not be the last. This kind of bounty could fall on me. And it could also fall on you. Only he knows who will ultimately take the 50 million. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Yuhui's words were few, but they deeply pierced their hearts. The money was indeed easy to get, even a matter of a single hammer strike. But who would dare to claim it? Knowing they might be the next Zhou Yuhui? Or rather, who would dare to say that someone would actually receive this 50 million? Such matters would never be openly discussed. The first to react were the special police officers. They immediately tightened their grip on their assault rifles. Mr. Zhou, you're now a suspect. We will arrest you. You are a protected subject of the police. The allure of money is indeed significant, but our duty is even more important. Unfortunately, some did not think so. Just as Zhou Yuhui's words fell, a chaotic rush of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Someone was rushing over, armed, and in large numbers, all dressed in black uniforms. The special police guarding the shielded door immediately said, "It's the internal guards." Zhou Yuhui explained to the special police, "They are all subordinates of the president, who only follow his orders." Yan Xiaodong immediately said, "Stay alert. Weapons can be used if necessary." She glanced at her communication device, which had completely lost all signal. She turned to Zhou Yuhui and asked, "There is no signal here, and we can't contact headquarters. Should we leave this place first and talk once we're above ground?" Zhou Yuhui looked at the electromagnetic shielding door that couldn't be closed and nodded slightly. They were hundreds of meters underground, and the memory transfer center had no signal whatsoever. All communications had to be relayed through fiber optics or transmitters in non-working areas, all under the control of the president. The main issue was that the police force currently in the memory transfer center consisted only of them. In facing the continuous reinforcements of internal guards, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long, nor could they expect the police to provide effective support. Chapter 104. Underground Pursuit. Zhou Yuhui looked back at his former colleagues beside him. "What about you? Are you leaving or not?" His colleagues hesitated. It was obvious that the internal guards were targeting Zhou Yuhui, and they had no reason to risk going with him. If the president found out they were involved with Zhou Yuhui, whether they could keep their positions was uncertain. "You go ahead, we're fine." His colleagues politely declined. Yan Xiaodong, with a serious expression, said to Zhou Yuhui, "Let us take care of ourselves first. They shouldn't be in any danger." Zhou Yuhui knew the president was vengeful, but if all these people were dismissed, work at the memory trading office would likely be suspended, which he didn't want to see. So he estimated that his colleagues were probably safe, but what those internal guards might do in a panic was anyone's guess. "All right, take care." Zhou Yuhui immediately turned and rushed through the security door, followed by Yan Xiaodong and 5 or 6 special police officers. "If necessary, you can tell them where we left from," Zhou Yuhui told his colleagues before leaving. The internal guards quickly rushed along the corridor toward the electromagnetic shielding door of the memory transfer center. They had long known that there were police here, and they were all armed, moving cautiously. Even though the reward of 50 million had made everyone forget the existence of the law, they still cared about their lives. Otherwise, even if they got the 50 million, they might not live long enough to spend it, and that enormous wealth would ultimately benefit someone else. The internal guards carefully approached the elevator shielding door, listening for any movement inside. After a moment of silence, seemingly hearing nothing, they stealthily hid behind the shielding door and quietly peered inside. To their surprise, they found that the large memory transfer center only had those staff members. There were no police or Zhou Yuhui to be seen. No police? The courage of the internal guards was instantly ignited. A few of the bolder ones quickly slipped through the narrow gap in the shielding door and entered the memory transfer center. Where did Zhou Yuhui and the police go? The guards shouted at the staff. The staff members at the memory transfer center usually held themselves high, both in terms of treatment and salary, and were among the best in the entire memory trading office. When had they ever treated these internal guards with any respect? Hearing such questions, one staff member immediately shouted at them, "What are you doing? This is the memory transfer center. Who allowed you to come in here? Everything here is worth a fortune. If you break anything, you'll owe a debt for 8 lifetimes." The internal guards had had enough of the lofty attitudes of these technical staff. Now, with the 50 million reward in sight, who would step back? Several internal guards wielding fire axes raised their weapons and shouted, "Where is Zhou Yuhui? If you don't tell us, I'll make sure you 1TC tomorrow's son." Though the staff members had formidable presence, facing these unreasonable internal guards was like a scholar meeting a soldier. They could see that the internal guards were about to resort to violence. "A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses," a colleague of Zhou Yuhui immediately said. "They left through the security door." "Where's the security door?" The internal guards had no idea about the layout of the memory transfer center. This was not a place they could easily enter. Soon, the sign for the security door appeared before the internal guards, and over a dozen of them rushed over, carefully opening the security door to reveal a dimly lit corridor. Without caring about anything else, the internal guards immediately chased down the corridor. Although Zhou Yuhui didn't know much about these internal facilities, as he was busy with his technical work, he did know some of the settings and could rely on them in critical moments. However, he had learned from Lin Xiao about several secret evacuation routes, which were also the paths the president had unknowingly taken to leave. Zhou Yuhui quickly moved along this route, with Yan Xiaodong closely following him and the special police officers advancing step by step. The corridors here were extensive, and one could easily go the wrong way. In this place with no signal, they would likely face hunger and thirst if they got lost. After quickly advancing for some distance, the last special police officer listened carefully and heard footsteps behind them. It seemed the internal guards had caught up. "You all go ahead. We'll hold them off for a bit." Two special police officers immediately stopped. The internal guards were clearly more familiar with these corridors than Zhou Yuhui. Zhou Yuhui wanted to say something, but Yan Xiaodong nodded immediately. "All right, we'll go first and leave you a mark. Catch up as soon as possible." The two special police officers quickly set up a defensive position at a corner of the corridor. Although they were somewhat prepared, they hadn't expected to face such a large number of people. "Put on your earplugs. I'll use a flashbang." One special police officer took out a flashbang and whispered to his partner. The two special police officers immediately put on their earplugs and quietly watched the corridor ahead. Less than 2 minutes later, they saw several gray shadows quickly approaching from a distance, illuminated by the emergency lights above the corridor. Both special police officers were experienced veterans, silently calculating the timing, and then threw the flashbang. A loud explosion echoed through the corridor, and even with earplugs, the special police officers felt dizzy, while the unprepared internal guards were in agony, collapsing to the ground and howling. "Shall we retreat?" After waiting a moment and feeling that no one was continuing the pursuit, the two special police officers prepared to withdraw. At that moment, 2 crisp gunshots rang out in the corridor, hitting the corner and sparking a few sparks. "They have weapons?" The two special police officers immediately heightened their vigilance, raising their assault rifles and quietly disengaging the safety. Just then, amidst the wails of the internal guards, a series of faint footsteps slowly approached from afar. "It's a skilled fighter, at least someone with military training." The opponent's steps were steady, calm, and if they had weapons, they were certainly aimed at them. Just as the two were about to take the initiative, 2 smoke screens were immediately thrown over, clearly a prelude to an attack. Without hesitation, the 2 special police officers pulled the triggers of their weapons, and a series of crisp gunshots rang out in the corridor, causing the internal guards, still moaning on the ground, to immediately lie flat, not daring to move. The special police officers had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with these people. After a few aimed shots and continuous fire, they quickly provided mutual cover and began to retreat.